a young monk raised in the Shaolin temple awakens to find himself transported to the Douluo continent, specifically to the lesser-known Jindang family within the Star Luo Empire. Choosing an independent path, he embodies the spirit of self-determination. In the Jindang city, within a modest estate belonging to the Jindang family, a young boy of approximately 5 or 6 years old is diligently exercising his physique. His dark hair glistens with perspiration, and his cherubic face is flushed, revealing a level of maturity in his ebony eyes that belies his tender age. After an indeterminate period, he collapses onto the ground, panting heavily as he takes a moment to recuperate. In just a short while, I shall awaken my martial soul, he murmurs to himself. This boy is not originally from this world. His name is Wang Chun, hailing from a place called Earth. In his previous life, he was an orphan taken in by a martial monk from the Shaolin temple, where he spent his time either training or engrossed in novels. Due to the immense popularity of the Douluo continent anime, he is quite familiar with the narrative. Although he harbored aspirations regarding the martial souls and soul skills within the Douluo universe, he never envisioned himself crossing over into this realm. Yet, unexpectedly, he awakens here with no truck or thunder to herald his arrival, simply finding himself in this strange land. Without any extraordinary abilities to assist him, he ponders how to thrive in this new environment. Fortunately, the martial arts he learned in his past life can still be practiced here. He has mastered the Shaolin child's skill, which his adoptive monk guardian claimed is one of the more complete martial arts in the temple. The skill comprises 5 tiers: Child's Formula, White Cloud Formula, Meteor Formula, Bright Moon Formula, and Red Sun Formula. Mastery of the highest tier allows for boundless vital energy and invulnerability to blades and spears. The first tier, Child's Formula, focuses on refining energy to strengthen the body, ensuring that even after a day and night of combat, one remains invigorated. While the first tier does not significantly enhance combat prowess, advancement to the second tier, White Cloud Formula, promises a substantial increase in strength. With a flow akin to white clouds, it can greatly diminish blunt force and slightly reduce piercing attacks. Currently, he has reached the pinnacle of the first tier, poised to break through to the second at any moment. Since his arrival, he practices the child's skill every morning and engages in physical training every afternoon, aware that a stronger physique allows for the absorption of higher quality soul rings. Within the Jindang family, soul beast meat is abundant, and coupled with his training, his physical capabilities have already surpassed those of an average soul master. With newfound focus, Wang Chun rises from the ground and returns to his quarters to freshen up. While soaking in the bath, he recalls hearing news of Qian Xuanji's ascension to the papacy. Qian Xuanji has just become a titled Douluo and assumed the role of pope. He has 10 years left to live. The protagonist Tang San will not be born for another decade. There is still more than 20 years before the plot truly begins. Given my advantages, achieving title Douluo may be a challenge, but reaching Soul Douluo should be well within my grasp. My martial soul should be the Jindang family's inherited martial soul, the diamond. I wonder if there will be any surprises. It's unlikely. The Jindang family was founded over 2 centuries ago by a titled Douluo with the martial soul of the fiery diamond. The current patriarch and esteemed elder of the family is Wang Gang, a 94th level title widely recognized across the Douluo continent. Beneath him are 5 soul Douluo elders, with ranks ranging from 85 to 89. The middle generation boasts only 2 soul Douluo at the 81st level, representing a pool of talent capable of ascending to title Douluo through diligent effort. The majority of the remaining members are soul saints and soul emperors, while the younger generation typically ranges from the 20th to the 40th levels. Unity is the cornerstone of this family, a principle that underpins its enduring legacy. Elders guide the younger members and leave behind their training manuals, containing detailed records of the soul rings suited for the family's inherited martial soul, providing significant assistance in their selection of soul rings. Wang Chun returns to reality, emerging from the bath, dressing quickly and stepping outside. Upon entering the home, he finds his mother, Wei Shiyu, a 55th level auxiliary soul master, has prepared a meal, eagerly awaiting his return. His father, Wang Long, a 71st level assault-type soul master, wields notable influence within the family, overseeing the supply of soul beast meat. This abundance allows Wang Chun to consume ample soul beast meat, facilitating his training to reach the pinnacle of the first tier of the child's skill. Without such resources, he would not have attained this level. Mother, why hasn't father returned? Today, the patriarch is holding a meeting, so he won't be back. We can eat without him. Oh, all right. Come quickly, your favorite dishes are ready. You'll be awakening your martial soul the day after tomorrow, so don't wander off. I understand, Mom. I want stray. All right. I trust that you won't squander this crucial time. Come and eat before it gets cold. He hastily finishes his meal and retreats to his chamber. Lying on his bed, his mind races and sleep eludes him. Ultimately, he decides to practice on his bed. Having reached the pinnacle of the first tier of the child's skill, he knows that breaking through to the second tier will significantly enhance his combat capabilities. As he cycles through the energy, each rotation of his soul power strengthens him incrementally. In his room, Wang Chun continues to circulate his energy. Suddenly, a surging, ethereal soul power manifests within him, enveloping him in a sensation akin to floating amid clouds, bringing him an exquisite sense of freedom. Finally, I have broken through to the second tier. A broad smile spreads across Wang Chen's face as he embraces the white cloud formula of the child's skill. Through diligent practice, he has finally ascended to the second tier. While the quantity of his soul power remains unchanged, the quality has experienced a remarkable transformation. With this breakthrough, his drowsiness dissipates entirely. He resumes circulating his soul power in bed, discovering that his progress is at least twice as fast as before. This implies that his future training will become increasingly swift and potent. As this realization dawns upon him, a smile graces his lips and his heart swells with joy. After cycling through a few rounds of energy, he finally lies down to rest. The family assembly convened to discuss matters concerning the territory of the King Kong clan. In the conference room, aside from those with pressing duties, the majority of the senior members had gathered. The primary objective of this meeting was to deliberate on recent events on the continent, particularly regarding the appointment of Qian Xuanji as the new pope of the Spirit Hall and the implications it might have for our clan. An elderly man, his hair as white as snow, yet his eyes sparkling with vitality, spoke. He was none other than Wang Gang, the patriarch of the King Kong clan. Qian Xuanji's ascension to the papacy is merely a means for him to establish his reputation and secure his position, he asserted. To Wang Gang's right, an elder remarked in a measured tone, indeed. It is customary for anyone assuming the role of pope to undertake actions that elevate their standing, perhaps by vanquishing a few foes or hunting a spirit beast to showcase their prowess. Given our clan's considerable distance from Spirit City and our lack of conflict with the Spirit Hall, it is unlikely that we will be adversely affected. The fourth elder, known for his impulsive nature, interjected with enthusiasm. Exactly. In every meeting, I always voice my thoughts first. Calm down, fourth elder. We must also heed the opinions of others. The patriarch reminded him gently. Now, please share your perspectives freely. Do not fear making mistakes. Collective wisdom often reveals nuances we might otherwise overlook. The third elder rose to address the assembly, stating, Patriarch, the transition of the pope within the Spirit Hall is entirely within the realm of normalcy. The previous pope was Qian Xuanji's father, and with Qian Xuanji's ascendance to the rank of title de law, his appointment is merely a continuation of familial tradition, as the papal position has consistently been held by the Qian family. Indeed, Patriarch, rather than fixating on matters that bear little significance to our clan, we might better direct our attention towards nurturing our younger generation. Recently, we have yet to observe any exceptionally gifted youths among our new generation, the second elder, responsible for overseeing the training of spirit masters, added. The discussion continued, with many voices chiming in about the recent awakenings of the younger members. You know, the recently awakened youths do not seem to possess particularly high innate spirit power. The highest I've heard is only a level 6, and he belongs to a side branch. Someone noted, yes, it's true. His father made sacrifices for the clan, and he was raised by his mother. Fortunately, with the clan's support, the boy is thriving. Another elder commented. Wang Gang stood up, raising his voice to restore order. Enough of this clamor. Let us proceed one by one. Wang Meng, are you prepared for the awakening of the younger generation tomorrow? We cannot afford any mistakes. Rest assured, Patriarch, this is not my first experience awakening their spirits. I am well prepared, came the confident reply. Fifth elder, is there any concern with the Zhannan Legion? None whatsoever, Patriarch. The Zhannan Legion is a creation of our clan, and all its high-ranking officers are from our family. They will not falter, he assured. Very well. This meeting concludes here. Upon returning, I urge you all to keep a close watch on the younger members. A family's progress hinges on the strength of its future generations. They are our hope. Ensure they are encouraged to enhance their abilities, Wang Gang concluded. Yes, Patriarch. The members echoed in unison as they exited the conference room and returned to their respective homes. Upon returning home, Wang Chun was greeted by his wife, Wei Shiyu. My dear, what transpired in the meeting? Why are you so late? Little Chun has already gone to bed. The focal point was the new pope of the Spear Hall. Alongside discussions on the future development of our clan, we may need to intensify training for the youngsters, he explained. Enough of that for now. Little Chun is set to awaken his spirit the day after tomorrow. Have you spoken with him? She inquired. I have already informed him. Unlike you, who is often preoccupied with clan matters and has little time to chat with him, I have kept him in the loop. Little Chun trains diligently. Unlike other children who merely play, he has his own aspirations. Yes, in a few years, I shall relinquish my clan duties to spend more time with you both. He replied, Indeed, dear. It is getting late. Let us retire for the night. The next morning, Wang Chun awoke to find he had grown a little taller. Indeed, in this world, as one's strength progresses, so too does the body, he mused. Eagerly, he practiced his techniques on his bed. His foundational skills had reached the second level. Although the quantity of his spirit power had not increased, its quality had seen significant improvement, and the speed of its circulation had also accelerated. He felt assured that his strength would continue to grow rapidly. After practicing for several cycles, he rose to freshen up and prepare for breakfast. Little Chun, come to breakfast. You mustn't wander off. You're awakening your spirit tomorrow. His mother called. I understand, mother. I shall rest today to ensure I am in good form for tomorrow's awakening, he replied. After breakfast, he headed to the clan's library, where he immersed himself in the training notes of esteemed predecessors and studies on spirit beasts. His knowledge of spirit beasts had greatly expanded. He spent the morning there, returned home for lunch, and then returned to the library to study the King Kong spirit and the records of suitable spirit rings to incorporate. He contemplated what spirit rings would best suit him upon awakening his King Kong spirit. As evening approached, he returned home to prepare for dinner, and his father was already there. Father, I am to awaken my spirit tomorrow. Will you accompany me? Yes, my son. I will be there with you. Now, let us eat, his father replied. Wang Chun quickly finished his meal and retreated to his room, where he tossed and turned, unable to sleep due to his excitement about the impending spirit awakening. Eventually, he drifted off to slumber. The following morning, he rose early, brimming with anticipation for the awakening of his spirit. Finally, the moment has arrived, after such a long wait, he exclaimed to himself. Soon, he dressed and stepped outside, taking a deep breath in the courtyard. Little Chun, it's almost time for your spirit awakening. Are you excited? Hurry and wash up. We must leave for the awakening hall early to gather with the others. The clan will facilitate your spirit awakening, so do not be late. His father called from behind him. I understand, father, Wang Chun replied. Wang Chun hastily completed his morning routine and dashed to the dining hall, where he quickly consumed his meal before urgently heading to the awakening hall with his father. Upon their arrival, they found several father-son pairs already waiting outside the hall. Wang Chun joined the other children in waiting, while Wang Long engaged in conversation with the accompanying adults. Ah Fu, you've returned, Wang Long greeted a robust-looking middle-aged man. The man scratched his head and replied, Oh, it's Brother Long. With Ahai about to awaken his martial soul and the Southern Legion having no pressing matters, I took a few days off from the commander to come see Ahai and accompany him during his awakening. Indeed, it's commendable for a father to be present for Ahai's awakening. He appears to be in good health and should surely awaken a formidable martial soul. As for little Chun, he has always been bright. I am confident he will awaken a notable martial soul as well. As they conversed, time slipped away unnoticed. After about half an hour, over a dozen children had gathered outside the hall. At that moment, a burly man approached. He was Elder Wang Ming, responsible for overseeing the martial soul awakenings of the Jin Gang family. All of you children, enter the awakening hall. I shall guide you in awakening your martial souls. Elder Wang Ming announced. He stepped into the hall, followed closely by the children, who remained silent and respectful. Once inside, Elder Wang Ming organized the proceedings and began the awakening process. Step into the light circle as your names are called, he instructed, directing a boy to enter the circle. Focus your mind and sense carefully. Do not let your thoughts wander. As the boy stepped inside, Elder Wang Ming commanded, and a golden phantom appeared behind him, accompanied by 7 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black. As his soul power surged, a radiant golden light enveloped the boy. Elder Wang Meng observed. Long spear martial soul. Innate soul power level 5. Quite satisfactory. Next, is this the martial soul awakening? How is it different from Brother Tao's? Wang Chun pondered. Reflecting on the process, he questioned whether there remained innate full soul power or even dual martial souls. As the saying goes, Brother Tao is a steadfast figure, while the protagonist is ever-changing. Brother Tao was revered as the blind fighting Douluo. Any protagonist he deemed unworthy tended to possess exceptional martial souls. While Wang Chun was lost in thought, Elder Wang Meng continued to awaken the martial souls of several children. Baboon martial soul, innate soul power level 6, commendable. Dagger martial soul, innate level 4, acceptable. The arm-extending giant ape martial soul, innate soul power level 8, excellent, indeed a fine prospect. Elder Wang Meng was succinct in his assessments, displaying little emotional fluctuation, except for a smile when acknowledging the arm-extending giant ape martial soul, which garnered a distinct evaluation. As one child after another awakened their martial souls, it soon came time for Wang Chun to step forward. Standing within the light circle, he felt the familiar sensation of the protective light enveloping him. Unlike others, the moment the light shield formed, an overwhelming golden radiance surrounded Wang Chun. Observing this spectacle, Elder Wang Meng's previously tranquil demeanor vanished, replaced by a spark of excitement in his eyes. He sensed the emergence of a powerful martial soul. As the golden light dissipated, a formidable phantom resembling a titan ape appeared behind Wang Chun. Elder Wang Meng swiftly approached, producing a small blue orb and eagerly encouraging Wang Chun to touch it. The moment Wang Chun's hand made contact with the orb, it shimmered like crystal, emanating a dazzling blue light. Seeing this, Elder Wang Meng was filled with exhilaration. Yet mindful not to startle Wang Chun, he smiled warmly and addressed him. Your name is Wang Chun, is it not? Your martial soul is the Titan giant ape, with innate full soul power. Quickly, let us meet the clan leader. What? My martial soul is the Titan giant ape? Wang Chun exclaimed in surprise, having never heard of such a martial soul before in his readings. Elder Wang Meng, thinking Wang Chun had not comprehended, reiterated, indeed, the Titan giant ape martial soul. A remarkably powerful top-tier martial soul. The awakening of Wang Chun's Titan giant ape martial soul, along with his innate full soul power, created quite a stir within the Jin Gang family. Fortunately, as the last child to awaken, Wang Chun was promptly escorted by Elder Wang Meng to meet the clan leader. As the children who had awakened their martial souls exited the hall, the waiting parents were informed of the emergence of a top-tier martial soul with innate full soul power within the Jin Gang family. When Elder Wang Meng and Wang Chun emerged, all eyes turned to the small figure beside Elder Wang Meng, Wang Chun, the one who had awakened the Titan giant ape martial soul. Wang Long, come with me to meet the clan leader alongside your son. The rest may return home. Other children should train diligently to become soul masters as soon as possible. Elder Wang Meng instructed before leading Wang Chun and Wang Long away. In a small garden within the Jin Gang family, 6 elderly men were engaged in conversation. They were the most powerful and influential figures within the family, the Jin Gang Douluo and the 5 elders. Is there any promising talent this year? The 4th elder mused aloud, pacing back and forth. The 1st elder frowned and admonished. 4th, stop pacing. You always do this. Can you not be more composed? You are an elder, after all. While you may be composed, I cannot. The family has not produced any promising talent in recent generations. What will happen to our family's strength if this continues? Even pacing cannot improve the awakening of our younger generation's martial souls. You might as well sit quietly and await news from Elder Wang Meng. I simply cannot remain still. I am anxious about the lack of talent in recent generations, the 4th elder retorted. Anxiety will not conjure 2 outstanding talents. We cannot simply do nothing, he continued. At this point, the clan leader, Wang Gang, interjected, enough talent within our family does not emerge overnight. Sit down. We must pay closer attention to the commoners outside and strive to recruit some gifted individuals without family backing. This will not only enrich our clan, but also ensure the continuation of their martial souls within the Jin Gang family. With the clan leader's declaration, the 4th elder could only smile sheepishly and take a seat. Marvelous. Truly marvelous, clan leader. The patriarch's strategy not only strengthens the family's power, but also weakens that of rival clans. The third elder, seated next to the second elder, expressed his admiration, remarking on the brilliance of the plan. Indeed, it is a masterstroke that serves two purposes. The patriarch is truly remarkable, praised the fifth elder in agreement. Enough, enough. We are not strangers. There is no need for such idle chatter. Rather than waste our energy on flattery, we should contemplate how to attract those talented individuals without families, declared the patriarch, Wang Gang, addressing the elders who had been showering him with compliments. At that moment, the first elder interjected, stating, for these individuals, the allure of our Jin Gang family pales in comparison to that of the Spear Hall. Our only advantage lies in being a local force in Jin Gang City. The Southern Guard Legion still holds significant appeal within the city. Furthermore, our establishment of the Jin Gang Soul Master Academy, which allows impoverished children to study first and pay later, has earned us a commendable reputation. Those who graduate from the Junior Academy typically join our Southern Guard Legion, although many tend to leave for the Intermediate Academy once they have earned enough money. I propose that our Jin Gang family establish an Intermediate Soul Master Academy. This way, graduates from a Junior Academy can directly enroll in the Intermediate Academy. In time, those capable of advancing to the Senior Academy can be integrated into our family, and those lacking the ability to attend the Senior Academy will be less likely to depart after joining the Southern Guard Legion. Indeed, what my elder brother suggests is quite sensible. This approach will enable us to attract a greater number of talents, concurred the second elder immediately after the first elder's proposal. Just then, Wang Ming entered with Wang Chun and Wang Long, respectfully addressing the elders. Patriarch, elders, I bring before you a promising talent from our Jin Gang family. This is Wang Chun, whom I have brought along. Wang Chun regarded the elders with respect, greeting them. Greetings, Patriarch, first elder, second elder, third elder, fourth elder, fifth elder. I am Wang Chun. Oh, little Meng, could it be that this boy possesses a twin martial soul? Or perhaps an innate, full soul power? You appear quite eager to present him, inquired the fourth elder. As Wang Meng's uncle, he had a vested interest in his nephew's accomplishments, having been appointed as the elder overseeing martial soul awakenings. Uncle, please do not be so impatient. I shall explain shortly, Wang Meng replied with a wry smile. Quickly now, do not keep us in suspense, the fourth elder urged. Very well, young Chun has awakened the Titan Giant Ape martial soul, and he possesses innate full soul power. Apart from him, there's another lad named Wang Hai who awakened the arm-extending Giant Ape martial soul with innate soul power at level 8, which is commendable. The rest are rather ordinary. As Wang Meng concluded, the elders rose, questioning him eagerly. Is this truly the case? Have we discovered such a remarkable talent? Indeed. With diligent training, reaching the rank of title de law should pose no problem, they exclaimed. It has been a long time since our family produced such a promising individual, especially one with innate full soul power. This will surely elevate the prestige of our Jin Gang family. At that moment, the Douluo Wang Gang interjected. Please refrain from causing such a commotion. You might startle young Chun. He approached Wang Chun, gently ruffling his hair, and said, Young Chun, your martial soul is truly impressive. You must work diligently to cultivate your abilities and strive to become a title de law. This storage soul guide bracelet is a gift for you. Cherish it and train hard. When Wang Chun received the bracelet, he could hardly believe that awakening a martial soul would earn him such a precious artifact. After all, the methods for crafting soul guides had long been lost on the continent, making these items rare and not easily obtained. To his astonishment, the patriarch had gifted him one immediately following his awakening. From now on, young Chun would enjoy the privileges of a junior clan leader, with all resources directed toward his advancement, ensuring his rapid progress and strength. Do you understand? Vong Gong inquired. Yes, patriarch, the elders responded in unison. Very well, young Chun. You may return for now. Tomorrow, the fourth elder will take you to seek soul beasts and acquire your soul rings. Simply wait for him at the clan entrance. Wang Gang instructed. I understand, patriarch, Wang Chun replied with a smile. Patriarch, elders, we shall take our leave, Wang Long respectfully said. Indeed, Wang Long. You have raised a fine son. Your contributions are commendable. You may take him home now, the patriarch concluded, after which Wang Long escorted Wang Chun away. Meanwhile, Wang Ming continued to report on the martial soul awakening. As father and son returned home, they found that Wang Qin's mother had prepared a meal in anticipation of their arrival. Little Chun, your martial soul awakening is excellent news. It has spread throughout the family. They say you have awakened the Titan giant ape and possess innate full soul power. My son is truly remarkable, Wei Shiyu said with a smile. Wang Long, grinning at his wife, added, Indeed, dear, young Qin's martial soul is exceptional. The patriarch even met with him and presented him with a soul guide. He has high hopes for our young Chun. Wouldn't you agree? Absolutely, father. But let's eat first. I am quite hungry, young Qin chimed in. Yes, dear. Wash your hands and come to the table. Tonight's dishes are all your favorites, his mother encouraged. Certainly, my love. We shall attend to that immediately. After all, our little hero is famished, and we must ensure he is well fed, Wang Long joked. All right, father, no need for laughter. It was so amusing. This morning, I hardly ate anything before my awakening, Wang Chun replied, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. In the afternoon, Wang Chun practiced alone in the courtyard, feeling somewhat awkward after being teased by his father. With the imminent task of hunting for soul rings, he understood the importance of additional training. Even if his soul power level did not increase immediately, acquiring a soul ring would significantly enhance his progress. Thus, he persisted in his training, knowing that strength is built through consistent effort. As time passed during Wang Qin's practice, evening approached, signaling dinner time. Upon returning home, Wang Long addressed Wang Chun, young Chun. After dinner, please join me in the study. I have matters to discuss with you. Now that you have awakened your martial soul and possess innate full soul power, you are entitled to learn some family secrets. Oh, am I truly allowed to know these family secrets now? Wang Chun asked in surprise. Having traversed into this world, he had always felt the love of his parents. However, he had never engaged in a meaningful conversation with him before. The prospect of revealing the secrets of the Golden family struck him as rather peculiar. Thus, he inquired of his father, Dad, if you share the family secrets with me, won't there be any repercussions? Won't the clan leader and the elders hold you accountable? Perhaps it would be wise to refrain from speaking so freely. Upon hearing this, Wang Long merely chuckled heartily. Huh, do you think I've divulged this information to you in secret? This is a family tradition. To uncover these secrets, one must either become a seven-ring soul saint and ascend to the status of elder within the family, or be an exceptionally talented child like you, gifted with a superior martial soul. Typically, only those who awaken their martial soul at a baseline level of 8 can qualify. For instance, your Uncle Fu's son, Xiao Hai, awakened at that level, and your Uncle Fu would certainly share such knowledge with him. So, do not let your imagination run wild. This secret has been passed down through our golden family for over 2 centuries. It is said to have been discovered by our founder, the first golden Douluo. Such an impressive legacy, enduring for 200 years. What is this secret, Dad? Please tell me. First, let us dine. Afterward, we shall retire to my study, where I will disclose it to you. This is not something to be carelessly discussed in any setting. This secret has the potential to elevate your strength far beyond that of your peers. Wang Chun quickly grasped his bowl, hastily shoveling food into his mouth. Eager to finish dinner and learn the family secret, he barely bothered to select his favorite dishes, intent only on concluding the meal as swiftly as possible. Yet at times, haste breeds errors. Cough, cough. Slow down, slow down. Drink some water first. There's no need to rush. You might choke. Honey, can't you wait until Xiao Chun finishes his meal before sharing these tales? Look at him, he can barely eat. Wang Qin's mother handed him a glass of water, gently patting his back. I only wanted to surprise him. How could I know that this little rascal has no patience whatsoever? I cannot be entirely blamed for this. Wang Long defended himself with a sly grin. After all, Wang Chun usually carried himself with the composure of an adult, unfazed by much. So Wang Long thought it amusing to tease him this time. All right, Xiao Chun, take your time. You will learn these matters eventually. There is no need to hurry. Wei Shiyu reassured him, patting his back. I understand, Mom. I'm fine. You go ahead and eat. I can manage on my own. Wang Chun smiled, ruffling his hair. Impatience does not yield hot tofu, so Wang Chun resolved to eat slowly, awaiting the moment in the study to uncover the family's grand secret. After dinner, Wang Chun followed his father to the study. Dad, what is the family secret? Please tell me. All right. Do not rush. I shall reveal it to you now. Over 200 years ago, when our first golden Douluo established the family, he left behind a significant secret. It is said that this ancestor possessed a 10,000-year soul ring. And not only that, he possessed something unique that no one else on the continent had. Do you know what it is? Wang Long asked. If I did not respond, will it put my father in an awkward position? Wang Chun thought, a smirk appearing on his lips. Nevertheless, he complied, eager to learn what special possession this ancestor held. What is it that the ancestor possessed that is unlike anything else on the continent? Why, it is a 10,000-year soul ring. Huh, what is that nonsense? Ascent, a 10,000-year soul ring commonplace? What makes it so special? Wang Chun pondered in confusion, seeing the bewildered expression on Wang Chen's face. Wang Long gently tapped his head. If it were merely an ordinary 10,000-year soul ring, it would hardly warrant being kept as a family secret. However, this 10,000-year soul ring was the fourth soul ring, which is entirely unprecedented on the continent. The fourth soul ring is a 10,000-year soul ring? How could that be? Wang Chun exclaimed, astonished. There is only one instance of this in the original text, and that is Tang San, who had numerous advantages to barely succeed. Moreover, that was a matter of decades later. And now you tell me that such an individual existed over 200 years ago? You cannot be serious. Wang Chun was utterly astonished by this revelation. Huh, are you shocked? When I first learned this secret, I was just as incredulous. Yet once I grasped the truth, I began to believe it. Would you like to know how our ancestor acquired that fourth soul ring? Dad, please hurry. Don't keep me in suspense. Wang Chun urged eagerly. Goodness, a nameless golden family in the original text possesses such a monumental secret. This is not even mentioned in the original narrative. The world of Douluo continent is far more complex than depicted. I must tread carefully. If I attract too much attention, I might end up in danger. Wang Chun mused internally. Very well, I shall tell you. Wang Long replied with a mysterious smile. Over 200 years ago, when our ancestor reached the 40th level, he prepared to hunt for his fourth soul ring. At that time, he was merely an ordinary soul master at level 40, still without a fourth soul ring. Lacking any family to assist him, he resorted to hiring a soul hunting team with gold coins to acquire his soul ring. However, this endeavor encountered a significant problem that ultimately led him to obtain a 10,000-year soul ring as his fourth. Wang Long spoke slowly, observing his son intently. What was the problem? Wang Chun asked, brimming with impatience. At that time, our ancestor hired a team led by several soul masters, embarking on a quest to the Star Luo forest, the largest forest on our continent, to hunt for a soul ring, aiming for a superior fourth soul ring. They ventured into the mixed regions of the forest's center and outskirts. Most of the beasts there were over 1,000 years old, but to their surprise, a soul beast tide erupted that day. Aside from our ancestor, the other members of the hired team perished in the onslaught, and he himself was injured and trapped within the Star Luo forest, Wang Long recounted, unhurriedly. Initially, our ancestor had intended to escape the Star Luo forest unnoticed, but as he prepared to leave, he stumbled upon a secret. This very secret enabled him to acquire the 10,000-year soul ring and propelled him to the rank of titled Douluo in the ensuing decades, ultimately founding the Golden Family. Wang Long paused, lost in thought as he recollected those events. Wang Chun suddenly noticed his father's silence and realized he had fallen into deep contemplation. He addressed his father, inquiring about the secret that had led their ancestors to such a profound transformation. Suddenly, Wang Long was jolted from his reverie, realizing he had been lost in thought. He shook his head and continued, recounting how their forebear, faced with a sudden beast tide, had stumbled into a cave where he discovered the legendary heart of the earth. This miraculous substance not only had the power to heal wounds, but also to refine one's physique, augmenting strength and enhancing innate abilities. It was precisely for this reason that he later acquired a 10,000-year soul ring. After falling into the cave and uncovering the heart of the earth, he took refuge there, leveraging its properties to mend his injuries and fortify his body. He remained hidden for 3 days, not only healing, but also significantly enhancing his physical prowess and mental acuity. Upon emerging from a cave, he found the beast tide had subsided. Bolstered by his newfound strength, he resolved to seek a suitable soul ring within the forest before exiting its confines. Could he slay a 10,000-year soul beast? Wang Chun queried, bewildered. If so, his power must have increased tremendously. No, not at all, Wang Long replied. The reason our ancestor obtained a 10,000-year soul ring was due to a serendipitous opportunity. During his search in the forest, he stumbled upon a peach tree in a valley, bearing a single peach. While two 10,000-year-soul beasts, a diamond ape and an iron-armored rhinoceros, were locked in a duel beneath it. He patiently observed, hoping to seize an opportunity. Ultimately, the two soul beasts inflicted mutual destruction, allowing him to claim the peach and the soul ring. This was the closely guarded secret of our diamond family. Is this a story from a novel? Wang Chun exclaimed, surviving a calamity only to gain treasures and empower oneself. Effortlessly obtaining a soul ring as two beasts annihilate each other. It sounds like the plot of a protagonist. Wait, he interjected, Father. Haven T explained why our ancestor absorbed a 10,000-year soul ring. At that time, no one was known to do so for a fourth soul ring. How did he manage to absorb it successfully? Wang Long simply stated that detail was omitted. Omitted? Such a pivotal piece of information left out. How could that be? Wang Chun exclaimed, incredulous. To neglect the most crucial detail is akin to showing me the end without letting me see the journey. Yes, when I first heard this revelation, I too was puzzled, but the lore passed down through our lineage simply did not include this. However, what follows is of utmost importance, so listen closely. The secret that has been handed down pertains to the relationship between our physical strength and the lifespan of the soul rings. The greater our physical prowess, the higher the potential lifespan of the soul rings we can absorb. In essence, the stronger our bodies, the greater the soul rings we can assimilate, thus enabling us to surpass other soul masters in strength. Wang Long elucidated, his tone imbued with mystery. Is that all? Wang Chun retorted. I've heard similar tales in Douluo before. I expected something far more profound. Are there others in our lineage who have absorbed a 10,000-year soul ring for their fourth? None, Wang Long replied tersely. What? None at all? What good is this secret then? Wang Chun exclaimed, astonished. The revelation seemed trivial, shrouded in mystery, as if it were an earth-shattering secret. Though no one in our family has absorbed a 10,000-year soul ring for their fourth, numerous individuals have successfully absorbed soul rings exceeding 9,900 years. While not equivalent to a 10,000-year ring, it is still superior to what others possess. Why Haven T they absorbed a 10,000-year soul ring? It is either due to insufficient physical strength or inadequate spiritual power. According to our family's legacy, once these two criteria are met, one may directly absorb a 10,000-year soul ring. However, none have qualified under the scrutiny of our elders. Yet, you possess a significant chance of meeting these standards, as you are the first in our diamond family to have innate full soul power. After you absorb your first soul ring, the family will arrange for you to undergo specific physical training. Following the absorption of your second soul ring, you will receive extensive physical conditioning. As the efficacy of such training increases thereafter, by the time you reach your third soul ring, you will be equipped to absorb even longer-lived rings. These insights are the culmination of our family's wisdom. Do you understand? Wang Long explained to Wang Chun. Oh, I see, he replied. Once I procure my first soul ring, I'll have access to the family's medicinal baths and culinary tonics. Then I shall truly comprehend their value. Very well. It is time for me to return to sleep, Father. You should rest early too. Indeed, Wang Long acknowledged. As night enveloped the world, Wang Chun lay in bed, unable to find slumber. He had never anticipated the depths of intrigue within Douluo. The original narrative merely scratched the surface. This was understandable, considering the original work primarily focused on Tang San's perspective, leaving much unspoken. The existence of a titled law and 7 soul masters within a family not mentioned in the original text suggested that the Tiando royal family, lacking even a single titled Douluo, must possess considerable strength. They would need at least one, if not more, titled Douluo to justify the vast resources of such a grand empire. As Wang Chun pondered these revelations, he became increasingly aware of the formidable nature of Douluo. The original text hinted that without the Spirit Hall, the Star Luo Empire would have long extinguished the Tiando Empire, requiring a minimum of 5 titled Douluo to accomplish such a feat. This assessment did not even account for the various sects and families within the Tiando Empire. Should these be factored in, the strength of their forces would be staggering. Wang Chun tossed and turned in bed, troubled by these thoughts. With newfound determination, he contemplated his future. At merely 6 years of age, he had access to an array of resources as described by the family patriarch. His priority was to diligently enhance his strength, transforming the family's resources and various training methods into his own power. He aspired to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring by the time he reached his fourth, ensuring greater resources and an elevated status within the family. The higher his standing, the more he could persuade the patriarch to venture into the sunset forest in search of the eyes of ice and fire, enabling him to procure celestial herbs that would not only amplify his strength, but also bolster the family's prowess, solidifying his support. Wang Chun resolved that his immediate focus must be on diligently improving his strength to realize his ambitions. Only by strengthening one's own abilities can one truly take control of their life. Otherwise, one remains akin to the common folk, burdened by the daily concerns of sustenance and the ever-looming threat of encountering a formidable soul master who could extinguish their life with a mere flick of the wrist. Alas, pondering such matters is futile. My thoughts should rather dwell on what soul rings to seek tomorrow with the elder. I cannot help but wonder if I might, like the protagonists of novels, serendipitously acquire a soul ring that bestows a soul bone. Sigh, it is better to cast aside such fanciful thoughts and devote my time to further cultivation, striving to elevate my foundational skills to greater heights. Wang Chun muttered to himself as he sat up in bed, engaging in the practice of his foundational skills. When one is deeply focused, the passage of time often goes unnoticed. Before long, Wang Chun emerged from his meditative state, letting out a sigh. I'm still too young. My meridians cannot endure prolonged exertion. Otherwise, my strength would have surged swiftly. No wonder the members of the Golden Diamond clan commence physical training only after absorbing their first soul ring, and intensify their training post the second ring. Such rigorous cultivation is supported by family medicinal baths and dietary supplements. Otherwise, an ordinary soul master would have long since exhausted their body, leaving them fortunate to simply survive, let alone enhance their abilities. It is clear why the elite possess such backing. Without it, rapid advancement would be implausible. Wang Chun pondered, a sense of resignation washing over him. Stretching his limbs and shaking off the stiffness from his extended practice, he descended from his bed and opened the window, inhaling deeply before exhaling. Gazing up at the moon and stars, he reminisced about his carefree existence in his past life at the Shaolin Temple. During his initial lessons in foundational skills with his master, he often posed countless questions. Master, why do we practice martial arts? What is its purpose? To strengthen the body. He was told. As for its utility, it was simply to ensure a life free from illness and to thrive healthily. But if it serves little purpose, why must I continue? He had questioned. Martial arts no longer guarantee sustenance in this technologically advanced society. Yet, some traditions must be upheld. We cannot allow the wisdom of our ancestors to fade with us. Do you understand? If it holds little significance, why pursue it? Your lack of understanding now is inconsequential. You will grasp it in time. The essence of our studies lies not in their immediate usefulness, but in the act of inheritance. This transmission of knowledge is the paramount reason for our practice. Oh, I see now. I shall diligently study martial arts and aspire to become the strongest master, ensuring that this legacy endures. Do you truly comprehend? I'm uncertain if I do. Perhaps you should ask me again later. Very well, you're still young, and it matters not if you do not understand yet. Focus on your training for now. Tick-tock, tick-tock. 2 trails of tears marked Wang Chun's face, a consequence of his reflections causing tears to fall onto the back of his hand. Master, how fare you in that realm? He whispered, wiping away his tears. He recalled the tranquility of his life in the temple and the gentle monk who had raised him. The kind-hearted figure who always brought him treats from outside the temple was now forever out of reach. Master, though I may never see you again, I shall grow strong in this world. I will cultivate relentlessly, striving to become the mightiest, just as we spoke of before. My strength is not to dominate others' fates, but to affirm my existence. I wish to leave behind my legacy in this unfamiliar world, a testament to my relentless pursuit of mastery. As if solidifying his resolve, Wang Chun gazed at the moonlit sky, murmuring to himself. After a moment, he closed the window and returned to his bedside, lying down to rest. After all, he was to accompany the elder on a quest to seek his first soul ring the following day, an unparalleled opportunity to understand the cultivation system of this world. He drifted into a drowsy slumber, only to awaken the next morning at his father's urging. Fortunately, his father roused him. Otherwise, he would have been late for his inaugural soul ring hunt. With his father's reminder, Wang Chun hastily completed his morning routine, consumed his meal, gathered his supplies, and dashed to await the elder at the door. It would not do to keep the elder waiting on his behalf. Wang Chun did not wait long at the entrance before the fourth elder appeared. "Greetings, fourth elder. I appreciate your assistance this time." Wang Chun respectfully addressed him. "Ah, young Chun, have you been waiting long? We shall depart shortly." The fourth elder replied with a smile, stroking his beard. "I have just arrived, fourth elder." "Very well. Follow me." The fourth elder beckoned Wang Chun toward a modestly adorned carriage. This carriage bore no embellishments, yet was drawn by two swift steeds, soul beasts trained over a decade by the family, known for their gentle temperament and stamina, a rare find indeed. Wang Chun climbed aboard, and the driver set the carriage in motion. "Fourth elder, where are we headed for the soul rings? Is it to the soul-hunting forest?" Wang Chun inquired, puzzled. "Not at all. Our Golden Diamond clan typically avoids the soul-hunting forest. The soul beasts there are tamed and lack quality. We are bound for the southern Yuhui forest, known for its abundance of century-old and millennium soul beasts, and even a few 10,000-year beasts. Before you seek a 10,000-year soul ring, you may find ample opportunities for soul rings there, although 10,000-year soul beasts are scarce and not particularly formidable. The variety and sheer number of century-old and millennium beasts are impressive. Perhaps the rarity of high-level soul beasts allows for such a plethora of lower-level ones." The elder explained to Wang Chun. "Now, I must test your physical resilience to gauge how much pressure you can withstand from the soul rings. I will now release my soul power. Should it become too overwhelming, do inform me, and I shall adjust accordingly." "I understand, elder. Please proceed, and I will let you know if it becomes unbearable." As soon as the fourth elder's words fell, a wave of soul power enveloped Wang Chun. Remarkably, he felt no adverse effects elsewhere, showcasing the elder's formidable control over his power. As the elder intensified his output, Wang Chun gradually found it increasingly difficult to endure, beads of sweat forming upon his brow. At last, the fourth elder withdrew his soul power, and Wang Chun collapsed onto the carriage. The fourth elder opened his eyes and, with a beaming smile, remarked, "You truly deserve to be the first in the Golden King family to possess a full innate soul power. Not only is your martial soul formidable, but your physique is exceptionally robust as well. Your limit is the pressure of a 600-year soul ring. When the time comes, I will find you a 600-year soul beast to absorb. You'll be ahead of most people. Currently, you can absorb a 600-year soul ring for your first, and with great confidence, you should be able to absorb a 1,000-year soul ring for your second. At that point, you may become the strongest individual in the history of our Golden King family, perhaps even surpassing our ancestors. However, this is merely a possibility. Without diligent cultivation, success will elude you. Therefore, you must commit to your training, understood?" "I understand, fourth elder. I will certainly strive to become the strongest," Wang Chun responded. As their conversation unfolded, time slipped away unnoticed, and they drew ever closer to their destination. Upon arriving, Wang Chun eagerly leaped from the carriage and inhaled deeply. "Finally here. Fourth elder, you must be weary from the long journey," he commented, glancing at the bustling little town nearby. This town flourished due to its proximity to the Radiant Forest, serving as a supply hub for many hunting soul rings. Consequently, commerce thrived here, albeit at elevated prices. "You may wait for us here in town," the fourth elder instructed the driver. "Very well, fourth elder," the driver promptly replied, guiding the carriage into the town. "All right, Xiao Chun. Once we return from hunting for soul rings, we shall rest here. For now, we must seek out the soul rings," the fourth elder said to Wang Chun. "Oh, I understand, fourth elder. What kind of soul beast should I seek for my first soul ring?" Wang Chun inquired eagerly. "Based on our family's extensive research over the years, martial souls like ours, which are of the ape variety, typically belong to powerful attack-type soul masters. Only a few pursue defensive or agility-based paths, and those are not particularly successful. The most suitable path for our Golden King family remains the attack-oriented one. Generally, our first soul skill is a single-target output skill, while the second skill depends on one's chosen path. If one opts for pure group output, they should seek a group attack skill. Conversely, if one aims for personal survival, they should look for a skill that enhances defense. Typically, the third skill, regardless of the path taken, is a transformation or enhancement skill. Of course, one may choose other skills based on personal needs, as no two soul masters are entirely alike. They are all unique, the fourth elder elucidated. Oh, so that's how it is. I never encountered this information in the family's texts. This has become a little secret for the family, generally not disclosed. Once your martial soul awakens, the family will inform you, Wang Chun replied, enlightened. Indeed. Now, we are about to enter the forest. Do not stray from my side as we search for soul rings. If fortune smiles upon us, we may find a suitable soul beast today. If not, we may have to spend a few nights in the forest, the fourth elder cautioned. As they searched, they encountered numerous soul beasts. Regrettably, either the beasts were too young or unsuitable. After hours of fruitless searching in the radiant forest, they had no choice but to spend the night. Hoping for better luck at dawn, by a campfire, the fourth elder roasted a rabbit and advised Wang Chun, Shout Chun, generally, one should not light a fire in the wild. While it can deter some soul beasts, it may also attract formidable ones. However, with my presence, you need not worry. After your meal, rest. I shall keep watch. I understand, fourth elder. Leaning against a great tree, Wang Chun found solace in the cool shade. Born into the Golden King family, he was fortunate to have the aid of a soul Douluo for his first soul ring acquisition, a truly exhilarating experience. Although his talent warranted such treatment, even those with lesser gifts would receive assistance in soul ring hunts. This indeed encapsulated the essence of family. After dining, Wang Chun quickly succumbed to slumber within the tent, while the fourth elder kept vigil outside. The following morning, the fourth elder roused Wang Chun. Xiao Chun, wash up and join me for breakfast. Today we must intensify our search to find a suitable soul ring for you, he urged the still groggy Wang Chun. All right, fourth elder. I will be there shortly, Wang Chun mumbled, still half asleep. Once they finished their meal, they promptly ventured into the forest once more. Their efforts soon bore fruit, as they discovered a suitable target near a valley. Xiao Chun, look, that golden ape is perfect for you. It is just over 600 years old and aligns perfectly with your martial soul. What do you think? The fourth elder exclaimed with excitement. Having found such an appropriate soul beast in less than half a day's search filled the fourth elder with exhilaration. Yes, fourth elder, this is the soul beast. Wang Chun replied, equally thrilled. This was his first soul ring, an experience unlike any other. Stay here while I capture it. The fourth elder instructed before channeling his soul power and dashing forth. With the fourth elder's soul power in motion, the 8 soul rings at his feet whirled. And before the golden ape could react, it was swiftly subdued. The fourth elder returned, flinging the beast at Wang Chun's feet. The golden ape lay broken, gasping for breath as if on the brink of death. Xiao Chun, quickly dispatch the golden ape to obtain your soul ring. I shall protect you, the fourth elder urged. Returning to Wang Chun. Understood, fourth elder. Thank you, Wang Chun replied, swiftly ending the golden ape's life. As the beast perished, a golden soul ring emerged and floated toward him. Wang Chun promptly seated himself on the ground, channeling his energy to absorb the soul ring. As he activated his technique, the soul ring enveloped him, enhancing his being. Thanks to his training, Wang Chun's physical prowess was formidable, allowing him to absorb the soul ring without discomfort. Instead, a refreshing energy coursed through him, nourishing and augmenting his physical attributes. In less than an hour, Wang Chun completely absorbed the 600-year golden ape's soul ring, acquiring his first soul skill. With closed eyes, he reveled in the sensation of his newfound ability, a smile breaking across his face. His first soul skill was the mighty golden fist, which upon activation would double his attack power, explosive force, and strength while ignoring 10% of his opponent's physical defenses. This skill was astonishingly powerful, although it came at a significant cost. Wang Chun could only utilize it a few times before exhausting his soul power. Quite the soul skill, isn't it? The fourth elder commented with a grin. In his view, the first soul ring was 600 years old and indeed belonged to a very suitable soul beast. Thus, this soul skill must be remarkable. Yes, Elder 4, I believe my soul skill is exceptionally powerful. I wish to give it a try. Wang Chun excitedly declared to Elder 4. Very well, unleash your soul skill on me, and I shall assess its potency, Elder 4 replied. All right, Elder 4, do be cautious. I am about to make my move, Wang Chun said as he prepared to activate his soul skill. After all, Elder 4 was a soul Douluo. Even if his first soul skill was exceptionally strong, it was still relative. Given his current strength, it would hardly inflict any damage on a soul Douluo. As Wang Chun unleashed his soul skill, His hands radiated a golden light, and he swung a powerful punch towards Elder Four. Mighty Vajra Fist. Wang Chun roared as his golden fist struck Elder Four. With a resounding thud, Elder Four did not even need to activate his soul skill. He effortlessly blocked the full-force attack of Wang Chen's first soul skill using only his inherent soul power. Impressive. Your first soul skill is already comparable to others' third soul skills. Although your current soul power level is still relatively low, you have already reached level 13 with just your first soul ring. Once you return to your family and benefit from their resources, you will undoubtedly grow stronger in no time, Elder Four said, filled with pride. This was indeed the first time he had encountered such a talented junior, and he believed Wang Chun could at least reach the rank of Super Daw, with even the possibility of becoming a peerless Daw. All right, let us prepare to leave the forest. We shall rest for a day in the town before returning to the family, Elder Four instructed Wang Chun. Yes, Elder Four, just give me a moment, Wang Chun replied before rushing to inspect the corpse of the golden ape. This shouldn't be. The protagonist should receive such an impressive first soul ring. Shouldn't it come with a soul bone? He muttered in disappointment. This is not how the stories depict it. Haha, little Chun, there aren't that many soul bones available. Typically, only soul beasts over 10,000 years old can drop a soul bone. It is virtually impossible for a 100-year soul beast to yield one. The chances are exceedingly close to zero. Let us move along, Elder Four laughed, understanding Wang Chen's sentiment. After all, he too had once fantasized about acquiring a soul bone effortlessly. Yet after all these years, he had only obtained one right arm bone during the hunt for his 8th soul ring. Oh, I understand now, Elder Four, Wang Chen replied. Thus, they made their way out of the forest, preparing to rest in the town. By the time they arrived in the town, evening was approaching, and they headed to the Inn, which was established by the Golden Ape family. The family members typically obtained their 1st to 4th soul rings within the Radiant Forest, hence the establishment of the inn for the convenience of the family's soul masters. Elder Four, welcome. Please, head upstairs to the private room. I will have the kitchen prepare the meals immediately, and the guest rooms are all ready. A plump middle-aged man greeted Elder Four respectfully. His name was Wang Yun, the manager appointed by the Golden Ape family. Although his talent was lacking, currently only at level 20, he possessed a remarkable aptitude for management, successfully running the Inn and even opening several branches in other locations. While the family supported him, his capabilities were crucial for such growth. Very well, please make the necessary preparations, Elder Four nodded. Soon after, they enjoyed a meal, freshened up, and retired for the night. As it was Wang Chun's first time sleeping outdoors, he found it somewhat uncomfortable and went to bed early. The next morning, Wang Chun awoke feeling rejuvenated. After breakfast, he expressed his desire to explore the town, which Elder Four approved. As they stepped out of the inn, Wang Chun was filled with curiosity, having spent most of his time within the family and rarely engaging with others for leisure. This was his first venture outside the family, and he took in everything with keen interest, wandering around the town until it was nearly dinner time upon his return to the inn. Little Chun, dinner is ready. We shall return to the family tomorrow, so make sure to rest early tonight, Elder Four instructed as Wang Chun entered the inn. Understood, Elder Four. I have explored quite enough for today and am ready to return tomorrow, Wang Chun replied. After a day of wandering, he found his enthusiasm waning and, after dinner, went to bed early, preparing to return to the family the next morning. The following morning, after enjoying breakfast, Wang Chun and Elder Four made their way outside the inn, where the carriage awaited them. Elder Four, take care, the innkeeper said as they prepared to board the carriage. Yes, I understand, Elder Four acknowledged with a slight nod. Once they were settled in the carriage, the driver set off towards the family. Wang Chun closed his eyes slightly, reflecting on the effects of his soul power and the operation of his techniques. Indeed, practicing outside a tranquil environment yielded poor results, he mused. Attempting to cultivate amidst movement proved ineffective as well. Elder Four, observing Wang Chen's closed eyes, chose not to disturb him, intending to allow him to rest, knowing they still had half a day's journey to the family. As time passed, Elder Four spoke, upon your return, you should enroll in the Golden Junior Soul Master Academy established by our family. This will greatly benefit your future development. Oh, should I move away from the family to reside at the academy? Wang Chen inquired. No need. You shall continue living at home. Just attend classes at the academy in the morning and return for lunch. In the afternoon, the family will provide you with specialized training, medicinal baths, and herbal meals, all of which will be arranged for you. You need not worry. Simply focus on your cultivation. Elder 4 reassured him with a smile. Understood, Elder 4. Wang Chun replied. Before long, they arrived at the family estate, and Elder 4 stepped down from the carriage, bringing Wang Chun along. He turned to the driver. Please return the carriage. Your contributions will be duly noted. Yes, Elder 4, the driver replied respectfully. In the Golden Ape family, everyone who contributed was acknowledged, with the extent of their contributions determining the recognition received. Such contributions circulated solely within the family and held significant value, not only enhancing one's status, but also redeeming resources beneficial for soul master cultivation for their descendants, albeit not for sale. In the esteemed family of the King Kong clan, the members exhibit an unwavering zeal in their endeavors. The fourth elder addressed Wang Chun, saying, Young Chun, upon your return home, please inform your parents that you must rise early tomorrow to attend the Junior Soul Master Academy established by our clan. There will be someone to escort you, and all arrangements at the academy have been made. You need only to go. Understood, fourth elder. I shall take my leave now. Wang Chun replied respectfully before making his way home. Upon arriving, he encountered his mother and shared the family's plans, to which she responded with great support. Xiao Chun, you must study diligently and not disappoint the family's nurturing. Of course, take good care of your health. I have always regarded you as my pride, his mother said, gently patting his head with a smile. I understand, mother. I will look after myself and train diligently, Wang Chun assured her. All right, Xiao Chun, you haven't eaten yet. Have you? I will prepare a meal for you. Please wait a moment, and when your father returns, be sure to share this with him, his mother said before heading to the kitchen. After enjoying the lovingly prepared lunch, Wang Chun set off to train, for strength is accumulated bit by bit. In the evening, Wang Long returned home, and Wang Chun recounted the fourth elder's words. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Long responded, This is quite normal. The clan prioritizes resources to cultivate gifted individuals. Once these talents mature, they give back to the family. This embodies the essence of our clan. With your talents, the clan will undoubtedly provide you with resources to expedite your growth. Just focus on your training and do not overthink it. I see now. Having talent comes with such advantages, Wang Chun exclaimed joyfully. Indeed, the clan will offer various resources to those with exceptional abilities. Furthermore, upon your arrival at the academy tomorrow, a guardian will be assigned to protect you. Typically, this guardian is dismissed once you reach the rank of soul respect or soul master, allowing you to grow independently. After all, flowers nurtured in a greenhouse cannot withstand storms. Only through trials can one truly flourish, Wang Long elaborated. Oh, I understand now, Wang Chun pondered thoughtfully. I hadn't realized the King Kong clan's approach to nurturing the younger generation was so profound. They aim to strengthen them through trials, not merely by elevating their soul power. Moreover, once you reach level 40, you will need to venture out for practical experience. Upon reaching level 50, you may return to the clan for assistance in acquiring suitable soul rings, after which you will face a choice, to continue your journey or to take on a managerial role within the clan. Alternatively, should you reach level 60, you may return to join the clan's protective military. Only those who have ventured out and returned at level 60 qualify for this elite force. These individuals not only possess formidable soul power, but also have honed their combat skills through solitary adventures on the continent, rendering their combat prowess potentially superior to their soul power. Thus, this protective military represents the clan's highest echelon of strength, with both elevated status and the best benefits. I, myself, chose not to wander after reaching level 50 and directly join the clan's administration. Hence, despite now being a soul sage, I am ineligible to join. To ascend to a high-ranking position within the clan, it is best to become a part of that military. For most clan leaders and the 5 elders emerge from its ranks. Those who have returned from that experience hold significant advantages during the selection for leadership positions. This is a clan regulation designed to ensure that only those unafraid of challenges ascend to the upper echelons. Wang Long meticulously explained to Wang Chun. I understand, father. Wang Chun replied earnestly. Good. It is essential that you grasp this. Now, rest early. You must rise early for the academy tomorrow, Wang Long concluded, urging Wang Chun to retire for the night. The following morning, Wang Chun awoke early. After freshening up, he prepared to have breakfast. Upon arriving at the dining hall, he found his parents dining with an unfamiliar guest. This is Soul Emperor Wang's son, appointed by the clan as your guardian. Come, meet him, Wang Long introduced. Hello. Uncle Wang, Senator, thank you for your assistance. I am Wang Chun. He greeted with respect, recognizing the importance of honoring the one who would ensure his safety. Greetings, Xiao Chun. I am Wang's son, a level 68 Soul Emperor. Until you reach level 40, I will be responsible for your protection, Wang's son replied. After breakfast, Wang Chun followed Wang's son to the King Kong Junior Soul Master Academy, which the clan established to train its younger members and the descendants of the Southern Army, while also accepting common soul masters from King Kong City. Thus, the academy had a considerable number of students. Approximately 20 minutes later, Wang Chun arrived at the academy. The principal, a member of the King Kong family, was over 50 and had likely reached the limits of his potential, taking on the role of principal. As Wang Chun was already at level 13, he was directly placed in the intermediate class, specifically in Class 1. The academy comprises 3 classes: the junior class for those without soul rings, the intermediate class for 1-ring soul masters, and the advanced class for those who have acquired their 2nd soul ring. Those who have surpassed these ranks have long since graduated. Upon entering the classroom, Wang Chun found the lesson already in progress, with a teacher lecturing at the podium. He knocked gently on the door and entered. The teacher glanced at Wang Chun, smiled warmly, and said, "You must be Wang Chun. The principal has informed me of your arrival. Please find a seat and settle in. You are expected to come in early tomorrow." "Understood, teacher." "Thank you," Wang Chun replied with a smile as he took his seat to listen to the lecture. "All right, class. That concludes today's lesson. Please take a break," the teacher announced as the class came to a close. Unbeknownst to him, the lesson had flown by, allowing students to manage their time afterward. Wang Chun took the opportunity to familiarize himself with his classmates, most of whom hail from King Kong City. Afterward, Wang Chun exited the classroom and made his way towards the King Kong family, eager to observe the clan's specialized training. Following Wang's son, they arrived at a training facility where Wang's son stated, "From now on, I will oversee your physical training. Simply follow my instructions. You will train for an hour each day, after which you may arrange your own practice." "Oh, I understand," Wang Chun replied. Wang Chun had not anticipated that his physical training would be directly managed by Wang's senator, however. This seemed reasonable. After all, having a Soul Emperor merely serve as a bodyguard would be quite an underutilization of his talents. This arrangement better harnessed the clan's Soul Master's capabilities. Wang's son then proceeded to teach Wang Chun a series of training methods, an exercise routine designed to enhance physical strength in all aspects. However, for the time being, he could only learn the first 3 movements. The subsequent 6 would require the absorption of a 2nd soul ring before they could be mastered. Focusing on building a solid foundation first, the concept of physical strength begins with the necessity of training one's physical fitness. The structure of physical fitness resembles a pyramid, characterized by a broad and solid base that supports a high and stable peak. Therefore, while pursuing a wide and robust foundation, the theoretical underpinnings of physical training become exceedingly significant. Wang's son elucidated various cultivation methods to Wang Chun, explaining that our Diamond Clan employs 3 fundamental types of training for the younger generation. The first is speed and agility, the second, muscular explosiveness, and the third, the most crucial, is endurance. Speed refers to the capability of the human body to move with varying degrees of swiftness. Factors such as physique, age, gender, weight, fatigue, muscle length, explosiveness, and temperature significantly influence speed. Thus, training must be tailored to the individual for optimal results. Agility denotes the ability to swiftly and accurately change the direction or position of the body or its parts. It is a synthesis of strength, reaction time, movement speed, power, and coordination. If a soul master struggles with speed, it may not pose a significant issue. However, if agility is lacking, they will be unable to swiftly respond to the techniques of opposing soul masters, leading to inevitable demise. Survival in this realm becomes untenable. Muscular explosiveness is defined as the maximum force generated by a specific muscle or muscle group against resistance. In essence, it determines the foundational attack power one can unleash. Should this base attack power be insufficient, even enhancements from soul techniques will yield meager results. Consequently, it is imperative to enhance one's explosiveness to bolster survival prospects. Ultimately, endurance stands paramount. Those with poor endurance will inevitably possess inadequate muscular endurance. Weak muscular endurance leads to diminished strength, which which in turn results in compromised explosiveness, subsequently affecting speed and overall athletic capability. Endurance is thus the core attribute, as it dictates one's inherent strength, making it a focal point of training within our Diamond Clan. Consequently, the clan has developed the methods I now impart to augment the combat prowess of our soul masters. After all, possessing a high soul power level does not guarantee strength. One may still struggle to fully realize their potential. Wang Sun shared the clan's training secrets with Wang Chun, who reflected that the novels he had previously read failed to encapsulate the essence of this world. This was understandable, as those tales primarily focused on the protagonists. Now that he had traversed into this reality, he recognized it as a living world, one inhabited by flesh-and-blood individuals, rather than mere characters in a book. The existence of numerous secrets was to be expected, for few would reveal all their cards. To withhold secrets is essential for longevity. I understand, Uncle Wang's son. Wang Chun replied. Now, you must diligently practice the clan's physical training methods each day. However, do not overexert yourself. Practice twice daily, then proceed to cultivate your soul power. After completing your physical training, engage in soul power cultivation immediately. This not only strengthens your physical constitution, but also accelerates your soul power training. Each noon, partake of the medicinal meals provided by the clan, and practice physical training right afterward to better absorb the medicinal benefits and enhance your physique. The medicinal baths occur weekly, and I will guide you to them. Familiarize yourself with the techniques I am teaching you, for tomorrow marks the commencement of your formal training. Once you have mastered these techniques, I will discreetly protect you. Should you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to voice them, and I will clarify. Upon concluding his instructions, Wang's son vanished. I understand. Uncle Wang's Senator Wang Chun was not surprised. After all, Wang's son was a high-ranking soul emperor, capable of challenging even a soul saint or a soul Douluo, and it was impractical for him to remain at Wang Chen's side. A proper arrangement would involve protecting him from the shadows while simultaneously training himself. The clan could not afford to squander the talents of a high-ranking soul master. The following day, Wang Chun attended the Soul Master Academy in the morning and returned home at noon to eat the medicinal meal before commencing his formal practice of the clan's physical training techniques. In the training ground, he diligently practiced, and as a novice, Wang's son was present to correct him whenever he faltered. Wang Chun executed the first movement, enduring for several minutes while synchronizing his breath with Wang Sen's teachings. He sensed a surge of energy entering his body, fortifying him. Although the enhancement was modest, it was undeniably tangible. The essence of this training method lay in the breathing techniques, while the physical movements served to augment physical strength. Even if others attempted to replicate this training, lacking the crucial breathing techniques would render their efforts superficial, failing to enhance their physical constitution and potentially causing muscular injury. Thus, the Diamond Clan harbored no fear of others attempting to pilfer this technique. Pay attention to the breathing methods. This first set of movements accompanies 3 distinct breathing techniques. You're currently practicing the first. These techniques are progressive. Once you have mastered the first and your physical strength has reached a certain level, I will introduce you to the second. After you have learned all 3 techniques, when you transition to the second set of movements, you will begin with the first breathing technique and progress gradually. Our clan's physical training comprises 3 sets of mantras and 9 movements, layered to significantly enhance physical strength. Unfortunately, the training is arduous and slow, which is why the clan does not mandate it for everyone. Only those with exceptional talent are assigned dedicated instructors to maximize their potential. After all, even if an ordinary person practices the clan's techniques, their potential would not see substantial improvement, wasting both clan resources and their own time, ultimately yielding minimal strength gains. Thus, even if you master this physical training technique in the future, do not share with others, understood? Understood, Wang Chun replied before pausing his training to rest on the ground. After 20 minutes of exertion, he found himself unable to continue and decided to take a brief respite before resuming practice. He came to realize that this clan technique was not as extraordinary as he had initially imagined. It could only help those with innate talent improve slightly, rather than transform someone into a genius. Those with lower talent, even if their innate abilities were marginally enhanced, would not become significantly stronger, while the resource expenditure would only increase, resulting in diminishing returns. This was akin to investing more with lesser rewards. Hence, The clan reserved this technique solely for the gifted. Do not recline on the ground. Immediately meditate on your soul power. This will not only enhance your physical state, but also expedite the flow of your soul power, facilitating faster progress. Wang Sun instructed upon seeing Wang Chun resting on the ground. Wang Chun acknowledged, promptly shifting from lying down to sitting cross-legged, activating his foundational cultivation technique. Indeed, the efficiency of my cultivation technique has significantly increased, leading to a greater absorption of soul power. It is no wonder that many members of my family have experienced rapid enhancements in their abilities. Prior to reaching my own limitations, the elevation of soul power levels occurs swiftly. Consequently, while there are numerous mid-tier and high-tier soul masters within the family, the top-tier soul masters are relatively few. This is attributable to the fact that their potential only supports a rapid ascent to this level, after which progress must rely on the slow passage of time. As I continued to practice my foundational technique, the fatigue within my body dissipated entirely. Thus, I paused my endeavors to engage in the family's physical cultivation method, immersing myself in it with fervor. I alternated between practicing until physical exhaustion set in and then reverting to my foundational technique until my fatigue faded away, repeating this cycle thrice. Suddenly, Wang Sun called for me to halt. That will suffice for today. Return home to rest. Cultivation requires a balance of effort and relaxation. It cannot be pursued relentlessly. The medicinal meal you consume today has nearly been depleted. Continuing beyond this point will only deplete your physical reserves and hinder your potential. If you persist, not only will you fail to grow stronger, but you may also weaken yourself. Upon hearing Wang Sun's words, I ceased my practice, for I understood the validity of his concerns. It was merely my initial encounter with this physical cultivation method that had rendered me somewhat unable to stop, leading me to overlook this important aspect. Acknowledging Wang Sun, I replied, "All right, Uncle Wang Sun, I understand. I shall return home to rest." "Very well. Please head home and get your rest. Tomorrow, we shall continue as before. I will come to fetch you. Make sure to recuperate well," Wang Sun said, departing with an elegant stride, leaving me to reflect on my thoughts as I made my way home. As I walked, I pondered that it had been 6 years since my arrival in this world, and I felt a surge of excitement at my first encounter with its cultivation techniques. Truly, it is fortunate to be sheltered beneath a grand tree. Being part of such a family not only grants access to cultivation methods, but also provides ample resources for training, alleviating any worries about soul rings, as the family has arranged everything. This situation is far superior to that of Tang San, who not only had to prepare his own meals while caring for his inebriated father, but also lacked the resources for cultivation. If I could not surpass him under such circumstances, it would be better to simply resign to fate. Upon returning home, I found my mother preparing ingredients for dinner. She greeted me with joy. "Xiao Chun, you're back. How was your day of study?" "Yes, Mother, I completed my cultivation today. Uncle Wang Sun advised me to return and rest, and I shall continue with him tomorrow." "Very well. Go wash up while I prepare dinner. I will call you when it's ready. Your father will also return home. Thanks to you, he has been faring better within the family and no longer works late into the night, so he will join us for dinner," my mother said with a smile. "All right, I will go wash up now," I replied and promptly left to take a bath. Afterward, I lay on my bed to rest, feeling quite fatigued. Although the prospect of becoming stronger excited me, the weariness of both body and spirit does not vanish so easily. Proper rest is essential. By the time my mother called me for dinner, I had already lain down for an hour, allowing myself to recover somewhat. After dinner, I retired for the night. Time passed unnoticed, and 1.5 years slipped away. It has been 1.5 years since I first practiced the family's physical cultivation method. During this time, I not only mastered the first movement of the family technique, but have now progressed to the second set of movements. Moreover, my soul power level has reached the 20th rank. However, I have yet to capture a soul ring. Otherwise, I would already be a formidable soul master. At just over 7 years old, I am regarded as quite the prodigy. In this 1.5 years, my foundational technique has also seen some improvement, though I still lag behind in reaching the 3rd tier. It has been 2 days since I attained the 20th rank in soul power, and the family has decided that my father, Wang Long, will accompany me to the Yuhui forest to hunt for my soul ring. He advised me to solidify my soul power, and we shall venture into the forest 3 days hence. For now, I must continue to strengthen my physique. as I intend to capture a Millennium Soul Beast for my second soul ring. Just the day before yesterday, the family's elders conducted tests on my physical strength and confirmed that I am capable of absorbing a Millennium Soul Ring, which is why they permitted me to undertake this endeavor. Otherwise, I would not have been allowed to take such risks. Given my exceptional talent, even if I cannot absorb a 10,000-year soul ring for my fourth, I am still destined to reach the rank of title Douluo. Alone in the courtyard, I practiced the family's physical cultivation method, ensuring my body remained in optimal condition for the moment I absorb my Millennium Soul Ring. Throughout this year and a half, I have not solely immersed myself in solitary training. I have also made acquaintances at the Soul Master Academy. Among them is Wang Hai, who awakened his martial soul alongside me, ultimately manifesting the Titan Ape martial soul with innate soul power of rank 8. After 2 months of training, he reached rank 10 and ventured to capture a soul ring. Subsequently, he joined my class, forming a bond with me and becoming my subordinate. Another acquaintance is Lu Yun, a commoner soul master recruited by the academy in Jingguang City. His martial soul is the Golden Eagle, aligning him with the agility-focused soul masters. His talent is commendable, and our friendship blossomed as I guided him in his cultivation. As the saying goes, a hero is accompanied by 3 helpers. In this world, one cannot achieve greatness alone. Therefore, I have taken it upon myself to recruit and assist talented soul masters within the academy, ultimately gathering them as my subordinates. I even plan to cultivate them further once I pass my techniques to the family, imparting my foundational techniques to enhance their strength. This way, I will not have to shoulder every burden alone. I can simply delegate tasks to my subordinates while focusing on strategy from behind the scenes. Having consolidated my cultivation for a while, I returned home, having arranged to meet Wang Hai and Lu Yun at my residence to provide them with guidance in their training. In this world, most individuals adhere rigidly to conventional methods of cultivation, relying solely on their soul power levels and techniques to confront adversaries, rather than exploring innovative strategies. Since I have traversed from another realm, I possess insights into diverse cultivation methodologies that this world lacks. However, the mind was exceptionally creative, conjuring numerous methods beneficial for cultivation. Otherwise, he would not have been able to gather these 2 companions. When Wang Chun returned home, Wang Hai and Lu Yun had already arrived, engaged in physical activities in the courtyard, preparing for their upcoming training session. You are all here. Wait a moment. I will fetch the cultivation plans I prepared for you, Wang Chun remarked as he observed them. All right, Brother Chun, Wang Hai and Lu Yun replied in unison. After speaking, Wang Chun proceeded to his room to retrieve the meticulously crafted training manuals he had prepared for them. He emerged from his study with a well-prepared cultivation handbook and approached them. Take a look. This is the training plan I have devised for you. Your paths differ, and so too do your training regiments. Be careful not to confuse them, Wang Chun instructed as he handed them the manuals. They took the documents and began to peruse them attentively. After a brief pause, Wang Chun encouraged them to study the contents before explaining the rationale behind the arrangements and the benefits of such training. All right, you have reviewed it sufficiently. Let me elaborate on the reasoning behind Ahai's plan. Since Ahai possesses the armored giant ape martial spirit, his path aligns with a strong offensive approach. Therefore, we must enhance his attack power, essentially augmenting his strength to make his strikes more formidable. In his training manual, I incorporated weighted exercises and provided him with a full set of iron armor. Although he may find it challenging at first, once he fully adapts and sheds the armor, the strength he will gain is beyond imagination. Furthermore, as a strong attacker, it is crucial to bolster his defensive capabilities as well. Otherwise, if the enemy does not fall, he may be counterattacked and toppled, which would be quite embarrassing. After sharing this with Wang Hai, Wang Chun paused, preparing to discuss Lu Yun's training plan. I understand, Brother Chun. I will train diligently and ensure your efforts are not in vain, Wang Hai affirmed with a firm nod. He bore a striking resemblance to his father, Wang Fuchong, tall and robust, with a modest demeanor. Next came the training plan for Lu Yun. As you possess a sensitivity-based martial spirit, the focus will be on enhancing your speed and reaction time. The method for improving speed is somewhat similar to Ahai's, but yours involves iron leg weights. This will serve to initially boost your speed, while reaction time is of utmost importance. If your reaction time is lacking, you will struggle to control your speed and fail to fully harness your potential. Thus, this is the focal point of your training. I have arranged for you to practice in the small grove within the academy, where you must navigate swiftly without disturbing the fallen leaves. Once you master this, we will intensify the training. You will return to the grove in the mornings and avoid disturbing a single drop of dew. By that time, both your reaction time and speed will be impeccable. Wang Chun explained Lu Yun's training plan, ensuring he understood how to proceed. I see, Brother Chun, Lu Yun replied. He was a tall, slender boy, rather introverted, preferring to immerse himself in training rather than engage in conversation. Despite being a commoner spirit master with limited resources, his strength was commendable. Otherwise, Wang Chun would not have invited him into their small group. After receiving their training manuals, Wang Chun and Lu Yun prepared to leave, as they had initially come to collect these materials. Brother Chun, we will head back now, Wang Hai and Lu Yun announced together. Very well, you may return. I must also prepare to hunt for my second soul ring, as I still need to solidify my foundation, Wang Chun responded. Time passed, and in the following 3 days, Wang Chun diligently solidified his cultivation in preparation for his second soul ring. When the time arrived, he and his father, Wang Long, set off to hunt for the soul ring. They ventured once more to the Twilight Forest, as this time they aimed to acquire a Millennium Soul Ring. The family had advised him to use a high-grade medicinal bath a night before his hunt, a privilege he ordinarily would not have been entitled to. However, considering the magnitude of the soul ring he was about to absorb, they permitted him this exception, although it seemed somewhat wasteful, as he could not fully absorb the benefits. His training in the use technique minimized the loss, unbeknownst to his family. As Wang Chun and Wang Long journeyed, they arrived at Yuwei Town in less than half a day. They went directly to the family-owned Uli Inn, intending to rest for the night to ensure Wang Chun was in optimal condition to absorb the Millennium Soul Ring. After a night's repose, Wang Chun felt he had achieved perfect readiness for the absorption. Following breakfast, they set out into the forest in search of a suitable soul beast. After searching for quite some time without success, they continued their search patiently in the mixed zone. Suddenly, Wang Long halted, unleashing a soul skill towards the left front. With a thunderous sound, a golden beam flashed, and a green serpent plummeted from a nearby tree, lifeless. Xiao Chun, this is a dark green serpent. Though its name may seem unremarkable, its venom is exceedingly potent, and it excels at ambush tactics. This serpent, measuring over 70 centimeters, indicates it is a 700-year soul beast. If bitten, even a soul master would meet their demise. In the wild, encountering larger, advanced soul beasts might offer an opportunity to escape, as you can sense their presence beforehand. However, with these stealthy, venomous beasts, you may find yourself bitten before you even realize it, leading to certain death. Thus, when you are outside, always maintain vigilance and assess the situation before acting. These are my experiences. You must remember them well. Understood, Father, Wang Chun replied, slightly astonished, as this was his first encounter with such a scenario. During his previous attempt to acquire a soul ring, aided by an elder of the soul, Daw rank, and favorable circumstances, he had quickly found a suitable soul ring, leaving him unacquainted with such dangers. This experience would serve as a valuable lesson. After this exchange, Wang Long and Wang Chun continued their search for the soul ring, venturing deeper into the forest. After more than an hour of trekking, they suddenly heard a beastly roar. This sound thrilled Wang Long, as he recognized it to belong to a larger soul beast, generally more suited to the Steel Clan. He swiftly grabbed Wang Chun and hurried toward the source of the roar. Wang Long, possessing the rank of a soul sage, traversed the forest with relative ease, a feat that would be perilous for those of lesser strength, as weaker souls would likely fall prey to the lurking poisonous soul beasts. His formidable soul power emanated a pressure that extended merely a meter around him, for any further reach might scare away potential prey. Soon, they arrived at their destination. Wang Long, alongside Wang Chun, ascended a tree to survey the area ahead. Before them lay an expanse where a golden rhinoceros soul beast stood, towering at over 3 meters. Its massive horn lending it an imposing presence. It frequently emitted roaring threats toward a nearby black soul beast. At this moment, Wang Long turned to Wang Chun and remarked, "Look at that golden soul beast. It is a golden armored rhinoceros, a truly unique creature. Unlike other rhinoceros beasts, which are encased in thick hides, the golden armored rhinoceros is adorned with golden scales that provide exceptional defense, making it an ideal candidate for your second soul ring. Moreover, It is merely over 1,000 years old, a perfect choice indeed. The Black Panther soul beast nearby is a Mo-Yun leopard, known for its swiftness and ambush tactics. I shall handle them. Prepare to absorb the soul ring shortly. With that, Wang Long manifested his martial spirit and unleashed his soul skill upon the two beasts below. The sudden attack caught them off guard, but awareness of danger does not guarantee evasion. In a flash, Wang Long's skill struck down, severely wounding both creatures. Teetering on the brink of death, he had deliberately restrained his power, knowing he needed their soul rings. He swiftly dispatched the Mo-Yun leopard and summoned Wang Chun to absorb the 1,000-year soul ring. Wang Chun then defeated the golden armored rhinoceros, from which a purple soul ring emerged. Sitting on the ground, he took a deep breath and focused, preparing to absorb it. As the purple ring descended upon him, an overwhelming pressure assailed him, akin to a colossal stone thrown into still waters, creating tumultuous waves that battered his body and mind. Wang Chun concentrated his soul power, allowing his martial spirit to absorb the ring, feeling an endless surge of energy crashing against him like a small boat in a flood. With each collision, his body was forged anew, shedding impurities and growing stronger, enhancing not only his physical prowess but also his defensive capabilities. After more than an hour had passed, Wang Chun completed the absorption and awoke, rising to assess his body and soul skills, feeling an immense surge of power. His physical condition had vastly improved, and his soul skill had become extraordinarily potent. What do you think, Wang Chun? How do you feel? What is your new soul skill? Wang Long inquired, concern etched on his face. The absorption of a 1,000-year soul ring was a significant risk, one he would not have permitted without prior research within their family. Everything is fine, father. My physical attributes have greatly improved, and my soul skill is quite formidable, Wang Chun replied, pausing to reflect on his newfound abilities. My second soul skill is called Indestructible Child Body, he announced, activating his skill. A radiant golden light enveloped him, transforming his form entirely. Upon closer inspection, he noted that while other abilities remained unchanged, his defense had dramatically increased. Father, my second soul skill enhances my defense by 200% and reduces damage by 20%. Furthermore, each time I absorb a new soul ring, my defense increases by an additional 20% and damage reduction by 5%. Wang Chun excitedly explained to his father. That is indeed an exceptional skill. Akin to a divine technique, Wang Long remarked, impressed. Father, I wish to find a soul beast to test my second soul skill, Wang Chun stated, eager to put his abilities to the test. Very well, Wang Long agreed, understanding the desire to explore the potential of a new skill. In the forest, he assured himself that there were no formidable 10,000-year beasts that could threaten Wang Chun's safety. Through his spiritual sense, he quickly located a suitable target, a 100-year-old shadow leopard, a worthy adversary within the forest. The shadow leopard, while not particularly strong, was known for its speed and ambush tactics, making an ideal candidate for Wang Chun's test. Wang Long positioned Wang Chun opposite the shadow leopard, concealing his presence, ready to intervene if necessary. As Wang Chun spotted the shadow leopard, he activated his martial spirit. His form expanded, covered in dark fur reminiscent of a titan ape, enhancing his defenses. A bright yellow ring and a purple ring pulsed beneath his feet. The shadow leopard circled cautiously, assessing for weaknesses before deciding to strike. Wang Chun, eager to test his second soul skill, crouched low, lowering his center of gravity to brace himself. He called out, activating his indestructible child body. His body radiated a brilliant golden light, swelling further as he prepared to confront the charging shadow leopard. As the leopard lunged, claws poised to breach Wang Chun's defenses, he remained calm, positioning his hands in front of him, bending slightly at the waist, ready to test the limits of his newfound skill. The shadow leopard, in its attempt to strike, aimed to rend Wang Chun apart, but the reality would prove far more challenging than its expectations. The attacks of the shadow leopard proved futile, unable to breach Wang Chun's defenses. Under the protection of his indestructible body, the sharp claws of the shadow leopard left no mark upon his golden skin. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Chun blocked the assault with one hand while delivering a powerful strike towards the beast with the other. The shadow leopard was sent flying, crashing into a tree, and with a pained cry, it fled. Truly, it was a cunning predator of the forest. Upon sensing danger, it escaped immediately. Wang Chun was unable to pursue such an agile soul beast and allowed it to retreat. His intent was merely to test his soul skill, not to hunt soul beasts. Thus he let go. His objective had been achieved, and he refrained from further pursuit. At that moment, Wang Long appeared at his side, stating, "Well done. The soul skill has been tested. Let us return to the town for a brief respite." "All right, father," Wang Chun replied with enthusiasm. He was exhilarated by the acquisition of such a powerful second soul skill, which would support him in his future endeavors. As they returned to the town, darkness had already fallen. They hastily dined at the Yulai Inn before retreating to their rooms for rest. Lying in bed, Wang Chun found sleep elusive as he contemplated his strength. Although his second soul skill was formidable, its consumption was considerable. With his current level of soul power at 23rd rank, he could only sustain it for a little over 10 minutes before his energy would be depleted. This duration was only possible due to the robustness of his soul power. An ordinary person would exhaust themselves within mere minutes. He realized that enhancing his physical capacity was essential to fully harness his potential. As he lay in bed, his thoughts wandered until he drifted into slumber. The next morning, after breakfast with his father, they returned home. Utilizing the family carriage, Wang Chun arrived back at the family estate by noon. After a brief lunch, he was summoned by the family patriarch and elders to discuss his condition. Although theoretically, he could perfectly absorb a Millennium Soul Ring, it was prudent to ensure his well-being. The family experts examined Wang Chun to ascertain that there were no adverse changes in his body and to evaluate whether he could attempt to absorb a 10,000-year soul beast for his fourth soul ring. Following the examination, they determined that Wang Chun was in excellent health and could indeed proceed with the attempt. "Excellent. You truly are a genius of the Golden Family. There will be no issue with absorbing beyond your level. When the time comes for your fourth soul ring, I will personally assist in procuring it for you." The forthright fourth elder pledged to Wang Chun. "Thank you, fourth elder," Wang Chun replied respectfully. "As members of the same family, it is our duty to support you younger generations. You will inherit our legacy and elevate the Golden Family further," the fourth elder expressed with satisfaction. "Indeed, as the fourth elder said, the future of our family rests upon your shoulders. We can only do so much. The distance you can traverse depends on your own capabilities." The grand elder added, equally pleased. At this juncture, the patriarch spoke up. "The purpose of this meeting was to assess any potential risks associated with your ability to absorb beyond your level. Now that the examination is complete, you may return to your training. The family has great expectations for you. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to inform us. We will do our utmost to assist." After hearing this, Wang Chun returned home, while his father, Wang Long, remained behind, seemingly engaged in another matter, instructing Wang Chun not to wait for him. Upon returning home, Wang Chun commenced his training, first exercising in the courtyard before practicing his martial skills. Thus, he concluded an afternoon of diligent training. By the time his father returned, dinner was already prepared. After dinner, Wang Long mysteriously smiled at Wang Chun and said, "Once we finish eating, I have a wonderful surprise for you." "What is it?" Wang Chun inquired, puzzled. "You will find out soon enough. For now, focus on your meal," Wang Long teased, deliberately keeping Wang Chun in suspense. After their meal, Wang Long led Wang Chun to his study, where he mysteriously produced a small box. Opening it, he revealed a tiny golden bone. "This is the surprise I promised you. This head soul bone is a gift from the family to enhance your mental strength. When absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring, you will encounter mental shocks. And this soul bone will help you withstand those impacts, facilitating a smoother absorption process. Has the family truly given me such a precious head soul bone?" Wang Chun asked, incredulous. Soul bones are exceedingly rare. Some soul masters never acquire even a single one. And here he was, only at the 23rd rank, receiving a head soul bone from the family. It was astonishing. Moreover, the head soul bone is one of the most valuable types, second only to the trunk bone. The Golden Family had outdone themselves. Of course, it is due to your exceptional talent. You absorbed a Millennium Soul Beast ring at your second level, and now you have the potential to absorb a 10,000-year soul beast at your fourth. The family is determined to help you manage the mental shock associated with such an endeavor, ensuring you grow stronger, Wang Long explained. It is the tradition of the Golden Family to assist the gifted in overcoming external challenges, allowing them to flourish. Once they rise, they can protect the family in return. We support all those with talent, which is why our family remains united. We value merit over connections, ensuring that each generation has a title Douluo to uphold our legacy. Do you understand? Wang Long's explanation provided Wang Chun with deeper insights into the family's core values. He realized that the family's steadfast support came with the expectation that he would not forget his roots, lest he become a liability. I understand, Father, Wang Chun acknowledged, now grasping how the family maintained its strength without internal strife. It was clear that success was based on individual merit, and those who did not attain high positions faced no blame from others, fostering unity within the family. Now, prepare to absorb this 10,000-year soul bone. I will be here to guard you, Wang Long instructed. All right, Father, Wang Chun replied, calming his mind as he held the soul bone in his hands, adjusting his body in preparation for absorbing his first soul bone. This golden soul bone resembled a human skull, radiating a brilliant golden light and emanating an astonishing wave of soul power, accompanied by a peculiar energy fluctuation. Wang Chun pressed the golden soul bone against his head, channeling his soul power to begin the absorption process. As his soul power flowed, the soul bone erupted in brilliant light, enveloping Wang Chun in a golden aura. With the light surrounding him, he initially felt an extraordinary energy akin to a refreshing stream coursing through his mind, bringing him immense comfort. As this refreshing current flowed into his mind, it gradually stimulated his brain, making him feel as though his intellect had been elevated. Not only had his memory improved, but his comprehension also underwent a significant enhancement. Areas of confusion that once plagued him now appeared distinctly clear. Furthermore, under the influence of this invigorating flow, Wang Chun sensed a rapid increase in his mental strength, which he could fully control, much like the gradual cultivation of his abilities, devoid of any uncontrollable circumstances. Suddenly, another surge of energy entered his body, akin to soul power, coursing throughout, fortifying his physical strength. At that moment, Wang Chun concentrated his mental energy, compressing it to render it more refined, while he continued to operate his soul power, hastening the integration of the soul bone situated in his head. A golden glow enveloped Wang Chun, and the fusion of this soul bone persisted throughout the night, with Wang Long vigilantly guarding over him. By dawn, Wang Chun finally completed the fusion and awakened. Upon opening his eyes, he experienced a tremendous enhancement in his sensory perception, to the extent that he could see various minuscule particles floating in the air. Wang Long, who had been attentively observing, immediately inquired, "Xiao Chun, how do you feel?" Wang Chun hastily replied, "I feel quite well. It seems my soul skill has manifested as a passive ability, directly augmenting my mental defense. I can now negate 20% of mental attacks and even rebound 5% of the damage. My soul power level has also increased by 1, and I am now at level 24. Excellent. You've become even more remarkable. You've just absorbed this head soul bone, and you still cannot fully harness its potential. Further development is essential," Wang Long advised. "You've dedicated an entire night to absorbing the soul bone, so you needn't attend the academy today, nor do you need to practice. Take a well-deserved rest. I too shall take the day off. The clan leader has already been notified. Remember, balance between work and rest is crucial." With that, Wang Long retired to rest. Wang Chun exited the study and returned to the living room, where he enjoyed breakfast prepared by his mother before heading back to his room. Inside, he excitedly experimented with his newly acquired special skill. Although he had only gained a passive ability from absorbing the soul bone, his mental power had significantly increased, allowing him to manipulate small objects with ease. At his desk, he playfully flipped through books using his mental strength, thoroughly engrossed in the activity. He even controlled a pen to write, reveling in the simplicity of the experience. Suddenly, Wang Chun felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, akin to a few days without sleep. "Oh no, it seems my mental energy has been overexerted. My head feels uncomfortable. I should take a proper nap to replenish my mental strength," he murmured to himself. With that, he withdrew his mental energy and lay down to rest. When Wang Chun awoke, it was already evening, and having not eaten anything, he felt hungry and decided to head to the kitchen for a snack. Upon stepping outside, he discovered his father, Wang Long, seemingly waiting for him. "I checked on you around noon. It appears you lack moderation, causing a depletion of your mental strength. Fortunately, it isn't severe this time. Do take care in the future. I've left some food for you in the kitchen. It's still warm. After you eat, rest some more. Tomorrow you need to continue with school and training," Wang Long stated before departing, having merely come to offer a gentle reminder. I understand, Dad, Wang Chun replied. After finishing dinner in the kitchen, he returned to his room to rest, as his mental strength had yet to fully recover. The following morning, Wang Chun awoke with his mental energy fully restored. After breakfast, he proceeded to the academy. Upon arriving in the classroom, he sat down alongside his two companions. With no class in session yet and the teacher absent, the two friends engaged Wang Chun in conversation. Shingu, have you obtained your second soul ring? One of them asked. Indeed, I am now a second ring soul master, Wang Chun replied. Wow, Shingu, your progress is astonishing. We can't even compare. Wang Hai exclaimed with envy. Upon hearing Wang Hai's remark, Lu Yun coolly interjected, Chun Gu possesses innate full soul power. Naturally, you cannot compete. You, I still dislike conversing with you, Wang Hai retorted nonchalantly. So, Chun Gu, what level are you at now? Wang Hai inquit, pu dao. I am now at level 24. Wang Chun responded. Wow, Chun Gu, how have you progressed so rapidly? 24 already? Didn't you just acquire a soul ring? Wang Hai asked in disbelief. Because I absorbed a 1,000-year soul ring, I gained such a substantial increase in levels, Wang Chun explained, omitting any mention of the soul bone absorption. This was not a matter of trust. Rather, sharing such information would be futile, as he could not produce additional soul bones for them to absorb. And revealing his possession of a soul bone could invite danger. The age of a soul ring, however, could not be concealed, and since it differed from soul bones, others could not steal it, removing the need for secrecy. That's incredible, Chun Gu. You've truly absorbed a 1,000-year soul ring. This was merely conjectured within the family. Lu Yun remarked. Indeed, it is a conclusion drawn from rigorous speculation. It is also due to my diligent training that I became capable of absorbing a 1,000-year soul ring. Thus, you all must strive to train hard. Even if you cannot absorb a 1,000-year ring, obtaining one of a similar age is commendable, Wang Chun encouraged. Suddenly, Wang Hai declared, I made up my mind. I too want to absorb a 1,000-year soul ring like Chun Gu. Ahai, you must consider your physical strength when making such plans. If your physical strength is inadequate, you cannot absorb a 1,000-year soul ring. Pursuing a second soul ring from a 1,000-year source at the expense of your training would be unwise, wasting precious time that could be used to enhance your physical strength. With all that time, you might have already been able to absorb a third soul ring. The family does not require a second soul ring to be from 1,000 years. They only encourage us to choose higher-aged rings, Wang Chun advised Wang Hai. I understand now, Chun Gu. I will strive to select a higher-age soul ring, Wang Hai acknowledged. All right, prepare for class. The teacher will be here shortly, Wang Chun instructed, beginning to focus on his preparations. Today's lesson was particularly important, as the teacher had notified them in advance. The primary topic would cover essential survival skills in the wild, crucial for their future travels, which was why Wang Chun arrived early to prepare. Before long, a soul master in his 50s entered the classroom, the instructor for this lesson. All right, I won't bother with introductions, as that is of little importance to you. What I am about to teach is what you need to learn. While I speak, please remain quiet and attentive, taking notes without causing any disruptions. If you have questions, save them until I finish. Understood? Understood, teacher, the class replied in unison. Very well. Let's begin. The first point regarding survival in the wild is what you must do to survive. Firstly, it is advisable to refrain from kindling a fire while surviving in the wilderness. Although a fire may deter some spirit beasts, it can conversely attract more formidable ones, leading to potential complications. Additionally, it is prudent to scatter a powder made from the dung of powerful spirit beasts at your resting place, which serves to repel troublesome, low-level poisonous insects and beasts. Lastly, and most importantly, one must never display wealth ostentatiously in the wild, nor should one place trust in strangers. The most perilous threats in the wilderness are not the spirit beasts, but rather humanity itself. Why are humans the most dangerous? You might ask. This is due to the unpredictable nature of human intentions. One can never fully comprehend the thoughts of others. That concludes today's lesson. Class dismissed. After the lesson, Wang Chun bid farewell to his two companions and returned home. For today marked the beginning of an intensified training regimen. In the secluded courtyard where he usually practiced, Wang Sun appeared, cloaked in invisibility, only revealing himself when necessary. He had come to enhance Wang Chun's training plan. Little Chun, you are now a great spirit master. and thus your training regimen must evolve beyond mere physical conditioning. You are to embark on outdoor survival training for the next month. You must journey alone from your family to the Yuhui Forest, where you will engage in combat with spirit beasts to hone your battle prowess, not solely to elevate your spirit power level. Commence your training by confronting 10-year spirit beasts at the outskirts, although this should pose little challenge. Even a 100-year spirit beast is within your capacity. However, this is a family mandate. Facing the spirit beast alone is essential, as having support alters the dynamics of the encounter. Once you acclimatize, you may engage in combat with 100-year spirit beasts. Should you successfully defeat one, you are to bring back its meat as a reward for your stay at the Unyielding. Oh, when do I set off? You have a week to prepare. Speak with your family, and once ready, you may depart. I must emphasize, although I will accompany you, I will generally refrain from intervening. The wilderness is fraught with unforeseen dangers, and I may not always be able to safeguard you. Therefore, it is imperative that you learn to protect yourself. Upon completion of your training, there will be further tasks. You must register an account at the Fighting Soul Arena in King Kong City and practice against fellow human spirit masters to bolster your abilities. I understand. Uncle Wong, Senator, will I still practice the family techniques today? Indeed, you shall continue with these techniques. Strength is accumulated gradually. There is no room for complacency. After consuming a medicinal meal, Wang Chun commenced his training, first focusing on the family's body-enhancing techniques. Once fatigue set in, he transitioned to practicing his own foundational skills to recover. Time passed slowly. Uncle Wang-san, I shall return home now. I believe I can begin my outdoor training tomorrow, rather than waiting a week. That depends on your arrangements. If you wish to start tomorrow, that is certainly feasible. Then I will depart tomorrow. Return home and inform your parents of your plans. Tomorrow, you shall head to Yuhui Forest. Wang Chun communicated his intentions to his family, who offered their support. Recognizing that outdoor training is invaluable, gaining experience now would mitigate future risks when searching for spirit rings. After dinner, Wang Chun retired early, as mental fortitude is crucial for wilderness survival. The next day, after breakfast, Wang Chun made his way to Yuhui Forest. This journey required him to traverse the terrain alone, albeit under the watchful eye of a guardian who would not intervene unless in dire circumstances, emphasizing the importance of developing his survival skills. Without the aid of family transport, he embarked on foot to the forest. Upon reaching Yuhui town, he rested at the Unyielding Inn, where he greeted the innkeeper, dined, and then retired to his room. This was his first experience with such a lengthy journey. In a previous life, such exertion would have left him bedridden the following day. However, in this realm imbued with extraordinary powers, a rejuvenating sleep would restore him by morning. The following day, after breakfast, Wang Chun replenished his supplies at the inn before setting off. Yuhui Forest, vast and teeming with various spirit beasts, housed many 10,000-year beasts deep within. However, Wang Chun intended to remain at the periphery, where he would likely encounter 10-year and 100-year spirit beasts, posing little threat to him. As he entered the forest, an eerie silence enveloped him, as if all sounds had vanished. Being alone heightened his vigilance, prompting him to seek a suitable campsite for rest. This expedition was not merely for spirit ring hunting. He needed a place to recuperate after battling various spirit beasts. Wang Chun began his search, not only for a resting spot, but also for an opportunity to practice against a spirit beast before facing more formidable opponents. The presence or absence of allies significantly influences one's performance in combat. After over an hour of searching, he finally encountered a suitable adversary, a 100-year gale wolf, a spirit beast that, upon reaching maturity, often ventures out to fend for itself. This particular wolf seemed to be training alone, making it a fitting opponent for Wang Chun. Channeling his spirit power, he activated his martial spirit and rushed towards the gale wolf, whose innate ability, the wind blade, was unleashed in his direction. Wang Chun swiftly countered with his second spirit skill, the indestructible body, charging through the wind blades and striking the gale wolf with his first skill, the mighty diamond fist, sending it crashing into a tree and incapacitating it. Approaching the defeated beast, Wang Chun swiftly ended the encounter and resumed his search for a resting place. This battle offered him insight into his capabilities, affirming that he could manage 100-year spirit beasts with relative ease. With the gale wolf dispatched effortlessly, he continued his exploration, validating his survival knowledge within the forest. At last, Wang Chun discovered a small peak, beneath which lay a modest cave. With a little tidying, it could transform into a perfect resting spot. He organized this refuge and scattered medicinal powder around the area. Additionally, he gathered some dry firewood to prepare a meal. Having spent quite some time searching and even engaging in a battle with a century-old soul beast. Thus, it was essential to replenish his energy. From his storage soul guide, Wang Chun retrieved a small iron pot along with some family-preserved soul beast meat, crafting a savory soup. After enjoying his meal, he washed his utensils and set off to find a suitable soul beast to train against, intending to stockpile some food while also searching for a water source within the forest. Although he had stored a considerable amount of water and food in his soul guide, his primary purpose was to hone his wilderness survival skills, not merely to cook in the wild. Having just found a place to rest, he took the opportunity to eat his prepared provisions. But moving forward, he knew he would have to rely on his own resourcefulness for sustenance and water. Thus, he ventured forth, observing his surroundings, and soon discovered a water source. He began to seek various soul beasts to train against. After locating the water source, he carefully scanned the area for any edible soul beasts. During his search, he encountered a water buffalo-type soul beast, less than a century old, which posed no threat to him. Wang Chun easily subdued it, transforming it into food. He skinned the beast and stored its 4 legs and ribs in his soul guide, discarding the rest as it was too cumbersome to clean. Returning to his campsite, he prepared to indulge in a hearty meal, knowing that the following day would bring battles with soul beasts. After savoring a delicious rib soup, he began to cultivate. In the wilderness where no one kept watch, falling asleep alone could be perilous, as one might awaken to find oneself devoured by a soul beast. Therefore, he remained vigilant, using cultivation to substitute for sleep. While it lacked the comfort of rest, it nonetheless restored his mental acuity. Wang Chun had survived in the wild for 10 days, during which he had fought against 16 century-old soul beasts. Except for the first, which was 300 years old, the others were all over 500 years old. His current strength allowed him to dispatch any soul beast under 500 years old with ease. Gradually, he had escalated his challenges, having recently battled an 800-year-old soul beast for several minutes before overcoming it. Due to the nature of the wilderness, he aimed for swift victories. Prolonged encounters could attract other soul beasts, posing a danger, even with hidden protection. Now, Wang Chun planned to seek out a 900-year-old soul beast within the next 2 days. Upon successfully capturing it, he intended to bring it to the Yulai Inn for a well-deserved rest and a sumptuous meal. Following that, he would return to the forest to attempt facing a 1,000-year-old soul beast, testing his capabilities against it. If successful, he would be able to conclude this phase of his training and return to the Diamond City to register for a combat spirit arena account, where he would engage with human soul masters as future encounters would predominantly involve them. After relentless searching, Wang Chun finally located a suitable target, a formidable 900-year-old saber-toothed boar. This soul beast was astonishingly powerful, with commendable defensive capabilities, and its saber teeth were exceptionally sharp. From the moment it was born, it had honed its tusks, relying on them to survive in the forest. However, it had weaknesses. Its size rendered it relatively slow and unresponsive, and its temperament was volatile, prone to bouts of rage. Wang Chun cautiously observed from a tree, ensuring no other soul beasts were lurking nearby that could disrupt his battle and place him in peril. The saber-toothed boar was engrossed in rooting the ground for edible grasses, oblivious to the impending danger. After confirming that it was the only soul beast in the vicinity, he resolved to make it his target and bring it out of the forest to the inn. Through 10 days of training, Wang Chun had evolved from the naive youth who relied solely on brute force. He now sought out vulnerabilities and executed ambushes, enabling him to resolve conflicts swiftly without expending unnecessary energy. This strategy allowed him to achieve maximum results with minimal effort, preserving enough soul power to handle unforeseen circumstances. As the soul beast continued its unaware foraging, Wang Chun activated his martial spirit and unleashed his first soul skill, launching himself in the boar's flank with remarkable speed. The saber-toothed boar, caught off guard, was struck and sent crashing into the trees, landing heavily and creating a sizable crater. Though injured, the boar did not lose its fighting spirit. Instead, the pain ignited its ferocity. It charged at Wang Chun, its eyes ablaze with rage, intent on annihilating him. Aware that a single attack would not incapacitate the nearly 1,000-year-old beast, Wang Chun pursued it, ready to conclude the confrontation. With a resounding impact, Wang Chun collided with the saber-toothed boar, utilizing his second soul skill, the indestructible body of the diamond, to absorb the blow. In the instant of their clash, he struck the boar on the face with his first soul skill, sending it hurtling away once more. Although he sustained no injuries from the collision, the immense force propelled him backward, requiring him to retreat a few steps to dissipate the energy. Meanwhile, the saber-toothed boar crashed to the ground again, its already volatile nature spiraling out of control. A surge of crimson energy enveloped its body, and with a deafening roar that echoed through the sky, a shockwave swept across the area, sending leaves and grass flying in all directions. The boar radiated a formidable aura, resembling a demon descended upon the earth, its tusks seemingly stained with blood, presenting a terrifying visage. After activating his martial spirit, Wang Chun maximized his soul power, his body emanating a brilliant golden light as he charged towards the beast. In a frenzied state, the saber-toothed boar barreled towards him, relying solely on raw power in its assault, a simple yet devastating charge akin to a mountain descending upon him. "Come at me." Wang Chun grinned, exhilaration coursing through him, his adrenaline surging. With a thunderous clash, Wang Chun braced himself against the saber-toothed boar, creating a violent shockwave that caused the surrounding trees to tremble. At the heart of their collision, the ground trembled under the force, sending dirt flying. The tusked saber-toothed boar let out a furious roar, abruptly turning its massive head and charging toward Wang Chun, intent on eliminating the human who had inflicted pain upon it. Unyielding, Wang Chun summoned his formidable soul technique, unleashing a powerful golden Vajra fist that collided with the boar's tusks. Boom, boom, boom. The two engaged in a relentless series of clashes, their raw strength clashing violently. Golden and crimson lights bursting forth with astounding force, each impact resonating with a deafening roar in the air. A ferocious wind swept outward from their point of collision, wreaking havoc in all directions. After several minutes of such intense confrontation, the saber-toothed boar began to falter, its rationally acquired strength gradually waning. The inherent defensive power of its hide was no match for Wang Chun's formidable soul technique, which partially negated physical defenses, further intensifying its disadvantage. Thus, it was only natural that the creature could not endure. Sensing this glaring opening, Wang Chun seized the opportunity. He deftly sidestepped the boar's charge and unleashed his full might with the golden Vajra fist, striking the creature squarely in its throat, causing it to collapse to the ground. It let out a few pitiful grunts before succumbing. A deep yellow soul ring materialized from its body, yet Wang Chun had no immediate use for it. After a brief recovery of his soul power, he stored the saber-toothed boar in his soul guide device. This family-provided device was quite exceptional, a 3x3 by 3 meter storage unit, which, after accommodating the boar, left little space aside from his prepared resources. Upon returning to his resting place, Wang Chun planned to dine before heading out from the Twilight Forest to the nearby town for a few days of recuperation. He intended to return to the forest afterward for further training before registering at the Soul Arena in Metal City. Since he was on the outskirts of the Twilight Forest, the journey back to town was swift. Upon arrival, he greeted the innkeeper at the Yulai Inn and entrusted the boar to their care. Wishing for a sumptuous dinner that evening, leaving the remainder for the inn, Wang Chun then retreated to his room to indulge in a long-awaited bath, a luxury absent in the wild. After refreshing himself, he began reflecting on his recent training experience in the wilderness, particularly his battle with the saber-toothed boar. He realized he could have employed a stealthy approach, gradually wearing down the creature instead of engaging in a head-on confrontation. Yet, in the heat of the moment, he had succumbed to impulsiveness. Though the direct clash had resolved the battle, it had also posed considerable risk. Nonetheless, such encounters accelerated his strength development. Through this struggle, he had reached the threshold of level 25, and it would not be long before he ascended further. As he pondered in his room, he recognized the importance of maintaining composure, resisting the allure of reckless fervor in battle. However, once caught in the heat of passion, rational thought often eluded him, leaving him in a state of conflict. Ultimately, he decided to let things unfold naturally, not overthinking, and ventured out of his room in search of a delightful meal, planning to rest well and explore the town the following day. Upon exiting his room, Wang Chun made his way to the dining hall. where the innkeeper had prepared dinner in anticipation of his arrival. The moment he entered, the innkeeper promptly summoned a servant to bring forth the prepared feast featuring the saber-toothed boar. Wang Chun savored the delectable dish, far superior to the fare he had consumed in the wilderness. After finishing his meal, he retired to his room, ready to recuperate after days without proper rest in the twilight forest, aiming to compensate for the lost sleep. The next morning, after enjoying breakfast, Wang Chun ventured out. "Innkeeper, I won't be back for lunch. I plan to explore the town and will return for dinner." "No need to wait for me," he informed. "Very well, young master," the innkeeper replied. Wang Chun strolled toward the town square, the heart of the settlement, from which numerous houses and shops radiated outward. The streets buzzed with merchants shouting their wares, the air filled with lively banter. "Seeking to hunt century-old power-type soul beasts? Join us for 20 gold soul coins. Professional hunting of century-old soul rings. Inquiries welcome. Looking to form hunting parties for soul beasts. Anyone interested?" Various calls echoed, yet Wang Chun felt little interest in these pursuits. His primary aim was to sample the town's unique delicacies and perhaps discover treasures akin to those found by protagonists in novels. He made his way toward the street renowned for its street food, eager to explore the culinary highlights of Douluo continent. As he perused the offerings, he stumbled upon a quaint little shop boasting enticing signage. Intrigued, he entered to sample the fare. "Greetings, esteemed guest. What would you like to order?" The enthusiastic shopkeeper greeted him. "What is your signature dish? Please enlighten me," Wang Chun requested. "Certainly. Our specialty is the 8-treasure chestnut pigeon, a cherished family recipe. This dish is highly nutritious. The pigeon meat nourishes the liver and kidneys while invigorating the blood. The bird is stuffed with chestnuts, lotus seeds, and shiitake mushrooms, balancing the richness of the meat with a medley of flavors. It is truly exceptional." "Very well. I shall have 1 8-treasure chestnut pigeon," Wang Chun decided. "Please wait a moment. It will be ready shortly," the shopkeeper replied. In no time, a beautifully presented dish was brought to him. The small pigeon, its round belly glistening, lay in the center of the plate, a delicate brown hue. The shopkeeper deftly sliced open the pigeon, revealing a delightful array of stuffing that spilled forth. A tantalizing mix of colors. "Do dip it in the sauce for enhanced flavor," the shopkeeper advised. Wang Chun took a spoonful, savoring the rich essence of the pigeon meat, which harmoniously melded with the stuffing. The various ingredients complemented each other, absorbing the natural juices of the pigeon, resulting in an exquisite taste and texture. "Incredible," he exclaimed, surprised to find such culinary delight in this small town. After finishing his meal, he left, eager to explore further. As he wandered, he found himself in a district lined with weapon shops, keenly observing for any hidden treasures akin to those often discovered by protagonists in tales. He soon noticed a shop that stood apart from the others, small and somewhat shabby. It perfectly fit the trope of a hidden gem. He stepped inside, finding only one person present, with no counters in sight. The walls were adorned with various worn items that seemed to lack value. The shopkeeper reclined in a chair, eyes closed, swaying gently, seemingly indifferent to the presence of a customer. This was indeed a treasure trove waiting to be uncovered by a protagonist in a dilapidated little shop. An enigmatic old man seemed to emerge straight from the pages of a novel. Wang Chun pondered silently, realizing he needed to search carefully. As he scrutinized the interior of the shop, he suddenly sensed a profound allure emanating from within. Following this instinct, he discovered a piece of yellow crystal, unremarkable in appearance, suspended in the center of the shop. Approaching it, Wang Chun grasped the crystal, and the intensity of the feeling surged within him. Resolute, he decided to purchase it. "How much for this crystal?" he inquired. The shopkeeper, opening his eyes briefly, replied, 100 gold soul coins. Without hesitation, Wang Chun produced the coins and acquired the crystal. After leaving the shop, he had no desire to linger further, intent instead on returning to his inn to examine the captivating crystal closely. Hastening back to the inn, he informed the innkeeper that he would not require dinner and retreated to his room. Once inside, he closed the door, seated himself upon the bed, and began to meticulously study the crystal in his hand. After a while, he found nothing particularly remarkable about it. Channeling his soul power into the crystal yielded no response either. Contemplating his next move, he resolved to employ his childhood technique, the child skill. As he activated the technique, the crystal radiated a golden light and appeared to melt, being absorbed into Wang Chun's very being. A surge of potent energy coursed through him, overwhelming both his mind and body. As this energy circulated, Wang Chun experienced a significant enhancement, both physically and mentally. Engrossed in his cultivation, he lost track of time, and before he knew it, 5 or 6 hours had passed. Eventually, he awoke from his trance, somewhat bewildered by the changes he had undergone. Yet certain he had stumbled upon a treasure. Upon practicing the child skill again, he discovered his speed had increased, and he felt he had reached the pinnacle of the second level, poised to break through to the third, which would result in a monumental transformation of his soul power. This unassuming golden crystal had remarkably expedited his arduous journey of cultivation. Additionally, Wang Chun noted a substantial enhancement in his physical strength and mental acuity. With his newfound capabilities, he mused that should he encounter the fierce saber-toothed boar again, he could likely defeat it in a single ambush. His current physical prowess would allow him to contend even with a Millennium Soul Beast. Therefore, he resolved to venture into the Yuhui Forest the following day in search of a Millennium Soul Beast to test his abilities. As he contemplated the nature of the crystal and why others had failed to harness its power, he was determined to seek out similar treasures. Even if the chances were slim, after all, one must always dream. Rising from his bed, he had a meal in the common area, rested thoroughly, and prepared for his expedition into the Yuhui Forest to challenge a Millennium Soul Beast. The next morning, Wang Chun arose early, dined, and informed the innkeeper of his departure before setting off for the Yuhui Forest. He first reached his resting camp, took a brief respite, and then commenced his search for a suitable Millennium Soul Beast. After an afternoon of searching the periphery without success, he returned to his camp to regroup and consider whether to venture into the mixed zone the following day. Back at the resting camp, he began preparing dinner, opting for beef once more, accompanied by a white radish, simmering them over the fire. It seemed his only option was to explore the mixed zone, as finding a suitable Millennium Soul Beast in the outskirts appeared futile. As an hour passed, just when his radish and beef stew was nearing completion, a sudden wolf howl pierced the air. Wang Chun's body tensed in excitement. He recognized the sound as that of a wolf. To make such a bold proclamation in the depths of the Yuhui Forest suggested it was no ordinary creature, perhaps an ideal soul beast. Determined, he ventured outside to investigate the source of the howl. Upon arrival, he discovered a Millennium Shadow Wolf. Unlike other wolves, which often hunt in packs, this solitary wolf prowled alone, even raising its young independently once they could hunt. Due to their solitary nature, shadow wolves boasted greater strength than most soul beasts, excelling in ambush tactics and counterattacks. Typically, they ambushed other soul beasts and soul masters, rarely falling victim to ambushes themselves. The wolf's earlier howl had likely been a warning to other creatures to refrain from disturbing its meal. Wang Chun observed from a tree, searching for an opening to exploit. Suddenly, the shadow wolf halted its feeding and fixed its luminous blue gaze upon him. Clearly, this soul beast possessed a keen awareness of its surroundings. Wang Chun had been detected almost immediately. He had no choice but to leap down from the tree. In an instant, the shadow wolf sprang into action. As the apex predator of the forest, it was adept at seizing opportunities, and the moment Wang Chun descended, it lunged with lightning speed, its sharp fangs aimed at his throat. Wang Chun felt a rush of wind and the stench of blood as the wolf closed in on him. In that perilous moment, he braced himself, shifting his body to the side while raising his left hand to block. With his right elbow transformed into a striking weapon, he thrust it towards the wolf's head. A resounding impact echoed as his elbow connected with the wolf's snout, and Wang Chun distinctly heard a crack, evidence that he had fractured the creature's nasal bone. The shadow wolf howled in pain, yet retaliated with a fierce swipe of its right paw, claws raking across Wang Chun's left forearm, leaving 3 deep gashes. Steadying himself, Wang Chun summoned his martial spirit, activating his second soul skill, the indestructible child's body, significantly bolstering his defenses and temporarily halting the bleeding from his arm. He realized too late that he had been careless, failing to activate his martial spirit and second skill beforehand, which had resulted in his injury during this encounter with the Millennium Soul Beast. The shadow wolf, undeterred by its injury, fixated on Wang Chun with a steely gaze, poised to exploit any weaknesses before launching another assault. The injury to its snout had not intimidated it. Rather, it had ignited its ferocity, intent on eliminating Wang Chun. as Wang Chun found himself incensed by the ambush of the Shadow Wolf. He resolved to seize the opportunity to test his mettle against a Millennium Soul beast by vanquishing this treacherous assailant. Thus, both he and the Shadow Wolf locked gazes for a moment. The Shadow Wolf, failing to discern any vulnerabilities in Wang Chun, charged once more. Wang Chun, lacking the wolf's remarkable swiftness, could only await its attack, hoping to find a moment to strike decisively. At last, the Shadow Wolf lunged forward again, augmenting its speed and sharpening its claws with soul power. Wang Chun, channeling his full strength, activated his second soul skill, using his left hand to deflect the assault while preparing his right hand for a powerful strike with his great strength diamond fist, aiming to eliminate the Shadow Wolf in one blow. With a resounding impact, Wang Chun's left hand withstood the wolf's attack, only sustaining 3 shallow scratches on his golden arm. Immediately, he directed his right fist towards the creature's eyes. Under the influence of his soul skill, his fist penetrated the Shadow Wolf's eye with ease, as if piercing through tofu, and, empowered by his soul power, shattered the wolf's skull entirely. The Shadow Wolf was sent flying, crashing to the ground, lifeless. Approaching the fallen beast, Wang Chun confirmed its demise and exhaled a sigh of relief. This encounter had indeed been his most perilous yet. However, it served as a poignant lesson in caution, reminding him that he must exert his utmost effort against all opponents, never to underestimate their capabilities. He carefully extracted the wolf's fangs as a memento of this encounter and stowed the Millennium Soul beast in his soul guide, intending to present it to the proprietor of the Yulai Inn as a reward for his recent recuperation there. Returning to his resting camp, Wang Chun tended to the wounds on his left hand before enjoying a prepared dinner, followed by a dedicated training session. Retrieving medicinal supplies from his storage soul guide, he treated his injuries and relished a delightful meal. This confrontation with the Millennium Shadow Wolf had validated his strength. He felt confident in handling typical Millennium Soul beasts. At that moment, Wang's son unexpectedly appeared at the campsite. "Uncle Wang's son, what brings you out here?" Wang Chun inquired, puzzled. He was aware that someone was discreetly safeguarding him, as his current strength was still developing, and the family aimed to prevent any unforeseen incidents during his training. After all, this was a practice session, not a perilous venture. "I have been observing your training here. Your experience and strength have reached a sufficient level. It is time for you to return to King Kong City for your next phase of training. I came to deliver this message, and then I shall return. I will keep watch here tonight, allowing you to rest well after your recent formidable battle." "Thank you, Uncle Wang's son," Wang Chun replied. After finishing his dinner, he opted for training over sleep, having reached the pinnacle of level 24 and feeling poised for a breakthrough. He resolved to strive for advancement that very night. Through a night of rigorous practice, Wang Chun finally ascended to level 25. After consolidating his soul power, he enjoyed a modest breakfast before departing the forest with Wang's son. Arriving at the town of Yuhui, there, he presented the Shadow Wolf he had hunted to the innkeeper of Yulai Inn and subsequently exited the town. Upon leaving Yuhui town, Wang's son and Wang Chun vanished from sight, and Wang Chun continued his journey towards King Kong City alone. With swift progress, Wang Chun returned to King Kong City by afternoon, first heading home to freshen up before registering at the King Kong Battle Arena. After washing up and having a light meal, Wang's son reappeared before Wang Chun. "After you finish eating, let us head to the King Kong Battle Arena together for your registration. This will be your first time, and I will accompany you. Thereafter, you will go alone." "Very well. Uncle Wang's senator let us depart at once," Wang Chun responded eagerly. As they approached the King Kong Battle Arena, Wang Chun was struck by the grandeur of the structure. Having spent most of his time training within the King Kong family, he had never visited such a place before. This was indeed his inaugural experience. The arena, circular in design and soaring to a height of 100 meters, comprised a main battle arena and 20 auxiliary arenas, capable of accommodating up to 50,000 spectators, including 100 VIP boxes. It served not only as a venue for soul masters to hone their skills, but also as a platform for various factions to demonstrate their prowess. While they made their way to the arena, Wang's son shared some basic information about it with Wang Chun. Battles here are generally categorized into 3 types. The first is sparring, which involves mutual practice without the intent to cause harm. The second is life-and-death combat, typically reserved for irreconcilable disputes where large-scale warfare is undesirable. The victor survives while the vanquished perishes, and no further pursuit of the matter is permitted. The final type is gambling battles, overseen by the Grand Arena, where both parties send forth an equal number of soul masters to compete, with a victor claiming the stakes. Gambling battles are akin to life-and-death duels, but with additional stakes involved, frequently employed by nobles and clans amidst significant conflicts. The formats of competition include one-on-one, two-on-two, and group battles, with group battles typically having a pre-agreed number of participants, generally ranging from 7 to 10. Upon entering the Grand Arena, a massive stone tablet came into view, inscribed with countless names. Wang Sun informed Wang Chun that these names belonged to those who had perished in the arena. The registration process at the King Kong Battle Arena was remarkably straightforward. One merely needed to pay 10 gold soul coins and fill out a form indicating their alias, martial soul, and soul ring level to complete the registration and become an Iron Soul fighter. Unlike the Martial Soul Hall, there was no requirement for soul power testing. Simply knowing one's ring level sufficed. However, should one be unfortunate, even a level 21 soul master might find themselves matched against a level 29 opponent, adding an element of excitement and unpredictability to the battles. Wang Chun swiftly completed his registration and received his Iron Soul Fighter badge. Many individuals prefer to keep their origins concealed, and even a fictitious name, age, and birthplace suffice for registration, making the process expeditious. After registering, Wang Chun signed up for individual battles. Wang Sun accompanied him to the sparring area, exchanged a few words, and then vanished once again. Wang Sun had informed Wang Chun that only those who achieved more than 5 consecutive victories or possessed higher battle ranks would be arranged for matches in the main arena. As a novice, he would compete in the auxiliary arenas. Each victory as an Iron Soul fighter would yield 10 gold soul coins, while defeats bore no rewards. Soon, Wang Chun was assigned to the 8th Soul Arena for a soul battle, facing an opponent who was a soul master of the second ring. Though his exact level remained unknown. As Wang Chun traversed the soul passage towards the arena, the corridor widened, and upon exiting, he beheld a battleground nearly the size of a football field, illuminated by soul guiding devices. With a light tap of his toes, he ascended the arena. On the stage, aside from Wang Chun, stood a staff member clad in the arena's uniform and a robust young man opposite him. The staff member naturally served as both host and referee, while the young man was Wang Chun's adversary. Despite having absorbed 2 higher-level soul rings and a 10,000-year head soul bone, along with a mysterious crystal obtained in Yuhui Town, Wang Chun, now standing at a height of 1.45 meters, appeared merely as a child to the onlookers in the arena. Nevertheless, it was clear that anyone present in the soul arena had to be at least a level 20 soul master to register, indicating that Wang Chun was, at the very least, a level 20 soul master. Upon noticing both combatants had arrived, the staff member promptly took hold of the amplification soul device and declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to today's match at the 8th Soul Arena. This contest features our very own Thunder Bear Soul Master and the newly registered Red Dust Soul Master. Although this Thunder Bear has only participated in 4 matches, he remains undefeated, boasting a soul power of level 29, placing him among the elite of Soul Masters. Meanwhile, our Red Dust Soul Master has just registered today. It remains to be seen what kind of spectacle they will deliver. Without further ado, I declare the battle to commence." As the referee's words echoed, both Wang Chun and the Thunder Bear instantly manifested their martial spirits. The resounding roars of the bear and ape reverberated throughout the arena, as golden and purple soul power illuminated the space, seemingly cleaving the battleground in two. Observing the Thunder Bear's dark purple-black fur and its menacing claws, Wang Chun quickly discerned the nature of his opponent's martial spirit. Although the Thunder Bear was not featured in the original narrative, Wang Chun had learned that this advanced martial spirit could manipulate lightning, boasting formidable defenses and strength, with its lightning control amplifying its attack power. 2 yellow soul rings appeared beneath the Thunder Bear's feet, yet when he noticed the yellow and purple rings beneath Wang Chun, he was momentarily taken aback. This astonishment was shared by the referee and the audience alike. Those in the arena were certainly familiar with the significance of a purple 1,000-year soul ring, but its appearance as the second ring was unexpected. However, this was indicative of their lower status. Had they belonged to a prestigious lineage, they would have recognized that with sufficient physical strength, absorbing a 1,000-year soul ring was not an insurmountable feat, it was merely a matter of time management. As focusing on enhancing physical strength for the second ring often hampered soul power progression, a trade-off not worth pursuing. Wang Chun, seeing the Thunder Bear still in a state of shock, had no interest in elucidating his abilities. He activated his second soul skill, the indestructible diamond body. Following his absorption of the mysterious crystal in Yuhui Town, not only had his physical strength and mental fortitude significantly increased, but his soul skills had also been enhanced. Wang Chun transformed into his golden form and charged toward the Thunder Bear. In an instant, he was upon the Thunder Bear, shielding his face with his left hand while launching his first soul skill, the mighty diamond fist, aimed directly at the Thunder Bear, intent on ending the battle swiftly. Among all types of soul masters, those like Wang Chun, who favored aggressive combat, were the most fearsome. Their immense power, combined with remarkable speed and explosive force, made them formidable opponents. However, their endurance was typically lacking, leading them to favor swift victories rather than drawn-out encounters. Following his absorption of the mysterious crystal, Wang Chen's soul skills have been further enhanced. Under the impact of his second skill, the indestructible diamond body, his defense had surged by 250%, with a 30% damage reduction. Coupled with the amplification from his first skill, the mighty diamond fist, his strength, attack power, and explosiveness had all increased by 150%, elevating his aura to its zenith. The Thunder Bear, still reeling from the sight of Wang Chen's second soul ring, was soon confronted by the onslaught of Wang Chen's fist. The golden fist sliced through the air, producing a piercing whistle that jolted the Thunder Bear's senses. Recognizing the impending danger, the seasoned Thunder Bear activated his second soul skill, Thunder Bear Strike. As he was not an agile type specializing in speed, evasion was out of the question. He could only counterattack with his strongest move to mitigate the impact. However, he failed to anticipate the sheer power behind Wang Chen's assault, which had been greatly amplified due to his two higher-level absorbed rings and the enhancement from the mysterious crystal. At last, the clash of their attacks reverberated through the arena. Wang Chun, leveraging his formidable defense, blocked the Thunder Bear's strike with his left hand while delivering a devastating blow to the Thunder Bear's abdomen with his right. The force of this powerful strike sent the Thunder Bear hurtling backward, crashing onto the arena floor, incapacitated. The referee, witnessing this unexpected turn of events, was initially taken aback but quickly regained composure. He raised the amplification device and announced loudly, "The victor of this soul battle is the Red Dust Soul Master, with a record of 1 win and 0 losses." Subsequently, the referee approached Wang Chun and instructed, "Red Dust Soul Master, please follow the staff to register your points." "Very well," Wang Chun replied, following a staff member to record his score. After completing the registration, he exited the arena, aware that he could only participate in 1 match per day. With the battle concluded and little of interest remaining, he decided to return home, feeling a pang of hunger after having only a light meal before coming to the arena with Wang Sr. His mother had promised to prepare a delicious feast for him upon his return. Upon arriving home, Wang Chun found his mother waiting in the living room. Her face lit up with joy at his return, and she exclaimed, "Xiao Chun, quickly wash your hands. The delicious meal I prepared is still warming in the kitchen. I'll bring it out shortly, and you can enjoy it right away." After washing his hands, Wang Chun swiftly made his way to the living room. Upon entering, he was greeted by a delectable array of dishes, the enticing aroma causing him to swallow involuntarily. After all, during his time in the Radiant Forest, he had not encountered such exquisite cuisine. His meals had been limited to modest portions of meat, sufficient for satiating his hunger, yet lacking in flavor. He promptly seated himself at the table to relish the feast prepared by his mother. Once he finished the meal, he took a stroll in his usual training courtyard to aid digestion. As night fell, he retired to his room for rest. This evening, he had no intention of practicing. He resolved to enjoy a good night's sleep, recognizing that relentless training must be balanced with rest to achieve optimal performance. Having spent several days honing his skills in the Radiant Forest, he had experienced some relaxation, yet this was his first time surviving in the wild without anyone to keep watch. Consequently, he had to forego sleep in favor of meditation, which was quite exhausting. The difference between training in a secure environment and in the wilderness, where safety was not assured, was stark. Wang Chun sought to unwind and rejuvenate his spirit with an early night's rest. The next day, he awoke at dawn, a habit he had maintained since awakening his martial soul. Although he had intended to relax the previous evening, he instinctively rose early to train. After all, cultivation was akin to rowing against the current. Without progress, one inevitably regresses. Strength is accumulated gradually. Following breakfast, he made his way to the Junior Soul Master Academy. Previously, he had been focused on training in the Radiant Forest, which had precluded his attendance at the academy. Now that his training in the forest had concluded, there was no reason to neglect his studies, for the knowledge imparted at the academy was quite beneficial. At the academy, he listened attentively as his instructor elaborated on the intricacies of soul beasts before returning home. His routine now consisted of morning classes at the academy and afternoon participation in soul battles at the arena to sharpen his skills. Thus, he headed directly to the battle arena for the day's competition. Soon, it was time for Wang Chun's match. On the battle platform stood a middle-aged man clad in the arena's uniform, who cleared his throat and announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 9th battle arena. Today, we witness a contest between the undefeated Master Iron Bull, who boasts 2 consecutive victories, and Master Red Dust, who has 1 win and no losses. Will Master Iron Bull continue his glorious streak with a 3rd victory, or will Master Red Dust triumph and claim a 2nd win? Let's find out. Now, let us invite the 2 esteemed masters to the stage." A tall figure soon ascended the platform, towering at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, his physique brimming with powerful muscles, his eyes gleaming like copper bells. Upon entering, he let out a roar to bolster his presence. In contrast, Wang Chun simply walked up calmly and awaited the referee's instructions. When the referee signaled the start of the match, both Wang Chun and Iron Bull activated their martial souls. Wang Chun quickly realized that Iron Bull was a defensive soul master, making him an easy opponent to defeat. Wang Chun unleashed his first soul skill and charged forward. Iron Bull activated his defensive skill, but alas, his efforts proved futile as Wang Chun shattered his defense, resulting in a swift victory for Wang Chun. With the match concluded, he returned home. 1 year later, it had been a year since Wang Chun trained in the Radiant Forest. Throughout this year, he maintained a routine of attending the academy in the mornings and competing in the arena in the afternoons, remaining undefeated among soul masters. Upon reaching the Gold Soul Master tier, he ceased participating in battles at the Soul Master level, as they no longer posed a challenge. Instead, he began to compete in battles at the Soul Respect tier. Despite his remarkable prowess, the gap in levels made a significant difference. An additional soul skill could sway the outcome of a match. Thus, he experienced both victories and defeats, generally prevailing against opponents below level 38. While facing tougher challenges above that threshold, having only won 2 out of 15 encounters against them, he remained a contender in the individual Gold Soul Master category. Moreover, during this year, he returned to the Radiant Forest for training every couple of months, spending over 10 days honing his skills before resting for a day or 2 in Gold City. After a year of relentless dedication, he had finally reached level 30. He was on the brink of venturing into the Radiant Forest to hunt for a soul ring, which would elevate his status to a soul respect, significantly boosting his power. His physical strength now allowed him to absorb soul rings of 5,000 years or more, and once he attained a 5,000-year soul ring, his soul power level would certainly rise by 1 or 2 tiers, enabling him to dominate in the arena as a soul respect. Being an 8.5-year-old soul respect in this world of Douluo continent was unprecedented, largely due to the mysterious crystal he had acquired in Radiant Town. While this crystal did not directly enhance his soul power level, it significantly amplified his mental strength and fortified his physique, thereby accelerating his cultivation speed. Without it, he might not have reached this level until well past 9 years of age. Wang Chun had already arranged with his family to hunt for a soul ring the following day. Today, he decided to take a well-deserved rest, as he had had little time for relaxation throughout the year. At dawn the next day, Wang Chun awakened, had breakfast, and set off with his father to the Radiant Forest to hunt for a soul ring. After a morning of travel, they arrived at Radiant Town and decided to have lunch there before embarking on their search for soul beasts. Xiao Chun, what soul beast do you have in mind? What type of soul skill are you looking for? I plan to seek a soul skill that facilitates ranged attacks. I currently find myself at a disadvantage against agile attack-type soul masters as I struggle to resolve battles swiftly. I can only seize opportunities to strike when they attack. Otherwise, I am left watching helplessly. Having a goal is essential. Let us search internally. As long as we avoid the most central areas, I can guarantee our safety. All right, let's begin our search. Yes, father. Wang Chun and his father spent half the day searching within the Radiant Forest, but were unable to find a suitable soul beast. Either the age was incorrect, or the type of soul skill did not match. They decided to rest overnight in the forest and continue their search the next day. Xiao Chun, after you finish eating, rest well and keep your spirits high for absorbing the soul ring. I will keep watch to ensure our safety. Okay, father. Wang Chun refrained from insisting on taking the watch, recognizing its futility. After all, his father's purpose was to assist him in acquiring a soul ring. Thus, he decided to rest well and maintain his focus. Time passed, and the next morning, Wang Chun rose early, knowing they were searching for soul beasts, not merely camping in the wild. The night had passed without incident, and they safely reached the following morning. Wang Long prepared a simple breakfast, and, after eating, they resumed their quest for soul beasts. On that very morning of their quest, they finally discovered a suitable soul beast amidst a patch of grassland, an imposing roaring lion spirit beast, estimated to be over 5,000 years old. The soul skills typically absorbed from this beast are primarily the lion's roar, an exceptional long-range area attack technique. Some variations of this skill are directed forward, while others encompass a more omnidirectional assault. Regardless of the type, they are all remarkably proficient. Xiaoqin, wait here. I will capture this old beast, said Wang Long. All right, Dad. Be careful, replied Xiaoqin. After exchanging words with his son, Wang Long immediately summoned his martial spirit and charged towards the roaring lion, unleashing his fifth soul skill. Before the lion could react, it was struck and severely injured. Wang Long then brought the soul beast before Xiaoqin, instructing him to finish it off and absorb its soul ring. Hurry, Xiaoqin, eliminate this soul beast and absorb its soul ring. I will guard you, said Wang Long. Okay. Dad, without hesitation, Xiaoqin dispatched the roaring lion, from which a purple soul ring emerged. He seated himself on the ground, channeling his soul power to attract the purple ring, drawing it towards himself and beginning the absorption process. As the 5,000-year soul ring descended, a surge of potent soul power rushed into Wang Chen's body, coursing through him. However, he activated his cultivation technique to assimilate this sudden influx of energy. As he practiced his technique, the unanchored soul power within him began to synchronize with his cultivation, gradually fortifying his physique. After over an hour of absorption, Wang Chun successfully integrated the soul ring, and the entire process was relatively smooth. Rising to his feet, his martial spirit manifested, revealing a configuration of one yellow and two purple soul rings beneath him. He felt invigorated, having significantly enhanced both his physical prowess and soul power, now surpassing level 32. All right, you've completed your absorption. Let us head out, Wang Long said. Sure, Dad. Once we reach the outskirts, I want to test my third soul skill. Agreed. Testing it at the periphery will minimize the risk of encountering formidable soul beasts, ensuring greater safety. Thus, Wang Chun and his father made their way towards the forest's edge. Upon arrival, Wang Chun grounded himself, summoned his martial spirit, and activated his third soul skill, Roar. He unleashed the Titan Ape Roar, startling numerous smaller flying soul beasts, which promptly fled the vicinity. This skill is primarily an auditory attack, forming a colossal ape of soul power only during full activation. While this consumes significantly more energy and is slower to execute, the resultant power is vastly greater and provides a degree of protection. Conversely, a partial activation yields a less powerful but swifter attack with reduced energy expenditure. After testing his soul skill, Wang Chun and his father exited the Radiant Forest and returned to the King Kong family. A month had elapsed since Wang Chun hunted for the soul ring in the Radiant Forest, and he had reached the pinnacle of the second level of his cultivation technique, poised for a breakthrough. He intended to dedicate the next few days to refining his skills to achieve this advancement, as the third level of the Celestial Meteor technique would immensely enhance his capabilities. However, he realized that breakthroughs in the third level were more likely to occur at night, so he resolved to practice later that evening. Now, Wang Chun sought out his two younger brothers, acknowledging that his training had kept him from spending time with them. It was essential to foster camaraderie. After all, trust is cultivated through interaction. He reserved a private room at a small tavern in King Kong City, inviting them for a meal and an exchange of insights regarding their training. After freshening up, he headed to the tavern. Upon arrival, he spotted his two companions and greeted them enthusiastically. Hi, Shaolin, you both arrived. We've been waiting for you, Brother Chun, they replied. They proceeded to the private room Wang Chun had booked, where they ordered their favorite dishes before commencing their discussion. Xiao Hai, have you noticed any changes following my training regimen? Brother Chun, I've adhered to your guidance and feel significantly stronger now. I've even increased my training load. And with the family's resources, I've reached level 19. I sense a breakthrough is near, and soon I can hunt for my second soul ring. Although I'm not as powerful as you, I'm doing well. Excellent. Are you nearing level 20? Keep persevering and strive to grow even stronger, Wang Chun encouraged. Understood, Brother Chun. And you, Shaolin, what progress have you made? Brother Chun, following your advice, my speed and reflexes have improved tremendously. I also appreciate the training resources you secured for me. These are minor matters. Focus solely on your training. Your growth will ultimately benefit us both. Once you reach level 20, the family can assist you in acquiring a soul ring. Thank you, Brother Chun. I feel I'm on the verge of reaching level 20. I'll rely on the family then. Liu Yun's training resources had been arranged by Wang Chun, who submitted an application to the family. After evaluation, they provided Liu Yun with the necessary resources. Wang Chun also exerted some influence, elevating Liu Yun's resources a tier, a testament to his own high aptitude, which garnered the family's attention. In the King Kong family, sustainable development relies not solely on internal talent. It also necessitates the integration of exceptional individuals from external sources. Thus, a system exists for absorbing external talent, categorized by several tiers, with varying resource allocations. Most of these talents do not become formal members of the King Kong family, yet they thrive by utilizing its resources, accruing a sense of obligation to the family. When the family requires their assistance, these individuals are unlikely to refuse support, forming a crucial aspect of the family's legacy. Although these talents do not formally join, their contributions cannot be overlooked. Additionally, some gifted individuals express a willingness to join the family. Upon passing assessments, they receive the same privileges as family members, ascending to leadership roles. Consequently, the King Kong family boasts a cohort of external experts. Over generations, as these individuals intermingled with the direct descendants, their progeny became part of the family's direct lineage. Thus, through continual development, the King Kong family has cultivated an ever-growing array of formidable talents. Ultimately, those who have been absorbed into the family possess commendable talents, and their descendants also exhibit promising potential for cultivation. Through generations of development, the King Kong family has achieved its current stature over the span of 2 centuries. Now, let us dine. Once we have finished, feel free to inquire about anything that remains unclear. At this moment, the dishes have arrived at the tavern, and Wang Chun has ushered them to begin their meal. Shortly thereafter, they finished dining and exchanged insights regarding their cultivation experiences before parting ways. As night fell, Wang Chun ventured into the courtyard, commencing his practice beneath the most radiant stars. In the cool embrace of the starlight, he seated himself in the yard and began to cultivate the child technique. The moon hung high, and the stars shimmered brilliantly. The air held a slight chill. Yet Wang Chun, clad in a thin training garment, bore an expression of steadfast determination, undeterred by the external environment. As he activated the child technique, a surge of soul power coursed across his body, its remarkable quality defying belief for one of his rank. Suddenly, a realization struck him. As his soul power cycled through its course, it underwent a qualitative transformation, emanating a silver luminescence that sparkled in harmony with the cosmic dust above. This was the 3rd layer of the child technique, the meteor technique. He had broken through to the 2nd layer at the tender age of 6, and after an additional 2.5 years, he had ascended to the 3rd layer. The child technique is divided into 5 realms, each significantly distinct from the others. Mastering the final layer, the Red Sun technique, is said to enable the practitioner to refine their essence and enhance their innate attributes. Even an individual of modest talent may transcend into an extraordinary genius. The leap to the 3rd layer of the child technique signifies a stark contrast to the preceding levels, revealing the extraordinary nature of this method. This technique emphasizes the accumulation of strength before a grand emergence. The initial layers establish a solid foundation, while the 3rd layer marks the onset of explosive power. In the first 2 layers, one could only marginally enhance defensive capabilities, but upon reaching the 3rd layer, offensive power is greatly amplified. Is this the meteor technique? Wang Chun extended his right hand, channeling his soul power to manifest a layer of silver brilliance upon it, radiant and sharp like a shooting star. With a swift motion, he sliced through the trunk of a nearby tree, the sound of the severing ringing out. Despite the apparent lack of force, the silver soul power enveloping his hand was as sharp as a blade, leaving a significant mark upon the tree. The meteor technique of the child technique. Upon achieving this level, Wang Chen's soul power became seamlessly integrated, capable of coalescing into a silver luminescence akin to a meteor. Sharp as a knife, effortlessly cleaving through obstacles. The child technique is predicated on the principle of gradual accumulation leading to explosive release. While subsequent levels demand increasingly arduous practice and time, higher tiers allow for swifter cultivation, thereby reducing the overall time required to attain the pinnacle of mastery. As such, the later stages of this technique grow increasingly potent without a proportional increase in training duration. A broad smile spread across Wang Chen's face. The initial layers of the child technique offered limited enhancement to his offensive capabilities, although he had significantly augmented his strength by absorbing soul rings beyond his level. His attack power remained modest. With the attainment of the meteor technique, his soul power transformed into a starry silver light, sharp as a blade, tremendously amplifying his offensive prowess. The next day, after solidifying his newfound abilities, Wang Chen returned to his quarters to rest. He did not head to the Soul Master Academy as usual. Instead, he made his way to the King Kong battle arena. Having reached the third layer of the meteor technique, he was eager to test his enhanced attack power against a worthy opponent. After all, understanding one's improvements necessitates engaging in combat to discern the differences. Upon arriving at the arena, Wang Chen communicated his desire for a formidable adversary to the personnel responsible for arranging battles. No longer the novice he once was, he had established himself as a prominent figure within the King Kong battle arena, where his requests would not be dismissed lightly. Master Jin Duan, the opponent you seek is not readily available. The soonest we could arrange a match would be tomorrow afternoon. How's that sound? Very well, Wang Chen replied. Excellent. Await our good news. Wang Chen understood the delay. He was no longer an obscure newcomer. As the youngest gold Duhan in the arena and the only one to have successfully challenged opponents above his rank, his matches were significant events that could generate considerable interest and profit for the arena. They would not casually arrange a contest without proper promotion, as maximizing profit was paramount. However, this was also an advantageous arrangement for Wang Chen, as he sought a worthy opponent to validate his strength. With nothing pressing on his agenda, he settled in to watch other battles, though he soon departed, finding little allure in the contests of those beneath his rank. As a soul master, he found little to absorb from the lower-tier matches. Opportunities to witness battles among high-ranking soul masters were scarce, as those of greater strength often did not participate without prior notification, ensuring ample promotion for the arena to profit from such events. Wang Chen's own battles required a full day of preparation, and similarly, other masters would necessitate even more time. Upon returning home, Wang Chen dedicated the day to refining his skills, keen to become thoroughly acquainted with his third layer of the child technique, as his soul power had evolved significantly. Failing to familiarize himself with this newfound strength could lead to a comical mishap during competition. Thus, he spent the day immersed in training, ultimately mastering his capabilities. Although his strength had been cultivated gradually, this latest breakthrough to the third layer of the meteor technique represented a substantial enhancement, making it reasonable that he might struggle to fully control his newfound power. After a night of restful sleep, Wang Chen prepared for the impending match the next afternoon, refraining from further practice that evening to ensure he was in optimal condition. As he arrived at the King Kong battle arena the following day, the organizers summoned him to discuss the details of his upcoming battle. In the realm of human emotions, the esteemed Soul Master, today we have arranged a formidable opponent for you, a level 40 cold bare gold Soul Master, who, as of yet, has not acquired a soul ring. His strength undoubtedly meets your expectations. If there are no issues, you may prepare yourself. The soul battle shall commence at 3 o'clock. Very well, I have no objections. Excellent. Please take this time to rest. Should you require assistance, feel free to summon the staff. At this moment, Wang Chen has gained a fair understanding of his opponent for the day, a commoner soul master with decent talent, wielding the mutated ice giant bear martial soul. This martial soul is quite impressive, possessing formidable offensive and defensive capabilities while also exhibiting some control over ice. The ice not only enhances his defensive prowess, but also augments his ability to retaliate against adversaries. Despite having reached level 40, he has yet to procure a soul ring. This situation starkly contrasts the commoner soul masters, who lack the backing that those from prominent families enjoy. Upon reaching the requisite strength to hunt for a soul ring, Wang Chun could easily enlist his family's aid in locating a suitable one, without the need for delay. In contrast, commoner soul masters must embark on the arduous journey of searching for a soul ring alone, often settling for one that is not of optimal age, or resorting to hiring someone to assist in acquiring the appropriate soul ring. This cold bear has likely entered the competition today to gather funds for such a pursuit. Otherwise, there would be little reason for his participation. After more than an hour of anticipation, it was finally time for Wang Chen's soul battle. In the main arena of the Diamond Soul Battleground, an announcer addressed the audience. Esteemed ladies and gentlemen, welcome to today's competition. The contenders are our Red Dust Gold Soul Master and the Cold Bear Gold Soul Master. The Red Dust Gold Soul Master is the only participant in our arena who has achieved victory in surpassing level battles. He has now reached the rank of Soul Master. Let's eagerly await his performance today. On the other hand, the Cold Bear Gold Soul Master is the only one in our arena, having registered as a Soul Master at the rank of Soul Master to maintain an undefeated record. Between these two singular talents, who will emerge victorious? Let's find out. Now, let us invite today as protagonists the Red Dust Gold Soul Master and the Cold Bear Gold Soul Master. Upon hearing this, Wang Chun stepped into the arena. Facing a man in his 20s who approached him, Wang Chun scrutinized his opponent. A remarkably robust figure, towering over 2 meters, broad-shouldered and muscular. His bronze skin, somber expression, piercing eyes, and neatly cropped hair revealed a formidable character. Are both Gold Soul Masters ready? Yes, no issues, Wang Chun and the Cold Bear replied in unison. Upon hearing their affirmation, the announcer took up his amplification soul device and proclaimed, "Let the soul battle officially commence." As the announcer concluded, Wang Chun and the Cold Bear immediately activated their martial souls, golden and blue soul power illuminating the arena and dividing it in two. The Cold Bear, covered in blue fur, emanated an astonishing chill, conjuring ice around him to create a battle environment conducive to his strength. Wang Chun similarly activated his martial soul and unleashed his second soul skill to bolster his defense, ensuring he would not be caught off guard again. The golden and blue energies clashed, each occupying a distinct territory. The Cold Bear charged toward Wang Chun with remarkable speed, reaching him in an instant, leaving behind a trail of cold air. Wang Chun, detecting the impending attack, raised his left hand to engage in a direct confrontation. First soul skill, Ice Palm. The Cold Bear bellowed as he unleashed his first soul skill, enhancing his attack by 50% while simultaneously augmenting his ice attribute damage. This skill significantly amplified his offensive capabilities as an ice attribute soul master. With his hands enveloped in ice, the Ice Palm surged toward Wang Chun, creating a fierce blue current in the air. Wang Chun, with a resolute shout and a glint of determination in his eyes, remained vigilant despite the opponent's rapid approach. Indestructible. Utilizing the effects of the indestructible diamond body, Wang Chun effortlessly blocked the Cold Bear's Ice Palm, suffering minimal damage. He then countered with his right hand, activating his first soul skill, the mighty diamond fist aimed directly at the Cold Bear's chest. In a moment of sheer astonishment, the Cold Bear momentarily faltered, unable to comprehend why his first soul skill had seemingly no effect on Wang Chun, who was now launching a powerful strike toward him. However, his extensive battle experience kicked in. Just as Wang Chun's fist was about to connect, the Cold Bear's second soul ring illuminated, activating his second soul skill, Ice Armor. The ice armor enveloped his entire body in a layer of ice, doubling his defensive capabilities while inflicting cold damage upon his opponent. This defensive skill also allowed for counterattacks. The icy body became encased in a formidable wall of ice, chilling to the touch. Wang Chun's fist collided with this icy barrier, resulting in a thunderous roar as the wall shattered. His blow struck the Cold Bear's chest, causing a drastic change in the latter's expression. The Cold Bear was sent flying as if struck by a colossal beast, yet Wang Chun, utilizing his second soul skill, sustained no ice damage. The audience gasped, astonished by the spectacle. They were well aware of Wang Chun's recent ascension to the rank of Soul Master, and to witness him effortlessly send a level 40 3-ring Soul Master flying was beyond belief. Despite being launched by the blow, the Cold Bear, thanks to his second soul skill, mitigated much of the damage. He slid across the arena before regaining his footing, coughing slightly before activating his third soul skill. The third purple soul ring around him flickered to life. Third soul skill, Cold Bear Transformation. This skill, derived from the Ice Bear soul beast, was one of formidable prowess among thousand-year soul beasts. It boasted immense strength, speed, explosive potential, and defensive capabilities, making it a top-tier existence among bear-like soul beasts. A 1,000-year ice bear could even defeat a 10,000-year soul beast. The Cold Bear's martial soul harmonized perfectly with this transformation, allowing him to fully harness the power of this soul ring. Upon activating Cold Bear Transformation, the Cold Bear experienced a tremendous enhancement of all his attributes. Attack, defense, explosive power, speed, and ice attribute damage were all augmented by 100%. Although the duration was merely 3 minutes, the enhancement to his strength was monumental, and it was an all-encompassing augmentation. In the realm of soul masters, 3 minutes is considered exceedingly brief, akin to an incredibly explosive soul skill. This extraordinary soul skill enabled Han Xiong to engage in battles beyond his rank, which is the reason he remained undefeated in the Soul Master dueling competition. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Han Xiong's eyes as his hands became enveloped in a layer of frost. This third soul skill not only granted him a significant boost, but also greatly improved his control over his ice attributes. It was evident that Wang Chen's recent attack had instilled a profound sense of caution within him, marking him as a formidable opponent. Wang Chen, taken aback by Han Xiong's formidable soul skill, prepared himself. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Xiong charged towards Wang Chen again. Acutely aware that his third soul skill had a fleeting duration of 3 minutes, compelling him to defeat his adversary without delay. Wang Chen, not one to remain passive, surged forward, bolstered by the enhancement of his second soul skill. From a distance, they appeared as two streaks of light, one golden, representing Wang Chen, and the other blue, symbolizing Han Xiong. The two collided with explosive force, sending a gust of air rippling outward from their point of impact. As the dust settled, the two figures emerged, Han Xiong and Wang Chen. With the amplification of his third soul skill, Han Xiong's attributes had received a remarkable enhancement. Although the time was limited, he was undeniably powerful. Wang Chen, leveraging his second soul skill, had significantly fortified his defenses, and due to his ability to absorb soul rings beyond his rank, his physical capabilities were extraordinarily robust. Now, with Han Xiong's third soul skill elevation, their physical prowess was nearly equal, resulting in a stalemate in their direct confrontations. Once more, Han Xiong lunged at Wang Chen, unleashing a flurry of punches. Wang Chen reciprocated without hesitation, engaging in a fierce exchange. With each clash, a wave of force erupted into the air. After a minute of relentless confrontation, they separated, both assessing the other's strength. Wang Chen discerned that relying solely on his first two soul skills would likely lead to defeat. However, he possessed his third soul skill. As their battle continued, Wang Chen adeptly blocked Han Xiong's strikes, but this time, he initiated his third soul skill, the Titan Great Ape Roar. He did not unleash its full potential, so no spectral giant appeared behind him. This sudden and swift maneuver caught Han Xiong off guard, striking him directly and leaving him momentarily dazed. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Chen unleashed his first soul skill, the Mighty Diamond Fist. His right fist collided with Han Xiong's chest, while his left struck his head, sending him crashing to the ground, unable to rise. The audience watching the duel fell into an astonished silence, unable to believe that one combatant, previously evenly matched, had been so swiftly defeated. The referee soon regained his composure and announced, "Congratulations to our Red Dust Golden Soul Master for achieving victory in today's duel." Wang Chen glanced over before proceeding to register with the event staff, while the fallen Han Xiong was escorted away by the arena personnel. After completing his registration, Wang Chen made his way toward Han Xiong, perceiving him as an exceptional talent worth recruiting. For Wang Chen, gathering such individuals was a favored pursuit, as a greater number of talented allies would fortify his influence. The individuals he nurtured from the outset would become his most trusted confidants, contrasting with those who joined later, whose loyalty could not be assured. Every faction, aside from its inception when it might recruit talent for high positions, typically elevates individuals trained from the ground up to leadership roles. Those who join midway often occupy subordinate positions, respected yet excluded from decision-making circles. This dynamic reflects an exchange where the faction provides resources and status in return for the contributions of the newly recruited members. Only those who flourish within the organization can ensure their descendants are worthy heirs, given the opportunity to aspire toward leadership. Upon reaching Han Xiong, he had already regained consciousness. In a world imbued with soul power, individuals possess inherently strong physiques, particularly a soul master of his caliber. "Hello, I am Red Dust," Wang Chun greeted Han Xiong. "Yes, I'm Han Xiong. Nice to meet you," Han Xiong replied, somewhat stunned that the victor would seek to introduce himself. Having lived over 20 years in relative isolation, he was unaccustomed to such interactions. A former student of a Soul Master Academy, he had once been regarded as moderately talented. However, his taciturn nature was misconstrued as arrogance, leading to a falling out with a noble, resulting in his expulsion from the academy. Since then, he had wandered the continent, participating in various dueling competitions to earn a living, saving a portion for future endeavors to hunt soul rings. He had survived this way, never joining any academies or sects, as finding a truly nurturing faction proved elusive. Most organizations merely assigned him menial tasks. Thus, he continued to roam until now. During the absorption of his third soul ring, the soul beast aligned perfectly with his martial spirit, leading to an apparent evolution of his martial spirit and an acceleration in his cultivation speed. At nearly 21 years of age, he had already reached level 40. Had he possessed a backing to assist in hunting soul rings, he would have attained the rank of Soul Master by now, signifying considerable talent. "I would like to have a private conversation with you, if you would permit," Wang Chun proposed with a smile, intending to invite him to a quiet location to learn more about his character. Notably, Han Xiong had not sought to hunt for soul rings despite reaching level 40. Rather, he participated in dueling competitions, indicating a lack of support. "Sure," Han Xiong agreed. They arrived at a quaint tavern and reserved a private room for their discussion. Sitting across from each other, Wang Chun initiated the conversation. "Hello, to formally introduce myself. My name is Wang Chun, a level 32 Soul Master from the Diamond Clan. My name is Xiong Da, a level 40 Soul Master without a family." Wang Chun and Han Xiong briefly introduced themselves. Wang Chun was taken aback by Xiong Da's name and almost inquired if he had a brother named Xiong Er. Yet he refrained from voicing such an impolite question. "Why have you not sought a soul ring?" Wang Chun decided to steer the conversation in this direction, albeit somewhat awkwardly, as it would highlight the advantages of belonging to a family. "Well, due to a lack of assistance, I have been competing in the soul arena to earn money, which I intend to use to hire a soul hunting team to help me procure a soul ring. Have you considered joining a family? Such an affiliation could resolve your challenges." "I have thought about it, but unfortunately, I have not found a suitable family. You might contemplate our diamond family. Individuals with your talent receive commendable treatment." "All right, I will think about it. I can enlighten you about the benefits our diamond family offers. Not only will you have access to cultivation resources, allowing you to grow stronger at a quicker pace, but when the time comes for you to acquire a soul ring, the family will directly assist you in obtaining an appropriate one. You won't need to toil as you do now, earning money to hire a soul hunting team. These are merely the fundamentals. Additionally, within the family, merit and talent are the sole measures of worth. There will be no instances of nepotism, regardless of one's lineage. To receive better treatment, one must rely on their own efforts. You will not find yourself in a position where your contributions yield no rewards. Please consider this carefully." After hearing Wang Chun's words, Han Xiong felt somewhat intrigued. After all, one must experience hardship to truly comprehend the difficulties faced by those without a support system. Regrettably, joining any family casually often yields inadequate benefits. It might be preferable to continue cultivating alone. Although resources may be scarce, one retains the freedom to act independently. Now, with a reputable family extending an invitation, he found himself swayed. He did not doubt the veracity of Wang Chun's claims, as recruiting talent is essential for strengthening one's faction. If deceit were employed to lure individuals, the result would likely weaken the very foundation they sought to build. Furthermore, Wang Chun, being so young, yet possessing formidable strength, surely held a prominent status within the Diamond family. His personal invitation was a considerable gesture. After contemplating, Han Xiong agreed, seeing it as an opportunity to resolve his soul ring dilemma. "Very well, I agree to join, but I wish to accompany you," he stipulated. After all, Upon joining the Diamond family, he was unfamiliar with others, and associating with Wang Chun seemed a prudent choice, given that it was Wang Chun who invited him. Sticking by his side would undoubtedly be more advantageous than elsewhere. Moreover, with Wang Chun's remarkable talent and strength, he was likely to ascend to a high position in the future. In that case, he could become an esteemed confidant, enjoying a significant status. All right, you shall join my small group. I will inform the family, Wang Chun replied. Xiongda was aware that he would have proposed this himself, as Wang Chun's invitation stemmed from recognizing Xiongda's talent and aiming to bolster his group's strength. Wang Chun and Xiongda shared a meal at an inn before departing. He instructed Xiongda to return with him to inform the family, after which he could receive the cultivation resources offered by the family. Subsequently, arrangements would be made for the acquisition of his soul ring, hastening his path to becoming a four-ring soul master. Once Wang Chun had settled Xiongda, he invited his two younger brothers to dine together, facilitating an introduction to Xiongda, as they would soon be part of the same group and should become acquainted. Upon bringing Xiongda back to the family, Wang Chun allowed the Diamond family to assess his qualifications and determine his benefits. He then arranged for Xiongda to reside in a small courtyard within the outer precincts of the Diamond family, providing him with a place to rest. Currently, these accommodations were designated for various talented soul masters from outside the family, fostering a sense of belonging to the Diamond family. Indeed, if they were merely absorbed into the family, yet resided outside, their sense of attachment would be minimal. However, by allowing them to live within the family and interact with its younger members, their sense of belonging could be significantly enhanced, potentially leading to their complete integration. After all, the dynamics of affection can be unpredictable. The inner precincts of the Diamond family housed the patriarch and 5 elders. This was a crucial area for cultivation, attracting the family's most skilled practitioners. These experts not only safeguarded their family's training grounds, but also engaged in their own cultivation, striving for further advancement. The inner precincts featured various simulated training environments, expediting the cultivation speed of soul masters. Within the Diamond family, individuals were typically permitted to enter the simulated training environments only upon reaching level 30, as the foundational period prior to this level was deemed critical. A weak foundation could lead to significant challenges in future cultivation, hindering one's ability to achieve higher levels. Thus, the Diamond family places immense emphasis on the foundational training of its younger members before they reach level 30. An array of cultivation resources and medicinal concoctions ensures that the youth of the Diamond family establish a robust foundation. Since the family's inception, no instances of stagnation among titled Douluos have occurred, ensuring that each generation's patriarch is a titled Douluo. However, upon reaching level 30 with a solid foundation established, various simulated training environments become essential for accelerating cultivation. Consequently, the family's experts usually inhabit the inner precincts, safeguarding the simulated training environments from external threats, thereby facilitating the swift development of its younger members. Typically, once the youth awaken their martial souls, those with talent receive substantial support, including diverse cultivation resources to solidify their foundation. After reaching level 30, they transition into the simulated training environments of the inner precincts. Upon attaining level 40, they are encouraged to venture out for practical experience. Before embarking on their journeys, they are required to spend a month in the Southern Army controlled by the Diamond family, learning how to efficiently eliminate enemies with minimal resource expenditure. In the external world, particularly in overt situations, the dangers of life and death may be less pronounced. But once one enters the wilderness, moral codes are often disregarded, and the act of killing for treasure becomes commonplace. Without acquiring these survival skills, one cannot hope to thrive in the Douluo continent. As for those descendants lacking cultivation talent, their paths are generally guided by their interests and hobbies. Some pursue knowledge of various martial souls or soul beasts. Those who lean towards theoretical knowledge combine it with insights from their predecessors to formulate new theories, which are then examined and discussed within the family. Successful theories are subsequently archived in the family's theoretical library, providing resources for future generations to learn and apply, thereby enhancing the family's foundational knowledge. Some individuals choose to liberate themselves entirely, engaging in casual learning, and upon reaching a certain age, they promptly marry and have children, thereby augmenting their family lineage, hoping to potentially produce a gifted descendant. Such individuals are often regarded as the progenitors within the family, constituting a vital component of its structure. After all, without this segment, if all family members were to solely focus on cultivation and education, marrying, and having children at a much later stage, the family would face a decline in its population. Should any unfortunate events occur, the lineage could be at risk of severance. Furthermore, the perils of external endeavors could lead to individuals facing demise away from home, further diminishing the family's numbers. Hence, there exists a necessity for those committed to proliferating the family's descendants, contributing significantly to its legacy. It is precisely this division of responsibilities that has prevented the family from descending into petty power struggles and intrigues. Thus, the family has successfully maintained its unity throughout generations. The continuity of a family's legacy does not rely solely on a singularly formidable individual, but rather on a comprehensive set of regulations that ensure the passage of knowledge and tradition from one generation to the next. A powerful figure may facilitate progress during their tenure, but once they are gone, the family is bound to decline if it is solely reliant on their prowess. In contrast, cultivating a diverse array of talents through well-structured rules represents the true path to a family's flourishing. After organizing their family obligations, Wang Chun and Xiongda set out to meet Wang Hai and Lu Yun, eager to familiarize themselves with their small circle for more effective collaboration. Additionally, Xiongda was scheduled to acquire his soul ring next week in Yuhui Forest alongside the family's soul masters. Given that the Jingang family also had members in need of soul rings, it would be overly cumbersome to address each request individually. Typically, they would embark on such excursions once a month, taking all the necessary soul masters together to resolve their needs in one go. Exceptions would only be made for exceptionally talented individuals who warranted special arrangements for their soul ring hunts. Wang Chun sought out his two younger companions before heading to a tavern, where he reserved a private room to facilitate a proper introduction. After all, such matters could not be casually discussed in a random venue, as it would come across as disrespectful. Wang Chun was keenly aware that sincerity begets sincerity. His ability to win over Wang Hai and Lu Yun stemmed from his genuine intentions and the assistance he had provided them, which fostered their loyalty. Unlike fictional tales where mere display of might compels instant allegiance, reality dictates that without offering tangible benefits, one cannot expect others to follow unconditionally. Inside the private room, Wang Chun regarded his three companions and spoke up. "This is Xiongda, who has just joined our small group today. Greetings, Brother Xiong. I'm Wang Hai. Hello, Brother Xiong. I am Lu Yun." Upon hearing Wang Chun's introduction, Wang Hai and Lu Yun promptly introduced themselves, allowing Xiongda to become acquainted with them. "Greetings, Brothers Wang Hai and Lu Yun. I am Xiongda, newly inducted into this group. Please bear with me if I falter. I am not particularly eloquent. Just know that if you require anything, do not hesitate to ask." "Thank you, Brother Xiong, for your kindness," Wang Hai and Lu Yun responded in unison. Once Wang Chun sensed that they had sufficiently acquainted themselves, he addressed them. "From now on, we are brothers within this group. There is no need for excessive formality. If any issues arise, we can address them together. Should you encounter difficulties in your cultivation, feel free to voice them. We are here to assist one another. And even if we lack the answers, the family will provide support. As brothers, we disregard age and focus solely on strength, ensuring harmony among us. Let's enjoy our meal today. Soon we must dedicate ourselves to rigorous training. I will soon retreat to the inner courtyard for a simulated training environment. Opportunities to gather like this will become scarce." "Understood, boss." A week has passed since Wang Chun's small group gathering, during which Xiongda joined the family's soul masters in their quest for soul rings. Meanwhile, Wang Chun commenced his training within the simulated environment of the inner courtyard. Amidst the vast peach orchard, he found his spirits lifted. Is this truly the simulated training environment? He mused, gazing at the expansive orchard, the largest of its kind within the family. Given that most of the family's martial souls are ape-related, the demand for such environments is paramount. Seated beneath a peach tree, a location specifically sanctioned by the family, Wang Chun recognized that this tree was no ordinary specimen. It was a rare 100-year-old soul beast. Surrounding it were common trees, but beneath this exceptional plant, the benefits to the cultivation of the Jingang family's ape martial souls are immense. Moreover, it is said that at the heart of the family's simulated training environment lies a millennia-old peach tree soul beast. transplanted by the first generation of Jingang Douluo during the family's inception. This soul beast is safeguarded by the family, allowing its members to train under its auspices. Additionally, it bears peaches that are treasures in their own right, typically producing one every 10 years for the Jingang family. These peaches are imbued with vast amounts of soul power, primarily intended for those with talents reaching the Soul Emperor level who are struggling to break through to Soul Sage. Utilizing this external force for advancement may lead to a cap of level 79, making it nearly impossible to ascend to Soul Douluo. Thus, while the utility of this treasure may seem modest, it holds significant value. The qualitative leap from Soul Emperor to Soul Sage is profound, offering not just an additional soul ring, but also the ability to manifest one's martial soul. Consequently, the role of a Soul Sage is far greater than that of 10 Soul Emperors, which explains the harmonious coexistence between the family and the millennia-old Soul Beast. As Wang Chun settled under the peach tree, he began his cultivation. The moment he entered the simulated environment, he felt his martial soul stir with a sense of belonging. As he activated his training, he comprehended why the family encourages its younger members to establish a solid foundation before entering this simulated training environment at level 30. The influx of soul power is overwhelmingly abundant. Without proper groundwork, one's meridians would be unable to withstand such an onslaught, potentially leading to a catastrophic rupture that could cripple one's ability to cultivate. Now, bolstered by his robust meridians, Wang Chun rapidly absorbed the soul power, enhancing his strength. He felt confident that, within 2 years, he could reach level 40. Thus, time slipped away unnoticed as he immersed himself in his training, continuing until the evening, when he prepared to return. Suddenly, he discovered a colossal vortex of soul power hovering above the center of the simulated training environment, rapidly absorbing the soul energy from the peach grove within. The environment, tinted crimson by the setting sun, was transformed into a silvery hue by this swirling force. "What is this?" Wang Chun exclaimed in astonishment. At the heart of the simulated training area, the patriarch of the Diamond family and 4 elders observed from the periphery. Has the Grand Elder broken through to the rank of Title Douluo? The 4th elder inquired of the patriarch. The other 3 elders also turned their gaze towards him, echoing the same question. "It should be similar to my own experience years ago," the patriarch replied. "Haha, our Diamond family will soon have another Title Douluo. This is truly joyous news. Indeed, having another Title Douluo in the family is a tremendous boon." They exchanged words of celebration, while the patriarch focused on the secluded area where the Grand Elder was meditating. The Grand Elder sensed an imminent breakthrough to Title Douluo, prompting the patriarch and the 4 elders to come here to protect him, ensuring his training remained undisturbed. Although he had confidence in the Grand Elder's success, a tinge of worry lingered in his heart. Thus, the patriarch and the 4 elders awaited the Grand Elder's breakthrough, observing the vortex of soul power. After half an hour, the vortex finally dissipated, and at that moment, the Grand Elder emerged. Impatiently, the 4th elder asked, "Elder, have you succeeded?" "Haha, Patriarch, esteemed elders, I have reached level 90. I only need to hunt for a soul ring to officially become a Title Douluo," the Grand Elder joyfully announced. Hearing his words, the patriarch and the 4 elders sighed in relief. While they had suspected the Grand Elder's success, it was merely conjecture until confirmed. "Shall we hunt for the soul ring now, or wait a day or 2 to consolidate your strength?" The 4th elder inquired. "Let us wait 2 days to solidify my cultivation before we proceed," the Grand Elder replied. "Very well. 2 days hence, we shall hunt for the soul ring. I, along with the 2nd and 3rd elders, will accompany you into the Star Luo forest to seek an appropriate soul ring," the 4th elder stated, while the 4th and 5th elders remained to manage the family affairs and provide protection. The patriarch then made arrangements for the family and allowed the Grand Elder to focus on consolidating his cultivation. The other elders returned to their own training, having originally come to safeguard the Grand Elder's breakthrough. After all, they too aspired to reach Title Douluo and possessed the potential to do so. 2 days later, unbeknownst to the Diamond family, the patriarch and 3 elders set off directly for the Star Luo forest, leaving the 4th and 5th elders to support the family. Typically, family matters were overseen by designated elders, with only unresolved issues escalated to the highest decision-making body of the 5 elders and the patriarch. Thus, Even without 3 elders and the patriarch, the family's operations continued unabated. This efficiency is a testament to the strength of the Diamond family, where specialized tasks are assigned to capable individuals rather than being managed directly by the patriarch and the 5 elders. This structure not only ensures that those with lesser potential remain engaged and active, but also frees the more gifted individuals to concentrate on their cultivation without being burdened by trivial family matters. Consequently, in the Diamond family, individuals lacking the potential to continue their training are often appointed to various managerial positions, while those with talent are allowed to devote themselves to cultivation. In the realm of Douluo continent, strength is paramount. To squander the time of promising individuals on minor tasks would be a grave misallocation of resources. A well-structured family system allows each talent to thrive in the appropriate role, which is why the Diamond family has endured for so many years. Without such regulations to properly allocate talents, the Diamond family might well have ceased to exist long ago. At the Star Luo forest, Patriarch Wang Gang and 3 elders departed from the family, embarking on a swift journey towards the Star Luo forest to procure a suitable soul ring for the Grand Elder and return home promptly. After all, the family's strongest forces were predominantly outside, and any unforeseen calamity could spell disastrous consequences for the family. Thus, after 5 days of travel, they arrived at a small town on the outskirts of the Star Luo forest, intending to rest and recuperate after their arduous journey. It was vital to adjust their conditions before entering the Star Luo forest, where they would have no time to rest while seeking an appropriate soul ring, which would undoubtedly require considerable effort. This town was quite sizable, with an array of shops primarily catering to soul masters. Typically, only soul masters would come to such places, pausing briefly to rest and replenish resources before venturing into the Star Luo forest to hunt for soul rings. After all, few would choose to visit such a remote location without purpose. In this realm, good people may not necessarily perish, nor bad people. Only the foolish are certain to meet their demise, as they offend the powerful soul masters, who can easily dispose of them. Wang Gang and his companions, with their imposing physiques and formidable presence, were clearly powerful soul masters, deterring any potential troublemakers. The 4 of them arrived at a modest inn, securing 4 rooms and enjoying a hearty meal, knowing that once they entered the Star Luo forest, they would subsist solely on their provisions. After resting for the night, they set out early the next morning for the Star Luo forest. Upon leaving the town, Wang Gang and his companions quickened their pace, as they were now close to the Star Luo forest. Soon, they arrived at its entrance. This was not their first visit, so they were not awestruck by the vast expanse of green wilderness. The trees within the Star Luo forest were lush and towering, even at the outskirts, reaching heights of over 20 meters, far more vibrant than the residual glow of the previous forest. Among the 4, there was a tidal Douluo at level 95 and a quasi-tidal Douluo at level 90, along with 2 soul Douluos at level 89. Naturally, they would not linger at the periphery. They pressed on toward the core of the Star Luo forest, where they hoped to find a suitable 9th soul ring for the Grand Elder. As they advanced swiftly, they soon reached the inner circle of the Star Luo forest, where they slowed their pace and began to search carefully. The eldest elder initiated the formation, flanked by the 2nd and 3rd elders, with the clan leader bringing up the rear. The quartet commenced their search within the depths of the forest, mindful to temper their auras so as not to startle or disturb the surrounding spirit beasts. After a day of diligent searching, they had yet to find a suitable spirit ring. This was not unexpected, as it was not their first venture into the Star Luo forest to hunt for spirit rings. Thus, they remained patient. They deliberated on who would take the night watch while the other 3 closed their eyes to rejuvenate. It was crucial to maintain their strength for the inevitable battle that awaited when they encountered a fitting spirit beast, although they could endure several days without rest. Even slight fatigue could impair their performance, which they sought to avoid. Hence, a watchman was designated, allowing the others to conserve their strength. As this expedition aimed to assist the eldest elder in absorbing a spirit ring to transcend to the tidal Douluo rank, he was not assigned to the night watch. Instead, the other 3 took turns. They were uncertain how long they would search within the Star Luo forest for an appropriate spirit ring. As the night passed without incident, the following day, they resumed their quest. The group ventured deeper towards the core area of the forest, reasoning that suitable spirit rings were more likely to be found there. As they journeyed further into the Star Luo forest, the surroundings grew increasingly tranquil, transforming the landscape into a splendid paradise rather than a habitat for spirit beasts. This serene atmosphere resulted from the presence of increasingly powerful spirit beasts in the depths of the forest, thus reducing their numbers. The challenge of locating a spirit beast intensified. Yet the probability of encountering formidable ones increased, as only the strongest could survive in this realm. Eventually, in a humid area, they stumbled upon a most suitable spirit beast, a silverback gorilla dwelling amidst a grove of peach trees. This ancient 90,000-year-old creature was perfectly aligned with the eldest elder's martial spirit. "I shall take the lead in the attack. You three provide support," spoke the clan leader, designating himself as the primary assailant, while the three elders would assist in incapacitating the silverback gorilla swiftly. It was imperative to avoid a prolonged battle that could attract other spirit beasts, complicating the absorption of the spirit ring. Before the silverback gorilla could react, the four elders overwhelmed it, leaving it unable to retaliate. Eldest elder, quickly finish it off and begin the absorption. "We will guard you," they urged. "Indeed, the sooner we conclude this, the better we can depart." "Understood. I will resolve this swiftly," the eldest elder replied, promptly dispatching the ancient gorilla and commencing the absorption of the spirit ring. A black and red soul ring emerged from the gorilla's corpse, enveloping the eldest elder as he channeled his soul power to absorb the 90,000-year-old spirit ring. However, due to its immense age, absorption was not a swift process. Even with the robust physical conditioning instilled in the members of the Diamond Clan, it took the entire night for the eldest elder to complete the absorption. At dawn, a black and red soul ring appeared beneath his feet, pulsating rhythmically alongside the other 8 rings, signifying his ascension to the coveted title or realm sought by all soul masters across the continent. At that moment, the eldest elder's aura underwent a profound transformation. "Thank you, clan leader and esteemed brothers." The eldest elder expressed his gratitude upon completing the process. "There is no need for such formality. We are all of one family. We shall continue to support one another in the future. Let us depart. We should not linger here too long. We must check for any soul bones," the clan leader suggested. The eldest elder approached the silverback gorilla's remains and meticulously examined them, discovering a right arm bone. "I found a right arm bone," he announced. "Absorb it. It corresponds perfectly with your soul ring, enhancing the effects upon absorption," the clan leader advised. "Indeed, this will yield even better results." The 2 elders concurred with the clan leader's decision. "We should exit, and, upon returning to the clan, you can absorb this soul bone." Thus, the 4 departed the Star Luo forest, making their way back to the Diamond Clan. Time passed, and more than half a month went by without the clan members realizing that the eldest elder had attained the title Douluo rank. They were also unaware that the clan leader and elders had ventured into the Star Luo forest to procure spirit rings and had since returned. Naturally, the clan leader and elders refrained from publicizing the eldest elder's breakthrough, as no clan would willingly expose its full strength, always keeping certain cards close to their chest. Revealing all one's strengths could leave them defenseless against enemies, who would then be prepared to counter any known abilities. Conversely, if a clan possessed unanticipated strengths, deploying them unexpectedly could significantly enhance their survival chances, much like how humans often fear the unknown rather than the known. Now, Wang Chun adhered to a disciplined routine. He practiced in a simulated training environment among the peach trees during the day and returned to the designated resting quarters in the clan at night. In this inner sanctum, he was free from concerns other than his training. The clan provided meals, accommodations, and resources for his cultivation, allowing him to focus solely on enhancing his abilities. Each night, before retiring to sleep, Wang Chun dedicated time to refining his foundational techniques, elevating his martial arts level, which not only strengthened his prowess but also expedited his training progress. During his training sessions in the simulated environment, he began by honing his soul power, followed by practicing the clan's physical training methods. His physical regimen had reached the 7th level, significantly augmenting his bodily strength and the resilience of his meridians. The rapid advancement in his training was largely attributed to his practice of foundational techniques, which not only accelerated his soul power cultivation, but also enhanced his physical fortitude. Moreover, the mysterious golden crystal he acquired in Yuhui town significantly enhanced his physical prowess. These factors contributed to his family's martial arts cultivation reaching such a remarkable level. It was precisely due to these circumstances that his physical attributes became exceptionally robust, allowing him to swiftly absorb soul power in the simulated training environment and rapidly augment his strength. Thus, he cultivated diligently for half a month, witnessing a tremendous improvement in his capabilities. After more than 2 weeks of training in this simulated environment, Wang Chen's soul power level peaked at 32, and he sensed that a breakthrough to level 33 was imminent. If he continued his training in the family's simulated environment, he believed he might reach level 40 before turning 11. One morning, he arrived early at the training grounds, convinced that today he would achieve level 33. Sitting beneath a century-old peach tree, he commenced his training, channeling his energy to swiftly absorb soul power, refining it rapidly, and gradually pushing against the bottleneck of level 33. As he meticulously pressed forward, he finally broke through, feeling his soul power circulating with newfound swiftness. He distinctly recalled that prior to absorbing the enigmatic crystal from Yuhui Town, he only sensed a significant acceleration in his soul power during breakthroughs. Typically, one does not perceive such changes when advancing soul power levels. However, after absorbing that mysterious crystal, he could clearly feel the enhancement in his soul power with each breakthrough, which was instrumental to his rapid cultivation. Otherwise, as his soul power level increased, the amount required for breakthroughs would also rise, inevitably slowing his progress. Following his breakthrough, cultivating felt even more fluid than before. Additionally, he could distinctly sense that the mysterious crystal he had absorbed was subtly improving his physique. Although there were no significant changes in the short term, he recognized that once he broke through, his cultivation speed would surpass that of his previous state. He later searched Yuhui Town for another crystal, but was unsuccessful. When he inquired at the shop, the owner confessed ignorance about the nature of the crystal he had found. Now he understood why. Despite sensing a powerful energy while absorbing that crystal, his soul power level did not visibly increase. The energy from a crystal was not meant to elevate soul power levels, but rather to bolster and transform his body, continuously enhancing his foundation and accelerating his cultivation speed. Had he not absorbed the mysterious crystal, even with innate full soul power and the additional benefits of a child's cultivation technique, he would not have reached his current level at such a young age. He continued to refine his skills, gradually solidifying his cultivation. As time flowed, the sun dipped below the horizon and twilight approached. Although Wang Chun was engrossed in his training, he remained aware of the external changes. After completing a full cycle of soul power within his body, he concluded his practice, gently opened his eyes, exhaled, and retracted his aura. He prepared to leave the training area and retire for the night, slowly rising from the ground and making his way to his quarters. The simulated training environment naturally housed more than just Wang Chun. On his way back to his quarters, he encountered several family soul masters who were also training there. These individuals were evidently older than Wang Chun, yet anyone permitted to cultivate in the family's simulated training grounds was at least of soul master rank. Those below the soul master rank were not allowed, as training here could accelerate their cultivation speed, while those with lower soul power levels were prone to instability in their foundations due to the rapid advancement, hindering their future progress and potential breakthroughs. Consequently, within the King Kong family, all soul masters below level 30 were not provided with any potions to hasten their cultivation. Instead, they received foundational strengthening elixirs that would not adversely affect their future training. Establishing a solid foundation in youth would lead to more powerful soul masters with higher cultivation talents, facilitating their ascension to greater heights. Furthermore, once a stable foundation is laid, introducing various potions to accelerate cultivation would better utilize family resources. It would be a testament to the gifted nature of a soul master if they could reach level 30 by 20 without the aid of external enhancements. Allocating resources to those with innate talent is the judicious approach. This threshold distinguishes the innate aptitude of soul masters. Those with talent receive robust support to enhance their strength and positively impact the family, while those without are not burdened with wasted resources. They often choose between theoretical research or becoming a joyful progenitor, contributing to the family's lineage. Producing a talented descendant is a matter of great honor, and the family offers rewards for such achievements. The family soul masters who break through to soul master rank before the age of 20 are considered the backbone of the family. These soul masters, barring unforeseen circumstances, are destined to become at least formidable soul kings. As Wang Chun traversed the training grounds, mingling with the sounds of soul masters engaging in conversation, life infused the otherwise tranquil simulated environment. After a 10-minute walk, he finally reached his quarters. Having achieved a breakthrough that day, he decided to reward himself with a restful night. After dinner, he chose to forego training and went directly to bed. Marking the first night, he rested without engaging in cultivation since arriving. The following day, Wang Chun resumed his disciplined routine. Each morning, after breakfast, he would head to the simulated training grounds for cultivation and return in the evening to rest. Occasionally, he would venture into King Kong City to meet with his junior disciples to discuss their training. Due to the family lacking a suitable isotribute simulated training environment, his companion, Xiongde, could only train near a cold spring, which provided a slight acceleration in his cultivation speed. He typically trained there for half a day before heading to the battle arena in King Kong City to refine his skills. Meanwhile, Wang Chun focused on elevating his soul power level, participating in battle contests approximately every 2 weeks. Unfortunately, it was challenging to find suitable opponents. They usually gathered bi-weekly to share insights on their cultivation and address any questions, fostering camaraderie and enhancing their collective strength. Thus, Wang Chun spent over a month training in his family's simulated training grounds, where he truly experienced the rapid elevation of his soul power levels. The external training environment had a monumental influence on the cultivation of soul masters. A soul master training in a simulated environment could easily overpower one who lacks such resources, which also explains why those with a heritage are typically stronger than those without. Wang Chun believed that if he continued training here for another month, he might very well break through to level 34. Achieving a level increase in just 2 months was no longer the realm of low-level soul masters, who could simply advance after a month or 2 of casual practice. Rather, even a soul master at the 30s could advance a level within just over 2 months. This starkly illustrates how those with training resources significantly outmatch their wild counterparts who lack such support. As time passed unknowingly, Wang Chun trained for another month in the family's simulated environment, ultimately achieving a breakthrough to level 34. However, this rapid enhancement of his soul power also meant that he had nearly depleted the foundation he had built up over time. If he continued this intensive training, his ability to control his soul power might diminish, potentially hindering his capacity to fully unleash his strength. Therefore, after reaching level 34, he decided to participate in several soul battles at the Soul Arena in King Kong City to improve his control over his soul power through combat. Yet, finding a suitable opponent for these battles proved challenging. Soul masters of the same level as him, the soul sovereigns, were generally not a match for him, failing to provide the necessary training experience. Conversely, challenging soul masters above level 40 was seldom appealing, as it would be embarrassing for a soul sovereign of that caliber to lose to someone below their level. Winning would bring little glory, while a loss would be a significant disgrace. Consequently, few soul masters were willing to engage in one-on-one battles with him. Thus, he teamed up with the level 40 bear master, Xiongde, to form a duo for 2-on-2 battles. Xiongde typically trained for half a day in the simulated environment before heading to participate in soul battles, unlike Wang Chun, who, as a member of a prestigious family, had access to a variety of training resources from a young age. Had Xiongde trained for 2 months in the simulated environment like Wang Chun, he would likely struggle to control his own strength. Therefore, he accelerated his training in the simulated environment while participating in soul battles to refine his skills and enhance his control over his soul power. Now, with Wang Chun joining him for the 2-on-2 battles, he was eager for the opportunity. This arrangement not only benefited Wang Chun, but also proved advantageous for himself. A true win-win situation. This morning, Wang Chun and Xiongde registered for the 2-on-2 soul battle, and they were assigned to the main battle platform. Given that this was a duel between 2 soul sovereigns, such events were quite rare. Wang Chun's participation in the 2-on-2 soul sovereign battles was significantly easier to arrange than one-on-one matchups. Previously, scheduling a one-on-one battle required notifying the arena a day or 2 in advance, sometimes even waiting 5 or 6 days for a match. Now, they were matched with suitable opponents on the same day. as those soul sovereigns participating in the two-on-two battles would not face as much embarrassment and defeat. It was a more comfortable situation for all involved. Wang Chun and Xiongde awaited their turn in the competition lounge, preparing to face their first two-on-two battle. They were unaware of who their opponents would be, so they focused on maintaining their best condition for this inaugural match. Finally, after a previous battle concluded on the main platform, the host stepped forward to announce the commencement of today's Soul Sovereign Duel. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to today's 2-on-2 Soul Sovereign Battle. Without further ado, let us introduce the contenders, the Iron Blood Duo versus the War God team. The Iron Blood Duo is a familiar name, having participated in numerous soul battles, while the War God team is newly registered. We shall see whether the Iron Blood Duo can secure another victory or if our newcomers will claim their first win. As Wang Chun and Xiongde made their way onto the battle platform, they were met by two middle-aged soul masters in their 40s. Though their innate talent might not match Wang Chun and Xiongde's, their extensive training time granted them a slight edge in strength. The arrival of the duo filled the arena, prompting the host to announce the battle's commencement and prepare their martial spirits. Wang Chun and Xiongde immediately summoned their martial spirits, readying themselves for combat. The opposing pair also activated their martial spirits, both wielding forging hammers. They bore striking similarities, standing tall and robust with powerful builds evident from their muscular arms. Their formidable strength was unmistakable, underscoring the fact that experience and physical prowess could often outweigh mere age in the realm of soul battles. The host then declared the battle officially underway, and the Iron Blood Duo charged towards Wang Chun and Xiongde, demonstrating their readiness and determination. The Iron-Blooded Duo is a formidable powerhouse combination of soul masters. The Strength-type weapon soul masters demonstrate a distinct difference from their B-Spirit counterparts, while the B-Spirit Strength-type soul masters possess superior physical attributes. The weapon soul masters exhibit a more explosive offensive capability. After all, they wield a weapon that enhances their combat prowess, allowing them to engage with formidable armaments to their advantage. With a resounding roar, they charge towards Wang Chun and his companion with both speed and stability. Although weapon souls do not alter the physical appearance of the soul masters, the sight of two imposing figures wielding massive forge hammers, both bellowing in unison, is indeed quite imposing. They advanced with synchronized strides, akin to thunder, towards Wang Chun and Xiongde, their hammers raised high. In response, Xiongde quickly unleashed his fourth soul skill, Raging Cold Tide. This skill, perfected with the aid of the King Kong clan, is tailor-made for him. As its name suggests, Raging Cold Tide allows him to manipulate frigid waves that suppress the strength of enemies caught within them. Once affected by the chilling currents, adversaries find their limbs sluggish and their speed drastically reduced, effectively diminishing their combat effectiveness. This skill is comparable to a diminutive version of a domain ability. Elders within his clan have indicated that should Xiongde ascend to the rank of Title Daw, his fourth soul skill might evolve into an ice domain, underscoring its suitability for him. As Xiongde activated his fourth soul skill, Wang Chun prepared to deploy his second soul skill, intending to withstand the opponent's initial assault. After executing his skill, Xiongde took refuge behind Wang Chun, waiting for the opportune moment to launch a surprise attack once Wang Chun had successfully blocked the oncoming threats. Despite being newcomers to a 2-on-2 soul battle, their coordination was commendable, given their understanding of each other's soul skills. The blue chill surged toward the Iron-Blooded Duo. In a scenario where their levels were relatively equal, being struck by such a cold wave would undoubtedly weaken their capabilities. This is the formidable nature of skills akin to domain abilities. The Iron-Blooded Duo remained unflustered. Having spent years in the arena, they were seasoned combatants. As the blue stream approached, they brandished their hammers, effortlessly wielding them as if they were weightless, crafting a barrier that effectively blocked much of the cold wave's assault. However, some of the frigid air managed to penetrate, and they felt its chilling force, rendering their bodies slightly unresponsive and their soul power flowing less smoothly. With a unified roar, they activated their soul skills. Their first soul rings illuminated simultaneously, and as the cold wave prepared to engulf them once more, it was deflected by their hammers, which not only possessed brute strength, but also emitted a unique shockwave that repelled the icy currents. The technique known as shockwave, the first skill of the Iron-Blooded Duo, effectively thwarted the chilling onslaught. The two men, one on either side, swung their hammers, closely guarding their bodies while swiftly closing the distance to Wang Chun and his companion. Now, Wang Chun shouted, bolstered by his formidable defense as he charged towards the iron-blooded duo, seeking to create an opportunity for Xiongda. The iron-blooded duo, unwilling to relinquish their hard-earned proximity, unleashed their soul skills upon Wang Chun, aiming to neutralize him before turning their attention to a 2-on-1 scenario. Wang Chun mirrored their strategy, intent on eliminating one opponent first to create a significant advantage for Xiongda. In the blink of an eye, Wang Chun's indestructible body collided with the iron-blooded duo's hammers, producing a thunderous impact. Drawing upon his immense defensive capabilities, he successfully absorbed the blow, though the shockwave from the iron-blooded duo forced him back several steps. Nevertheless, he had achieved his objective, having blocked their assault and created an opening in their defenses. At that moment, Xiongda seized the opportunity created by Wang Chun. Charging from Wang Chun's right towards the iron-blooded duo, he unleashed his ice palm, delivering a powerful strike to the leader of the iron-blooded duo, sending him hurtling away. Boss! The second member of the iron-blooded duo, witnessing his companion being flung aside, shouted in alarm. He quickly activated his third soul skill, Super Impact, slamming it into the ground, generating a tremendous shockwave that impeded Wang Chun and Xiongda's follow-up assault, preventing them from capitalizing on their advantage. Although the second member's third soul skill failed to inflict damage, it effectively halted their subsequent actions, allowing the leader to recover and continue the fight. This demonstrated the duo's considerable combat experience, as they swiftly devised a countermeasure to safeguard their leader from severe repercussions. When Wang Chun and his companions recognized that they could no longer attack the leader of the iron-blooded duo, they promptly altered their strategy, opting to focus on the isolated second member, intending to eliminate him first. After all, their initial plan was to neutralize one opponent, whether it be the leader or the second member. Despite being momentarily pushed back by the second member's shockwave, the leader was still incapacitated by Xiongda's skill and would not return immediately. Thus, they seized this valuable opportunity and charged towards the second member with intent to defeat him. Onward, Wang Chun shouted to Xiongda, activating his first soul skill against the iron-blooded duo's second member, aiming to ensnare him and provide Xiongda with a chance for a decisive strike. Understanding Wang Chun's intentions, Xiongda promptly unleashed his third soul skill, Bear Transformation, significantly enhancing his physical attributes and preparing to deliver a devastating blow to the iron-blooded duo's second member. The second member of the iron-blooded duo, recognizing the threat posed by Wang Chun's attack, could not afford to ignore it. However, as a non-agile type soul master, he could not evade Wang Chun's assault. Instead, he resorted to using his own soul skill to counterattack, activating his first skill to repel Wang Chun and create an opportunity to regroup with his leader, knowing that a 2-on-1 situation would be immensely disadvantageous for him. After all, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. Crash! As Wang Chun's fist collided with the forging hammer of the iron-blooded second, he found himself alone in this confrontation. His hammer, though formidable, could not compare to the combined might he once shared with his leader, yet it was enough to prevent him from being repelled, resulting in a stalemate. In this critical moment, the ever-watchful Xiongda seized the opportunity to launch his attack. Leaping from behind Wang Chun, bolstered by the enhancement of his third soul skill, he unleashed his first soul skill, Frost Palm, aiming it squarely at the iron-blooded second's head. He was confident that this strike would severely injure his opponent. At the precipice of this decisive moment, a massive forging hammer flew in from behind the iron-blooded second, sending Xiongda flying and averting a potentially devastating blow. Meanwhile, Wang Chun exerted his strength, forcing the iron-blooded second back, and quickly grasped the situation. It became evident that the iron-blooded leader had been knocked aside, and, upon witnessing his brother in peril, he activated his fourth soul skill, Celestial Toss, propelling Xiongda away and diffusing the immediate threat to his comrade. Swiftly, he made his way towards his brother, intent on neutralizing one of their adversaries to prevent his brother from facing 2 foes alone. Xiongda, having regained his footing after being struck by the iron-blooded leader's fourth soul skill, found that the blow lacked ferocity due to the leader's hasty execution. Enhanced by his third soul skill, which fortified his physical attributes, he sustained minimal damage. Observing the iron-blooded duo's intent to besiege his leader, he resolved to assist. Once more, Wang Chun and Xiongda stood in defiance against the iron-blooded combination. The iron-blooded duo initially aimed to incapacitate Wang Chun before turning their attention to Xiongda, ultimately seeking victory in the soul battle. However, Wang Chun countered their assault with strategic foresight, thwarting their attack, and Xiongda managed to send the iron-blooded leader flying. Although the iron-blooded second's soul skill hindered Wang Chun's subsequent offensive, it inadvertently placed him in peril, nearly allowing Xiongda to deliver a crippling blow. Fortunately, the timely use of the leader's soul skill rescued his brother from disaster. Now, with neither side achieving their objectives, a tense standoff ensued. Despite the flurry of action on the soul battleground, the audience was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the rapid succession of events. The iron-blooded duo, wary of risking an all-out assault, opted for a more cautious approach, each wielding their forging hammers as they advanced methodically towards Wang Chun and Xiongda. Recognizing the absence of opportunities to eliminate an adversary swiftly, Wang Chun abandoned that notion, choosing instead to engage directly, hoping to find an opening through sheer confrontation. One at a time, be cautious, he advised Xiongda before unleashing his first soul skill against the iron-blooded combination. Inspired by Wang Chun's command, Xiongda activated his soul skill, preparing for a head-on clash. As the iron-blooded duo discerned their opponents charging towards them, they too refused to yield, activating their soul skills to counter Wang Chun and Xiongda's advance. The clash of their powers resonated through the arena. But upon realizing they were unable to gain the upper hand, Wang Chun resolved to unleash his trump card. Xiongda, just like our first soul battle, seize the moment, he shouted, intending to catch their foes off guard. Xiongda, momentarily taken aback by Wang Chun's urgent call, quickly grasped its significance. The seasoned iron-blooded duo, adept in the art of battle, noticed Xiongda's brief distraction and exchanged knowing glances, intent on eliminating one opponent first. With Wang Chun positioned in the front left and Xiongda at the rear right, they could not bypass Wang Chun to ambush Xiongda. Thus, they focused their collective strength on Wang Chun. They unleashed their second soul skill, Heavy Strike, intending to amplify their weapon's weight for a devastating attack. Wang Chun, understanding their strategy, welcomed the challenge and activated his second soul skill, Indestructible Body, fortifying his defenses to withstand their assault. The iron-blooded duo's strikes converged upon Wang Chun's arms simultaneously. Thanks to his full activation of the second soul skill, his defense was significantly bolstered, allowing him to withstand their onslaught. Seizing the moment, he unleashed his third soul skill, Titan Roar, emitting a powerful sonic wave that disoriented the iron-blooded duo, diminishing the force of their strikes. Recognizing Wang Chun's intent, Xiongda seized the opportunity, charging from Wang Chun's right to deliver a full-powered frost palm directly to the iron-blooded leader's midsection, hurling him away. Concurrently, with the iron-blooded leader dispatched, Wang Chun's right hand became free, and he unleashed a mighty iron fist upon the iron-blooded second, sending him flying as well. Embracing the principle of taking advantage of an opponent's weakness, Wang Chun and Xiongda surged towards the fallen iron-blooded duo, determined to deliver the final blows and conclude the skirmish. The iron-blooded combination, momentarily dazed by Wang Chun's sonic attack, snapped back to reality as they faced the oncoming assault. Attempting to retaliate, they found themselves disoriented and without a solid foundation, unable to mount a formidable counterattack. Ultimately, the onslaught from the advancing war god duo struck home, leaving the iron-blooded combination with no recourse but to concede defeat. Wang Chun and Xiongda emerged victorious in their inaugural 2-on-2 soul battle. With their victory secured, Wang Chun and Xiongda felt a profound sense of joy. After registering their win at the Soul Arena, they left to meet with their two younger companions in the city of Konglong, eager to share insights on their cultivation experiences. Once again, they gathered at their familiar tavern, in the same private room, exchanging wisdom on their training. Following their discussions, they enjoyed a meal together before parting ways to continue their individual pursuits of mastery. This 2-on-2 soul battle imparted invaluable lessons to Wang Chun, markedly different from his prior one-on-one experiences. In a solo confrontation, one need only focus on a single opponent. However, in a team setting, vigilance towards both adversaries and their potential collaboration is paramount. It requires a balance of individual initiative and the creation of opportunities for one's teammates to strike effectively. In addition to safeguarding his teammates, one must ensure that they are not severely injured by their adversaries. This experience is markedly different from those encountered in the past. Upon returning to his family, Wang Chun visited his mother and, after a brief conversation, retreated to his secluded courtyard in the inner compound. He intended to meticulously reflect on his insights gained from the soul battles, serving as a summary of his combat experiences. After all, his participation in the soul battles was primarily driven by the need for further refinement, enhancing his mastery over his own abilities. This was essential to prevent his rapid ascension in soul power from diminishing his control over it. Thus, Wang Chun diligently recorded his combat reflections before taking a well-deserved rest. For the day's soul match had drained a considerable amount of his mental energy. Despite the brevity of the encounters, the myriad of situational shifts was profoundly taxing. He resolved to rejuvenate himself, planning to return to the simulated training environment the following day to continue his cultivation. With his recent participation in the soul battles and the substantial increase in combat experience, he was well prepared to further elevate his prowess. The next morning, Wang Chun refreshed himself briefly before heading back to the simulated training arena. On his way, he encountered numerous members of the King Kong family, all diligently honing their skills. Witnessing their dedication further fueled Wang Chun's resolve, especially considering the high expectations placed upon him by the family patriarch and elders who had provided him with invaluable support, including a rare, millennium-old soul bone. He was determined not to disappoint them. In the world of Douluo continent, strength reigned supreme, dictating one's fate. Moreover, with powerful foes like BB Dong's spirit empire looming, a lack of formidable strength could lead to dire consequences, reminiscent of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan's fate in the original narrative. Once again, Wang Chun settled into the simulated training environment, swiftly resuming his cultivation. He directed his soul power to circulate vigorously within him, gradually enhancing his capabilities. This sensation of incremental growth was immensely pleasurable. No wonder some individuals could persist in their training indefinitely. Now, at level 34, Wang Chun felt the tangible effects of his accelerated training pace within the simulated environment. This invigorating process enabled him to continue his cultivation without succumbing to loneliness, even in solitude. Thus, his days were spent in the simulated training setting, where he practiced both his soul power and the family's physical training techniques, while his evenings were dedicated to refining his foundational skills. He ensured he rested adequately, and every fortnight, he would compete in a 2-on-2 soul battle alongside his companion, Shionda, to sharpen his physical control and ensure he could manage the rapid enhancement of his soul power gained in the simulated environment. Having participated in these 2-on-2 soul battles previously, Wang Chun and his companions were now recognized for their combat style and soul skills, making it impossible to catch opponents off guard as they had done during their initial encounters. Consequently, they relied on their raw strength to secure victories. However, being merely a soul sovereign, Wang Chun, despite his remarkable abilities that rivaled those of soul masters, lacked one soul skill, which inevitably limited his tactical options. After several battles, they found themselves targeted more easily. This culminated in their 6th 2-on-2 soul battle, where they faced defeat against 2 formidable level 49 soul masters. A loss that was understandable given the disparity in strength. Wang Chun's soul power was still in the mid-30s, and while he could contend with stronger foes, the opponents were far from ordinary. In their 4th soul battle, both of Wang Chun's subordinates, Wang Hai and Liu Yun, achieved breakthroughs to level 20. Thanks to the support from the King Kong family, securing a century-old soul ring and ascending to the status of greater soul masters. This development brought Wang Chun joy, as the growth of his subordinates would undoubtedly benefit him. Thus, Wang Chun adhered to a disciplined regimen, cultivating his soul power during the day, practicing foundational techniques in the evenings, and participating in bi-monthly soul battles to absorb combat experience and refine his physical control. Over the course of a year, as Wang Chun approached his 10th birthday, he reached the pinnacle of level 39, on the verge of breaking through to level 40. This accomplishment shattered all previous records within the King Kong family, establishing him as its unparalleled prodigy. Seated beneath the peach tree in his long-standing training ground, Wang Chun prepared to breach the level 40 threshold. His soul power surged to its zenith, creating a palpable aura around him as he relentlessly attacked the bottleneck, separating him from this new level. Layer by layer, he pressed against the barrier until, at last, he heard a satisfying crack, signifying his triumph in overcoming the challenge and achieving level 40. With renewed vigor, Wang Chen focused on consolidating his newfound strength before notifying the family elders to assist him in acquiring a suitable millennium-old soul ring. Following his breakthrough, he felt his physical capabilities enhanced once more, an effect he had experienced since absorbing that mysterious crystal in Yuhui Town. However, recognizing the absence of any adverse consequences, he chose to relish the benefits without further contemplation. Once he had solidified his foundation, Wang Chun exited the simulated training environment, eager to share the news of his advancement to level 40 with the elders. His current physical prowess was more than sufficient to absorb a soul ring aged up to 2,000 years. Having mastered the family's physical training techniques to their highest tier, perhaps due to his cultivation of foundational techniques and the influence of the mysterious crystal, his progress had been remarkably swift, further augmenting his physical capabilities. Having returned to his resting courtyard, Wang Chen took a moment to refresh himself before seeking out the family elders. His heart brimmed with elation, for achieving level 40 at such a tender age was a significant milestone. After a brief cleansing, he promptly set off to meet with the elders of his family. Due to his extraordinary talent, he was able to meet with the elders of the family directly. Otherwise, it would be improbable for a mere junior of level 40 to casually encounter those elders of levels 80 or 90. In the inner courtyard of the King Kong family, within the elders' lounge, Wang Chun entered and saw the fourth elder resting there. Each day, a designated elder must be on duty to ensure that, in case of emergencies, decision-makers are readily available. Thus, the family arranged for one elder to remain on duty for a month, allowing the other four elders to focus on their cultivation or other matters without the need to be present. The elder assigned would remain there for the entire month, whether cultivating or resting, to ensure their presence when needed. This month, it was the fourth elder's turn, hence Wang Chun encountered him. "Greetings, fourth elder." "Oh, it's Little Chun. What brings you here? Do you require assistance?" "Well, I wish to hunt for a spirit ring, and I need the family's help." "Oh, you wish to hunt for a spirit ring? Have you reached level 40? "Yes, I have achieved level 40, which is why I came to seek your help in hunting for a spirit ring." The fourth elder was taken aback by Wang Chen's words. After all, he was remarkably young, while the family speculated that he might reach level 40 before the age of 12. They did not anticipate that he would accomplish this feat before turning 10. Upon closer inspection, the fourth elder confirmed Wang Chen's level and promptly notified the family patriarch and the other four elders to convene for a discussion. The patriarch, upon receiving the fourth elder's message, along with the other four elders, arrived swiftly. In the King Kong family, it was uncommon for a duty elder to issue a summons for a meeting unless something significant had occurred. As the patriarch and the other four elders entered, the first elder inquired, "Fourth elder, what is the matter that prompted this urgent summons?" "This is undoubtedly related to the genius of our King Kong family. Little Chun has reached level 40 and is ready to hunt for a spirit ring. Furthermore, his physical prowess allows him to absorb rings of less than 20,000 years. Hence, I called you all here to discuss arrangements for Little Chen's spirit ring hunt." At this moment, everyone turned their attention to Wang Chun, as his talent was indeed remarkable. The patriarch scrutinized Wang Chun and then stated, "Let us move to our conference room for further discussion, and Little Chun shall join us." "Understood, patriarch." Wang Chen followed the patriarch and the elders into their small conference room. Although modest in size, it was a crucial chamber where the fate of the King Kong family was deliberated. It was the venue for the patriarch and the five elders to discuss significant matters. Due to his exceptional talent, Wang Chun was fortunate to be present to witness the discussions of the family's elders and patriarch, an opportunity he would not have had otherwise. Once inside, the patriarch and the five elders took their seats. The room was designed for 6, so Wang Chun did not find a designated spot for himself. At that moment, the fourth elder beckoned, "Little Chun, come and sit beside me." In this spacious setting, Wang Chun joined the fourth elder without feeling crowded. "Now that Little Chun is here, I shall speak candidly. His talent is extraordinary, and we must not delay in procuring his spirit ring. We need to find a formidable spirit beast to maximize Little Chen's potential." Indeed, the patriarch speaks wisely. "I share the same sentiment, which is why I summoned you all for this discussion," the fourth elder concurred. "I also align with the patriarch's views." The other elders echoed in agreement. "Thus, we must ensure everything is foolproof. We cannot allow the younger generation of the family to undertake this task. It must be us." The patriarch reiterated. Who shall go? The fourth elder inquired again. To guarantee success, deploying a title Douluo will be prudent. Yet, I cannot easily leave the family. And, as the first elder is also a title Douluo now, I propose that the first elder accompany Little Chun on a spirit ring hunt, the patriarch suggested. Agreed. I have no objections. To find a formidable spirit beast, we should explore the Star Luo forest. With my title Douluo strength, protecting Little Chun will be more than sufficient. The first elder replied. Very well. Prepare yourself. You shall accompany Little Chun to the Star Luo forest tomorrow to hunt for his spirit ring. The family's decision-making process was swift, unlike other factions that might take ages to resolve a matter. Subsequently, the patriarch and the other four elders departed, leaving the fourth elder to continue his watch. The fourth elder escorted Wang Chun to the door and advised, Little Chun, be sure to prepare for your journey to the Star Luo forest. The round trip will take considerable time, so you must be well prepared. Understood, fourth elder. Upon returning home, Wang Chun shared this news with his mother, and later that evening, he discussed it with his father. He then gathered necessary supplies and retired to his room to rest. After all, once he acquired his fourth spirit ring, he would leave the family to train on the Douluo continent, where he would no longer have the luxury of such carefree rest. Wang Chun understood that in the world beyond, while one should not harbor ill intentions, vigilance was paramount. If he continued to rest unguarded on the Douluo continent, as he did within the family, he risked perilous consequences. Thus, he cherished his current carefree life, ensuring that every moment of rest was not squandered. That day, Wang Chun opted not to practice his cultivation techniques, choosing instead to rest. For the next day, he would embark on the spirit ring hunt with the first elder, and time for rest would be scarce. The following morning, Wang Chun rose early, washed up briefly, enjoyed breakfast prepared by his mother, and then awaited the first elder outside the family grounds. After a short wait, the first elder arrived. Unlike the previous occasion when he hunted for a spirit ring, most of the family's experts were absent, preferring to remain discreet to avoid drawing attention. This time was different. Due to the distance to the Star Luo forest, a carriage pulled by a 100-year spirit beast had been arranged. Thus, Wang Chun and the first elder set off in the carriage toward the Star Luo forest. During the journey, Wang Chun took the opportunity to solidify his cultivation, as preparing to absorb a 10,000-year spirit ring required him to be in peak condition. After nearly 10 days, Wang Chun and the Grand Elder finally arrived at the small town on the outskirts of the Star Luo forest. Let's rest for a night here, Xiao Chun. The Grand Elder suggested. Tomorrow we shall venture into the Star Luo forest to assist you in acquiring your soul ring. All right, Grand Elder, Wang Chun replied. They promptly made their way to an inn, intending to enjoy a hearty meal and rest before embarking on their quest for the soul ring, as such comforts would be scarce within the forest. As dawn broke, both Wang Chun and the Grand Elder rose early. After breakfast, they instructed the coachman to await their return in the town before setting off. Within the lush expanse of the forest, Wang Chun marveled at the vibrant life surrounding them, truly a cradle for numerous soul beasts. This was Wang Chun's first visit to the Star Luo forest, and he was captivated by its rich vitality. The Grand Elder led Wang Chun swiftly toward the mixed inner circle, where it was believed a powerful 10,000-year soul ring could be found. Only within the depths of the forest could they hope to locate a suitable soul beast, as the outer regions were typically inhabited by mere century and millennium soul beasts, insufficient for Wang Chun's aspirations. Thus, the Grand Elder hastened their journey, for Wang Chun's speed could not compare to that of a title Doa. Before long, the Grand Elder, utilizing his formidable prowess, brought Wang Chun to the mixed inner circle in under 2 hours. They paused to begin their search for a suitable soul beast. Xiao Chun, do not stray too far from me, the Grand Elder cautioned. The soul beasts here are either quite powerful or venomous. Staying too distant could lead to unforeseen dangers. Understood, Grand Elder, Wang Chun acknowledged, drawing closer, aware that he must heed the wise counsel for his own safety. Thus, Wang Chun followed closely behind the Grand Elder, embarking on their quest for the soul ring. They had been in the Star Luo forest for most of the day, encountering a fair number of soul beasts, though most were millennium beasts, and only a few 10,000-year beasts did not meet the necessary standards. After all, the search for a 10,000-year soul ring could not be settled with any ordinary find, especially for the most gifted descendant of the King Kong family. After another fruitless search in the mixed inner circle, the Grand Elder suggested they take a break. It is getting dark, Let us rest here and resume our search tomorrow. Wang Chun, recognizing the importance of patience in their endeavor, agreed. Finding a suitable soul ring was no simple task. Some individuals had spent over a month in pursuit of a fitting soul beast, with others taking even longer. With the aid of a storage soul guide, and having come well prepared, Wang Chun quickly set up a temporary camp, utilizing his previous experience in the wilderness. Unlike his time in the Radiant Forest, where he needed to establish a permanent, secure base for extended survival and training, this journey focused on mobility and flexibility, allowing for a simpler, temporary encampment. After preparing the campsite and scattering special powder around for both deterrence against soul beasts and to ward off pests, Wang Chun joined the Grand Elder for dinner. Following their meal, the Grand Elder instructed Wang Chun, "You should rest now. I will take the night watch. We shall continue our search for soul beasts in the morning." "Of course, Grand Elder," Wang Chun replied, understanding the necessity of the arrangement. Given his own capabilities, it would be ill-advised for him to attempt to guard against the formidable soul beasts of the mixed inner circle, especially at night when their power surged. Wang Chun slept soundly, and upon awakening, found that the Grand Elder had prepared breakfast. "Xiao Chun, come eat. After we finish, we will continue our search for suitable soul beasts." "Yes, Grand Elder. I will wash up and join you shortly." Wang Chun retrieved a bottle of water from his storage soul guide for a quick refresh before sitting down for breakfast. "Today, we will continue our search in the mixed inner circle. If we do not find a suitable soul beast, we shall venture into the inner circle, where 10,000-year soul beasts are more abundant, albeit with some risk," the Grand Elder explained. "Understood, Grand Elder," Wang Chun affirmed. After a swift meal, they dismantled their camp and resumed their quest for the soul beasts. Thus began the second day of their search. Wang Chun closely followed the Grand Elder, cautiously navigating the mixed inner circle. Unfortunately, after hours of searching, they had yet to encounter a suitable soul beast, prompting another rest. "Let's pause here, Xiao Chun, to eat. This afternoon, we shall prepare to delve deeper into the inner circle for our search," the Grand Elder suggested. "All right, Grand Elder, I will prepare some food," Wang Chun replied as he began to cook with some preserved soul beast meat in a small pot he had brought along. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder took the opportunity to rest and regain his energy, knowing he would need to stand watch again that night. Though his strength as a titled Douluo could sustain him for days without rest, it was prudent to take advantage of the daylight to recuperate. As Wang Chun prepared their meal, the two continued their preparations for the challenges that lay ahead. During the day, the starry forest is considerably safer than at night. The camouflage of soul beasts is more easily discernible, which alleviates the Grand Elder's concerns for Wang Chun's safety. At this time, Wang Chun prepared lunch and called the Grand Elder to share the meal, after which they engaged in further discussion. Following their meal, they did not linger but set off directly toward the inner regions of the forest. As they ventured deeper, they casually scanned their surroundings for suitable soul beasts, hoping to avoid the dangers of the inner forest if they found one. However, after an entire afternoon of searching, they regrettably had yet to discover a suitable soul beast. By evening, they decided to camp at the junction between the inner circle and the mixed inner area, intending to rest there for the night. As the forest became increasingly perilous after dark, if the Grand Elder were alone, he would not be concerned, but with Wang Chun accompanying him, he felt it necessary to consider Wang Chun's safety. As before, Wang Chun was tasked with setting up camp and spreading medicinal powder, while the Grand Elder prepared dinner. Once Wang Chun had established the campsite, they were ready to dine. After the meal, Wang Chun retired to rest, while the Grand Elder kept watch. In the dead of night, a sudden roar and piercing scream echoed from nearby, awakening Wang Chun, who emerged to find the Grand Elder in a state of heightened awareness. Upon seeing Wang Chun, the Grand Elder urged him to investigate the source of the commotion, suggesting it might be a soul beast suitable for him, as any beast engaging in battle at night would not be trivial. "All right," Wang Chun replied, and together they swiftly approached the site of the soul beast skirmish, hiding nearby to observe. Eventually, they spotted the combatants, a blood demon bat and a dark moon savage ape. "Do you see that, Wang Chun? That is a 10,000-year-old dark moon savage ape, perfectly suited for your fourth soul ring." The Grand Elder pointed out the two silvery strands of hair atop the beast's head. Every 10,000 years, it would grow one, and the second strand, smaller than the first, indicated it had not yet reached 20,000 years, making it ideal for Wang Chun's needs. The two beasts battled over a moonshadow flower, which provided an excellent opportunity for the Grand Elder to intervene. Furthermore, the moonshadow flower could enhance spiritual power. Consuming it before absorbing the less than 20,000-year-old soul ring would increase Wang Chen's chances of successful absorption. "Thank you, Grand Elder," Wang Chen responded. "I'll hide here while you handle the soul ring." With that, the Grand Elder charged towards the two formidable soul beasts. Although 10,000-year soul beasts are indeed powerful, they pale in comparison to a tidal Douluo. The Grand Elder manifested his martial spirit, swiftly dispatching the blood demon bat and severely injuring the Dark Moon Savage Ape before beckoning Wang Chen to finish off the latter and prepare for the soul ring absorption. Taking the moonshadow flower harvested by the Grand Elder, Wang Chen consumed it in one bite and then swiftly killed the Dark Moon Savage Ape, ready to absorb his fourth soul ring. Upon ingesting the moonshadow flower, a refreshing energy surged through him, invigorating his spirit. As he absorbed the 10,000-year soul ring, he felt a powerful energy rush into his body, an immense force that struck at his mind, akin to a lone boat adrift on a turbulent river. Fortunately, his spirit had been fortified multiple times, and with a soul bone in his head, combined with the moonshadow flower he had consumed beforehand, he was able to endure the mental onslaught. However, the vast energy of the 10,000-year soul ring flooded every corner of Wang Chen's being, seeking to assert itself without his guidance. The Dark Moon Savage Ape soul power was inherently volatile due to its frenzied bloodline, and under the moonlight, it could unleash even greater strength. Thus, Wang Chen found himself enveloped in this wild energy, necessitating rapid activation of his cultivation technique to tame the rampant power, ensuring a seamless absorption of the soul ring. Amidst the chaotic energy, Wang Chen concentrated his mental strength to withstand the surge. His original 3 soul rings pulsated rhythmically, making his body appear as though encased in a grand cocoon of violet and gold. This attempt to absorb a soul ring beyond his level was unlike any previous experience. Earlier, such endeavors had been effortless, whereas this time presented formidable challenges. The disparity between soul rings above and below 10,000 years was stark. Despite his extensive preparations to bolster his body and spirit for this absorption, the reality proved more daunting than anticipated. Thus, Wang Chen diligently circulated his technique, drawing in the immense energy coursing through him. Gradually, the mental assault began to wane, signaling that he had withstood the worst. Now, it was merely a matter of absorbing the remaining energy within him to perfect the integration of the 10,000-year soul ring. With the conclusion of the mental disturbances, Wang Chen's absorption of the energy accelerated. Dark energy continuously surged from the 10,000-year black soul ring, eagerly consumed by Wang Chen. The brilliance of his 3 soul rings dimmed, yielding to a swirling black aura. His body incessantly absorbed the energy of the soul ring, the dark essence penetrating every meridian within him. Wang Chen soon realized that as the turbulent black energy coursed through his already opened Yang Xiao and Yin Xiao meridians, as well as the Yang and Yin Wei meridians, its ferocity diminished slightly, while simultaneously enhancing his meridian strength. He began to grasp that the unique pathways he had cultivated were proving advantageous in assimilating this external energy. Now, with the aid of his 4 open meridians, the absorption of the 10,000-year soul ring became significantly more manageable. At that moment, Wang Chen also began to control his technique's operation, channeling the formidable energy throughout his body to elevate his physical attributes. Gradually, he sensed a balance forming between himself and the powerful, chaotic energy. While Wang Chen rapidly absorbed the immense energy within him, the black 10,000-year soul ring continued to pour energy into him incessantly. However, by maintaining this state, he knew that once the external energy was fully absorbed, he would successfully integrate the 10,000-year soul ring. Thus, Wang Chen felt a tingling sensation throughout his meridians, akin to ants scuttling across his skin. Wang Chen understood that this was a process of strengthening his meridians. The influx of dark energy would continuously expand his meridians. Yet the ones he had previously reinforced did not burst. Rather, they grew even more robust and resilient. The power of this millennial soul beast spirit ring had its limits, and as the energy surged in, it would eventually deplete. At this juncture, Wang Qin's meridians had experienced significant enhancement, and the sensation of expansion began to fade. Not only the 4 meridians he had opened, but also the others in his body began to absorb this external energy, integrating it with his soul power. The reason soul masters can absorb energy from spirit rings is that once the energy released by the soul beast transforms into a spirit ring, it divides into 2 parts. One part, the purified energy, is directly absorbed by the soul master, aiding them in breaking through to the next realm. The other part retains most of the characteristics of the soul beast, condensing into a spirit ring that becomes the soul master's soul skill. As the feeling of swelling gradually dissipated, Wang Qin realized that he was on the verge of successfully absorbing the spirit ring. Therefore, he knew he must not become lax. It would be a pity to fail at this critical moment. Thus, Wang Qin maintained his focus, continuing to absorb the energy while externally. A new black spirit ring gradually materialized alongside his existing 1 yellow and 2 purple rings. After several hours just before dawn, Wang Qin finally completed the absorption of the millennial spirit ring. He took a deep breath, savoring the changes within him. Upon finishing the absorption, his physical attributes had significantly improved, and he had reached level 42, which was partly due to the energy he had absorbed while cultivating his youth cultivation technique. Otherwise, he might have even reached level 43. Seeing Wang Qin awaken, the elder inquired with concern, "Xiao Qin, how do you feel? Are there any issues?" Although Wang Qin's absorption of the millennial spirit ring was based on the family's theoretical research, the true outcome remained uncertain. As the most gifted descendant of the King Kong clan, he felt a natural apprehension. "I am well, elder. I feel fantastic," Wang Qin replied. "That's good to hear. What soul skill did you acquire from this millennial spirit ring?" "My 4th soul skill is the Savage Ape King transformation. Under normal conditions, it can amplify all my attributes by 300%, and under moonlight, it can enhance them by an additional 100%. Thus, in the most potent scenario, my 4th soul skill can amplify my overall attributes by 400%. "Ah, that soul skill is truly formidable," the elder remarked. "You must thank me for my assistance in this." "Such words are unnecessary. We are family," the elder continued. "Moreover, this old beast also possesses a right arm soul bone. You should absorb this bone for even greater enhancement." After saying this, the elder handed Wang Qin a gleaming silver soul bone. "Will you absorb it here, or wait until we reach the town?" "I'll wait until we reach Star Luo town." Wang Qin was pleasantly surprised by his fortune, discovering a right arm soul bone from the millennial soul beast he had just absorbed. The elder's direct gift underscored the nurturing atmosphere of the King Kong clan, which placed great emphasis on the development of its younger members. Having completed the absorption of the spirit ring, Wang Qin was eager to leave the Star Luo Great Forest. After all, who would prefer to camp outdoors when they could enjoy a more comfortable life? Furthermore, with the soul bone secured and no one aware of it, there was little risk of it being taken by someone near a titled Douluo. First, he would head to the town to freshen up before absorbing the soul bone. The elders swiftly took Wang Qin out of the forest. Unlike their earlier cautious search for a suitable spirit ring, their exit was direct and swift, taking less than half a day to reach Star Luo town. Upon arrival, Wang Qin and the elder went to the same inn they had visited initially, where they enjoyed a hearty meal before Wang Qin freshened up. Afterward, he proceeded to the elder's room to express his intention to absorb the soul bone. Given the importance of this process, having a titled Douluo as a protector made it exceedingly safe. Wang Qin retrieved the sharply defined silver right arm soul bone from his storage soul guide and pressed it firmly against his right hand. As he channeled his soul power, he heard a resonating hum, and the soul bone transformed into a warm energy that flowed into his body, circulating throughout, enhancing his physical attributes. This energy coalesced in his right hand, further augmenting its strength. He felt a significant improvement in his physical prowess, realizing that his right hand's offensive power now surpassed that of his left. Within half an hour, he had completely absorbed the soul bone, experiencing no hindrance, but rather a comforting familiarity. Perhaps this was what soul masters referred to. Only by absorbing the same spirit ring and soul bone could one achieve the most profound enhancement. This soul bone elevated him from level 42 to level 44 and further reinforced his physique, truly a transformative experience. No wonder it is said that some soul masters with insufficient talent, upon acquiring a soul bone, can unexpectedly rise to the level of a title Douluo. Such tales are not without merit. After absorbing the millennial soul bone, Wang Chun stood up to assess the newfound strength in his body. He then informed the elder, I will return to rest now. Thank you for your guidance in the Star Luo Great Forest these past few days. Indeed, after your absorption, ensure you rest well. Tomorrow, we shall return to the clan, and you must prepare for your upcoming trials, the elder replied. Having heard this, Wang Chun returned to his room to rest. Though he had the elder guarding him at night while in the forest, he could not fully relax outdoors, so he sought a proper rest. The next day, after breakfast, Wang Chun and the elder boarded the carriage that had brought them, setting off for the clan. With their mission accomplished, Wang Chun was in good spirits, finding the journey enjoyable rather than tedious, and he practiced diligently throughout the ride until they reached the clan. Xiao Chun, you should accompany me to meet the clan leader and the other elders. We need to discuss your future training arrangements, the elder instructed. Of course, elder, Wang Chun replied. Wang Chun followed the grand elder to the family's inner courtyard, the same small garden where the patriarch and the elders often convened. This time, Elder Wu remained behind. Upon seeing the grand elder and Wang Chun, he inquired with genuine concern, How is it, young Chun? What kind of soul ring did you acquire? Let us hold off on that for a moment. Please inform the patriarch and other elders to join us for a discussion regarding Chun's future development and to briefly mention his gains. Understood. Elder Wu notified the patriarch and several other elders, preparing for a discussion about Wang Chun's future. Before long, the patriarch and 3 elders arrived. What is the matter that requires discussion? The patriarch asked. It is the eldest. He wishes to deliberate on Wang Chun's development and briefly touch upon the results of this soul-hunting expedition. Very well, let us proceed to the meeting room. With that, the patriarch led the way to the small conference room, eager for a thorough exchange. The outcome of my expedition with Wang Chun in acquiring soul rings has been remarkably fruitful. Not only did he absorb a soul ring nearing 20,000 years in age, but he also obtained a right arm soul bone. Since it fell from this ancient soul beast, I allowed Wang Chun to absorb it as well. Indeed, there should be no issue with Wang Chun absorbing this soul bone. It will provide him with significant enhancement. There is nothing more to discuss. Allowing Wang Chun to absorb, it was the correct decision. My primary concern now is that he has reached level 44. According to family tradition, he is now due for practical training outside. However, he is merely around 10 years of age. Should we delay his training until he is older? The other elders fell into contemplation upon hearing the grand elder's words. Traditionally, those in the family who reached level 40 were typically over 15, and the notion of postponing their training had never been considered. Yet, Wang Chun's extraordinary talent, achieving level 40 at such a young age, made it seem premature for him to venture out for training. Nonetheless, the custom of sending individuals at level 40 for training has been a long-standing tradition, contributing to the family's consistent legacy of returning members with superior combat skills and intelligence. To break this tradition could potentially jeopardize the family's heritage in the future. Thus, the Grand Elders summoned these individuals for discussion. At this moment, the elders remained silent, unsure of how to proceed. Logically, it seemed prudent to wait until Wang Chun was older before sending him out, but from a legalistic standpoint, traditions should not be broken. This is akin to a person's moral boundaries. Once crossed, they may continue to be breached, ultimately resulting in a lack of principles. Disregarding traditions would set a poor example for future generations, providing them with excuses to avoid practical training. Finally, it was the patriarch who spoke. Traditions must not be broken. Wang Chun should proceed with his training, but prior to that, he should spend 6 months learning in the Southern Town Core. Very well, Wang Chun. You may return home now. Rest for a month, and then report to the Southern Town Core. Understood, Patriarch. Upon hearing the arrangements, Wang Chun returned home. After his departure, the family elders continued to express their concerns and deliberated further. Patriarch, Wang Chun is still quite young. Although he has reached level 44, I believe it is too soon for him to begin training. Indeed, Patriarch, Wang Chun may be the most talented individual in our family. Sending him out for training now feels somewhat reckless. However, the family's traditions must be adhered to. Without these guidelines, could our family have reached its current stature? If we abandon this tradition, we set a detrimental precedent for future generations, allowing them to make excuses for avoiding training. Will they be able to uphold the family in the future? Will they be capable of fostering our family's growth? The other elders found themselves speechless, recognizing the validity of the patriarch's reasoning. They had initially refrained from voicing many thoughts, fearing they might make a decision detrimental to the family's future. Moreover, I have arranged for Wang Chan to study in the Southern Town Core for 6 months, which affords him additional learning time compared to others. At this moment, the elders realized that while it is customary for family members to study in the Southern Town Core for 1 month, Wang Chan would now have an extra 5 months, which could indeed be seen as a compromise. Wang Chan returned to his home and shared the family's decision with his mother, who understood the family's customs and said little, merely preparing a feast for him. After conversing with his father that evening, Wang Chan retired for the night, planning to gather with his younger brothers the next day, for soon he would embark on his training, leaving little time for future gatherings. The following day, at the familiar small tavern, Wang Chan convened with his 3 younger brothers in a private room. In a month, I will be departing for the Southern Town Core to study, and after that, I will begin my training. Thus, this may be our last opportunity to gather like this. Big brother, you have already reached level 40? Indeed, I have. Be careful once you leave. I will. While I am out, ensure you all communicate frequently. If any issues arise, do not hesitate to discuss them. We understand, big brother. Feel free to voice any concerns. I will see if I can assist you. Wang Chan engaged in conversation with his younger brothers and enjoyed a hearty meal together before they all returned home. As the month drew to a close, Wang Chan prepared to leave the Jingang family after 10 years of living there. The thought of leaving stirred a sense of reluctance within him. He decided to take a moment to explore the surroundings as a way to commemorate his childhood memories. In the bustling Jingang city, he observed the shops and the throngs of patrons. This was his first leisurely stroll through Jingang city. Previously, he had either been studying at the academy or cultivating within the family, leaving little time for casual exploration. This outing served as a small remedy for his previous regrets. Jingang city was remarkably vibrant, with a significant flow of people, necessitating a considerable presence of patrolling soldiers to maintain order. Most of these soldiers and officers had retired from the Southern Town Core of the Jingang family and been assigned to the Patrol Corps. This arrangement provided security for those who had served, ensuring that their post-retirement life was safeguarded. Such measures were essential for the Jingang family to maintain its influence over the Southern Town Core. After all, who would follow a leader whose later life was uncertain? By leveraging this advantage, the Jingang family not only garnered loyalty from their Southern Town Core, but also integrated these retired soldiers into the city guard of Jingang City, effectively consolidating their control over the city's security forces and significantly enhancing their power. As Wang Chan wandered through the city, he sought out unique shops, hoping to discover something extraordinary. Soon, he stumbled upon a distinctive and elegant tavern. This establishment boasted 5 stories and appeared quite grand, adorned in azure hues, reminiscent of a bamboo grove, capturing the eye. Bamboo Xianju, a name imbued with elegance. Wang Chan stepped inside and was immediately enveloped by the refreshing scent of bamboo wafting through the air. This invigorating aroma, imbued with a touch of nature, brought a sense of tranquility to both body and mind. The hotel's interior was adorned solely in shades of sky blue, creating a fresh and elegant ambience that exuded a refined cultural essence. This delicate style contrasted somewhat with the more robust aesthetics found in Douluo continent. Yet it was precisely this unique character that endeared the hotel to many devoted patrons. Approaching the front desk, Wang Chan requested a private room. The attendant behind the counter promptly inquired, "Sir, are you a member? Do you have a reservation?" "Oh, is there a difference?" Wang Chan replied, "If you have a reservation, you may proceed directly to your designated room. If not, and you're not a member, you can only dine in the main hall or the second-floor rooms. Access to the 3rd floor and above requires membership," the attendant explained. "Interesting. Please arrange for me a room on the 2nd floor," Wang Chan requested. "Certainly, sir. Please follow Shout out to your room. If you require anything, feel free to inform her," the attendant said. A lovely waitress then escorted Wang Chan to the 2nd-floor room, where he savored a selection of exquisite delicacies, relishing the distinct experience this remarkable hotel offered. After leaving the establishment, he wandered a bit more, delighting in the exploration of previously unvisited locales before returning home. He planned to spend quality time with his mother over the next few days, as opportunities to do so would be scarce once he departed. Upon returning home, Wang Chan began to gather his belongings. knowing he would be away for an extended period and needed to prepare adequately. After organizing his things, he engaged in heartfelt conversation with his mother, cherishing their time together until his father returned, at which point they continued their dialogue. His father shared tales of his own experiences during his training outside, imparting valuable insights. He also discussed the family's Zhunnan Legion, advising Wang Chun on what to expect upon arrival. Be sure to speak kindly. If the instructors take a liking to you, they may impart their unique techniques, which have been honed through countless trials and tribulations, often in life-and-death situations, he explained. Without such rapport, you will only be taught the standard skills, which, while impressive, will lack the depth of personal experience and innovation. Wang Chun understood the instructor's perspectives. After all, these techniques were the fruits of their arduous journeys and not easily shared. The knowledge acquired through practical application was often fraught with risk, and only those who had proven themselves worthy would receive such teachings. After concluding his discussion with his father, Wang Chun returned to his room and practiced his cultivation techniques before eventually drifting off to sleep. Time passed swiftly, and soon only 2 days remained before his departure to the Zhunnan Legion. Over the past month, aside from his initial day of leisure in King Kong City, he had mostly spent his time at home with his parents, participating in the occasional soul battle competition to refine his combat skills, or training his soul power in the family's simulated environment. He also visited the family's library, which housed a wealth of knowledge, encompassing both the family's theoretical insights and a myriad of information from across the continent, including rare treasures and medicinal herbs, all of which were meticulously documented. Had it not been for the family's ancient records, even when faced with such treasures, one would be unable to utilize them without the proper knowledge. Just as in the original tale, where the poisoned Douluo, despite possessing the ice and fire yin-yang well, remained unaware of the treasures before him due to the absence of such heritage. The family's legacy was not merely about teaching cultivation methods or assisting in soul ring acquisition. It primarily encompassed these hidden teachings that ensured one did not leave an opulent treasure trove empty-handed. Before his departure, Wang Chun decided to gather his 3 close friends for one last reunion, knowing that opportunities to convene would be rare thereafter. They met at their familiar little tavern, in the same private room, this time choosing to indulge in a hearty meal while strengthening their bonds, deliberately avoiding discussions of cultivation. Brothers, after this gathering, I will be leaving. From now on, it will be just the 3 of you. Support one another and remain united. Today, let us focus solely on our camaraderie, he declared. Understood, boss, they replied. They spent the evening reminiscing and sharing laughter before each reluctantly returned home, aware that this gathering might be their last for some time. It was a natural feeling. True joy is often found in childhood, a time free from worries and responsibilities. As one matures, considerations for future paths and the weight of various obligations begin to overshadow that innocent joy. 2 days later, Wang Chun set out for the Zhunnan Legion, accompanied by Elder 4, who would introduce him to the Legion's commander, a final courtesy extended to the talented scion of the King Kong family. The Zhunnan Legion was stationed to the south of King Kong City, near the Yuhui Forest, originally established to counter the soul beast tides within. Eventually, the formidable members of the King Kong family resolved the threat posed by the stronger soul beasts, effectively quelling the major beast tide and leaving only minor disturbances that posed little danger. Consequently, the Zhunnan Legion transitioned into a stabilizing force for the Yuhui Forest and shed its previous responsibilities. However, since the King Kong family had not entirely eradicated the beast tides, the sporadic minor disturbances that arose every 6 months provided the Empire with no justification to disband the Legion. Thus, the Zhunnan Legion, fully under the King Kong family's purview, emerged as a crucial training ground for the family's aspirants undertaking external challenges. Training within this legion differed significantly from sparring with family members or participating in soul battle competitions. Here, stakes were high, and the outcomes were often life-threatening, demanding absolute commitment. Failure to do so could result in dire consequences. Under the tutelage of seasoned soul masters who had faced life and death, the survival rate for the King Kong family's aspirants significantly increased. Elder 4 led Wang Chun to the Legion's encampment, where he was entrusted to the commander before taking his leave. The commander then introduced Wang Chun to the vice commander, Wang Fu, who happened to be the father of Wang Hai, one of his close friends. Wang Fu possesses a martial spirit known as the Black Magic Tiger, which has earned him the moniker of Black Tiger A Fu. Wang Hai, on the other hand, has inherited the monkey martial spirit from his mother. Wang Fu is a robust and rugged individual, with a countenance that exudes sincerity and honesty, suggesting he is a person of maturity and composure. However, as the saying goes, one cannot judge a book by its cover, nor can one measure the sea with a dipper. Uncle Fu, where are we headed now? First, we shall go to our residence, and then I will introduce you to your future instructors. All right. Wang Chun followed Wang Fu to their quarters, made his bed, and then accompanied him to meet the instructors. In a clearing within the base of the Southern Military Corps, two individuals were engaged in a sparring match without the use of soul power, while several others observed. Commander A Fu, what brings you here? Are you here to spar? Commander A Fu, I was just hoping to once again experience your crow's flight technique. Actually, I am here to bring this child to learn. The sparring can be discussed later. Oh, are these children not usually assigned to the squad leaders of the Soul Kings? Why has this one come to us? This time is different. This child possesses exceptional talent, which is why he is here. Now, allow me to introduce you. This child is named Wang Chun, a prodigy from his family. He will be studying with the Southern Military Corps for 6 months, and you are responsible for imparting to him some survival skills on the continent, as well as experiences in life and death combat. There is no need for you to teach him anything else. Little Chun, let me introduce you. These 6 individuals are the captains of our Southern Military Corps. The most robust one is Wang Chong, the darkest is Xiong Jin, the leanest is Lu Ha, and the two who resemble each other are the brothers Li Fei and Li Yun. Lastly, we have Lu Fu. Simply refer to them as uncles. Uncle Wang, Uncle Xiong, greetings. I will be in your care from now on. Now that introductions are complete, little Chun will come to learn from you tomorrow. I must now show him the surroundings here, so we shall take our leave. After Wang Fu spoke, he led Wang Chun away. It seems we've received an extraordinary individual. Of course, if he were ordinary, would Commander Black Tiger A Fu bring him to us? Enough pondering. Continue your training, and when the time comes, simply teach him well. Indeed, it's only for 6 months. Wang Chun followed Wang Fu and gained a basic understanding of the training environment. He returned to rest, as this was his first day, and he was granted a day to acclimate. Early the next morning, Wang Chun returned to the same place, eagerly awaiting the 6 captains to learn about things he had not previously comprehended. Before long, the 6 arrived, and the lean Lu Ha approached him. Little Chun, is it? Come with me. I will first teach you some theoretical knowledge, and once you grasp these concepts, we will proceed to practical application. Oh, very well. Lu Ha led Wang Chun into a room, seated him, and handed him a manual. This manual has been compiled by the King Kong family, and you must commit it to memory, as it contains vital information regarding the human body's critical points that can swiftly incapacitate an opponent. I will explain it to you, so listen carefully. The 14 vital points of the human body. 1. Eyes. As they guide human actions, they are among the most crucial vital points. An assault on the eyes results in the loss of sight and the inability to counterattack. Method of attack. Use a finger jab. 2. Temples. This area, located in the temporal region of the head, is traversed by the superficial temporal artery, veins, and temporal nerves. Its fragile bony structure means that an inward strike can fracture the temporal bone, damaging the meningeal artery and causing brain ischemia, leading to death within 3 seconds. Method of attack. Strike with the fist or elbow. 3. Ears. The auricular nerve is in close proximity to the brain, and an impact can damage the arteries and veins leading to the meninges, obstructing blood circulation. Additionally, a critical point known as the Wan Gu point lies behind the ear, which can lead to severe consequences if struck. Method of attack. Simultaneous dual fist strikes. 4. Jaw. Its vulnerable position makes it susceptible to strikes, which can lead to skull base fractures and intracranial hemorrhaging. Method of attack. Direct punches or upward elbow strikes. 5. Adam's apple. This area houses the trachea, carotid artery, and vagus nerve. A palm strike or a rear choke can be lethal. Method of attack. Direct assault or elbow choke. 6. Face. The face is home to essential organs for sight, smell, and taste, with a rich network of nerves and blood vessels. A blow here can inflict excruciating pain, potentially incapacitating the individual. Method of attack. Fist strikes, knee impacts, or foot kicks. 7. Neck. Lateral and posterior of the neck is lined with vital blood vessels and nerves. A strong chop to the side or back can induce severe arrhythmia, and result in death within 2 seconds. Method of attack: palm chops or downward elbow strikes. 8. Solar plexus. This is a critical area housing the diaphragm nerve plexus, esophagus, and aorta. A violent blow can lead to cardiac arrest. Method of attack: kicks are most effective here. 9. Abdomen. The abdomen contains vital organs and is sensitive to external force. A strong impact can lead to internal bleeding and pain. Method of attack: kicks or knee strikes. 10. Ribs. The ribs are thin and fragile, making them susceptible to breaks from knee strikes or kicks. Method of attack: punches, knee strikes, or kicks. 11. Groin. The groin is a critical area for males, and any attack here can incapacitate even the strongest man. Method of attack: any forceful strike can render an individual unconscious or worse. Striking method: one may employ a kick to attack this area. If in very close proximity, a knee strike may be more effective. 12. The knee joint. The knee joint is the largest and most intricate major joint in the lower limbs. It comprises the distal end of the femur, the patella, and the proximal end of the tibia. Due to its exposure and minimal subcutaneous fat, a severe blow can lead to ligament tears or patellar fractures, resulting in instability or immobility. Striking method: the lateral side of the foot may be used to kick this area, or the dorsum of the foot can be utilized for sweeping strikes. 13. The dorsum of the foot. The dorsum of the foot is richly innervated, yet contains minimal muscle. It consists of the navicular bone, 3 cuneiform bones, and the bases of 5 metatarsals. The metatarsophalangeal joints are formed by the distal ends of the metatarsals and the proximal ends of the first phalanges. Thus, external force may cause dislocation or misalignment. Additionally, the range of motion at the ankle joint is limited. A forceful strike or twist can result in ligament tears. Striking method: one can stomp down forcefully with the heel or grind against the dorsum of the foot. 14. Nerve points. The primary nerve points in the human body include the elbow nerve point, the knee nerve point, the webbing of the thumb, and the dorsal nerve point of the hand. However, these areas are more concealed, making them difficult to target precisely. Therefore, they're not highly recommended. What I have just shared are methods to incapacitate an enemy even in the absence of spiritual energy. With the enhancement of spiritual power, the lethality increases significantly, and vital points can be attacked in combination rather than singularly. For instance, one could first stomp on the foot, then kick the groin, followed by an eye jab, and finally strike the throat or temple, leading to a swift demise. You must remember these techniques. They are the result of countless reflections on methods of lethality. You need not only understand what I have conveyed, but also consult the manual to memorize the general locations of vital points. For today, this will suffice. Once you have grasped these concepts, I will teach you more. Understood, Uncle Lu. Wang Chun began his studies on these vital points in this room, while Lu He, having imparted this knowledge, stepped out to practice. Wang Chun meticulously examined the manual before him, which provided more detailed information than Lu He's explanations, but was also more complex. Lu He's teachings were a distilled summary of their experiences. One need not ponder the reasons, only understand how to swiftly eliminate an adversary. Wang Chun closely scrutinized the anatomical diagrams in the manual, which thoroughly detailed the locations of various vital points, facilitating rapid memorization. Thus, he dedicated over half a month to study, during which he not only committed Lu He's manual to memory, but also became familiar with the 6 others. Thanks to his courtesy and innate talent, the 6 found him quite agreeable and imparted to him a formidable skill known as the King of Hell's 3-point strike. This technique is extraordinarily fierce, targeting the enemy's vital areas with each move. One day, while Wang Chun was still engrossed in the manual, Lu He entered and summoned him outside to discuss real combat. Wang Chun was taken to their training ground, where Lu He elucidated, "Today, I called you here because you have nearly mastered the basics, and we find you quite agreeable. Thus we wish to teach you a special technique developed from our experiences in actual combat, the King of Hell's 3-point strike. The King of Hell's 3-point strike is a close-range attack technique. Once in proximity, the right hand strikes directly at the opponent's face. Typically, an adversary will not expose their face to such an attack, but will attempt to block with their hands. At this moment, we apply pressure downward with our right hand, following up with another strike from the left hand. The opponent can only continue to block, enabling us to use their hand to cover their own, thereby freeing our right hand. The liberated right hand then strikes upward, targeting the chin, not only delivering a heavy blow to a vital area, but also exposing the throat. A subsequent elbow thrust will leave the enemy with little capacity to retaliate. These techniques are the culmination of our practical experiences. Have you memorized them? Uncle Lu, I believe I have nearly grasped them. Good. Now you shall practice. I will be your opponent. Let us begin with a slow motion for you to familiarize yourself. Very well. Wang Chun and Lu He commenced their practice on the training ground, with Lu He correcting Wang Chun's movements until he became proficient. Once Wang Chun had gained sufficient skill, Lu He began to engage him in earnest. Although Wang Chun was nearly invincible among his peers, Lu He, being a sole emperor of over 60 levels and possessing extensive combat experience, was not an opponent to be easily vanquished. However, their sparring was merely a practice session, not a life-or-death battle. Thus it was not perilous. As another half-month passed, Wang Chun not only mastered the technique taught by Lu He, but also significantly enhanced his combat experience. During this time, he engaged in daily sparring with the Six, rapidly improving his knowledge of life and death battles. In the afternoons, he listened to their tales of adventures across the continent, broadening his perspective. This was one of the primary reasons Wang Chun had come here. Typically, individuals would be ready to embark on their journeys after a month of learning, but Wang Chun, due to his status as the clan leader heir, was permitted to continue training here for an additional 5 months before setting off. In the past month, Wang Chun had essentially completed the general knowledge required by the members of the Diamond Clan, and thus, in the remaining 5 months, he would not repeat these lessons. In the second month, Wang Fu began to guide him, not only engaging in sparring to enhance Wang Chun's practical experience, but also sharing his own experiences to enrich Wang Chun's understanding of social survival. During this period, Wang Chun discovered that Wang Fu was not as mature and composed as he appeared. Rather, he had a playful demeanor, often cracking jokes, with his catchphrase being, "I am Black Tiger Ah Fu. Are you ready to meet your fate?" It was precisely this light-hearted nature that brought Wang Chun closer to him. After all, one might respect a serious individual, but would not feel inclined to befriend them, as serious individuals typically do not appreciate frivolity. Throughout this month, Wang Chun primarily focused on combat training with Wang Fu. Little Chun, do you know what is most crucial in battle? Is it strength or combat skills? Incorrect. These are merely secondary considerations, not the most vital aspects. Then is it combat experience? Neither. The most important factor is the aura, or rather, your determination to attack. You may not fully grasp why I assert that aura is paramount. Without the resolve to eliminate your opponent, you will lack the necessary aura, and thus your attacks will not possess ferocity nor the opportunity for a swift resolution, leading you into a war of attrition, which can be perilous without reinforcements. To strike with ferocity, one must embody an aura of fatal determination, allowing you to overpower your opponent and swiftly resolve the conflict. Oh, I understand now, Uncle Fu. Excellent. It is good that you comprehend this principle. Now, let us engage in battle, and you must embody that lethal resolve. Isn't that a bit dangerous? Do not worry. As a distinguished soul saint guiding you, a soul master poses no threat. Just act boldly, with no concern for my safety. Very well. Uncle Fu, please take care. During this month, through combat with Wang Fu, Wang Chun has sharpened his inner resolve, making his attacks fiercer and enhancing his practical combat abilities. The 6 uncles did not provide such detailed explanations last month. They merely touched upon the vital points of the human body and taught Wang Chun a unique skill. This was akin to instructing on combat without elucidating the rationale behind it. Wang Fu, however, imparted the reasons for such combat, reflecting their distinct teaching styles, as each individual shares knowledge based on their expertise. In the third month, Wang Chun no longer remained in the Zhennan army camp. Instead, he accompanied Wang Fu to the Yuhui forest, where on-site instruction provided him with essential knowledge for survival in the wild, contrasting with the theoretical teachings at the Diamond Soul Master Academy. As night fell in the Yuhui forest, within the outer circle inhabited by soul beasts, where primarily century-old and decade-old soul beasts reside, Wang Fu began with fundamental survival lessons. Although Wang Chun may have encountered this information previously, the disparity between theory and practice is profound. No amount of theoretical study can replace the depth of practical experience. Little Chun, I shall now elucidate the critical experiences of wilderness survival. You may have read books or listened to lectures, but practical experience is invariably different from theory. You have visited the Yuhui Forest before, but that time, your aim was to hone your combat skills against soul beasts rather than to learn survival strategies. Thus, pay careful attention to my teachings. Firstly, when selecting a campsite in the wild, avoid proximity to water sources, for many soul beasts come to drink at night. Being too close increases the likelihood of an attack. Secondly, when setting up camp, it is imperative to scatter medicinal powder around the perimeter. This not only conceals your scent, but also repels venomous insects. Do not underestimate these insects, as they may bite you unnoticed, potentially costing you your life in the absence of a healing soul master or appropriate medicine. Thirdly, it is advisable to refrain from lighting a fire at night, particularly in perilous forests. While it may scare off weaker soul beasts, it is more likely to attract the attention of powerful ones, putting you at grave risk. Fourthly, and most importantly, if you encounter other individuals in the wild, do not approach, retreat swiftly, and do not allow anyone to come near you unnecessarily. Remember these lessons well, as they are derived from experiences that have cost lives. Understood, Uncle Fu? I will remember these teachings. You should rest now. Tomorrow, I will continue to share more knowledge. The night passed without incident, and after a meal, Wang Chun followed Wang Fu deeper into the Yuhui forest. As they walked, Wang Fu imparted knowledge about the soul beasts they encountered along the way. By midday, they stopped in a clearing to have lunch. During this time, Wang Fu summarized the information about soul beasts he had shared earlier. Little Chun, let us review the knowledge of soul beasts. I have shared much with you on our journey today, and now I will consolidate it. Firstly, we categorize soul beasts into two types: animal soul beasts and plant soul beasts. You have visited the family S mimicry training environment and seen the peach tree soul beasts, which typically cannot move independently. As long as you do not enter their attack range, you are generally safe. However, what do you discern? Remember this. If you find an area with peculiar plants surrounded by nothing similar, exercise caution, as it may be perilous. High-level soul beasts possess territorial instincts and will not tolerate the presence of anything that threatens them. Most crucially, if you detect a strange odor in the wild, be vigilant. Such scents are often emitted by special soul beasts to attract prey. These particular gases may cause poisoning or hallucinations, and once ensnared, survival becomes unlikely. Animal soul beasts are easier to identify. The more unusual their appearance, the more dangerous they are. Upon discovering any peculiar soul beast, it is prudent to leave the area discreetly to avoid being noticed. In the wild, uniquely shaped soul beasts are typically formidable. If they are not, they have likely perished long ago, rendering reproduction impossible. Additionally, be wary of small creatures with vibrant colors, as they often possess potent toxins. These are fundamental yet practical insights regarding soul beasts. Remember them well. Thank you, Uncle Fu. After lunch, Wang Chun continued with Wang Fu, eager to acquire more knowledge about soul beasts and wilderness survival skills for his future endeavors. Little Chun, do you see that? That is the perilous, bloodthirsty ghost locust. Wang Fu pointed to a distant, blood-red locust tree that towered over 20 meters high. This bloodthirsty ghost locust is a highly dangerous plant soul beast, standing over 20 meters tall with crimson branches. It is over 2,000 years old. This soul beast grows 10 meters every 1,000 years, and after reaching 10,000 years, its trunk will reseed, shrinking by 10 meters, while its branches turn green. However, its root system becomes immense, expanding its territory and attack range. Moreover, this soul beast emits a unique fragrance that induces hallucinations, luring both humans and soul beasts unwittingly into its attack zone, making them its prey. Therefore, if you encounter such a soul beast, be cautious. The higher the red branches, the greater the danger, while green branches indicate a more diminutive yet equally perilous threat. In such cases, the safest course of action is to maintain distance. But what if there is a beneficial encounter? Your imagination is commendable. However, consider this. If a fortuitous encounter were to occur, it would have been discovered by others long before your arrival. Thus, such situations are primarily fraught with danger, particularly of severe nature. If it were not extremely perilous, it would have been eradicated by other soul beasts long ago. Oh, you understand, Uncle Fu. Good. Now that you grasp the gravity of the situation, let us continue to explore other unique soul beasts. Little Chun, do you see that barren patch? The area devoid of plant life? Oh, I see it. In the wild, one must also steer clear of such places, as they often harbor toxic soul beasts. Only those poisonous creatures would transform their territorial exits into this toxic black earth, rendering it devoid of life. These are various experiences we have gathered through our expeditions, and you must remember them well. Understood, Uncle Fu. Thus, over the course of a month, Wang Chun accompanied Wang Fu to various locations within the Yuhui forest, acquiring a plethora of experiences. Through this hands-on observation, coupled with Wang Fu's elucidative guidance, Wang Chun gained a profound understanding of the myriad dangers present in the wilderness. This month, he felt that his survival skills had expanded more than in the previous years, highlighting the benefits of such immersive education and the family's rationale for establishing this form of learning. During this month, Wang Chun not only learned the behavioral patterns of various venomous creatures and ferocious beasts, but also familiarized himself with the habitats of different soul beasts, laying a solid foundation for his future identification of them. After a month had elapsed, Wang Chun was brought back to the Zhunnan Legion's camp by Wang Fu, who entrusted him once again to Lu He and the others for the next phase of his training. Xiao Chun, you may rest today at the camp. Tomorrow, you shall venture into the Yuhui forest for survival training, and we will continue your instruction, Lu He informed him. What shall I be training in? Wang Chun inquired. You will be honing your wilderness survival skills, and in due course, you will understand, Lu He replied. All right then. In the 4th month, Wang Chun entered the Yuhui forest for his survival training. On his first night in the wild, he was ambushed. Having been to the Yuhui forest before, and with his current strength far surpassing his previous capabilities, he was less vigilant than before. He set up camp in a relatively safe clearing, enjoyed his dinner, and then retreated to his tent for a light rest. Although this method of resting did not restore his spirit as effectively as deep sleep, it allowed for some recuperation while still keeping him attuned to his surroundings. This form of shallow sleep enabled him to sense external conditions, albeit not as keenly as during a watch, but it was still quite effective. Typically, in solitary situations, individuals would adopt this method to maintain their basic combat readiness. However, Wang Chun was caught off guard by Lu He and the others. Given his relative lack of experience compared to them, he was swiftly subdued before he could react. Xiao Chun, your vigilance in the wild is woefully inadequate. Generally, one does not rest in such a manner unless in an extremely safe situation. One would typically keep watch. While this vigilance may temporarily diminish one's fighting capability, it does not significantly impact one's strength over just a day or two. Only in genuinely dangerous situations, especially after a fight, would one resort to such shallow sleep to maintain basic combat readiness. Your current approach is exceedingly perilous. Fortunately, this is just a drill. Otherwise, you would be in serious trouble now, Lu He admonished before vanishing. At that moment, Wang Chun rose from the ground, dusting himself off, and began to reflect on his actions. Indeed, he realized he had been somewhat complacent. To rest alone in the wilderness without keeping watch was a grave mistake. His newfound strength had inflated his confidence, leading him to believe that he no longer needed to be vigilant in the Yuhui forest. Yet, he had forgotten that the true danger in the wild often came from other humans, whose intentions were uncertain. This lesson from Uncle Lu He was invaluable. Had it been a real scenario, an ambush by others might have left him with no opportunity for self-reflection, potentially leading to dire consequences. After that first night, despite being ambushed and subdued, Wang Chun faced numerous surprise attacks throughout the month. However, with heightened vigilance, he became increasingly difficult to capture. They would sometimes strike while he was eating or fetching water, but he managed to detect their presence, engaging them in direct confrontations. Although he did not defeat them, he was no longer easily subdued. Through these encounters over the month, Wang Chun's experience significantly increased, ensuring he would not repeat the mistakes of his first night. The ambushes not only enhanced his wilderness survival skills, but also greatly enriched his combat experience. With his escalating combat prowess, he did not allow Lu He and the others to gain the upper hand easily. After a month of survival in the wild, Wang Chun concluded his journey in the Yuhui forest and returned to the Zhunnan Legion's camp. In the lounge, Wang Fu conversed with Wang Chun. Xiao Chun, you have learned quite a bit over these 4 months. What remains cannot be achieved in a short time. It relies solely on your own accumulation of experience. Your situation is unique. Typically, one learns here for a month, 10 days on vital points of the human body, 10 days on combat skills. and 10 days in the Yuhui forest to practice various experiential knowledge. However, you'll be studying here for 6 months, extending your learning period to a month. We have nearly covered all that needs to be taught. Uncle Fu, what should I focus on during the next 2 months? Wang Chen asked. During the next 2 months, you will engage in actual combat within the Zhennan Legion, facing various types of soul masters to enhance your combat experience against different opponents. Wang Fu replied. All right, now, rest for today. Tomorrow, you will return to the training ground with Lu He, where I will send someone to spar with you. Remember to rise early and not keep anyone waiting, as they are coming to assist you, not to inconvenience you, he added. Yes, Uncle Fu, I understand. There is no need for further reminders. Very well, I shall take my leave, but do remember, Wang Fu said. Understood, Wang Chen replied. Realizing that interacting with Uncle Fu revealed his talkative nature, he tended to reiterate every detail as if fearing others would forget. The following day, Wang Chen arrived early at the training ground, finding it empty. He closed his eyes to meditate, reflecting on his combat experience, which was still somewhat limited. Although he had participated in numerous soul battles at the Golden Armor Arena, the majority of his opponents had been beast spirit masters, primarily focusing on offensive styles, with very few control-type soul masters. In fact, he had yet to encounter a pure control soul master, leaving him with little experience in battling against them. Given that the Golden Armor Clan predominantly consisted of beast spirit masters, there were rarely any control-type soul masters available for practice. However, the Zhennan Legion comprised a diverse array of soul masters, with various spirit types, including control-type soul masters that Wang Chen was eager to face. He had previously requested Uncle Fu to arrange for a pure control soul master to help him gain experience. After a brief wait, Lu He and 5 others arrived. They were not only there to watch Wang Chen's battle, but also to serve as referees, prepared to intervene should the sparring escalate beyond control, ensuring safety for all involved. After waiting for a while, a middle-aged man in his 40s arrived, greeting Lu He and the others. He glanced at Wang Chen and nodded, acknowledging his presence. Wang Chen scrutinized the man in return. He was slender, unlike the robust soul masters of the assault-type beast martial spirits. There was an air of intelligence about him, suggesting a wealth of practical experience, which led Wang Chen to perceive him as a formidable opponent. This is Wang Chen, a soul master of the assault-type beast martial spirit. He will be your opponent today. Lu He introduced them. Hello, I am Wang Chen. Thank you for your time today, Wang Chen said. Wang Chen did not take offense at Ma Tao's curt response, understanding that the latter was merely fulfilling a duty to assist him in gaining experience, with no personal benefit to himself. All right, you may begin, Lu He declared, prompting Wang Chen and Ma Tao to prepare for battle. Wang Chen, level 45 assault-type soul master. Ma Tao, level 55 control-type soul master. Be cautious, they both shouted simultaneously, and the battle commenced. Wang Chen activated his martial spirit, enhancing his physique significantly. His robust arms and powerful muscles signified an overwhelming offensive presence. The 4 soul rings beneath his feet, 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, exuded an air of pressure. Ma Tao summoned his martial spirit, yet his form remained unchanged. His 5 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, also pulsed rhythmically. Dark purple vines spread across the ground, slithering like serpents, enveloping a 20-meter radius around him, effectively securing any potential ambush points. Calmly, Ma Tao observed Wang Chen, exhibiting no urgency, despite the lack of direct confrontation. He felt confident in his victory. Although Wang Chen's soul ring configuration surprised him slightly, he believed that the disparity in their strengths could not be bridged by mere soul rings, especially since he too possessed a 10,000-year soul ring. As a control-type soul master, he was inherently adept in one-on-one combat and felt no fear of Wang Chen. He unleashed his ghost vine martial spirit, directing the vines toward Wang Chen. Recognizing the advancing ghost vines, Wang Chen refused to remain passive. He leaped forward, propelled by a series of afterimages, charging toward Ma Tao. As he entered the reach of the ghost vines, they rose simultaneously, forming a gigantic cage that ensnared both combatants. In unison, they initiated their soul techniques. Ma Tao activated his first soul skill, Entanglement, commanding the ghost vines to rush toward Wang Chen. Meanwhile, Wang Chen employed his powerful diamond fist, his right hand shimmering with golden light as he struck forward. Boom! The sound of an explosion echoed as Wang Chen's fist obliterated the ghost vines ahead of him, allowing him to close the distance to Ma Tao. Seeing the golden fist, Ma Tao swiftly sidestepped, evading the blow while reinforcing the number of ghost vines in the vicinity. As Wang Chen approached, he unleashed his powerful diamond fist once more, aiming directly at Ma Tao. In a critical moment, Ma Tao used the ghost vines to propel himself off the ground, dodging Wang Chen's strike. He then controlled the vines to ensnare Wang Chen. Ma Tao activated his absorption soul technique, which allowed him to drain the soul power of any soul master his martial spirit touched, thereby augmenting his own abilities. "I've won, right?" Ma Tao proclaimed confidently to Lu He and the others. His assurance stemmed from the knowledge that most soul masters of equal rank could hardly escape his grasp, let alone someone of Wang Chen's level. However, the situation did not unfold as he had anticipated. Boom! Wang Chen activated his furious ape transformation, rapidly enhancing his physical attributes. He broke free from Ma Tao's entanglement and delivered a punch that sent Ma Tao flying. Ma Tao crashed heavily to the ground, suffering significant injury. As a control-type soul master, he lacked the resilience of a defensive beast martial spirit master, making it entirely plausible that Wang Chen's augmented strike would harm him. "All right, that's enough sparring," Lu He interjected upon witnessing the turn of events. "Ma Tao, you were too complacent. You should never lower your guard without fully assessing your opponent. Your battle should not have concluded so swiftly, but your overconfidence led to your injury. Wang Chen, your performance was commendable. You must absorb this experience to improve further. Now, you may all return to your tasks. Today's combat is concluded." Since Wang Chen's encounter with Ma Tao, a Soul King level master has faced him in battle daily. Despite lacking a soul ring and being at a lower level, Wang Chen consistently emerged victorious, primarily due to the overwhelming strength of his fourth soul skill. After battling numerous Soul Kings, Lu He and the others finally entered the fray themselves, as the other participants could not provide sufficient pressure on Wang Chen. Once Lu He and the others began to spar with Wang Chen, the intensity of the battles escalated. Despite Wang Chen's superiority among soul masters of his rank, he could not overcome opponents 2 ranks higher. Though he did not secure victories against them, his practical experience greatly increased. Thus, a month passed amidst Wang Chen's battles, marking the final month of his time in the Southern Army Corps, after which he would venture out for further training, ready to embrace the vast world beyond. On the first day of his last month, Wang Fu visited Wang Chen's room. "Xiao Chun, you have learned quite a bit. We are nearly finished with your training. The last month is yours to arrange as you see fit. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me or Lu He, as you are familiar with them." "Understood, Uncle Fu. All right, I shall take my leave. Remember, you can always inquire if needed. Do not keep things bottled up." "I understand, Uncle Fu. You may go about your business. I will manage here." Once Wang Fu departed, Wang Chen contemplated his next steps. With his studies nearly complete, the remaining skills were not something he could master in a short time. His outdoor survival experience had also reached a satisfactory level, and his combat experience had significantly improved. Now, he could focus on refining his abilities before departing. In the Southern Army Corps, the simulated training environment lacked the grandeur of the Diamond Clan's, offering only a modest space, which provided little enhancement for Wang Chen. However, he felt it was opportune, as he was not keen on training in a simulated environment so close to his upcoming adventure, where such conditions would not be available. It was the perfect opportunity to prepare himself for what lay ahead. In this final month, Wang Chen devoted himself to rigorous training each day, occasionally engaging in sparring sessions with Lu He and others to enhance his practical combat skills. At times, he would visit the library of the Southern Town Corps to delve into various texts, broadening his understanding of the human anatomy. Thus, the month swiftly passed, and the time for Wang Chen to depart had arrived. "Xiao Chun, you have been here for 6 months, and you have acquired a considerable amount of knowledge. As you venture out for further experience, remember the lessons learned here. Do not take them lightly. Indeed, Xiao Chun, go forth and carve your path. When you become a titled Douluo, do invite me for a drink. Now, Xiao Chun, prioritize your safety above all else. I wish you a brilliant future and prosperous martial endeavors. May your future be bright and your martial path flourishing." With that, Wang Chen felt deeply moved. Despite spending only 6 months here, the uncles regarded him as their own protege. Yet, time had come for him to leave. He set off towards King Kong City, intending to inform his family before departing. Upon returning to his family, He met with the clan leader and 5 elders, sharing his growth within the southern town core. After receiving their advice, he prepared to head back home to speak with his parents. Clan leader, will no one be assigned to protect Shaochun? Is this not a topic we have discussed previously? The decision was made long ago. What more is there to say? However, each individual must undergo such experiences. We cannot shield them from every storm. They must grow independently, or who will inherit the clan? Oh, mother, what delicious dish are you preparing? Ah, Shaochun, I knew you would return today, so I made your favorite meal. Once you venture out, you may not have the chance to taste my cooking again. Thank you, mother. All right, hurry and go. The meal is almost ready. That day, Wang Chun conversed with his mother for a considerable time. When his father returned, they also shared a dialogue, during which his father recounted experiences from his own journeys across the continent. Although Wang Chun knew the clan would impart such wisdom, his father felt it necessary to reiterate, aiming to ensure Wang Chun's safety in the future. The following day, Wang Chun rose early, having arranged to meet his 3 younger brothers for a final gathering before his departure. After this meeting, it would likely be challenging for them to reunite. In that familiar location, one of his brothers remarked, "Boss, upon your departure, be sure to prioritize your safety and remain vigilant. When I embark on my own journey, I will seek you out. Very well. I shall await your arrival, and we will strive together." Upon returning home, Wang Chun meticulously inspected his storage soul guide, ensuring he had prepared all necessary supplies before indulging in a restful sleep. The next day, after finishing his meal, he set out. His father, having postponed clan matters, stayed home to escort Wang Chun out of King Kong City before returning. Upon exiting the city, Wang Chun felt an exhilarating sense of freedom, as if the vast world was his to explore. He gazed back at King Kong City, the place he had called home for a decade. I will return, adorned in glory. Turning away, he commenced his journey. He had yet to decide which path to take for his training. However, he intended to venture into the sunset forest of the Douluo Empire, eager to discover the divine herbs. At this moment, perhaps Douluo had not yet claimed the ice and fire yin-yang eye. With the clan's elite, he might secure the herbs without engaging in battle. Wang Chun followed the main road, planning to reach the Star Luo forest first, where he could battle soul beasts to enrich his practical experience. Perhaps fortune would smile upon him, granting him soul bones in the process. After 20 days of travel, Wang Chun finally arrived at the outskirts of the Star Luo forest. The lengthy journey was due to his curiosity. Being his first experience in the world beyond, he took the time to explore various sites. Upon entering the town, Wang Chun first sought out an inn to freshen up and dine, then inquired if there were any soul master guilds nearby. He intended to explore potential groups to join, where he could learn from seasoned veterans before continuing his journey to the Douluo Empire. After all, his primary objective was to gain experience, and he must not lose sight of that goal. Join the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps. Excellent wine. The Fire Rain Mercenary Corps seeks a healing soul master. Generous treatment awaits. Wang Chun stepped into the mercenary tavern he had learned about from others. This establishment served as a hub for mercenary guilds, akin to the battle arenas operated by the Soul Fighting Guild. All mercenary groups registered here to be recognized as legitimate. Typically, those in need of assistance would post tasks through the mercenary guild. Though the prices were higher, the guild's credibility provided reassurance. Mercenary groups often accepted tasks from a guild, as it offered stability and higher rewards compared to independent ventures. As the intermediary, the guild not only earned a fee, but also resolved issues, expanding its reach. In this tavern, most patrons were engaged in revelry, celebrating after completing their adventurous tasks. Behind the bar, a large board displayed various tasks posted by others. Mercenary groups could claim suitable tasks directly from the bar's attendant, and once accepted, those tasks will be removed from a board. If a task failed, the Mercenary Guild would dispatch their trained elite mercenaries to assist, refunding 50% of the original payment to the task poster as compensation. Conversely, the failing mercenary group would suffer a deduction of points and a decrease in their task success rate, being barred from accepting new tasks for 1 month. Mercenary points served as vital currency within the guild, impacting both the group's rank advancement and the ability to exchange for training resources. Points were categorized into promotion points and circulation points. The latter could be redeemed for various resources and exchanged among groups, while promotion points could only be earned through tasks, with no means of circulation, solely for rank progression. The mercenary ranks were divided into 5 levels, from 1 star to 5 stars. with 1 star being the lowest and 5 stars the highest. Advancement required a specific quantity of promotion points, with no alternative methods available. On the right side of the bar lies a recruitment area, a place where various mercenary groups seek to enlist new members. It was here that Wang Chun first heard the call for recruitment upon entering the tavern. He observed the surroundings closely. Each mercenary group occupied a space roughly the size of a table, prominently displaying a sign outlining their recruitment criteria. This setup bore a resemblance to recruitment fairs of a past life, where companies would list their hiring needs, allowing potential candidates to browse information until a mutual agreement was reached, leading to employment. In this instance, however, it was about joining a mercenary group to undertake various missions. Wang Chun scrutinized the recruiters. Some exuded warmth, providing detailed responses to inquiries, while others adopted a more aloof demeanor, indifferent to questions posed. He soon noticed a particularly intriguing recruitment booth where 3 individuals welcomed visitors with enthusiasm, yet few approached them for inquiries. Curiosity piqued. Wang Chun decided to investigate this mercenary group further. "Hello, I would like to inquire about your recruitment process," he said. "Oh, hello. I am Zhang Ming. What would you like to know? I see your recruitment requirements are not particularly stringent, and the compensation seems decent. Why then, do you have so few applicants?" That is due to our last mission's failure, which resulted in significant losses for the Phoenix Mercenary Group. Not only did we lose several key members, but our captain was also injured. Coupled with point deductions, our current circumstances are quite dire. Could you tell me more about the Phoenix Mercenary Group? Oh, you're interested. Well, we currently have only 6 members left. Our captain is a level 59 Soul King, while the other 5 are Soul Masters. I'm a power-type Soul Master named Sun Wukong. May I join? Of course. Let us proceed with the formalities. Please wait here for a moment. I will take Brother Sun to complete the joining process. Before long, Wang Chun completed the necessary paperwork. Zhang Ming informed him to take the day to rest, as an introductory banquet would be held that evening. He had already notified the others, who would all be present to introduce him to the entire mercenary group. Wang Chun chose to join the Phoenix Mercenary Group precisely because it had recently endured a setback, resulting in a reduced membership. His addition would afford him the opportunity to learn more, as the group would undoubtedly need to undertake numerous tasks to rebuild its reputation. The more experiences they shared, the more knowledge he would acquire. Additionally, with fewer members, camaraderie would flourish, allowing for a more profound exchange of skills and insights. That evening, in a tavern within the small town, the Phoenix Mercenary Group hosted a welcome banquet for Wang Chun. He was surprised to discover that the captain of the group was a female soul master, an uncommon sight in a profession often fraught with peril. Zhang Ming, being the most lively and the one who registered Wang Chun, naturally assumed the role of the group's introducer. Brother Sun, allow me to introduce you. This beautiful lady is our captain, a level 59 top-tier power-type Soul King with a Fire Eagle martial soul. These 2 similarly built men are our defensive Soul Masters, wielding the Iron Shield martial soul, both at level 48. The elder is named Iron Armor, and the younger is Iron Shield. The tallest among us is our crowd control specialist, Li Wan, who possesses the bloodthirsty divine martial soul and is a level 49 control-type soul master. The leanest and most handsome is our healer, whose martial soul is the bougainvillea known as Flower Pavilion, currently at level 45. And I am Zhang Ming, a level 49 agility-type soul master with the Super Eagle martial soul. With that, we have introduced all the members of our mercenary group. Brother Sun, please introduce yourself. Certainly. I am Sun Wukong, with the martial soul of the giant ape, a level 45 power-type soul master. I am delighted to join the Phoenix Mercenary Group and hope for a pleasant experience here. Welcome, Brother Sun. However, due to our previous mission failure, the group suffered a significant setback, and we now need to undertake a considerable number of missions to restore our reputation. The compensation for these tasks may be somewhat lower, so I hope you're mentally prepared for that. Oh, that is not a concern, Captain. I was informed by Brother Zhang, and I understand what I am getting into. There is no need to worry about me. That evening, Wang Chun and the other members of the Phoenix Mercenary Group enjoyed a delightful meal together. During the banquet, he gleaned information about the incident that had befallen the group. It turned out that as the Phoenix Mercenary Group was on the cusp of becoming a 2-star group, they had accepted a mission to assist in obtaining a 4th soul ring, which had been sought after for over 3,000 years. This task was crucial for earning the necessary points to achieve their 2-star status, so the group took it very seriously. Not only did their level 59 captain participate, but even other members who were on leave joined the effort to ensure the mission's success and the advancement to 2-star status. However, while hunting for the soul beast, they encountered a formidable 30,000-year-old creature, resulting in mission failure and devastating losses, including injuries to their captain. Ultimately, they not only failed to ascend to 2-star status, but also faced a reduction in their mercenary points. Now, over a month later, the injured members had mostly recovered, and it was time to recruit new members to continue undertaking missions to regain their mercenary points. This aligned perfectly with Wang Chen's aspirations, as he sought to accumulate experience through various tasks. Although the compensation was lower, his primary intent was not financial gain. Due to the significant loss of personnel, the structure of the Phoenix mercenary group had developed a gap, with only one power-type soul master remaining, specifically a ranged attacker. Thus, it was essential to find a close combat power-type soul master to fill this void. With Wang Chun, a close combat power-type soul master wielding the giant ape martial soul, they could now begin to accept tasks. In light of their prior failure and diminished reputation, the Phoenix mercenary group could only undertake missions with relatively lower rewards. After all, task issuers were unlikely to engage a group with a low completion rate, as the risk of failure was too great. They would not be willing to take on such risks, especially since tasks issued through the mercenary guild typically came at a premium. As a result, the Phoenix mercenary group could only take on simpler tasks, such as assisting others in obtaining their second soul rings, which posed little difficulty. Naturally, the rewards were significantly reduced compared to previous assignments, but they had no choice but to accept these tasks to accumulate points and restore their reputation. Thus, Wang Chun accompanied the Phoenix mercenary group in undertaking a month's worth of low-difficulty missions, gradually accumulating experience. Unlike before, when he had been shielded by the elders of his family, he now had to rely on himself for protection, and the nights of being guarded by elders were replaced by a system of shared watchfulness among the members. On the outskirts of the Star Luo forest, Wang Chun had become quite seasoned, having survived there for nearly a month. Currently, Zhang Ming was stationed at the mercenary guild, scrutinizing missions and selecting appropriate ones, which were then executed under the leadership of the Phoenix mercenary group's captain. During this month, Wang Chun had hunted several century-old soul beasts, providing soul rings to the task issuers. The Phoenix mercenary group had finally managed to accumulate their points and enhance their task completion rate. In the second month, they were poised to undertake more challenging missions with better rewards. As this was the Phoenix mercenary group's first high-difficulty task since their resurgence, all members were mobilized, determined to execute it flawlessly to avoid a repeat of their previous failure, which could have led to their demotion to a mere sporadic group, effectively rendering them unqualified mercenaries. The guild imposed strict penalties for repeated failures, including significant point deductions or outright disbandment, to prevent reckless task engagements that could tarnish the guild's reputation. Having frequently traversed the Star Luo forest, the Phoenix mercenary group had developed a profound understanding of the habitats of soul beasts. Within just 2 days, they identified a suitable target for their employer, a fire monkey over 1,000 years old. Prepared to conclude the battle swiftly, the captain issued the command, and there were no objections from the members. A mere millennium-old soul beast posed little challenge for the Phoenix mercenary group, and they quickly dispatched it. Upon successfully completing the task, the Phoenix mercenary group returned to the town to celebrate, marking the successful execution of their first moderately challenging mission since their revival, which held significant sentimental value. "Captain, should we continue to take on tasks like we used to?" one asked. "Indeed, our strength and reputation have improved, allowing us to pursue higher difficulty missions. Engaging solely in low-level tasks is rather pointless. They yield meager rewards and waste our time," replied the captain. Completing a task to assist someone in acquiring a 4th soul ring is equivalent to dozens of tasks for a century-old soul ring. We previously focused on such 4th soul ring tasks, which not only offered higher rewards, but also honed our skills. The recent tasks have been devoid of significance, with only the last Millennium Soul ring being somewhat worthwhile. Now that our reputation has risen, we can certainly take on those tasks. Very well. Let us pursue those high-difficulty missions, the captain concluded, and the Phoenix mercenary group began accepting tasks for the acquisition of 4th soul rings. "Captain, I've taken a task to assist an employer in hunting a 4,000-year-old soul ring, and the rewards are promising. What do you think?" "Yes, this one will suffice." Subsequently, The Phoenix Mercenary Group set off with their employer. While traversing the Star Luo forest, the members of the Phoenix Mercenary Group exercised considerable caution, especially after their recent mishap. Remaining vigilant in the forest. "Let us rest for a moment. We shall eat before continuing our search," suggested the captain, advising everyone to recuperate their strength for the ongoing quest for soul beasts. This was the safest course of action, as the unpredictable nature of the Star Luo forest necessitated that they remain in optimal condition to confront any unforeseen dangers. After a brief respite, they resumed their journey. Eventually, they discovered a fitting target in a low-lying area. Upon completing the task, they returned to the town, and Wang Chun, having battled the soul beast, unexpectedly advanced to level 46, marking an unforeseen gain. After this task, the Phoenix Mercenary Group granted all members a 5-day holiday. After a month dedicated to accumulating points and enhancing their reputation, they deserved a break after successfully completing a challenging mission. Wang Chun, however, chose to spend his time in the Mercenary Group's base, diligently training for the next mission. A month had passed since their holiday, during which they had undertaken numerous tasks, amassing significant points and drawing closer to elevating the Phoenix Mercenary Group to a 2-star ranking. Rather than taking another break, they resolved to continue working until they achieved their goal. On this day, the Phoenix Mercenary Group, as usual, accepted a task to assist another in hunting a 4th soul ring. This time, the employer requested the capture of a soul beast at least 4,000 years old. Though the requirements were elevated, the rewards were commensurate. For the Phoenix Mercenary Group, this presented no challenge, with a Soul King and 6 advanced Soul Masters. Slaying a soul beast of such age was merely a matter of ease. The captain personally led Wang Chun and Zhang Ming on this expedition, opting not to deploy all members as they had already formed 2 smaller teams, allowing them to quickly accumulate points. Had they remained a single team, completing so many tasks and gathering such points would have been unfeasible. Thus, the captain led Wang Chun and Zhang Ming in high-difficulty missions while the remaining 5 engaged in lower difficulty tasks to expedite point accumulation. This strategy was permitted by the Mercenary Guild, provided the group had sufficient members to swiftly gather points and elevate their rank, as larger teams held inherent advantages. However, this approach bore risks. Any failure in either team would reflect poorly on the entire mercenary group. Consequently, the group might not only fail to accumulate points swiftly, but could also be penalized for a high failure rate. Given the considerable costs associated with failures, it was possible that the points earned would be outweighed by penalties. Thus, formidable mercenary groups typically adopted an elite strategy, where while the number of soul masters might be few, their strength was substantial. In a mercenary guild, the star ranking of mercenary groups directly corresponded to the strength of their soul masters. Generally, the highest combat power in a 5-star mercenary group would be at the Soul Douluo level, while 4-star groups would peak at Soul Sage, 3-star at Soul Emperor, 2-star at Soul King, and 1-star at Soul Master. The lowest tier without a star ranking was the Great Soul Master, as only those at this level could register a mercenary group. However, exceptions existed, with legends of 5-star mercenary groups occasionally housing titled Douluos. Thus, the Phoenix Mercenary Group, with its impressive roster, including a top-tier Soul King at level 59, was commendable. Had they not registered recently and experienced an unfortunate incident, they might have already achieved 2-star status. As per usual, Wukong will lead the way, Zhang Ming will scout, the employer will remain in the center, and I will bring up the rear, the captain instructed. Following his orders, Zhang Ming activated his martial soul, soaring into the sky to survey the surroundings, while Wang Chun ventured ahead, embarking on the quest for suitable soul rings. After an extensive search, Zhang Ming, vigilant in the skies above, discovered an unusual occurrence. To their right front, a soul beast was advancing towards them. Upon closer inspection, he identified it as a spider soul beast, which aligned perfectly with their employer's requirements, given that their employer possessed a spider martial spirit. If the age of the soul beast was suitable, their search would come to an end. He promptly informed the team leader of his discovery, and they altered their course towards the spider. Before long, Wang Chun sensed something amiss. He heard peculiar sounds akin to rustling leaves, approaching from a distance. In no time, the source of the noise revealed itself, a gigantic black spider. Its central body measured over 1.7 meters in diameter, with legs extending over 3.5 meters, resembling long spears. The spider's glossy black exoskeleton gleamed ominously, and its slender legs pierced the ground with each step, showcasing their sharpness. As Wang Chun noticed the creature, it too became aware of their presence. With lightning speed, its 8 legs propelled it towards Wang Chun, 2 of which lunged at him with lethal intent. Reacting swiftly, Wang Chun evaded the attack. This confrontation allowed them to scrutinize the creature further, revealing it to be a nearly 4,000-year-old human-faced demon spider, perfectly fitting their employer's specifications. Undoubtedly, such a formidable soul beast posed no challenge for Wang Chun and his companions. It was swiftly subdued and absorbed by their employer. During this encounter, Wang Chun discovered a unique item on the soul beast, a nearly intact right arm bone, also close to 4,000 years old. According to the Mercenary Guild's regulations, any items obtained during a mission, aside from those specifically sought by the employer, belong to the mercenary group. Thus, this soul bone was claimed by the Phoenix Mercenary Group. Team leader Hua Ying collected the soul bone, and after their employer completed the absorption process, they returned to the town. Once back at the Phoenix Mercenary Group's headquarters, all members convened to discuss the ownership of the soul bone. Although Wang Chun and his companions had discovered and acquired it, there was an understanding that such matters required group consensus, as they were a team. Despite their exclusion from receiving the soul bone, it was essential to show basic respect to maintain harmony within the group. Otherwise, their unity would falter. How shall we arrange the distribution of this soul bone? Huang inquired. Well, let us decide based on who among the 3 of you is most suitable to possess it, suggested Tai Jia, who was not participating in the distribution. I am new to this team, so let the leader and Brother Zhang divide it, Wang Chun proposed. Acknowledging that he already possessed a right arm soul bone and did not wish to contend for another, he felt it unnecessary to jeopardize team relations over an item of limited use. Moreover, he anticipated some form of compensation for his withdrawal. Let the leader absorb it. Perhaps she will break through to level 60 and become a soul emperor, which would greatly benefit our Phoenix Mercenary Group, Zhang Ming concurred, offering his own decision to forego the soul bone. Very well. It seems I, Hui Ying, have gained an advantage this time. I will provide some resources to both of you as compensation. The leader graciously accepted the soul bone, recognizing that this arrangement was indeed optimal. Once she reached soul emperor status, it would bring further benefits to the group. Hua Ying dedicated over 2 hours to absorbing the soul bone, with all members of the Phoenix Mercenary Group providing support. True to expectations, she successfully ascended to level 60, needing only to absorb a soul ring to become a 6-ring soul emperor. However, hunting a soul beast nearing 20,000 years was beyond their capabilities. They resorted to hiring a high-ranked mercenary group from the guild to assist Hua Ying in her quest for the soul ring. They engaged a 4-star mercenary group, incurring significant expenses that depleted nearly all the Phoenix Mercenary Group's savings to secure the services of a soul sage to guide them into the Star Luo forest for Hua Ying's 6 soul ring. Despite the financial strain, there was unanimous support for this endeavor, as the leader's elevation to Soul Emperor would yield greater advantages for the Phoenix Mercenary Group. The group had always championed strength enhancement for all members, as the safety of one was inherently tied to the strength of others. In the mercenary world, unity was paramount. They faced perilous soul beasts together, and without solidarity, any member could fall victim to danger. Soon, Hua Ying departed with the hired mercenary group. The remaining members of the Phoenix Mercenary Group took a break after enduring over a month of continuous missions. With Hua Ying occupied in her pursuit of the 6th soul ring, they relished their time off, awaiting her return. Wang Chun opted not to continue his training indoors. Instead, he explored the town, savoring local delicacies and gathering diverse tidings. After a mere 12 days, Hua Ying returned, triumphant as a 6-ring soul emperor. That evening, the Phoenix Mercenary Group hosted a celebratory banquet, not only to honor Hua Ying's ascension, but also to preemptively commemorate their elevation to a 2-star mercenary group, as possessing a soul emperor granted them entry into the ranks of a 3-star mercenary group, needing only to complete 2 more missions for official promotion. First and foremost, I wish to express my gratitude to all of you for your unwavering support. My quest for the soul ring has nearly exhausted the Phoenix Mercenary Group's funds. And after our previous mission failure, everyone persevered for over a month, diligently working to restore points. Thank you all, Hua Ying proclaimed. Why do you say such things? Leader? We are a team. Mutual support is our obligation. Your strength translates to our safety, and when we require soul rings, we will still need your assistance. Came the chorus of encouragement. Indeed, leader, there is no need for such formality. All right then, enjoy the feast. Tomorrow we shall accept a new mission to elevate ourselves to a 2-star mercenary group. Cheers! The following day, Hua Ying led the entire Phoenix mercenary group to the Mercenary Guild, where they accepted a lucrative task, eager to accomplish it and advance their rank. Soon, they brought their employer into the Star Luo forest, intent on hunting a 3,000-year-old fire attribute soul beast as the employer's 4th soul ring. With a soul emperor among them, the Phoenix mercenary group stood as the mightiest in the 1-star category, even rivaling some 2-star mercenary groups. The employer expended a lesser cost to engage a specialized 1-star mercenary group, which surpassed the capabilities of most 2-star mercenary bands. Although the star rating was lower, their strength was indeed superior, ensuring enhanced safety, much to the employer's satisfaction. The Phoenix mercenary group, having faced setbacks in their previous mission, was now intent on accumulating points to restore their reputation. Thus, they were not overly fastidious. Despite their formidable prowess, their fees were lower than those of other 2-star mercenary groups, yet they were still merely a 1-star band, leaving no room for dissatisfaction. Upon the completion of this task, they anticipated an elevation to 2-star status, which would naturally lead to increased remuneration. As per their established protocol, Wang Chun initiated the operation, with the Iron Shield brothers providing flanking support, and Zhang Ming scouting the surroundings from above. With the addition of a healing soul master and the fire shadow, achieving the status of a soul emperor. Their current task was considerably less arduous than Wang Chen's previous outing with just 3 members. Although they searched through the forest for an entire day, the challenge of locating a fire attribute soul beast was significantly greater, as such creatures were scarce in the forest. They could only hope to find a suitable soul beast in more specialized environments. Setting up camp for rest, Fire Shadow, the leader of the Phoenix mercenary group, arranged for the team to recuperate. The night in the Star Luo forest posed a significant disadvantage for human soul masters due to visibility issues, while soul beasts remained unaffected by such limitations. Hence, continuing the hunt for soul beasts during the night was perilous. As a seasoned mercenary group that had undertaken numerous missions in the Star Luo forest, they were unlikely to make such a mistake. Furthermore, the employer was not a fool, as depicted in novels, and would not insist on forcing the mercenary group to search for soul beasts at night, instead opting to rest in the camp. As the employer, he was exempt from setting up camp or keeping watch at night. He merely needed to heed the guidance of these experienced mercenaries and rest well, maintaining his condition to absorb the soul rings they procured, thus fulfilling his task. In such a treacherous environment as the Star Luo forest, the greatest taboo was discord within the team, which could lead to imminent danger. Fire Shadow prepared food at the camp, while the Iron Brothers set up tents, and Zhang Ming scattered medicinal powder around the perimeter. Each person fulfilled their respective roles, and soon the camp was ready. After dining, they arranged a watch rotation while the others retired for the night. In the deep of night, Wang Chun, resting in the camp, was abruptly awakened by a loud shout. Alert! A soul beast! Startled, he dashed out of the tent to find Zhang Ming facing off against the soul beast. The entire camp emerged at once. Wang Chun recognized the creature as a scorpion soul beast, its body a striking white, emanating a palpable aura of menace. Swiftly gliding close to the ground, its long, segmented tail arched high, culminating in a fiery red stinger. As Wang Chun and the others arrived, the stinger unleashed a torrent of flames directly toward Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming, however, was not one to succumb easily. He activated his martial soul and, utilizing his exceptional agility, evaded the fiery onslaught, countering with a strike that sent the beast reeling. He refrained from pursuing it further, recognizing the collective strength of the Phoenix mercenary group would suffice to handle the creature effectively. At this juncture, Wang Chun discerned the true nature of the soul beast. It was a king of the earth's soul beast. This particularly domineering scorpion was notorious for its bloodlust. While not as fearsome as the venomous human-faced demon spider, few soul beasts dared to provoke it, marking it as a high-grade fire attribute soul beast. Wang Chun quickly assessed its strength, estimating it to be around 3,500 years old, as evidenced by the 7 segments of its tail, each signifying 500 years of age. The King of the Earth could manifest in 3 colors. A red King of the Earth indicated a cultivation under 1,000 years, with each segment representing 50 years. Upon reaching a millennium, its massive form would revert to a smaller size, changing from red to white. Only upon reaching 10,000 years would it shift to a deep blue hue. Wang Chun, with his keen insights, immediately recognized that this soul beast fit the employer's requirements perfectly, and he resolved not to let it escape. He promptly addressed the leader of the Phoenix mercenary group, stating, "Captain, this King of the Earth is precisely what we seek. We cannot allow it to flee." "Understood," Fire Shadow replied, activating his martial soul and charging toward the King of the Earth with his formidable Fire Eagle spirit. Despite the King of the Earth being a formidable opponent among soul beasts, its 3,500 years of power paled in comparison to the prowess of Fire Shadow. A 6-ring Soul Emperor. Upon seeing Fire Shadow barreling toward it, the brutal soul beast's instinct was not to flee, but to retaliate with a fiery blast from its stinger. However, even Zhang Ming, a soul master of over level 40, could evade such an attack, rendering it ineffective against Fire Shadow. He effortlessly dodged the flames, his fiery wings aglow as he swiftly closed the distance to the King of the Earth. Soul beasts possess acute senses. The higher their cultivation, the sharper their awareness. As the 3,500-year-old King of the Earth beheld Fire Shadow's flaming wings, it sensed impending danger. Yet, its pride as a ferocious soul beast compelled it to stand its ground. Realizing that escape was no longer an option as Fire Shadow approached, it prepared to fight fiercely for a chance at survival. In an instant, the King of the Earth erupted with crimson energy, distorting the air around it within a radius of several dozen square meters. The ground beneath it cracked, and its massive pincers struck the earth, generating a powerful shockwave. Even Fire Shadow, as a 6-ring Soul Emperor, was momentarily disrupted by this force, suspended in midair. At that moment, a deafening roar echoed as a towering column of red flames shot into the sky from beneath the King of the Earth, with a diameter of 2 meters, precisely covering the area of distorted air. This was the moment Fire Shadow found himself momentarily immobilized. Wang Chun had witnessed this skill in the archives of the Diamond Clan. It was the King of the Earth's innate ability, its most formidable skill, known as Magma Rift Strike. The true terror of this attack lay not only in its devastating power, but also in the distorted light that preceded it, capable of inducing disorientation in enemies caught within its range, with the duration of disorientation contingent upon the disparity in strength between the King of the Earth and its opponent. Once the opponent's body is under control, a moment later, a high-temperature fire pillar, akin to molten lava, will erupt, delivering a fatal blow to the enemy. Just as I was about to elaborate on the precautions regarding this soul beast after speaking with the Hokage, she, eager for victory, charged ahead without patience to heed my warnings. By the time I wished to caution her, it was too late, for she had already plunged into the attack range of the Earth King. Just as I braced for her injury, her wings expanded magnificently behind her, enveloping her completely, while the Earth King's assault approached. Miraculously, instead of being thrown back by the Earth King's devastating move, the Hokage's wings radiated even more brilliance and splendor. The Earth King, despite its massive form, possessed remarkably small eyes which, if one could perceive, would reveal an expression of sheer terror. In the next instant, the Hokage descended from the sky, her fiery wings sweeping downward, striking the Earth King into the ground and inflicting severe damage. As she landed, she retracted her martial spirit, standing beside the fallen Earth King to examine it closely before summoning her employer to eliminate the creature and absorb its soul ring. While the employer approached to absorb the soul ring, other members of the Phoenix Mercenary Corps gathered, expressing their concern. "Leader, you truly startled me just now. I thought you were going to get hurt. Indeed, I'm relieved you emerged unscathed. That last move was incredibly impressive. Was that your 6th soul skill?" "Indeed. That was my newly acquired 6th soul skill, Phoenix Wing Quake. Not only does it envelop me with magnificent wings to reduce damage taken, but it also absorbs external fire attacks to enhance the skill's offensive power, which is why I remained unharmed against the Earth King's counterattack." "Oh, I see." After some hours of interaction among the Phoenix Mercenary Corps, the employer successfully absorbed the soul ring, and they all returned to the town. All members of the Phoenix Mercenary Corps proceeded to the Mercenary Guild, as their points were sufficient to elevate their rank to a 2-star mercenary group. and they wasted no time in doing so. Upon arriving at the registration desk of the guild, the attendant recognized the Hokage, a rarity, as a female mercenary leader, making her quite distinctive. "Ah, Leader Hokage, are you here to register for your guild's rank advancement?" "Of course. We have been diligently completing tasks to rectify our previous failures and achieve a rank upgrade." "All right, let me check your records. With the points from this mission combined with our prior accomplishments, we have indeed qualified for a 2-star mercenary rank." After verifying the Phoenix Mercenary Corps points, the attendant completed the upgrade to a 2-star mercenary group. "Congratulations, Leader Hokage and all members. You have successfully attained the rank of a 2-star mercenary group." "Thank you very much." "No need for thanks. It is my duty, and you all met the requirements. Otherwise, I could not have facilitated your advancement." After exchanging pleasantries with the attendant, Wang Chun and the others exited the guild, heading to their usual gathering place. For such a successful elevation to a 2-star mercenary group certainly called for a celebration. This time, rather than celebrating in a tavern, Wang Chun and his comrades hosted a bonfire party at the Phoenix Mercenary Corps base to commemorate their rank advancement. The night sky was brilliantly illuminated, and the celebration within the camp was filled with joy and liveliness. Although the group was small, everyone was familiar with one another, and the interactions were filled with delight. As they began to prepare the feast, the leader, Hokage, stood to address the gathering. "Brothers, today marks our elevation to a 2-star mercenary group, a feat made possible by your unwavering support and the sacrifices of those comrades who suffered injuries or lost their lives during missions. This first toast is dedicated to our departed brothers, to our fallen brothers." At that moment, all members of the Phoenix Mercenary Corps raised their glasses in solemn tribute to those who had passed on. Now we must look forward. Our fallen brothers have left us, and we, the remaining members of the Phoenix Mercenary Corps, must strive to grow stronger and expand our ranks, providing solace to our departed comrades. Let today be a joyous occasion. Let us eat and drink well. After Hokage's words, the celebration erupted into merriment. Everyone joyfully indulged in the delicious food and fine wine, reveling in the Phoenix Mercenary Corps advancement. As a relatively new member, Wang Chun refrained from any behavior that might seem out of place, joining in with everyone to eat, drink, and converse. After several hours of celebration, as the feast wound down, the leader once again gathered everyone to discuss the future development of the Phoenix Mercenary Corps. "Now that we have successfully advanced to a 2-star mercenary group, our reputation has improved. I plan to seize this opportunity to expand our ranks and recruit skilled individuals." "Indeed, leader, you make a valid point. Our current numbers are somewhat lacking. After our previous mission, we lost many brothers, and our tarnished reputation made recruitment challenging. Now is the ideal time to grow." Brother Zhongming is correct. I, Iron Armor, also concur. At our lowest point in strength and reputation, despite our earnest recruitment efforts, we could only enlist one brother, Sun Wukong. Now that our leader has reached the 6th ring Soul Emperor level and we attained a 2-star mercenary group status, we possess both strength and reputation, allowing us to choose our recruits rather than have them scrutinize us. Indeed, we agree. After Iron Armor spoke, all present, including Wang Chun, voiced their support for Leader Hokage's proposal, recognizing that this was indeed a prime opportunity for the Phoenix Mercenary Corps to expand. Having navigated the mercenary world of Douluo continent for so long, they certainly would not overlook such a splendid opportunity. As for Wang Chun, he had no intention of settling down for the long term, so he had no reason to oppose the proposal to enhance the Phoenix Mercenary Corps strength. After all, his journey from the King Kong clan was to gain experience and hone various skills. He certainly could not remain in one place indefinitely. If he did, it would be better to stay within the safety of the King Kong clan. Seeing that everyone was in agreement, Hokage felt elated, for she had founded this Phoenix Mercenary Corps with the hope of witnessing its growth, and she would not let this opportunity pass. However, this mercenary group was not solely her decision to make, as the other members had journeyed alongside her from the very beginning, and she could not disregard their opinions. With unanimous agreement, it was indeed the best outcome. Since everyone has reached a consensus, we shall proceed to the Mercenary Guild tomorrow to recruit some personnel, allowing us to take a brief respite in the town without engaging in any tasks. Naturally, upon hearing the arrangements made by the leader, no one opposed the idea. After concluding their discussions, everyone returned to rest, as they had indulged sufficiently that evening. Meanwhile, in the distant confines of the King Kong family, a small meeting was convened. In the inner chamber, the family patriarch and 50 elders were engaged in conversation. Patriarch, have there been any recent updates on Xiao Chun? Inquired the impatient fourth elder. Indeed, the latest reports from our family indicate that Xiao Chun has been honing his skills in the small town of Tiannan, near the Star Luo forest. Having joined a mercenary group as a mercenary, a commendable decision, replied the patriarch. That is indeed commendable. Not only will he learn to interact with others, but he will also undertake missions, broadening his horizons. It is reassuring that Xiao Chun is doing well. After all, he is the most talented junior of our King Kong family. Are there any developments from that side? None, of course, the patriarch responded. After the fourth elder's inquiries about Wang Chun, the grand elder directed a question towards the patriarch. Patriarch, have there been any recent communications from the elder generation? Alas, aside from a message from the fifth elder, there has been no news, the patriarch lamented. If it were so easy to find opportunities for breakthroughs, this continent would not have such a scarcity of titled Douluos. Where's the fifth elder currently located? He is not far from Xiao Chun, within the Star Luo forest. I have sent him news regarding Xiao Chun, and he will keep a watchful eye on him. Ah, splendid. This ensures Xiao Chun's safety is further guaranteed. Indeed, the patriarch affirmed. They then shifted their discussion to other matters. The following day, at the Phoenix Mercenary Group's headquarters in Tiannan Town, everyone rose early. Despite the late-night celebrations, as Soul Masters, they were not deterred from their duties. After breakfast, the entire group proceeded to the Mercenary Guild to recruit talent, aiming to expand the Phoenix Mercenary Group's ranks. They returned to the same recruitment location as before, but this time, the circumstances were markedly different. Previously, the Phoenix Mercenary Group had been at a low point, receiving little interest. Now, having shed the negative impact of their last failed mission, they had ascended to a 2-star mercenary group, attracting numerous inquirers. After careful consideration, the Phoenix Mercenary Group successfully recruited 3 commendable independent mercenaries, each with a solid reputation and formidable abilities. Many of these mercenaries were individuals who had previously left disbanded groups, seeking a new team to join. Ultimately, they welcomed 3 impressive male mercenaries: Zhao Fei, a level 43 assault type, soul master wielding a spear; Zhang Tian, a level 47 agility type, soul master with an owl spirit; and Ma Jun, a level 45 assault type soul master with a fiery steed spirit. With their addition, the Phoenix Mercenary Group grew both in size and strength. After recruiting these capable soul masters, the Phoenix Mercenary Group decided to forego immediate missions, instead opting for cooperative training to enhance their synergy. Unlike the previous occasion when Wang Chun joined, this time they welcomed 3 new members, necessitating diligent coordination before embarking on any missions in the Star Luo forest. Now, let us practice, the leader, Hui Ying, instructed the team to initiate their cooperative drills. Sun Wukong led the charge, with Zhao Fei clearing the path alongside him, while Tiejia Tai Shield flanked them. Zhang Ming and Zhang Tian maintained aerial vigilance, and Wamanlu held the central position, with others providing rear support. As everyone followed Hui Ying's directives, she felt a surge of satisfaction seeing their seamless collaboration. After 2 days of training, the team had grown adept at working together, prompting Hui Ying to propose they undertake a simple mission to test their newfound synergy. Soon, the Phoenix Mercenary Group accepted a task to assist someone in obtaining a 1,000-year soul ring. As a 2-star mercenary group with a soul emperor among them, this task was well within their capabilities. However, to evaluate their cooperative ability, they chose a safer mission, avoiding any risks associated with more challenging endeavors. Thus, the Phoenix Mercenary Group, accompanied by their employer, ventured into the Star Luo forest in search of a suitable soul beast. Being well acquainted with the area, they navigated towards their desired target without hesitation. Before them lay an ideal candidate, a 1,000-year iron-armored rhinoceros, a creature known for its formidable strength and defense, an ideal quarry for power-based and defense-oriented soul masters. Upon spotting it, the Phoenix Mercenary Group and their employer were determined not to let it escape. This time, I will not intervene. You shall coordinate your efforts. Control your attacks carefully to avoid wasting this soul beast, Hui Ying instructed, setting the stage for their cooperative combat. Despite the iron-armored rhinoceros being no match for the Phoenix Mercenary Group, the goal was to cultivate the coordination among the members, ensuring they did not dispatch the creature too swiftly. They were to manage their attacks collectively, allowing for a practical demonstration of their teamwork in a relatively safe scenario. In the presence of formidable soul beasts, engaging in cooperative combat necessitates utmost precision. A single misstep could cost one their life. Hence, they undertake simpler tasks to hone their synergy. Initially, the iron-armored shield brothers embody their martial spirits to block the soul beast's escape route. Meanwhile, Zhang Ming and Zhang Tian create aerial distractions, while the control-type soul master Li Wen unleashes his martial spirit to ensnare the beast. At this juncture, the assault-type members commence their offensive against the immobilized iron-armored rhino. To thoroughly assess their teamwork, they refrain from deploying their formidable third and fourth soul skills, relying solely on their first two, reserving their might for dire situations. They strive to vanquish the millennium-old iron-armored rhino with this limited arsenal. Despite the Phoenix Mercenary Group's collective decision to withhold their powerful abilities, their exceptional skills allow them to engage the iron-armored rhino effectively. Their coordination flourishes amidst the fray. Eventually, bolstered by their commendable teamwork and innate prowess, they severely wound the iron-armored rhino, enabling their employer to deliver the final blow and absorb the soul ring. 5 days have elapsed since their last cooperative hunt, during which they completed 2 additional missions, slaying 2 soul beasts over 4,000 years old, significantly enhancing their collaborative skills. Thus, the Phoenix Mercenary Group resolved to continue hunting soul beasts aged between 7 and 8,000 years to further refine their coordination. They began accepting tasks to assist others in slaying 10,000-year soul beasts. With members nearing level 50, they aim to familiarize themselves with such missions, preparing for the eventual pursuit of soul beasts. After another fortnight, the Phoenix Mercenary Group had successfully coordinated in slaying several formidable millennium-old soul beasts, further amplifying their synergy. Consequently, they decided it was time to attempt hunting 10,000-year soul beasts. However, such opportunities are scarce, prompting them to persist in hunting millennium soul beasts while remaining vigilant for suitable tasks. If none materialized, they planned to continue hunting millennium soul beasts for 2 months, after which they would directly pursue a 10,000-year soul beast for both skill enhancement and preparation for future needs within the Phoenix Mercenary Group. Thus, 2 months passed, during which Wang Chun and his companions hunted numerous soul beasts in the Star Luo forest, yet they still did not encounter any tasks requiring a 10,000-year soul ring. However, during this period, Li Wen, a level 49 control-type soul master, achieved a breakthrough to level 50, necessitating a 10,000-year soul ring. Consequently, the entire Phoenix Mercenary Group prepared to venture into the Star Luo forest to seek an appropriate 10,000-year soul beast. Shortly thereafter, the group gathered the necessary supplies and set off into the Star Luo forest. As a seasoned mercenary group, they naturally knew how to evade undesirable soul beasts, directing their expedition towards the habitat of 10,000-year soul beasts. After 5 days of searching, they finally located a suitable target, the bloodthirsty bamboo. This soul beast manifests in 3 colors: white for century-old beasts, green for millennium-aged ones, and blood red for 10,000-year specimens, with each meter of height signifying a respective age category. This creature is notoriously vicious, killing any intruding soul beast to absorb their essence and rapidly elevate its own level. Such traits render the bloodthirsty bamboo a top predator in the Star Luo forest, with few daring to provoke it, thus ensuring its growth. The Phoenix Mercenary Group rejoiced at this encounter. For the more powerful the soul beast, the greater the enhancement for the absorbing soul master, leading to increased safety for the group. They decided to refrain from immediate confrontation, prioritizing a restoration of their strength. Zhang Ming and Zhang Tian meticulously surveyed the surroundings for potential dangers, as any unforeseen circumstances could prove perilous. As the strongest leader of the group, Hua Ying began organizing the other members for the hunt. Recognizing that the bloodthirsty bamboo, being a plant-type soul beast, lacked the mobility of animal-type beasts, they resolved to adjust their strength before engaging this immobile foe. Upon receiving the leader's instructions, Zhang Ming and Zhang Tian activated their martial spirits and commenced perimeter patrols. Knowing they would not be the primary attackers, they opted to remain vigilant rather than rest, prepared to guard the Phoenix Mercenary Group against any threats. Before long, they returned to report, "Leader, there are no formidable soul beasts in the vicinity. We are ready to commence the hunt." "Excellent work," replied Hua Ying. By this time, the other members had sufficiently recovered, given the limited energy expenditure from prior engagements. Hua Ying laid out a plan. He would lead the assault, with Li Wen responsible for control, while others capitalized on opportunities to strike, culminating with him delivering the finishing blow. Flower Man Lu, ensure everyone's status is optimal for healing. Prepare yourselves, Hua Ying commanded before launching the initial attack, channeling a fiery assault towards the bloodthirsty bamboo. The 10,000-year bloodthirsty bamboo, however, was not oblivious to this aggression. It deftly manipulated its underground root systems to thwart the fiery onslaught. This exemplified the creature's cunning. While it appeared defenseless, its extensive root network remained a hidden threat, leading many unsuspecting soul beasts to their demise before being absorbed as sustenance for its growth. However, the Phoenix mercenary group was well informed about the bloodthirsty bamboo's characteristics and would not be easily deceived into becoming mere nourishment. Naturally, Hu Ying's attack was intercepted, as he anticipated, to merely draw out the roots and prepare for a strategic assault on the creature's vulnerabilities. As a formidable predator, the bloodthirsty bamboo possesses a critical vulnerability, a blood-red crystal located at its root near the ground. This crystal serves not only as the conduit through which it absorbs the essence of other soul beasts, but also as its Achilles heel. Should it be struck, the bloodthirsty bamboo would lose control over its roots, rendering it a feeble soul beast devoid of any retaliatory power. Furthermore, shattering this crystal would lead to the creature's demise. The plan devised by the Phoenix Mercenary Corps was straightforward. First, to force the roots of the bloodthirsty bamboo into the open. Then have others damage these roots to distract it, allowing the fire shadow to target its weakness, ultimately creating an opportunity for Li Wen to deliver the fatal blow. Given that the fire shadow is the most powerful and possesses fire attributes, she naturally is the ideal candidate for this assault. Although Zhang Ming and Zhang Tian are also capable of flight, their weaker abilities and lack of fire attributes could easily result in them being controlled by the bloodthirsty bamboo, leaving them helpless. As such, they remain vigilant around the perimeter, contributing to the hunt for the soul beast. With the roots of the bloodthirsty bamboo exposed, the others sprang into action, unleashing their soul abilities to distract it and create an opening for the fire shadow. With their assistance, the bloodthirsty bamboo's focus on the fire shadow diminished significantly. She unleashed her own soul ability, igniting the exposed roots in flames. However, as a millennium-old soul beast, the bloodthirsty bamboo was not easily vanquished. It rapidly deployed additional roots from the earth to counteract the attack. Despite numerous roots ablaze, it summoned even more from below, growing stronger rather than weaker. The fire shadow's initial strike was merely intended to weaken the creature, not to finish it off, and she had a backup plan in store. At that moment, she activated her sixth soul ability, sprouting massive flaming wings from her back. She soared towards the bloodthirsty bamboo, the flames engulfing the roots along her path, further amplifying her assault. The enormous wings obliterated the roots obstructing her way, and she charged directly at the bloodthirsty bamboo, targeting its base. A deafening explosion reverberated as the roots entangling the Phoenix Mercenary Corps lost their grip and collapsed to the ground. At this juncture, Wang Chun realized that the fire shadow's strategy had succeeded. She had struck the bloodthirsty bamboo's weak point, neutralizing its resistance. Amidst the smoke, the fire shadow called out, "Li Wen, hurry over and finish off this soul beast. Do not waste any time." Li Wen, upon hearing her, dashed forward and shattered the bloodthirsty bamboo's crystal, killing it. Soon, a black soul ring emerged from the creature's corpse, and Li Wen promptly seated himself on the ground to begin absorbing it. Since the fire shadow had expended considerable energy during the assault, the others had not been significantly drained, allowing Li Wen to absorb the soul ring without delay. Meanwhile, Zhang Ming and Zhang Tian maintained a vigilant watch around, ensuring no unexpected occurrences arose while Li Wen absorbed the ring. While Li Wen focused on the soul ring, the fire shadow, as the leader, quietly recuperated her expended soul power. The other members of the Phoenix Mercenary Corps also stood guard around Li Wen, aware that relying solely on Zhang Ming and Zhang Tian could lead to oversights in detecting potential threats on the ground. Thus, the rest of the team, having not exhausted themselves, joined in the watchful effort. After several hours, Li Wen successfully absorbed the Millennium Soul Ring, ascending to the rank of a 5-ring Soul King. Throughout this period, no unforeseen events transpired. They navigated the hours safely and exited the Star Luo forest, returning to their base in the town. The members of the Phoenix Mercenary Corps unanimously resolved to rest, for although the Fire Shadow had expended significant soul power, the others had only provided auxiliary support. However, their mental fortitude had been stretched thin, given that this was their inaugural hunt for a Millennium Soul Beast. Therefore, they deemed it essential to recuperate and restore their mental strength before celebrating Li Wen's elevation to Soul King and the bolstering of the core capabilities. Upon returning to the base, the majority sought rest, including the Fire Shadow, who, despite her superior strength, had also experienced considerable fatigue. In contrast, Wang Chen refrained from sleeping. Although he too had expended some mental energy during the operation, he had practiced a cultivation technique conducive to rapid recovery and possessed a head spirit bone that further enhanced his mental fortitude. Thus, by the time he returned to the base, he was nearly fully restored. Seated in his room, he began contemplating his future. He had resolved to prepare for his departure from the Phoenix Mercenary Corps, as his intent in joining had never been to remain a mercenary, but to accumulate experience. Having learned how to effectively communicate and collaborate in combat through his time with the Phoenix Mercenary Corps, as well as having participated in the hunt for a Millennium Soul Beast, he felt his experience had reached a satisfactory level. Though his stay had been brief, he had formed bonds with the members, prompting him to avoid a sudden departure. He decided to remain for another month or two until the Phoenix Mercenary Corps expanded further, at which point he would announce his intention to leave. With the addition of a new Soul King to their ranks, the Corps would undoubtedly seek to grow. And once they had successfully recruited additional members, his departure would likely have minimal impact on their operations. The following day, after a refreshing rest, the members of the Phoenix Mercenary Corps rose to prepare for a celebration. This tradition was a hallmark of the mercenary group. Whenever a member achieved a significant breakthrough in strength, a celebration was held not only to honor the individual's advancement, but also to recognize the enhanced prowess of the Corps. Such festivities served to strengthen camaraderie and demonstrate respect for talent within the mercenary group, which thrived on the unity of its skilled members. The last time the Fire Shadow ascended to Soul Emperor, no immediate celebration was held, as the Phoenix Mercenary Corps was in a critical phase of achieving a 2-star ranking. Additionally, as the central figure of the breakthrough, she resolved to wait until the Corps achieved the 2-star status before celebrating collectively. A decision that met with universal agreement among her comrades, as no one dared to contest the wishes of the protagonist. Soon, all members of the Phoenix Mercenary Corps began to prepare for tonight's celebratory banquet, and Wang Chen was no exception, accompanying Zhang Ming to gather the ingredients for the day's feast. As night fell at the Phoenix Mercenary Corps headquarters, all members gathered, as per tradition, awaiting the protagonist to deliver a few words. Li Wen stood among them, addressing the crowd. I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to each member of the Phoenix Mercenary Corps. Some of you have been with us since our inception, while others joined later. Nonetheless, we are all part of this brotherhood, each of us able to trust our backs to one another. I hope we can continue to grow together and elevate our Phoenix Mercenary Corps. As I am not particularly eloquent, I shall say no more. Thank you all. Cheers. Upon hearing Li Wen's speech, the others raised their glasses in celebration. After toasting, Li Wen returned to the crowd, and the leader of the Corps, Hua Ying, stood up to share a few thoughts about the future development of the Phoenix Mercenary Corps. With the addition of a Soul King and several new Soul Sect members, their strength had significantly increased. Now, I would like to take this opportunity to discuss our future development. Hua Ying began, prompting the crowd to quiet down in anticipation. Given the size of our group now, it seems a waste to operate as a single unit. Therefore, I propose we expand the Phoenix Mercenary Corps into 2 teams, one led by myself to tackle more challenging tasks, and the other led by Li Wen to handle simpler missions. When necessary, both teams can collaborate on assignments. This arrangement will not only broaden the scale of our operations, but also optimize the deployment of our strengths. After considering this proposal, the members agreed that it was indeed a sound plan. For now, Hua Ying continued, let us celebrate Li Wen's promotion to Soul King. We will finalize the personnel assignments tomorrow. With that, the celebration commenced, and everyone indulged in food and drink, celebrating heartily. The following day, with team assignments on the agenda, everyone rose early. They gathered on the training ground as Hua Ying began to outline the distribution plan. The first team will be tasked with more difficult missions, requiring experienced and capable individuals. Therefore, let me present the assignment. I will serve as the captain of the first team. Zhang Ming will be our agile scout. The Iron Brothers will provide defense. Huaman Lu will be our healer. And finally, Sun Wukong and Ma Jun will serve as our attackers. These members will comprise the first team. The second team will be led by Li Wan, with the remaining members joining him. Additionally, you will recruit a few more members from the Mercenary Guild to bolster the second team. This way, the first team will function as the primary force of the Phoenix Mercenary Corps, while the second will serve as our support. The others found Hua Ying's distribution plan agreeable and readily consented. Team 2 set out to recruit additional members, while Team 1 began scouting for tasks, aiming to undertake a worthy mission to further hone their skills. Ultimately, Wang Chun and his comrades discovered an excellent assignment within the Mercenary Guild, hunting an 8,000-year-old soul beast. This task not only posed a challenge for the first team, but also promised substantial rewards. Before long, the first team successfully completed the mission, while the second team managed to recruit new members and commence their own tasks. Upon returning to their headquarters, Wang Chun sought out Huoying. "Captain, I wish to discuss something with you." "Oh, what is it?" "I have decided to leave the Phoenix Mercenary Corps." Huoying fell silent for a moment upon hearing Wang Chun's words. "Have you made your decision firmly?" "I have thought it through." "Well, I always knew you wouldn't remain here for too long. With your youth and prowess, you are destined to explore the continent. I won't hinder your journey. When you plan to leave?" "I intend to depart in a month, once the Phoenix Mercenary Corps has sufficiently integrated its strength. By then, my departure will not affect our capabilities." "Very well. I will assign a strong offensive soul master from the second team to fill your position. Please train him well during this month. When you leave, I will host a farewell banquet for you." "Thank you, Captain. I shall take my leave now." "Indeed. Return to your duties." The next day, Hua Ying selected a strong offensive soul master from the second team to join the first, where Wang Chun would mentor him in cooperative combat. Thus began their training regimen, and after a month of integration, the new offensive soul master adeptly coordinated with the first team. Before Wang Chun's departure, Hua Ying approached him. "Brother Sun, I know you are soon to leave, but we have accepted a task to hunt a 10,000-year-old soul beast. I would like to ask you to join us in completing this mission before you depart. What do you think? If it's too much to ask, I won't insist." "That is not a problem," Wang Chun readily agreed, appreciating the opportunity to contribute to the Phoenix Mercenary Corps one last time before his departure. Soon, all members of the Phoenix Mercenary Corps gathered to embark on this task, marking Wang Chun's final mission with the group. This assignment proved significantly more challenging, as the employer required the hunting of a poisonous 10,000-year-old soul beast. Unlike the previous mission for Li Wan, Hua Ying faced no elemental advantage against this soul beast, making the endeavor considerably more daunting. However, the team was larger than before, as Hua Ying was determined to enhance the reputation of the Phoenix Mercenary Corps, thus summoning all members to participate. Additionally, with Li Wan having achieved the rank of Soul King, the strength of the Phoenix Mercenary Corps had dramatically increased, prompting Hua Ying to accept the task. Otherwise, he would not have risked the safety of all for a mission deemed improbable. In short order, all members of the Phoenix Mercenary Corps, accompanied by their employer, ventured into the Star Luo forest to search for the 10,000-year-old soul beast. Given that they were tasked with locating a beast rather than a stationary plant soul beast, the search proved more complex. They scoured the Star Luo forest for 5 days without success. "Let's rest for now. Tomorrow, we will search the poison forest," Hua Ying declared, organizing the camp. At that moment, Zhang Ming approached Hua Ying. "Captain, are we truly going to the poison forest? It is quite perilous. There is no other choice. This is our first mission to hunt a 10,000-year-old soul beast. Failing to execute it well would significantly tarnish our reputation. Moreover, we merely planned to wait at the periphery of the poison forest for the soul beasts to emerge for their hunt. Targeting a 10,000-year soul beast without venturing deep into the forest itself, which would mitigate the risks involved." Ultimately, Zhang Ming also concurred with the leader, Hua Ying, on the strategy of hunting soul beasts at the forest's edge. The poison forest, a treacherous area within the Star Luo forest, accelerates the evolution of poison attribute soul beasts, drawing countless such creatures to its depths. However, it is also perilous for these beasts. Some unable to withstand the toxic miasma perish upon entry. Nevertheless, many poison attribute soul beasts instinctively venture into the forest. While numerous beasts succumb to its dangers, those that adapt reap substantial enhancements, often surpassing their counterparts from other regions by threefold in power. Thus, aside from soul masters specializing in poison attribute beasts, few dare to approach. As the environment teems with perilous toxins, and unprepared individuals face imminent demise. Fortunately, Huang had anticipated the worst and adequately stocked supplies, ensuring the Phoenix Mercenary Corps had everything necessary for their hunting expedition within the poison forest. The following day, the Phoenix Mercenary Corps, accompanied by their employer, made their way to the poison forest, seeking a suitable soul beast. After half a day's journey, they arrived at the forest's outskirts and began their meticulous search for soul beasts. This poison forest truly lives up to its reputation as a haven for poison attribute soul beasts. Within just half an hour, they encountered 7,000 or 8,000-year soul beasts. Yet none fit their aspirations. To avoid alarming the creatures, they refrained from attacking. The poison attribute soul beasts inhabiting this forest are predominantly over 1,000 years old, possessing awareness and typically avoiding confrontation with the evidently dangerous Phoenix Mercenary Corps, thus preventing any skirmishes. As another half-day passed without finding a suitable target, the team resolved to lay in wait at the periphery for the 10,000-year soul beasts to emerge for their hunt. The various toxic miasmas present in the forest enhance the prowess of these poison attribute beings compared to those from other locales. However, due to these very toxins, the beasts that thrive there have largely mutated and are inedible, necessitating that the formidable soul beasts hunt outside the poison forest for sustenance. Consequently, the Phoenix Mercenary Corps decided to wait at the forest's edge for the elusive 10,000-year soul beasts to emerge. As night fell, some soul beasts requiring nourishment began to venture out from the forest. Wang Chun and his companions concealed themselves in the trees at the periphery, closely observing the creatures in search of an appropriate 10,000-year target. After an hour of surveillance, nearly 10 poison attribute soul beasts emerged, but they were predominantly 1,000-year beings, unsuitable for Wang Chen's objectives. However, they soon spotted a fitting target, a 10,000-year hundred-eyed centipede. This soul beast is characterized by its singular pair of eyes atop its head and an additional 98 eyes along its body, totaling 100, hence its name. The most remarkable feature of this creature is that its 2 primary eyes are black at the century mark. With every century of cultivation, its body grows by a meter. Upon reaching the 1,000-year mark, it condenses back to 1 meter in length, but its eyes turn white. Upon attaining 10,000 years, it once again shrinks to a meter, with its eyes transforming to gold, at which point each meter signifies 10,000 years of cultivation. The hundred-eyed centipede they encountered was precisely 1 meter long, boasting golden eyes, aligning perfectly with their target. Thus, they quietly followed the centipede, intending to strike after it exited the poison forest. Engaging the creature at the forest's edge would likely provoke an onslaught from the surrounding soul beasts, posing a significant threat to the Phoenix Mercenary Corps. Therefore, they aimed to retreat to a safer location before initiating their attack. The Phoenix Mercenary Corps trailed the hundred-eyed centipede for some distance, moving further from the poison forest, and prepared for their assault. Zhang Ming, Yu, and Zhang Tian take to the skies to keep watch for external dangers and look for opportunities for ambush. But be cautious of the centipede's many eyes, Huang instructed. Understood, Zhang Ming replied. Li Wen, maintain control. The rest of you, prepare to strike. Do not allow it a chance to retaliate. Be vigilant and avoid being struck by its golden gaze. We will attack when it begins to feed. The members of the Phoenix Mercenary Corps responded in hushed agreement. Indeed, the most formidable aspect of the poison attribute hundred-eyed centipede is not its venom, but rather its numerous eyes, which can emit beams of light to attack, obscuring the vision of opponents. If struck by its light, foes are rendered temporarily paralyzed, with a duration of paralysis proportional to their strength. Once incapacitated, escape from its jaws becomes nearly impossible. Particularly, the 2 eyes atop its head can emit both light attacks and mental assaults, making them exceedingly difficult to evade. Of course, in contrast to its overwhelming offensive capabilities, its defenses are quite feeble. Even an attack from a Soul King can pose a lethal threat. It is precisely for this reason that the Phoenix Mercenary Corps resolved to hunt this 10,000-year beast. If it did not possess such glaring weaknesses, they would not dare to risk their lives in pursuit of it. After all, its attacks are devastating, and had it boasted robust defenses, the Phoenix Mercenary Corps would have had no chance of subduing it. Before long, The hundred-eyed centipede commenced feeding on a soul beast it had captured, rendering it at its most vulnerable state. Now, Hua Ying commanded softly, and the entire Phoenix mercenary corps launched their assault, striving to eliminate the soul beast in one decisive blow to prevent it from retaliating. This strategy would secure their safety, mitigating any concerns of being struck by its gaze. With a concerted effort, they unleashed their full strength. Before the hundred-eyed centipede could react, Li Wen's vines ensnared it, immobilizing in place. Subsequently, the rest of the Phoenix mercenary corps unleashed their attacks upon the creature, preventing it from utilizing its hundred-eyed radiance in defense. Boom, boom, boom. Countless strikes rained down upon the hundred-eyed centipede, and with its relatively weak defenses, it was severely wounded, collapsing to the ground and bereft of the capacity to resist. At this juncture, the employer stepped forward to dispatch the hundred-eyed centipede and initiate the absorption of its soul ring. The members of the Phoenix Mercenary Corps began to stand guard around them, ensuring that no unforeseen events would occur. At this moment, Wang Chun couldn't help but reflect. It had been some time since he departed from his family. Having arrived at the small town of Tiannan and joined the Phoenix Mercenary Corps a few months ago, he felt a sense of accomplishment as they had elevated their standing to a 2-star mercenary group after enduring significant challenges together. However, his purpose in venturing out was to gain experience, and it was impractical for him to remain as a mere mercenary indefinitely. Thus, with the Phoenix Mercenary Corps now flourishing, he felt it was time to move on. After several hours, the employer successfully absorbed the 10,000-year soul ring of the centipede. They then exited the Star Luo forest. Before leaving, the members of the Phoenix Mercenary Corps inspected the corpse of the centipede, but unfortunately, no soul bone was found. This was not unexpected, as soul bones are exceedingly rare. Their previous acquisition had been a stroke of immense fortune. Upon returning to the base of the Phoenix Mercenary Corps, the atmosphere was subdued. Although they had accomplished a challenging mission, the departure of a brother cast a shadow over their celebration. Despite the somber mood, no one voiced pleas to retain him. For what reason could there be to hinder a brave adventurer on his quest across the continent? Instead, everyone offered encouragement and blessings, hosting a farewell dinner for Wang Chun at their base. Brother Sun, be sure to stay safe while adventuring on the continent. If one day you tire of adventure, remember that you have a group of friends here who once shared life and death together. Indeed, thank you, Brother Zhongming. The farewell dinner, lasting over an hour, was marked by a bittersweet mood, naturally less jubilant than other gatherings. As the guest of honor, Wang Chun felt compelled to say a few words. First and foremost, I am grateful to have joined this collective. Together, we have elevated the Phoenix Mercenary Corps, which brings me great satisfaction. However, due to various reasons, I must depart this group, leaving its future growth in your capable hands. I apologize for my departure. Tomorrow morning, I shall leave without further farewells. I raise my glass to you all. Cheers! The following morning, Wang Chun quietly exited his room, intending to leave unnoticed. He was not fond of the emotional farewells that often accompany departures. Thus, he slipped away silently. As he departed the Phoenix Mercenary Corps base, the others emerged from their rooms as well. They, too, preferred to avoid the scene of parting and chose to send him off in silence from within the confines of their rooms. Has he left? Yes, he has. All right, everyone, let's return to our rest. Although Brother Sun has departed, our lives must continue, and we shall strive to grow the Phoenix Mercenary Corps. So, let us all return to our quarters and rejuvenate. Upon leaving the base, Wang Chun headed northeast towards the small town, planning to circumvent the central area of the Star Luo forest and enter the Douluo Empire from its periphery. He aimed to gain experience there before venturing into the Sunset Forest to seek the ice and fire yin-yang eye, intending to summon skilled family members to procure the recorded celestial herbs. After 2 days of travel, Wang Chun found himself a considerable distance from Tiannan. During this time, he arrived at a small town, intending to rest and enjoy a meal before continuing towards his goal the following day. After dining, he strolled around the town but found no unexpected treasures. Unlike the fictional heroes of novels, he encountered no extraordinary luck. It was simply a matter of enjoying a meal and a brief exploration before returning to the inn for rest, preparing for the journey ahead to the Douluo Empire. Wang Chun was eager to locate the ice and fire yin-yang eye and obtain the celestial herbs as soon as possible, for the earlier they were consumed, the more beneficial their effects would be. He certainly did not wish to delay. After all, his time in the Phoenix Mercenary Corps had afforded him ample experience, allowing him to forego prolonged training in one location. He planned to consume the celestial herbs, reach level 50, and absorb another 10,000-year soul ring before casually honing his skills across the continent, perhaps even making his way to Sea God Island to participate in the Sea God assessment. Thus, Wang Chun decided against lingering in the town any longer and returned to the inn to rest, preparing to continue his journey. Given the high demand for soul rings, many soul masters frequented the Star Luo forest's outskirts, resulting in numerous small towns bustling with trade and commerce. Consequently, these towns were quite lively. Upon returning to the inn, Wang Chun requested dinner from the attendant, intending to eat in the common area before retiring to his room. Observing the flow of travelers in the lobby, he marveled at the town's vibrancy. At that moment, he felt the weight of someone's gaze upon him. Turning around, he noticed a middle-aged man, perhaps in his 40s or 50s, scrutinizing him intently. As their eyes met, the man averted his gaze, feigning nonchalance. Wang Chun found the man somewhat familiar, but could not place where he had seen him. After contemplating for a moment, he concluded that he had no recollection of him. Shortly thereafter, the man finished his meal and exited the inn. With the man gone, Wang Chun brushed aside the thought. Just as the attendant brought his meal to the table, he began to eat, no longer dwelling on the earlier encounter. That night, in the inner courtyard of the King Kong family, the patriarch remarked, "Did you say there's news about Shao Chun?" "Yes. It has just been reported that Shao Chun has left the Phoenix Mercenary Corps and set out on his own journey. Unfortunately, we have yet to hear of his current whereabouts. However, based on his route, it seems he intends to enter the Heaven Douluo Empire from the northeast of the Star Luo Forest. What business does he have in the Heaven Douluo Empire? Our influence there pales in comparison to that of Xing Luo. If trouble arises, we lack the strength to address it. Who knows? We cannot dictate where our clan members choose to train. They will go where they wish. We are powerless to intervene. Sai, let us not dwell on this. Let us discuss family matters instead. It has been a while since we have seen any exceptionally talented individuals emerge from our clan." The next day, Wang Chun awoke comfortably in his bed, far superior to camping in the wilderness. After breakfast, he set out once more. Unfortunately, just as Wang Chun exited the small town, he was confronted by a group of individuals. Among the five, one was the middle-aged man who had observed Wang Chun in the hotel lobby the previous day. "May I inquire what brings you here?" Wang Chun asked, attempting to maintain his composure. "Young man, we merely wish to ask you about something. If you could provide us with the information, it would suffice." The middle-aged man who had scrutinized Wang Chun at the hotel stepped forward and spoke. "What is it you wish to know?" Wang Chun responded, feigning ignorance. "We are interested in the soul bone that your Phoenix Mercenary Corps acquired last time," the man pressed on. "What soul bone?" Wang Chun retorted, attempting to deflect the inquiry. "Stop pretending. It is the soul bone you obtained from the humanoid demonic spider," the man insisted. At that moment, Wang Chun suddenly recalled the man's identity. He was indeed the employer from that day. Wang Chun had no intention of admitting anything, especially since the man lacked any tangible evidence. "I have no knowledge of any soul bone," he replied casually. "Enough with the pretense. When I absorbed the soul ring, I distinctly sensed the presence of the soul bone," the man asserted confidently. Wang Chun was taken aback. The ability to perceive a soul bone seemed implausible, as the original text had not mentioned such a capability. Nevertheless, the notion of sensing something of a similar essence was not entirely out of the realm of possibility, considering the man's unwavering certainty. "Just tell us what we wish to know, and we shall not cause you any trouble," the man continued, and Wang Chun realized that this situation could not end amicably. The only resolution lay in combat. However, among the five individuals before him, apart from the employer whose strength Wang Chun deemed manageable, two others posed a moderate threat, while the remaining two exuded a considerable level of pressure. From his perception of the pressure, Wang Chun deduced their approximate strengths. The weakest was at the Soul Master level. The two with lesser pressure were likely Soul King, and the two who exerted the most pressure were undoubtedly Soul Emperors. Given his current capabilities, Wang Chun stood no chance in a direct confrontation, yet he recognized an opportunity to escape. He pondered how the man, in need of hiring a mercenary group to hunt for soul rings, had managed to gather such formidable allies. After all, with such backing, there would be no need to expend money on mercenaries. Unbeknownst to Wang Chun, this encounter was merely a coincidence. The man, after absorbing the soul ring, was aware that the Phoenix Mercenary Corps had obtained a soul bone. However, according to the Mercenary Guild's regulations, that soul bone rightfully belonged to the Phoenix Mercenary Corps. His own weakness rendered him incapable of resisting, and he had no choice but to accept the situation. This incident enlightened him to the disparity between those with connections and those without. Had his own backing assisted him in obtaining a soul ring, he might have ended up with a soul bone, or at the very least, some form of compensation, rather than leaving empty-handed as he did now. Thus, he resolved to seek affiliation with a powerful family. However, with his strength limited to that of a soul master and his age advancing, he realized his potential had reached its peak. Joining a small family might grant him some authority, yet it would ultimately be inconsequential. Conversely, aspiring to join a reputable family would require significant leverage, and he knew he would wield little power post-joining, which did not align with his aspirations. It was at this juncture that he encountered Wang Chun, a member of the Phoenix Mercenary Corps, and recalled the soul bone incident. Though it was merely information regarding a soul bone, it could serve as a substantial bargaining chip for him to gain privileges within a family. This led to the current ambush on Wang Chun. Wang Chun, of course, had no intention of divulging any information. After all, he was confident in his ability to escape. Though outmatched by two soul emperors, he believed that if he chose to flee, they would not be able to apprehend him. His fourth soul skill significantly amplified his capabilities, allowing him to reach the level of a soul emperor, albeit for a brief duration. Otherwise, he would not be contemplating escape. He would have confronted them directly. Seizing the moment while they were still attempting to extract information from him, Wang Chun sprinted toward the Star Luo forest. He was not like those protagonists in novels who would prepare to flee only to engage in battle and subsequently suffer injuries before escaping. He refused to grant them the opportunity to strike, swiftly creating distance as he dashed into the depths of the forest. Once inside the Star Luo forest, he would have ample places to conceal himself. With a multitude of soul beasts within, his chances of evading capture would only increase. If he could incite a conflict between them and the soul beasts, he would escape with ease. The five pursuers were momentarily taken aback by Wang Chun's sudden flight, then shouted in unison, "Stop! Don't run!" The foolishness of engaging in battle with them was evident. There was little to gain, and should they summon additional experts, he would find himself in grave danger. Ignoring their calls, Wang Chun continued his flight into the Star Luo forest. Though the five possessed slightly greater strength than Wang Chun, their speed paled in comparison. They likely did not anticipate that Wang Chun would dare to flee, let alone possess such swiftness. After all, two soul emperors and two soul kings pursuing a mere soul master seemed an effortless task. A soul master should have surrendered upon encountering soul emperors and soul kings. Should they not? Yet, Wang Chun defied their expectations. Not only did he flee, but his speed also outstripped theirs, underestimating him. They had made no preparations and could only trail behind him in pursuit. After several minutes of running, Wang Chun finally spotted the entrance to the Star Luo forest. Just as he prepared to enter, an elderly man and a youth emerged from within the forest. They were momentarily taken aback by the sight of the fleeing Wang Chun, but did not intervene, instead halting to observe him warily as he passed by and entered the forest. Wang Chun acknowledged their presence, but was too preoccupied with his escape to linger. He chose an entry point that kept him at a safe distance from them. In the wilderness, unfamiliar soul masters drawing too close could easily lead to misunderstandings and conflict. Had he not been pursued, he would have approached more cautiously, allowing for a smoother entrance into the forest. At that moment, the two soul emperors pursuing Wang Chun arrived. Given the inferior strength of the others, it was imperative that only the two soul emperors advance to capture Wang Chun. Seeing the elderly man and the youth, one of the soul emperors shouted excitedly, "Elder, please detain that boy ahead." Upon hearing the call from his family member, the elder did not hesitate and swiftly launched an attack. Wang Chun, having heard the urgent cry, could hardly believe his misfortune. Just as he was about to enter the Star Luo forest, he encountered reinforcements for his pursuers at the entrance. As the elder made his move, Wang Chun sensed an overwhelming threat. He turned to glance at the old man, and upon seeing the 7 pulsating soul rings beneath his feet, he realized that escaping this time would not be so simple. Confronted with the old man's attack, he could not afford to act carelessly as he had with the two soul emperors. He had no choice but to halt and unleash his 4th and 2nd soul abilities to withstand the impending assault. with his back turned to the old man. Evasion from the Soul Sage's strike was impossible. He could only maximize his defenses to shield himself. Boom! The Soul Sage's attack landed squarely on Wang Chen's back, propelling him through the air. He sustained significant injuries, yet despite his wounds, he dared not hesitate and continued his desperate flight deeper into the Star Luo forest. He knew the Soul Sage was far beyond his capabilities. After all, the old man had not even unleashed his most formidable attack, his martial spirit embodiment, and had merely used a casual soul skill to inflict such severe damage. If caught, he would have no chance of survival. The old man, observing that Wang Chen could still escape, was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the boy, struck by a blow from a soul sage, could still flee. This realization was somewhat embarrassing for him. Yet he maintained an air of nonchalance as he addressed the two soul emperors. "What's the matter with that boy?" "Report to the elder. We only sought to inquire about the soul bone he possesses, yet he fled unexpectedly, and his speed is remarkable. If it weren't for you, elder, we might not have even caught a glimpse of him." "Very well, you two take Shaolin back. I shall pursue him personally." With that, he activated his martial spirit embodiment and set off in pursuit of Wang Chen. Although this transformation would leave him somewhat weakened momentarily, the prospect of obtaining information about the soul bone was worth the risk. Moreover, having severely injured the boy, he was confident that Wang Chen could not have fled too far, allowing him to gather the desired intelligence in relative safety. As Wang Chen ran, he felt a faint pull toward a particular direction. Faced with the relentless pursuit of a soul sage, he chose to trust his instincts and flee towards that guiding force, hoping it might offer him an opportunity to evade his pursuer. Despite exerting himself to the utmost, Wang Chen's speed, while formidable, still paled in comparison to that of the soul sage, who was drawing ever closer. Had the old man not paused to converse with the two soul emperors, he might have already caught up. Wang Chen dashed forward, disregarding the soul beasts lurking within the Star Luo forest. He knew that at this speed he risked ambush, but the alternative, being overtaken, would surely lead to his demise. Faced with this dire choice, he prioritized the most immediate threat to his life. Thus, he ran for nearly 10 minutes, pushing his limits, until the toll of such exertion became unbearable. Yet, the allure he felt grew stronger and clearer, drawing him toward a mountain ahead. Meanwhile, the soul sage had closed the distance, poised to strike, initially intent on capturing Wang Chen alive. The soul sage's frustration at the boy's escape led him to abandon that plan. Even if he could only maim him, he would still extract the necessary information. He unleashed a beam of golden light targeting Wang Chen. At that moment, Wang Chen reached the mountain that had beckoned him, enveloped by a strange force, and he lost consciousness. As the soul sage's attack struck the ground with a thunderous roar, sending clouds of dust into the air, he approached only to find that Wang Chen had vanished. What on earth? Where did that boy go? Frustrated, he searched the vicinity, but despite his efforts, Wang Chen was nowhere to be found. Having used his martial spirit embodiment, he was not at his full strength and had no choice but to retreat and gather his family's forces for a thorough search. In the nearby town, spies from the King Kong family reported Wang Chen's predicament, swiftly relaying the information up the chain of command. Due to their limited strength, they could do little more than report. The urgency of the message ensured a rapid relay of information. Upon receiving the alert, the higher-ups acted without delay, transmitting the news to the King Kong family and contacting the revered elder for assistance. The elder wasted no time, heading straight for Wang Chen's location. By evening, the family leader and elders had been informed. Damn it, which family dares to act so recklessly? Do they wish to jeopardize their legacy? The impatient fourth elder exclaimed. This is not the time for such thoughts. We must first locate Xiao Chun, the more level-headed grand elder interjected. Indeed, our primary objective is to find Xiao Chun. We shall annihilate that audacious family afterward. It seems our King Kong family has been too dormant, allowing them to forget our might. We must teach them a lesson. With the fifth elder already en route, the grand elder resolved to join the pursuit, determined to eliminate the threat completely. The family leader echoed his sentiments. Expressing frustration over the necessity of restraint, they could not deploy all their high-ranking warriors without compromising the family's defenses. Thus, only the Grand Elder, second in power, was dispatched. Without delay, he set out that very night. Meanwhile, within the mysterious space, Wang Chun remained blissfully unaware of the turmoil unfolding outside due to his presence. Time passed, and eventually, Wang Chun awoke, opening his eyes to a bright surroundings. However, beyond a 10-meter radius, visibility faded. He assessed his condition, realizing not only had his strength fully returned, but his injuries were also healed. "You are awake." A sudden voice startled Wang Chun, prompting an involuntary exclamation. Turning to face the source, he beheld a man composed of light standing before him. "Ah, esteemed elder, I apologize for my unintentional intrusion here. If I have offended you in any way, please forgive me," he stammered, acutely aware of the need to tread carefully in this unknown situation, eager to glean information that might aid his departure. "You were transported here by the array's sensing mechanism, and your injuries were healed within this realm. Thank you, esteemed elder. I'm uncertain about how to exit this place. Leaving is quite simple. However, before you do so, I believe it is essential for you to comprehend the reason you were transported here. To be honest, I am not particularly curious about that reason. I merely wish to know how to leave this place." Wang Chun, as he stated, is genuinely uninterested in the underlying cause. After all, the rationale behind transporting him to such a wondrous location is undoubtedly complex. Following the narrative conventions, once he becomes inquisitive about these matters, he will surely acquire one or several formidable adversaries, ones of exceptional caliber. He certainly does not wish to invite powerful enemies simply due to his curiosity. His sole desire at present is to make a swift exit while remaining unaware of the circumstances. Otherwise, once this mysterious figure reveals the reason, he would inevitably attract formidable foes. "Ah, you fear that discovering this reason will lead to trouble, do you? Ah, esteemed elder, please do not misunderstand. My lack of curiosity is purely innocent. Alas, you need not fret about the troubles that may arise from knowing this, for you are already ensnared in the whirlwind of this predicament." Wang Chun gazed at this enigmatic being, or perhaps a god of unknown origin, with a look of confusion. Indeed, through a series of observations, coupled with the changes within himself, he realized that aside from a deity, few could accomplish the feat of transporting him to such a mystical realm and wholly healing his wounds. Moreover, from Wang Chun's keen observations, this mysterious figure does not resemble the deities from the original narrative, but rather resembles a defeated wild god, leaving behind a legacy to cultivate an air for vengeance. Thus, Wang Chun was disinclined to hear about the reason for his arrival here, as he wished to avoid direct confrontation with those divine beings, lest he forfeit the opportunities presented in the original tale. Your ability to be sensed and transported here is due to the possession of certain powers. Powers? How shall I explain? Have you heard of gods? Ah, judging by your reaction, it seems you have. Indeed, I have heard of them, such as angelic deities. Very well. This power is the key to becoming a god. Only by possessing such power and achieving level 99 can one ascend to divinity. Esteemed elder, does this mean I already possess the foundation for godhood? Does it imply that upon reaching level 99, I can directly become a god? Ha ha ha. You are overly simplistic in your thoughts. With your meager and incomplete powers, even ascension to godhood would render you the weakest of deities. Upon hearing the words of this mysterious figure, Wang Chun was not overly surprised. After all, in the original narrative, the members of the Shrek 7 monsters also inherited their divine statuses based on rank. If one were to become a formidable god solely on the basis of this so-called incomplete power, Wang Chun would indeed find that peculiar. So, I must inherit your complete powers in order to become a formidable deity? Inheriting my powers can indeed make you strong, but it is also fraught with peril. You would do well to ponder this carefully. I have made up my mind. I hope you will allow me to inherit your full powers, esteemed elder. Wang Chun replied without a moment's hesitation, for he had already acquired a fragment of power and had long since allied himself with this mysterious figure. After all, when he encounters the enemies of this enigmatic being, seeing the powers he possesses, would they believe Wang Chun has no connection to this mysterious figure? A confrontation would be inevitable, and it would be wise to seize some advantages at that moment. Furthermore, the stronger Wang Chun becomes, the safer he will be. As for the possibility of this mysterious figure deceiving him, Wang Chun did not entertain such thoughts, for he had already deduced what this so-called incomplete power was. It was the mysterious crystal he obtained in Yuhui town. Since absorbing it, his cultivation speed had become extraordinarily rapid. If that mysterious crystal indeed represents a god's power, it would all make sense. Very well, since you wish to inherit my power, I shall enlighten you. Oh, but what if I choose not to inherit it? Ha ha! I am no devil. I would merely erase your memories and send you back. Before delving into these matters, allow me to introduce myself. I am Xingtian, the first war god with dominion over the powers of war. Long ago, when the Douluo continent was devoid of gods, humans and soul beasts did not engage in the brutal battles we witness today, as humans did not require the slaughter of soul beasts to enhance their strength. Until one day, the consciousness of the Douluo continent awakened, beginning to utilize its powers to cultivate formidable humans and soul beasts. These beings became the primordial gods. These deities, having received powers from the continent, enhanced their might and were obliged to fulfill their responsibilities. They were not only tasked with the duties bestowed upon them by their powers, but were also required to venture beyond their world to conquer other realms, thus enriching the Douluo continent. In return, they could draw strength from the flourishing Douluo continent to further amplify their own powers. This mutually beneficial scenario could persist indefinitely, barring unforeseen circumstances. However, how could one guarantee perpetual victory in such uncertain endeavors? As they expanded and absorbed several minor worlds, they ultimately encountered a formidable realm. This led to their first and catastrophic defeat, resulting in nearly half of the gods birthed from the Douluo continent perishing, allowing them to retreat back to their homeland. Though the indigenous inhabitants of that realm vanquished almost half of the invading gods, their losses were equally grievous, rendering them incapable of retaliating against the Douluo continent. They could only watch as the gods withdrew. The gods returning to the Douluo continent, having suffered tremendous losses, naturally required time to recuperate. Furthermore, the powers of the deceased gods returned to the consciousness of the Douluo, who initially expended divine energy to heal the surviving gods before continuing to select talents from the continent to inherit the vacant powers, thereby replenishing the strength of the Douluo continent. Of course, this selection process was not conducted by the Douluo consciousness, but rather by the primordial gods, as it had always been. Thus, a potential for power struggles emerged. However, the primordial gods selected during this period were relatively innocent and lacked ulterior motives. Yet, following the disastrous expedition, those gods gradually began to harbor different aspirations. They were no longer willing to undertake perilous missions, preferring instead to remain within the Douluo continent and relish their powers. However, such a situation was unacceptable to the consciousness of the Douluo continent. She painstakingly nurtured these deities for the purpose of conquering other realms and augmenting her own power. Naturally, if those deities merely indulged in their privileges without fulfilling their obligations, she would vehemently oppose it, aware of the fact that the consciousness of the continent would not acquiesce to their idleness. The deities devised a plan to seal away this consciousness, thereby preventing it from interfering with their decisions. Consequently, they sought to ally with like-minded deities while ostracizing those who wished to develop the continent, compelling them into perilous missions which led to their demise, one after another. Furthermore, during the selection of new deities, they suppressed dissenting voices, choosing only those who shared their perspective. As the number of pure deities dwindled, and with no means of replenishment, the balance shifted, leading to an increasing number of power-hungry deities who shirked their responsibilities. The disparity in strength between the two factions grew ever wider until they finally took action. On that fateful day, the malevolent deities surged towards the Temple of Consciousness, resulting in a fierce battle with the pure deities. Despite our individual prowess and the support of the consciousness of Douluo continent, their overwhelming numbers gradually overwhelmed us, until I found myself the sole survivor. Although my domain of the war god could infinitely amplify my strength, the initial deities had calculated my power when they chose to betray me. The 5 primordial deities, Azura, evil, destruction, life, and goodness, formed a formidable formation that curtailed my ability to utilize my enhancements, forcing me to rely solely on my innate strength in combat. In the end, despite my immense power, I could not vanquish so many deities and was ultimately defeated. However, I was not slain in a foolish manner. Rather, I self-destructed while they were sealing the consciousness of the continent. My explosion disrupted their sealing process, scattering most of my war god authority, despite the fact that the consciousness could not escape. Thus I exist now, awaiting a worthy successor to cultivate, amass strength, and ultimately overthrow those treacherous deities to liberate the consciousness of the continent. After vanquishing their opponents and completely sealing the consciousness, those deities departed Douluo continent with the imprisoned consciousness to create the divine realm. Although they sealed the consciousness, the essence of the continent could not be contained. They could not risk leaving the sealed consciousness on Douluo continent for fear that the underlying essence might breach the seal. Thus, they were compelled to take it away. Moreover, following the divine war, their original habitats lay in ruins, making the creation of the divine realm a fitting refuge for them to live and seal the consciousness. Without the consciousness, the essence could only nurture talent instinctively, given that this essence could not be manipulated by anyone other than the consciousness. The deities feared that it might cultivate formidable beings to challenge them. Consequently, they employed divine power to alter the cultivation rules of Douluo continent. Martial souls ceased to represent the amalgamation of an individual's will and strength. Instead, they became solely reliant on heredity, devoid of the potential for evolution through breakthroughs in strength or spirit. Furthermore, a requirement was instituted whereby a soul ring must be absorbed every 10 levels, or further progression would be impossible. This change not only incited conflict between humans and soul beasts, preventing their unification, but also tainted those with the potential to become deities, rendering them incapable of achieving divinity independently due to the polluted absorption of soul rings. They could then siphon the talented individuals who had been nourished by the continent's essence through the legacies they left behind on Douluo continent, as only through divine power could the pollution be cleansed and one attain divinity. Thus, they no longer needed to fear any resistance from Douluo continent, while simultaneously bolstering their own power. Upon hearing the words of the war god, Wang Chun was utterly astounded. He had never anticipated such a scenario. The carnage between humans and soul beasts was actually a consequence of the gods altering the cultivation rules of Douluo continent. Wait a moment, he interjected. You just mentioned that the gods fear the emergence of individuals becoming deities due to the essence of the continent, prompting them to change the cultivation rules. But Ascent authority required to become a deity? With the consciousness of the continent sealed, where would such authority come from? Indeed, during that initial divine conflict, many gods perished. Although they reclaimed some authority, a significant portion vanished entirely, leaving a multitude of authorities scattered across the continent. Why did those gods not retrieve them? Because they are incapable of doing so, the authorities scattered across the continent are perceptible only to the consciousness. Other deities cannot sense them at all. Only when these authorities detect a suitable individual will they manifest. It is precisely due to these scattered authorities that the gods fear the emergence of deities beyond their control. Hence, they revised the rules to eliminate such possibilities from the outset. Oh, I see now. Just like the fragment of the war god authority you absorbed, which originated from the shattering of my authority scattered across the continent. Since it is a fragment, you have yet to perceive its extraordinary nature. Once you inherit the majority of my war god authority, you will come to understand its true marvel. You mentioned a majority of the war god authority. Does that imply that what you possess is also a fragment? Of course, what I possess is indeed a fragment. Otherwise, from where would you have absorbed it? Moreover, a portion of my war god authority was also seized during that battle. Wang Chun was taken aback by this revelation, realizing he had overlooked such a simple truth. Nevertheless, after the war god's explanation, he found himself beginning to trust his words. Although he had only read the first part of the Douluo continent novel, he had heard whispers of subsequent events. For instance, after Tang San ascended to divinity, he directly intervened in matters concerning Douluo continent, even sending his descendants from the divine realm to the continent. Previously, he had not understood why Tang San would go to such lengths to send his descendants to the lower realm. Now it appeared to be an effort to harness the continent's essence. Ascending to divinity from this realm would grant one access to the essence of the continent, thereby strengthening oneself. However, such actions were fraught with risk, as the sealed consciousness in the divine realm might take advantage of the descent to communicate with the unconscious essence of Douluo continent, potentially jeopardizing the seal. It was akin to a troop of soldiers without a general battling against another troop led by a general. The disparity in combat effectiveness was undeniable. This was likely the reason why certain gods later waged war against Tang San, leading to turmoil in the divine realm. The war god's insights clarified many previously obscure events in the original narrative. The celestial herbs within the Eye of Ice and Fire were undoubtedly manifestations of the continent's essence. Thus, after Tang San and his companions consumed them, they underwent such remarkable transformations, garnering the god's favor as potential successors. Otherwise, how could it be that no one had ascended to divinity for so long? And yet, during the era of Tang San and his companions, so many had achieved godhood. The reason lies in their absorption of the continent's profound essence. The gods feared that they might acquire other scattered divine powers on Douluo continent and become deities beyond their control. Thus, these gods absorbed them, allowing them to inherit divine positions and become their own gods, thereby preventing any uncontrollable situations from arising. Now, Wang Chun has absorbed a fragment of the god of war's authority and stands in opposition to the divine realm. Even if Wang Chun were to declare his surrender, they would likely not allow him to remain as a potential threat. Instead, they would eliminate him to eradicate the risk entirely. Predecessor, how can I inherit the god of war's authority? Your current strength is too weak. You can only inherit a small portion of the authority. Combine it with the god of war's powers you possess to develop certain unique abilities. May I ask, what are these unique abilities? The most fundamental one is the ability to absorb other special powers to enhance yourself. Eventually, you will gain control over it. Unlike now, when you can only passively strengthen yourself when your power increases. Can I inherit the god of war's authority now? Yes. However, before we proceed, I must caution you once more. Do not venture into the realms of those gods' inheritances. Otherwise, you will certainly be detected, and that may place you in grave danger. I understand, predecessor. Please commence the inheritance. Upon finishing his words, the god of war summoned divine power, creating a luminous circle before Wang Chun. As he stepped inside, he beheld a magnificent three-tiered golden temple. Entering the first tier, he discovered a golden pillar at its center, radiating a stream of golden light throughout the temple. Following the god of war's instructions, he placed his hand upon the pillar. Suddenly, the golden light enveloped Wang Chun, and his consciousness seemed to enter a distinct realm. Kill, 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 fight to the death, fight to the death, fight to the death. When Wang Chun regained his senses, he found himself amidst an ancient battlefield. Each side boasted approximately 1,000 warriors, and as the commander of one army, Wang Chun realized that this was indeed the trial for inheriting the god of war's authority. Victory would grant him a portion of the authority. Defeat would render it unattainable. With this understanding, Wang Chun was resolute not to lose. He issued command for a full-scale assault and charged alongside his troops, boosting their morale through his leadership. Charge! With Wang Chun leading the charge, the soldiers' spirits soared, and leveraging their initial advantage, he ultimately secured victory in the battle. Boom! When Wang Chun regained consciousness once more, he found himself back within the inheritance temple. Completely enveloped in golden light, the inheritance of the god of war's authority had begun. He felt streams of special energy entering his body, gradually enhancing him. This not only amplified his power, but significantly strengthened his foundation and accelerated his cultivation speed. Furthermore, a unique space manifested within his mind, likely the realm spoken of by the god of war, where one could absorb special energy and battle intent, transforming them into divine power to fortify oneself. Time passed gradually, and Wang Chun's inheritance was nearing completion. As the golden light dissipated, he concluded this segment of the inheritance. He continued toward the second tier in hopes of further inheritance, but found himself unable to enter. Thus, he exited the god of war's temple. Upon stepping through the temple's entrance, he suddenly reappeared at the very spot where he first encountered the god of war. Predecessor, I have inherited a portion of the god of war's authority. Can you now escort me out? Of course. However, I must once again warn you, do not venture into the realms of those gods' inheritances, for you will undoubtedly face danger. Additionally, when you reach level 70, you must return to inherit a greater portion of the god of war's authority. You need not hunt for soul rings. Simply come here to receive the most suitable god of war soul ring for you. Remember, the god of war soul ring at level 70 will be of immense benefit to your future. Do not mistake this. I understand, predecessor. As Wang Chun departed from the god of war, he found himself back at the location where he was initially pursued. With the enhancement from the authority he inherited within the god of war's temple, his strength had increased significantly compared to before. While his soul power level had not risen, he now felt empowered enough to boldly declare, I could take on 10 opponents. Even if he were to encounter that Soul Saint Elder again, he could escape. As long as he did not face a master beyond the Soul Saint realm, he stood a chance to flee. Unlike the last time when he had been so thoroughly cornered. However, he decided to leave this place first. Although he was no longer particularly fearful of a single Soul Saint, it would be troublesome if that elder summoned a few Soul Saints to corner him. While the likelihood of that was low, it was prudent to remain cautious. Just as Wang Chun prepared to depart, an elder suddenly sprinted toward him from a distance. In a flash, he stood before Wang Chun. Sensing the threat emanating from this elder, Wang Chun recognized him as at least a Soul Douluo, far more dangerous than the previous Soul Saint he had encountered. Having just declared that he would not encounter anyone above the Soul Saint realm, he now faced an elder who was at least a Soul Douluo. The elder's determined advance made it clear that he was approaching with intent directed at Wang Chun. Not only had he contradicted himself, but he was now also in significant danger. Wang Chun was about to inquire who this elder was. If he were not associated with that Soul Saint family, he might engage in a civil conversation before making his exit. Yet, the elder initiated an attack, launching a strike directly at Wang Chun. With the confrontation already underway, Wang Chun would not remain passive. He retaliated against the elder. Given the elder's rapid approach, fleeing was not an option. Instead, he resolved to test his newly acquired abilities to see if he could deliver a powerful blow to the elder and then find an opportunity to escape. After exchanging several blows, Wang Chun realized that the elder did not seem particularly formidable. It was unclear whether this was due to the elder's lack of strength or Wang Chun's significant enhancement from the God of War's temple. Just as Wang Chun pondered this, the elder's power suddenly surged, and with a single move, he subdued Wang Chun. At this moment, Wang Chun understood that it was not that the elder was weak, nor that he had become too powerful. Rather, the elder had not utilized his full strength, seemingly testing Wang Chun's capabilities. Just as Wang Chun lamented his predicament, the elder spoke, Not bad. Your strength is commendable, truly worthy of being the most talented within your family. Are you also from the King Kong family? Upon hearing the elder's words, Wang Chun suddenly realized that this person was not an enemy. His earlier actions were merely a test of Wang Chun's abilities. I am from the Golden Armor Clan. Following your sudden attack and disappearance, the clan informed me, as I am relatively close, to come and search for you. Ah, thank you, esteemed elder, Wang Chun replied. Now, let's leave this place. The clan has also dispatched an elder to explain everything to you. After speaking, the elder swiftly led Wang Chun out of the forest, moving with a speed that could rival that of a typical title de law. Before long, they arrived at the small town where the ambush had initially occurred, where they met the elder who had come to assist. Xiao Chun, it is truly a relief that you are unharmed. The clan has avenged you. Wang Chun had initially intended to wait until he had strengthened his abilities to seek revenge. But with the clan having already taken action, he found no need to intervene personally. Thank you, great elder. Now that you have been found, I shall take my leave and return to the clan. I never expected your strength to have risen to such a level. With that, the elder departed. Thank you. Fifth elder, Wang Chun said, hastily expressing his gratitude. Once the elder had left, he turned to the great elder with a puzzled expression. Great elder, who was that individual? I don't believe I have ever seen him in the clan. Well, it is quite normal that you do not know him. He left the clan before your birth. The great elder replied. Oh, but why did he leave? It is not customary for me to disclose such matters, but given your experiences, I shall explain. The Golden Armor Clan places great importance on heritage, to prevent elders and clan leaders from holding power for too long, which could lead to corruption and a lack of nurturing for clan talent. Each leader is only permitted to govern for 30 years and cannot be re-elected. Therefore, after each transition of power, the previous generation of leaders and elders vacate the clan to avoid power struggles and to protect the clan, as they can only remain within the clan during their tenure. Once they relinquish their authority and responsibilities, they naturally seek opportunities outside, even if the chances of breakthrough are slim. Thus, they leave the clan, and if a descendant encounters danger, they can return to provide support. Oh, I see. So, there are many elders in the clan. Seeking opportunities is not as simple as it seems. Some find success and break through, while others, who do not, may eventually return to the clan in decline as their lives draw to a close. The reason we received news of your ambush so swiftly is due to the clan having informants scattered throughout various regions. Given the limited positions in the Golden Armor clan, many individuals with adequate strength are left unassigned, so the clan assigns them to gather intelligence. This arrangement not only provides roles for those individuals, but also strengthens the clan's presence across various territories. They can collect information for the clan and provide protection for the younger generation training outside. Now that you are safe, I must return to the clan. You must take care of your safety in the future. Wait, Great Elder, I have something I need you to bring back to the clan. Oh, what is it? Is the fortuitous encounter I experienced this time? Very well. Aren't you going to ask what kind of fortuitous encounter it was? The clan does not inquire into the fortuitous encounters of its members. Such matters are personal. Only if one wishes to share with the clan will we seek to understand. With that, Wang Chun took out paper and pen, documenting the cultivation method he had acquired. He had intended to do this all along, and now he could provide a source for it. In no time, he completed writing down the cultivation method. Elder, this is the fortuitous encounter I experienced. This technique not only accelerates the speed of cultivation, but also imparts a unique attribute to the soul power. However, there is a drawback. Only those of pure youth can cultivate it to its highest level. Those who are not of pure youth can only cultivate it to the second level at most. Nevertheless, aside from that, the effects are quite commendable. Very well. I shall bring this back. The clan will also reward you. The Great Elder took the technique provided by Wang Chun and departed, while Wang Chun prepared to continue his own training. Now that he understood the clan provided protection for younger members training outside, he felt a greater sense of ease. This was only natural. It would be unreasonable for the Golden Armor clan not to offer such protection. With the immediate threat resolved, Wang Chun pursued his goals with renewed determination. After more than a month of travel, he finally arrived at the province bordering the Tiando Empire. He stepped out of the province and entered the Barak Kingdom of the Tiando Empire. The Barak Kingdom, situated in the south of the Tiando Empire and bordering the Fasno province, is technically a kingdom, yet its area is only 3/4 that of the Fasno province. It is one of the 4 major kingdoms within the Tiando Empire. To the south, the Barak Kingdom directly borders the Star Luo Empire, making it the most militarily powerful kingdom among the 4, essentially serving as the gateway to the Tiando Empire. Originally, the Tiando Empire had 10 provinces, but with the partitioning of the 4 kingdoms, 6 factions emerged. The empire directly controls 5 provinces, while each of the 4 kingdoms governs one, and there is a duchy, second only to the kingdoms, occupying the smallest province in the eastern part of the empire. On the surface, the 4 kingdoms and that one duchy are subject to the rule of the Tiando Empire. Yet in reality, these 5 nations have become states within a state, operating independently aside from necessary tributes. Had it not been for the Tiando royal family maintaining a strong military presence, internal strife might have already erupted. The Star Luo Empire experiences a similar situation, though the circumstances in Tiando are somewhat worse. Thus, while both empires appear formidable, they are, in fact, in decline. It is uncertain when the entire continent's dynamics will suddenly shift. Within the Barak Kingdom, there are 2 crucial cities: the capital Barak City, which serves as the political and economic center of the entire kingdom, and Soto City, located in the heart of the bountiful Lima Plain, renowned as the Granary of Barak. Both cities are heavily fortified and are of paramount importance to the kingdom. Wang Chun's destination is Soto City, which appears in the original story. He intends to see if the Shrek Academy has been established there. After all, it is a legendary academy within the narrative, and he is eager to learn more about it. Upon entering the Barak Kingdom of the Tiando Empire, he was not far from Soto City. Throughout this journey, Wang Chun encountered no further incidents and arrived safely. After a series of travels and halts, he finally reached Soto City after half a month. Standing before the grand city gates of Soto City, Wang Chun paused for a moment, marveling at the impressive fortifications. Once inside the city, he planned to find a place to enjoy a hearty meal, for he had traveled a considerable distance and felt quite fatigued. First, he discovered a quaint little shop and indulged in a local delicacy from Soto City, after which he sought a place to rest. As he wandered through the city, he was unable to locate the Rose Hotel that had appeared in the original text. Perhaps it was established later. Consequently, Wang Chun opted for a reasonably good hotel for the night, preparing to inquire about Shrek Academy the following day. On the next day, Wang Chun gathered information at both the tavern and the Soul Arena, but unfortunately, he found no leads. It remained uncertain whether Shrek Academy had yet to be established or if it simply lacked renown. With no information obtained, Wang Chun decided against further searching. After all, it was merely a fleeting thought, and should he learn of it, he would consider visiting, but otherwise, he felt no compulsion to pursue it, as the academy held no value for him. Since he could not find it, Wang Chun resolved to depart, his sole objective being the ice and fire yin-yang within the Sunset Forest. He had little interest in the elements of the original narrative, especially since he could not currently venture to the city of Slaughter or Sea God Island. Thus, he ceased his inquiries. He continued his journey, intending to reach Tiando City before seeking the ice and fire yin-yang as it seemed that the location in the original text was relatively close to Tiando City, making the search potentially easier. Tiando City, the imperial capital of the Tiando Empire, is situated in the northeastern part of the empire, serving as the core of political power and one of the largest cities on the continent. Only the imperial capital of the Star Luo Empire could be compared to it. To reach Tiando City, Wang Chun first needed to exit the territory of the Balak Kingdom, traverse the entirety of the Sylvis Kingdom to the north, and only then could he enter the imperial capital of the Tiando Empire. The journey was long, spanning nearly 2,000 miles, illustrating the vast expanse of the Tiando Empire. However, given Wang Chun's current capabilities, he could reach it in a few days if he exerted himself fully. Yet such exertion was excessive, and he did not need to hurry. Along the way, he could appreciate the scenery and simultaneously gain experience. After several days of travel, Wang Chun arrived at Sylvis City, the capital of the Sylvis Kingdom. Upon entering, he sensed a faint attraction emanating from the god of war space within his mind. Could there be fragments of the god of war's authority here? This thought brought him a flicker of joy. After inheriting a small portion of the god of war's authority, he had been informed by the god of war, Xing Tian, that there were scattered fragments across Douluo continent, which would resonate with him upon discovery. Absorbing these fragments would enhance his authority, and to sense one so soon was unexpected. As he intended to investigate the source of this attraction, the sensation abruptly vanished. How could it disappear? How was it to search now? Given that the connection was lost, Wang Chun was uncertain how to proceed. He pondered whether it had been taken away from Sylvis City or if it lay hidden within the city, obscured from his perception. For the time being, he would remain in Sylvis City, hoping to regain the sensation the next day. He had no choice, for even if it had been removed, he lacked the means to pursue it, unaware of the path taken by the other party. A misstep could result in missing it entirely. It was wiser to search within the city, for if it was merely obscured, he might uncover it through diligent searching. He resolved to find suitable accommodations, as he would need a comfortable place to stay while he sought the source of his attraction. After some searching, he found a decent hotel and booked a 10-day stay before heading out for a meal. Following his meal, he planned to visit the Soul Arena to register a new account, for while he sought the object of his attraction, he could not afford to squander time. Participating in the Soul Arena competitions would allow him to hone his combat skills while searching. After a restful night, Wang Chun felt his mental energy fully restored. The fatigue from his continuous journey had dissipated, and he even sensed a slight enhancement in his mental acuity. He exited the hotel and began his search, focusing on unique shops, as his previous fragment of the God of War's authority had been located in such establishments. With no leads, he commenced his exploration of Sylvis City. After 3 hours of searching through various shops, he still felt no resonance. He resolved to continue his search, considering a visit to the Soul Arena if nothing materialized. At that moment, he stumbled upon a rather peculiar shop, situated on a bustling commercial street in Sylvis City, surrounded by pristine and opulent establishments. This particular shop appeared dilapidated and on the brink of closure. Its distinctive appearance compelled Wang Chun to enter, hoping that the object of his attraction might reside within. The shop's door was closed, with a sign instructing customers to push to enter, unlike the other establishments that welcomed patrons with open doors. Upon entering, he was met with a unique energy wave. Wang Chun discerned that this energy was emanating from a soul guide device. It was not the object he sought, which brought him a tinge of disappointment. Nevertheless, he had come this far and decided to investigate further. Even if he did not find what he was looking for, discovering a remarkable soul guide device would still be a fortuitous outcome. From the information he gathered from the King Kong family, he understood that all soul guide devices emitted soul power waves. If they had not been bound for use by others, they would exhibit such external manifestations of soul power. While most soul guide devices lacked offensive capabilities, serving primarily as simple aids, they were nonetheless rare. The soul guide devices that had survived the ages could be considered antiques, as their manufacturing methods had been lost to time. Therefore, when encountering a soul guide device, one must observe carefully to avoid spending exorbitant sums on something of little value. Of course, there remained the possibility of acquiring a soul guide device of significant utility for a modest price, dependent entirely on luck. Should one encounter an item whose purpose remained unknown to others, yet was precisely what they needed, it could be a stroke of fortune. Inside the shop, there was only one individual present, with two counters flanking the space. The items displayed on the walls were old and appeared to lack value. The solitary figure reclined in a wooden lounge chair, eyes closed, swaying gently with the movement of the chair. He appeared to be in his 60s, and though not youthful, he possessed a robust physique. The chair creaked under his weight as he swayed. The visage of this individual is strikingly distinctive. His chin protrudes slightly forward. His cheekbones are notably wide, and his facial structure is rather flat, complemented by a hint of a hooked nose. If one were to liken his appearance to an object, one might say his face resembles the sole of a shoe. Although his eyes are closed, there is an air of cunning about him. Upon seeing him, Wang Chun was reminded of the character Flandre from the original text, almost mistaking him for the four-eyed cat eagle. However, upon further contemplation, the age did not align, suggesting it was merely a superficial resemblance. Moreover, he was not wearing glasses, thus dismissing the notion of him being the four-eyed cat eagle. Despite the resemblance, given that they were both in a shop, a hint of shrewdness is understandable. Upon entering the store, Wang Chun found the man still reclining in his chair, showing no inclination to rise and greet customers. Wang Chun now comprehended why. Despite being located on the same street as other bustling establishments, this particular shop appeared dilapidated. With such an attitude, it was unlikely many patrons would choose to shop here. Nevertheless, since Wang Chun had already entered, he decided to take a closer look, hoping for an unexpected delight. As he meticulously observed his surroundings, he suddenly spotted a black wrist guard. Upon picking it up, he felt a unique allure emanating from the war god's space, a sensation distinct from his initial entry into the city. This object was likely not the war goddess authority, but rather an artifact from the war goddess past. Holding it in hand, he resumed his search for other intriguing items. After a thorough examination, he regrettably found nothing else of notable allure. At that moment, he noticed the elderly proprietor was still asleep, seemingly unconcerned about potential theft. However, Wang Chun did not dwell on this. He approached the old man with the item in hand. The man appeared far from ordinary. As anyone who could sleep soundly while customers browsed was undoubtedly a master in his own right, Wang Chun thought it prudent to inquire further, for there might be additional treasures to uncover. "Good day, sir. May I ask what this item is?" Upon hearing Wang Chun's inquiry, the old man slowly opened his eyes, glanced briefly, and then closed them again. "Ascent, this merely a damaged wrist guard?" Wang Chun pressed on. "Are there any others like this?" "None," came the curt reply. "Very well. How much for this one?" 500 gold soul coins. "No bargaining." "All right then, I'll take it." Wang Chun retrieved 500 gold soul coins from his soul guide and handed them to the proprietor before exiting the store. The old man accepted the payment without further ado, resuming his slumber. Once outside, Wang Chun returned directly to his lodgings, feeling no desire to seek out additional items at that moment. He was eager to absorb the essence of the wrist guard he had just acquired. Upon returning to the hotel and requesting not to be disturbed, he swiftly entered his room, locking the door behind him. He then produced the special wrist guard he had purchased from the shop, guided by the messages from his war god space. He commenced the process of refining the wrist guard, as Wang Chun enveloped it with his soul power and activated the divine might of the war god. The damaged black wrist guard underwent a remarkable transformation. Its hue deepened, and it no longer appeared flawed. This was indeed a divine artifact of the war god. Having been cast down to the continent during the war, its spirit extinguished, and deprived of the nurturing essence of the war god, it gradually lost its divine properties, becoming merely a flawed wrist guard. Now, nourished by Wang Chun's divine might, it began to regain its former brilliance. Thanks to Wang Chun's divine energy, the wrist guard was soon fully refined. At that moment, he also discerned its function. It could amplify strength, pure and simple. Despite the singular nature of its effect, the amplification was substantial. The wrist guard was intended for the right arm. However, due to prolonged neglect of divine energy, its current amplification was limited to 100% of Wang Chen's right arm strength. Yet, with the nurturing essence of his divine power, future enhancements were assured. Elated with his newfound treasure, Wang Chun decided to indulge in a celebratory meal, planning to continue his search the next day. Even if he found nothing further, he felt content, having already acquired an amplifying wrist guard. Because of the treasure he obtained yesterday, Wang Chun opted to rest and forego visiting the battle arena. Thus, this morning, he resolved to first explore the arena. Upon entering, he was met with a bustling crowd. Indeed, the battle arena in the capital of the Silvis Kingdom was colossal. Wang Chun registered a new account under the name Soul Sect Xingtian. Just as he was about to sign up for a battle, he suddenly sensed a powerful allure reminiscent of his initial arrival in the city, even stronger than before. The source of this compelling attraction was within the battle arena. He made his way toward the source of the allure and arrived at the main battle stage, where two soul masters were engaged in combat. The individual who drew Wang Chun's attention was the younger of the two. This man's stature approached 6 feet 3 inches, with broad shoulders and a strikingly handsome face complemented by an air of dominance. His brown hair cascaded down his back, reaching nearly to his waist, its texture slightly wavy. Most notably, his eyes were a vivid crimson, exuding an aura of menace that was quite terrifying. Within his icy gaze flickered a hint of bloodlust. A single glance felt as though one had been cut by a blade. Such a striking visage, coupled with his sinister eyes and commanding presence, made him the focal point of attention wherever he went. The crowd erupted in cheers. Lion King! Lion King! Hearing their fervent applause, the man quickened his assault, swiftly dispatching his opponent. Remarkably, this was achieved without the aid of his martial soul. Had he employed his soul abilities, the battle would have concluded even more swiftly. Wang Chun observed intently, thinking to himself, impressive. He had not encountered a young individual of such formidable prowess since his departure. Noticing Wang Chun's gaze, the man turned to regard him for a moment before departing the battle stage. Wang Chun was determined to challenge this individual, for once the battle concluded, he could no longer sense the alluring presence. He needed to ascertain whether the source of attraction resided with the man, or if it had been absorbed, much like himself. If it was indeed with the man, he would devise a means to acquire it. If it had been absorbed, he would have to wait until his next visit to the war god Xingtian to inquire further. After all, Wang Chun was uncertain how to extract such absorbed authority. He could only bide his time. Given the Lion King's remarkable strength, he would serve as a perfect opponent to gauge his own capabilities. Since beginning his training, he had not encountered a peer of comparable strength, and now that the opportunity had presented itself, he would not let it slip away. Due to the discovery of this peculiar situation, Wang Chun decided against continuing his registration for the soul duel competition. Instead, he sought to gather information about that soul master. Fortunately, the individual in question was quite renowned at this soul duel arena, and after merely inquiring among a few people, Wang Chun was able to ascertain his circumstances. The Lion King had only recently arrived at this arena. Though he possessed a mere level 49 strength, his combat prowess was exceedingly formidable. He had managed to defeat every opponent without employing any soul techniques, occasionally using only his martial soul, and no one had ever compelled him to resort to soul techniques. Despite his relatively short participation in the soul duel competitions, his reputation was immense, and he had amassed considerable wealth, affording him the purchase of an estate within the city of Silvis. Aside from competing in soul duels, he devoted his time to training within his estate. It was only during the middle of each month that he ventured into the city to indulge in drink at a tavern. Wang Chun intended to wait for him there, hoping to challenge him to a duel. After all, it would be rather inappropriate to intrude upon the Lion King's estate with a request for a fight. Such an approach might prevent him from even gaining entry. Given the Lion King's illustrious reputation, many sought to engage him in combat to enhance their own fame. Therefore, he typically refrained from dueling anyone privately. Regrettably, the number of matches available at the arena was limited, and not everyone had the opportunity to face the Lion King. Thus, Wang Chun resolved to wait at the tavern. With the Lion King's abilities, he would surely sense Wang Chen's own strength, marking him as a natural adversary. A being of his caliber would undoubtedly not overlook an equally matched opponent. Through their encounter, Wang Chun hoped to ascertain the whereabouts of that elusive object. After waiting several days in Silvis without exploring other establishments, Wang Chun concluded that the item was indeed with the Lion King, and a single battle would suffice, sparing him further fruitless searching. At last, the time arrived. Wang Chun arrived early at the tavern, anticipating the Lion King's arrival. Soon enough, the Lion King entered, taking his usual seat by the window. Having done his homework, Wang Chun naturally chose a position close to the Lion King. Previously, others had come to seek out the Lion King, but he had never engaged in duels there, leading to a decline in visitors. The Lion King ordered some dishes and began to drink quietly, occasionally gazing out the window, lost in thought. At that moment, Wang Chun approached, holding a drink, and took a seat across from the Lion King. "Greetings, Lion King." Wang Chun offered a salutation, but the Lion King remained silent, absorbed in his drink. Wang Chun, feeling the need to assert himself, unleashed a surge of battle intent, which finally drew the Lion King's attention. "You're quite powerful. Do you wish to duel with me?" The Lion King's inquiry was tinged with certainty, as though it were an obvious conclusion. "Indeed, I have observed your duels and believe you to be formidable. Thus, I wish to challenge you." "Very well. Once I finish my drink, we shall battle at my estate." "Agreed." Thus, Wang Chun awaited the Lion King to finish his drink before following him to his estate. Perhaps the Lion King also anticipated the duel, for he did not linger over long, promptly leading Wang Chun away. At the Lion King's estate, they stood quietly in an open space, both valuing the significance of this contest. They refrained from immediate combat, taking a moment to adjust their states of mind, unwilling to let any external factors disrupt the match. Wang Chun had not encountered a peer-level opponent since he began training, and the Lion King shared a similar experience. Throughout his career, he had never faced an opponent of equal age or even one of the same rank capable of compelling him to unleash his full potential, leaving him with a sense of solitude at the pinnacle of strength. Now, before him stood Wang Chun, undeniably the most perfect rival he had ever encountered, deserving of his respect. "Are you prepared?" "Yes. Let's contest our raw combat abilities without the use of martial souls or soul techniques." "Agreed." Lion King Simba. Wang Chun, I look forward to your guidance. The battle commenced. Lion King Simba lunged fiercely at Wang Chun, his right fist raised, aimed directly at Wang Chun's chest. His movements were devoid of embellishment, yet Wang Chun could feel the potency behind the strike. With immense power and remarkable speed, the force of his attack reached its zenith. Truly, the Lion King was a formidable opponent who could triumph over others without employing soul techniques, showcasing his extensive practical experience. Wang Chun understood that retreat was not an option. A withdrawal would only amplify the Lion King's momentum, significantly enhancing the power of his assault. Thus, rather than retreating, Wang Chun surged forward. He stamped his right foot forcefully against the ground, propelling himself toward the Lion King while simultaneously raising his right hand to deliver a punch. Although his strike was slightly slower than the Lion King's, Wang Chun was confident that, bolstered by his soul bones and various enhancements, his attack would match the Lion King's in strength. With a resounding thud, their fists collided, halting both combatants' forward momentum as they were pushed back by the impact. Wang Chun was somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated that, despite his family's numerous resources to enhance his physique from a young age, along with his unique cultivation techniques to augment his physical attributes, and not to mention the enhancement from the God of War's authority and a piece of a millennium-old arm bone, he would only achieve a stalemate with the Lion King in terms of raw strength. The Lion King's eyes also revealed a glimmer of surprise. While he had sensed Wang Chun's formidable strength, he had not expected Wang Chun to match him in power. It was noteworthy that, during his tenure in the Soul Duel arena, none had been able to contend with him in strength. Moreover, he had experienced a fortuitous encounter that further augmented his own might. "Indeed, you're the first of my peers to match me in strength. You have earned my full effort." With that, the Lion King charged at Wang Chun once more, this time with a far more complex assault. His hands transformed into claws. With his left hand leading and his right poised behind, he lunged at Wang Chun like a lion pouncing on its prey, exuding a formidable presence. Regardless of whether his opponent chose to retreat or advance, he was prepared for either scenario. Should the opponent retreat, his momentum would only amplify the potency of his strikes. Conversely, if the opponent chose to stand their ground, his subsequent attacks would follow relentlessly, exposing any openings for a decisive blow. It was through such tactics that he had effortlessly secured victories in the Soul Duel arena. Wang Chun, having undergone extensive training, possessed remarkable practical experience as well. Though he was unaware of the intricacies of the Lion King's follow-up attacks, he understood how to respond. Once again, he surged forward, unleashing a powerful attack against the Lion King. He was determined to ensure that the Lion King could not unleash his subsequent strikes. The Lion King's invincibility in the arena of combat is attributed not only to the formidable nature of his attacks, but primarily to the fact that the soul masters he encounters there simply cannot compare to his strength. Consequently, they are rendered incapable of countering his onslaught. However, Wang Chen's prowess is not akin to those he has previously faced. The Lion King can no longer disregard Wang Chen's formidable strikes. The two engage in a clash of blows, neutralizing each other's attacks, as Wang Chen does not merely defend himself, preventing the Lion King from seizing the initiative and launching subsequent assaults. Nevertheless, being a lion, the Lion King remains undefeated in the arena. Although he does not directly command the offensive or unleash a barrage of attacks, even in close combat against Wang Chen, he does not find himself at a disadvantage. This serves to demonstrate that he is not merely a fortunate warrior relying on a singular technique, but rather a seasoned fighter with a solid foundation and extensive experience. The resounding impacts of their straightforward, yet powerful punches seem almost like divine skills, dazzling to behold. At this moment, Wang Chen once again senses an unusual allure emanating from the Lion King. Indeed, whenever the Lion King unleashes his full strength, Wang Chen can perceive it more clearly, especially as the intensity of the Lion King's attacks increases. However, as Wang Chen becomes aware of this, a fleeting moment of distraction befalls him, allowing the Lion King to deliver a powerful strike that sends him flying. Through this series of exchanges, the Lion King recognizes that his punches are evenly matched with Wang Chen's, making it impossible to secure victory with such straightforward attacks. Thus, he decides to abandon this simplistic approach. He charges towards the airborne Wang Chen, closing the distance as Wang Chen lands and regains his footing. The Lion King leaps into the air, delivering a double kick aimed at Wang Chen's head. Wang Chen, sensing the gust of wind and feeling a sting in his eyes, realizes the ferocity of this assault. Should he be struck, he would likely lose control momentarily, leaving him vulnerable to the Lion King's follow-up attacks. With no means to withstand this onslaught, Wang Chen finds himself on the defensive, forced to evade the incoming kick. As he retreats, the Lion King's kick sweeps through a wide arc, allowing Wang Chen to easily dodge the attack. Upon landing, the Lion King raises his leg high, resembling a massive axe descending towards Wang Chen's head with brutal intent. Such techniques are undoubtedly powerful and intimidating against ordinary soul masters. However, when facing Wang Chen, they prove inadequate, as the Lion King's sweeping attacks lack the speed to catch him off guard. Yet, the Lion King's relentless barrage of strikes maintains a seamless flow, never pausing for even a moment, which makes it challenging for Wang Chen to identify any flaws. He resolves to wait for the Lion King to tire, anticipating that his attacks will weaken, at which point he can exploit any openings. Given the current speed of the Lion King's offensive, it seems impossible for him to land a hit. However, is the Lion King's attack truly that simple? If it were, he would not resort to such easily dodged maneuvers after his initial assault proved ineffective, thereby wasting his energy. Ultimately, amidst his continuous evasion, Wang Chen discerns an unusual pattern in the Lion King's attacks. The speed and force of his kicks are progressively increasing. The Lion King is building momentum with this series of strikes, rendering his opponent helpless against the accelerating onslaught, ultimately leading to a devastating blow that could incapacitate them. Having never heard of the Lion King employing such a strategy in the arena, Wang Chen surmises that it is likely because he has never faced an opponent capable of pushing him to this extent. Now that he comprehends the Lion King's tactics, Wang Chen is determined to disrupt this build-up. Even if it means taking a hit, he is resolved to interrupt the Lion King's momentum. As the Lion King prepares for another high kick, Wang Chen surges forward, using his left hand to block the attack from below, while simultaneously thrusting his right hand upward towards the Lion King's leg as their strikes collide. The impact reverberates with a dull thud as Wang Chen effectively counters the Lion King's assault, not only breaking his momentum, but also mitigating the damage he sustains. With a sudden burst of strength, Wang Chen pushes upward, forcing the Lion King back. Surprised by Wang Chen's unorthodox defense, the Lion King experiences a rush of exhilaration. It has been long since he encountered such a formidable adversary. For a warrior of his caliber, nothing brings greater joy than facing a worthy opponent. Not one to simply endure attacks, Wang Chun charges at the now grounded Lion King, unleashing powerful strikes learned from the elders of the Southern Army. Each blow targets the Lion King's vulnerabilities, compelling him to defend with all his might. However, unlike the seasoned veterans of the Southern Army, the Lion King lacks the extensive combat experience to effectively counter Wang Chun's fierce onslaught. Yet prolonged defense inevitably leads to vulnerability. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Chun utilizes a technique known as the Yama's 3 points, intercepting the Lion King's arms and landing a strike on his chin, exposing his throat. However, recognizing the non-lethal nature of this engagement, Wang Chun refrains from delivering a fatal blow. Despite the impact of Wang Chun's strike, the Lion King feels a surge of adrenaline, activating his martial spirit and swiftly retreating from Wang Chun's attack range. I concede, the Lion King acknowledges, though he remains elated at having faced such a powerful opponent. He intends to invite Wang Chun for another round of intense combat. Let us engage in a battle of full strength. I know you must be eager as well. Absolutely. Wang Chun responds, readily accepting the Lion King's challenge. The Lion King, elated by Wang Chun's affirmation, exclaims, "Feral Lion, activate." A fierce brown light erupts from his being as he extends his arms wide, puffing out his chest. The sound of cracking bones echoes, muscles bulging dramatically, straining against his clothing. Each muscle becomes distinctly defined, and even the air surrounding him seems to thrum with intensity. His once short brown hair grows longer, enhancing his regal presence. His hands undergo the most significant transformation, swelling to twice their previous size, covered in a layer of brown fur. As his fingers flex, sharp claws akin to daggers emerge and retract with each movement, each claw glimmering ominously with a chilling gleam. The Lion King's upper body leans forward, his blood-red eyes deepening in hue, embodying the essence of a relentless killing machine. Beneath his feet, 4 resplendent soul rings rose in succession, silently ascending, 2 yellow and 2 purple. As the soul rings swirled, a surging wave of soul power surged forth, enveloping the arena with an overwhelming pressure. The Lion King, Simba, with the martial spirit of the wild lion and a rank of 49 in the Soul Master realm, proclaimed his presence. Following the completion of his martial spirit manifestation, he announced his martial spirit and rank. Unlike the previous battle that relied solely on bodily prowess, this represented a formal challenge between soul masters. With the manifestation of his martial spirit, Wang Chun swiftly transformed. His stature increased, and his muscles expanded, instantly marking him as a formidable soul master. 4 soul rings appeared beneath him, 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, rhythmically pulsating and exerting tremendous pressure towards the Lion King. Upon witnessing Wang Chun's soul ring configuration, the Lion King was momentarily taken aback, but in the heat of battle, he refrained from questioning further. It became evident to him why Wang Chun, at such a young age, could rival his own power. The longevity of his soul rings was astonishingly high. Wang Chun, the Diamond King, with the martial spirit of the Titan Great Ape and a rank of 47 in the Soul Master realm, also extended his greeting. Upon hearing this, the Lion King surged forth, a stark contrast to his state before the martial spirit manifestation. He lunged towards Wang Chun, his claw-like hands poised for attack. Wang Chun, undeterred, stepped forward. His left hand defended while his right hand launched a powerful strike. Thanks to the defensive capabilities gained from his martial spirit manifestation, Wang Chun blocked the Lion King's assault with his left hand, while his right fist collided with the Lion King's attack. The impact was thunderous. With the enhancements bestowed upon him, Wang Chun's right arm bore a strength that far surpassed that of the Lion King, sending him reeling backward. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Chun propelled himself off the ground with a fierce kick, preparing for another powerful onslaught against the Lion King. Realizing the disparity in their strengths, the Lion King resolved to avoid direct confrontation and instead exploit his speed to outmaneuver his opponent. Suddenly, the first yellow soul ring beneath his feet glowed brightly, and the Lion King's speed surged, vanishing from Wang Chun's sight in an instant. In a flash, he reappeared beside Wang Chun, his claw striking down with increased ferocity, sharpened by the enhancement of his soul skill. Wang Chun, aware that his martial spirit's defensive capabilities alone would not suffice, activated his defensive soul skill, Indestructible Diamond. His entire being radiated a golden hue, significantly enhancing his defenses. Clang! The Lion King's attack failed to penetrate, and after his strike, he vanished once more, reappearing on Wang Chen's left side to unleash another blow before disappearing again. The Lion King continued to flicker in and out of view, launching a barrage of rapid, powerful strikes. Most would have succumbed to such overwhelming pressure, yet Wang Chen was no ordinary opponent. He utilized his second soul skill to bolster his defenses, successfully withstanding the Lion King's relentless assault. However, the Lion King's speed was such that Wang Chen found it impossible to counterattack. Amidst the barrage, Wang Chen distinctly felt the increasing allure of the Lion King's attacks, which intensified with each strike. He recognized that the Lion King's rapid attacks augmented both speed and power, drawing inspiration from his own leg strikes. Realizing this, Wang Chen resolved not to allow the Lion King to continue augmenting his abilities. While he could not match the Lion King's speed to disrupt his flow, Wang Chen possessed a group attack soul skill that could cover enough area to interrupt the Lion King's swift strikes. With a mighty roar, a titan ape emerged behind Wang Chen, unleashing a deafening sound wave that radiated outward. The Lion King was caught in the wake of this overwhelming assault, yet his formidable strength mitigated the damage. Nonetheless, Wang Chen achieved his objective. He disrupted the Lion King's rapid attacks, preventing him from further enhancing his speed and power. Pausing to face Wang Chen, the Lion King felt an unparalleled exhilaration. He had finally encountered an adversary who posed a genuine threat by countering his onslaught. With a sense of thrill coursing through him, the Lion King prepared to unleash his most potent attack against this formidable opponent he had encountered since his debut. Wild Lion Transformation. With a resounding declaration, the 4 soul rings beneath the Lion King pulsated intensely, the 4th purple ring emanating a blinding light. He activated his strongest soul skill to amplify his power, intending to defeat his opponent with the utmost respect for their prowess. Upon invoking his 4th soul skill, the Lion King's already formidable physique swelled further, his muscles bulging impressively, straining against his attire, which seemed custom-tailored for such moments. Similar to Wang Chen, who had his own specially crafted garments for his 4th soul skill, designed for both defense and flexibility against various beast martial spirits. The Lion King exuded an imposing aura. Beneath his stretched attire, tufts of brown fur became visible, further enhancing his defensive capabilities. His claws expanded once more, their edges turning a fierce brown, while his blood-red eyes glowed with a menacing intensity, embodying the essence of the King of Beasts. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Wang Chen understood that the Lion King was preparing to unleash his full might. In response, he activated his own 10,000-year 4th soul skill, significantly augmenting his own strength. As the pressure radiating from Wang Chen intensified, it surpassed even that of the Lion King. Just as Wang Chen completed his enhancement, the Lion King charged forward. Raising his right claw, the 2nd soul ring beneath him shimmered, enveloping his paw in a spectral aura that further bolstered his attack power. If the Lion King's 1st soul skill was designed to enhance both speed and attack, resulting in a more generalized augmentation, his 2nd soul skill was a pure enhancement of his offensive capabilities, thus yielding a far greater increase in power. Wang Chen felt the force of this impending strike and was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such formidable strength from the Lion King. However, considering the potential enhancement from a fragment of a power scepter, it became clear that this attack was likely amplified by that special relic. The speed of the Lion King was already formidable, and with the initiative on his side, Wang Chen realized that he could not evade this attack directly and would have to rely on his defensive capabilities to withstand it. Indestructible. He activated his defensive soul skill to significantly enhance his defense, planning to endure the assault before retaliating. Boom! The Lion King's powerful strike descended, and Wang Chen crossed his hands to block the attack. Seizing the moment of stalemate between his defense and the Lion King's assault, Wang Chen unleashed his 3rd soul skill. Although the Lion King had previously witnessed Wang Chen's sonic soul skill, it had a certain delay in activation, and he did not anticipate that Wang Chen could deploy it instantaneously. Thus, he was caught off guard and momentarily stunned. Though this lapse lasted but a fleeting moment, it constituted a fatal flaw for 2 evenly matched opponents. Furthermore, Wang Chen possessed slightly greater strength and extensive battle experience. Since this was an opportunity he had orchestrated, he would undoubtedly capitalize on it. The Lion King's attack, now weakened by his momentary bewilderment, was easily deflected by Wang Chun. With his hands freed, Wang Chun unleashed his first soul skill, enveloping his right hand in golden light, delivering a powerful punch to the Lion King's chin, sending him flying. As the Lion King regained his senses, he was struck again on the jaw, losing control of his body and crashing to the ground. Wang Chun chose not to continue his assault, but instead paused to observe the fallen Lion King. In a short while, the Lion King regained consciousness, withdrawing his martial spirit, and approached Wang Chun. "You have won. Truly, you are a formidable opponent. Indeed, I merely capitalized on an advantage. You are exceptionally skilled as well." After this battle, Wang Chun confirmed that the alluring authority he sensed had been absorbed by the Lion King, albeit only a fragment, lacking the mutual perception ability that Wang Chun possessed. Consequently, the Lion King did not sense the authority emanating from Wang Chun. He was merely excited to encounter a rival of equal strength. Wang Chun, on the other hand, was uncertain about how to extract the fragmented authority absorbed by others and decided to postpone this consideration until he next encountered the war god Xingtian to seek guidance. "You are powerful. You are the first soul master of equal rank to defeat me since I began my journey. Thus, I would like to invite you for a drink." "Certainly. I greatly appreciate your invitation." Wang Chun and the Lion King proceeded to enjoy a drink together, exchanging numerous insights during the banquet. Both being exceptionally talented individuals, their conversation flowed effortlessly. After a day of dialogue, their relationship deepened significantly, aided by Wang Chun's intentional engagement and the Lion King's respect for his conqueror. It seemed that their shared brilliance, coupled with their prior combat experience, had forged a bond through their exhilarating encounter. Following the battle, the Lion King's invitation for further conversation solidified their camaraderie. Having discerned the nature of the alluring authority, Wang Chun resolved not to linger in Silva City, for he sought to locate the ice and fire eyes and acquire those potent celestial herbs. Thus, the day after conversing with the Lion King, he articulated his plans. The Lion King, understanding that an individual like Wang Chun would possess his own aspirations, did not attempt to dissuade him, instead inviting him for one final drink as a farewell gesture. After their toast, Wang Chun departed from the Lion King's estate, rested for the night, and set forth the next day toward his objective. Upon leaving Silva City, Wang Chun journeyed northward, and after several days of travel, he was nearing the capital of the Douluo Empire, the Douluo royal city. Having braved the elements for days, he longed to reach the city and cleanse himself. Soon, he beheld the majestic capital of the Douluo Empire, its banners fluttering in the breeze. As one of the largest and most prosperous cities on the continent, the walls of Douluo City soared to heights of over 100 meters, constructed entirely from the sturdiest granite. The patrolling soldiers atop the walls, clad in armor and wielding spears, exuded an aura of formidable vigilance. Truly, it was a royal city, with even the patrols comprised of elite forces. The grand gates stood 10 meters tall and equally wide, accommodating 6 riders abreast. Flanking them were smaller side doors, each 5 meters high, through which pedestrians could orderly enter and exit. The central gate remained closed, reserved for those of noble status who would be received as honored guests. Wang Chun, of course, adhered to the proper protocol, patiently queuing at the right side to enter, despite possessing the rank of a soul master, which entitled him to precedence. He preferred to avoid unnecessary complications and thus chose to wait, confident that it would not take long. Before long, Wang Chun passed through the city gates and entered one of the continent's most bustling metropolises, Douluo City. True to its status as the capital of the Douluo Empire, the city was extraordinarily vibrant, with all streets paved in blue bricks, each as wide as the main thoroughfare of Silva City, rendering the grandeur of the entire city awe-inspiring. As he strolled along the streets, Wang Chun noted that even the shops were significantly larger, with most storefronts boasting doors 3 meters high, some even taller. He selected an upscale hotel, booked a room, and enjoyed a meal. Indeed, the prices here were considerably higher than those in Silva City. After dining, he refrained from further wandering and opted instead to rest and recuperate. The following day, Wang Chun emerged from the hotel and began inquiring about the existence of an institution called the Blue Tyrant Academy. Unfortunately, he discovered that such an academy did not exist in Douluo City. Not wishing to waste any more time, he took the opportunity to replenish his supplies of food and water. the latter being of utmost importance. After all, he was set to seek the ice and fire eyes within the Sunset Forest, and the duration of his quest remained uncertain. In the original tale, Master and his companions found the ice and fire eyes swiftly due to Douluo's distinctive call, which facilitated their search. Lacking such a means of guidance, Wang Chun could only rely on time to gradually explore. Thankfully, they managed to reach Douluo's vicinity within a day, so Wang Chun need not search an expansive area. He only needed to locate a specific region. Moreover, it was likely that Douluo had not yet claimed the ice and fire eyes, making the identification of the toxic miasma easier. After all, the poisonous gas surrounding the ice and fire eyes rendered it inhospitable for soul beasts, thus increasing the likelihood of finding the eyes in areas where soul beasts were scarce. After preparing a set of specialized tools for harvesting the mystical herb, Wang Chun set forth towards the Sunset Forest. If the Eye of Ice and Fire had already fallen under the control of the formidable Douluo, Wang Chun planned to return to the Golden Armor clan, enlisting the help of the clan's elders to seize the herb. Conversely, if Douluo had yet to claim the eye, Wang Chun would venture directly inside to gather the items recorded in his family's tomes, disregarding all else. To discern whether the eye was indeed under Douluo's occupation, he merely needed to observe the area surrounding the eye. The presence of formations would signal a retreat to his clan, whereas an absence of such would permit him to proceed, assured by his acquired god of war space, which would safeguard his survival amid the icy and fiery energies that would, rather than harm him, bolster his strength. Having departed from the city of Heaven Do, Wang Chun journeyed over 100 kilometers to the Sunset Forest, embarking on his quest for the Eye of Ice and Fire. The Sunset Forest, a wilderness teeming with soul beasts within the confines of the Heaven Do Empire, markedly contrasts with the Star Luo Forest. The latter, situated at the heart of Douluo continent, boasts the largest soul beast forest, characterized by a tropical climate where most flora belongs to that region. In contrast, the Sunset Forest lies centrally within the Heaven Do Empire, exhibiting a considerably cooler temperature than the Star Luo Forest, resulting in a predominance of temperate plants unique to northern climates. Tropical vegetation often feels denser and more humid, whereas temperate flora, though refreshing, lacks the same density. Consequently, traversing the Sunset Forest proves significantly easier than navigating the Star Luo Forest. However, formidable soul beasts still favor the tropical rainforests of the Star Luo Forest. Thus, while the Sunset Forest is not devoid of soul beasts, those with ages surpassing 10,000 years are scarce, the majority residing between 1,000 and 10,000 years of cultivation. Additionally, its proximity to the Heaven Do imperial city has prompted targeted extermination of powerful soul beasts by the Empire to ensure the city's safety. As the capital, Heaven Do City is home to numerous soul masters and the prestigious Heaven Do Royal Academy, generating a high demand for soul rings. Given the close vicinity to the city, many soul masters frequent this area for hunting, resulting in a general decline in the quality of soul beasts present. Wang Chun, therefore, had little concern about encountering overly formidable soul beasts and could search leisurely. Having entered the Sunset Forest for half a day, Wang Chun encountered a fair number of soul beasts, albeit of inferior quality. Although he did confront a few thousand-year level soul beasts, they were predominantly newly matured and of minimal use to him. With ample food supplies at his disposal, he felt no need to hunt at this juncture, opting instead to venture to other regions in search of more promising prospects. This area, devoid of notable hills and rich in soul beasts, was clearly not where the Eye of Ice and Fire could be located, and he had no intention of wasting time lingering. As dusk approached, he decided against leaving overnight, recognizing the uncertainty of his location and the absence of urgency. Thus, he resolved to rest for the night before continuing his expedition. Equipped with a storage soul guide, Wang Chun was thoroughly prepared, not only with a plethora of harvesting tools, but also with survival gear for the wilderness. With his skills and tools, he swiftly erected a tent and began to cook. Given the scarcity of high-level soul beasts in this peripheral region of the Sunset Forest, he felt secure in his camp, as such beasts were unlikely to intrude. After his meal, he chose to keep the fire alight, aware that the night as cooler temperatures would necessitate its warmth for his rest. During the night, he engaged in light cultivation rather than sleeping, ensuring he maintained his foundational strength. The campfire, combined with the medicinal powder he had scattered around, provided a peaceful night devoid of disturbances from soul beasts. The following morning, after a brief tidying, he commenced the second day of his search, aiming for hills of at least 500 meters, specifically those with inverted cone-shaped summits, as the Eye of Ice and Fire resided within such formations. With a clear target, the search became markedly more efficient compared to the original narrative's Golden Iron Triangle, who lacked specific characteristics and were left to scour the entire forest. Wang Chun's knowledge of a defining feature made the task less daunting, though the challenge remained significant due to the scattered nature of the hills throughout the Sunset Forest. After 2 days of relentless searching, Wang Chun finally arrived at the base of the first 500-meter hill. Despite the presence of soul beasts nearby, the likelihood of the eye being located here seemed slim. Yet he felt compelled to ascend to confirm. Upon reaching the summit, he was met with solid ground, devoid of any depressions. Testing the terrain, he found it impenetrable, thus ruling it out as the eye's location. After confirming the summit's nature, he decided to camp for the night, feeling a pang of hunger. This would be an opportunity to experience camping atop a hill, perhaps even witnessing a sunrise. Since his arrival in this world, he had devoted himself to cultivation. Unlike the children who wasted time in play, he had no peers of his age to enjoy such activities, dedicating his time to mastering his family's techniques. Upon awakening his martial soul, Wang Chun commenced rigorous training within his family, leaving little time for leisure. Only 2 younger companions shared his company, and their gatherings were limited to occasional meals in the City of Diamond. They had never ventured to any mountain peaks for recreation. Upon entering the Twilight Forest, his strength confined him to the periphery for training, and he had yet to encounter any significant hills. Furthermore, since embarking on his journey, various circumstances had prevented him from experiencing the simple pleasure of camping and witnessing a sunrise. Now, this opportunity perfectly fulfilled a small wish of his. After dinner, instead of resting or training, Wang Chun found himself gazing at the starry sky. The brilliance of the heavens captivated him. In his previous life, due to environmental pollution, the sky had lost its luster, and he had never beheld such brightness. After his reincarnation, relentless training left no room for relaxation or careful observation. Now, alone in the Twilight Forest, searching for the ice and fire duality, without a specific location, he found himself unwinding. After a sleepless night, Wang Chun was rewarded with the sight of the sunrise. Subsequently, he departed from the hill, continuing his quest for the ice and fire duality eye. The forest during the day was tranquil, as many soul beasts emerged only at night. In the stillness of the Twilight Forest, Wang Chun tread quietly, his keen eyes alert to the surroundings, particularly in the shadows where treacherous soul beasts might lie in wait. Despite his formidable strength, rendering the forest generally safe, a seasoned soul master recognizes the importance of vigilance. Complacency in a low-risk environment could spell disaster, even if he escaped unscathed this time. Future dangers could be insurmountable without a watchful eye. As he walked, he practiced his cultivation method, a skill he had mastered through diligent training. Although this approach was less efficient than focused meditation, it allowed him to cultivate during his monotonous search, maximizing his time. This edge over others was significant, though it did slightly diminish his awareness of his surroundings. Nevertheless, the Twilight Forest posed minimal threats at this stage. This method of training alleviated the tedium of the search, preventing him from losing patience in his pursuit of the ice and fire duality eye. As he continued his journey, initially, all was well. His heightened perception allowed him to sense nearby soul beasts, alleviating fears of ambush. However, as time passed and his training progressed, his awareness gradually waned, leading to an unexpected ambush by a soul beast, a century-old ice serpent, which preferred the cold and harbored potent venom. Even soul masters bitten by such a creature faced grave danger if the poison was not swiftly neutralized. Fortunately, Wang Chun reacted promptly, leveraging his considerable strength to easily dispatch the serpent. This incident served as a reminder for him. When his perception declined from prolonged training, he must pause, rest, and fully restore his awareness before resuming his search. Failure to do so could lead to peril, especially if he encountered a more formidable soul beast next time. Despite its modest length of 1 meter, the ice serpent proved a delectable meal. After a brief rest to recuperate his energy, he prepared to continue his search. He opted against setting up a camp, simply sprinkling some seasoning and igniting a fire to cook. The ice serpent required boiling to activate its unique properties. For those with ice attribute martial souls, Consuming this serpent could enhance their abilities and fortify their physique, albeit marginally. Alas, Wang Chun lacked such an affinity and would only gain slight physical enhancement, which would likely be imperceptible given his already formidable physique. Nevertheless, he relished the exquisite flavor of the serpent, savoring the meal before resuming his journey. Having learned from his earlier encounter, Wang Chun resolved to rest whenever his perception dipped due to training, ensuring he fully recovered his awareness before proceeding. Thus, he scoured the Twilight Forest for over a month, meticulously exploring 5 hills, each 500 meters high, yet still failing to uncover the ice and fire duality eye. Nonetheless, his strength had marginally improved, nearing the pinnacle of level 47. After a brief night of rest, Wang Chun set off toward another hill he had observed, rising above 500 meters. Dense trees flourished at its base, yet few soul beasts were present. Sensing this, he felt a surge of excitement. Previous hills had been teeming with soul beasts, and the scarcity here hinted at a greater likelihood of discovering the ice and fire duality eye. Ascending the slope with ease, he moved swiftly, each stride covering several meters and maintaining a consistent rhythm. This technique, honed over the past month of climbing, allowed for rapid ascent while conserving energy. Moreover, his speed enabled him to evade many soul beast attacks, as only weaker creatures thrived on such hills. The more powerful beasts preferred larger territories, avoiding uncomfortable environments. With his swift ascent, Wang Chun reached the hilltop, a smile gracing his face. After more than a month in the Twilight Forest, he had finally discovered a location that could potentially house the ice and fire duality eye. Although not yet confirmed, he had nonetheless given himself a glimmer of hope. Unlike before, where the mountaintop had been completely sealed off with no possibility of hope, Wang Chun observed carefully. Despite it being daytime, he still could not discern what lay beneath the mountain hollow. A swirling mass of blue and red gas emerged from the hollow, only to dissipate shortly after leaving. It was no wonder that few had discovered this place, for the gas vanished as soon as it exited the hollow, rendering it invisible from afar. Wang Chun was now nearly certain that this was indeed the Eye of Ice and Fire, as only there could such a unique blending of icy and fiery energies occur. Approaching the hollow, he was confident that Douluo had yet to discover this spot, as the hill bore no path and revealed no formations. Thus, Wang Chun resolved to descend and take a closer look. With the aid of the god of war space, he had no reason to fear the impact of the icy and fiery energies within. These energies posed no harm to him and could, in fact, be absorbed to enhance his physical strength. Lacking the formidable power of Douluo, he could not simply leap down, nor did he possess the external spirit bones like Tang San to descend along the cliff. However, he had prepared a set of climbing claws specifically for scaling rocks before coming, and they were now perfectly suited for use. After equipping the claws, Wang Chun leapt towards the hollow, gripping the cliffside to halt his descent. He continued downward, alternating the strength of his hands, and swiftly made his way towards the hollow. Before long, he landed safely. He meticulously surveyed his surroundings. In the center lay a small oval hot spring, its waters a blend of milky white and crimson. Although contained within the same spring, the two colors remained distinctly separate, never encroaching upon one another. Indeed, this was the Eye of Ice and Fire from the original text. After a month of conscious searching, Wang Chun had finally located this place. He felt the icy and fiery energies enter his body, only to be absorbed by the god of war space, reinforcing his physique. Regrettably, the enhancement was minimal, barely noticeable for someone of his current strength. So he chose to disregard it and began searching for the celestial herbs mentioned in the original text, as well as those he had learned about in the library of the King Kong family. Having cultivated the child technique to the 3rd level, Meteor Decision, his physical prowess had greatly increased and his vision was exceptionally keen. Utilizing his enhanced sight and the sunlight above, he was able to observe the area below clearly. Surrounding the Eye of Ice and Fire were various plants, each exhibiting unique forms, resembling a botanical paradise. Not far from him, near the edge of the milky white spring, he spotted a cluster resembling small insects. This must be the exquisite snow silkworm, a prime variant of cordyceps. Wang Chun scrutinized it closely and quickly recognized it. Cordyceps is a rare medicinal material, known as winterworm summergrass, which is a type of fungus that parasitizes certain insects, extracting nutrients until the host dies. During summer, The fungus reproduces within the dead insect, sprouting a stick-like fruiting body. Hence the name. The snow silkworm is another term for the finest type of cordyceps, characterized by a grayish-white exterior adorned with ring patterns and possessing 8 pairs of legs, with the middle 4 pairs being the most prominent. Its texture is brittle, with a slightly flat break and a subtle yellow tint. The elongated fruiting body is deep brown to chestnut in color, cylindrical in shape, generally longer than the insect itself, and topped with a slightly swollen spore. Its exterior is bright yellow, while the interior is white and plump, surpassing ordinary cordyceps in both size and efficacy. Next, Wang Chun noticed another plant beside the snow silkworm. Its exterior was yellowish-brown, with a yellow-red cross-section. The leaves were alternate, slender, and curved, with heart-shaped leaf blades tapering to a point. In summer, it produced small, yellow-green flowers with purple spots, curving in an unusual manner. This must be the cinnabar lotus. Wang Chun decided not to linger on this plant and resumed his search for the celestial herbs featured in the original text. Before long, he stumbled upon a peculiar flower. It was a large, pale pink blossom, devoid of leaves, with a stem 3 feet long and a flower diameter of nearly a foot. Each petal appeared crystalline and translucent, the pale pink flower swaying gently in the mist. Growing at the junction of the red and white springs, Wang Chun was still over 10 meters away, but could already catch a hint of its delicate fragrance. The flower's pistil was a soft purple, resembling diamonds embedded within. The aroma, although faint, was enchanting, reminiscent of a youthful maiden's fragrance. Upon seeing this large pink flower, Wang Chun realized it was the fragrant Chilaw, a celestial product from the original text. However, it held little value for him, as his primary purpose for coming to the Eye of Ice and Fire was to procure the 2 celestial herbs that Tang San had consumed in the original narrative. Given his already formidable physique and the cultivation of the child technique, which further enhanced his physical capabilities, coupled with the reinforcement provided by the god of war space, the consumption of these 2 celestial herbs would bolster his defensive attributes and mitigate his weaknesses. Soon, Wang Chun withdrew a dagger from his storage soul guide and made his way towards the herbs beside the cold extreme in spring. He halted before a white medicinal herb, its top resembling a large white flower with an octagonal shape, its center shimmering like ice crystals. No fragrance emanated from it, and it was situated at the center of the cold extreme in spring. Without further hesitation, Wang Chun swiftly thrust his dagger, then quickly retreated, finding himself 10 meters away in an instant. As the dagger glinted coldly, the octagonal white flower fell, landing among the herbs, and in that moment, a wave of chill pervaded the area, coating the surrounding herbs in a light frost. Though this herb was also a celestial product, it was far from beneficial. On the contrary, it was a rare and potent poison. This plant was known as the octagonal profound ice grass, a frigid flower that could chill the heart and paralyze the central nervous system. Within 10 meters of this plant, the cold would seep into one's heart, and prolonged exposure would lead to fatal consequences. To harvest it, one would require a tool of iron or gold. After severing the octagonal profound ice grass, Wang Chun did not linger but swiftly made his way to the opposite side of the Eye of Ice and Fire, to the center of the hot extreme Yang Spring. This time, his target was a plant resembling a cabbage, entirely fiery red. He retrieved a jade dagger from his storage soul guide and repeated his earlier method to harvest the celestial herb, in stark contrast to the frigid octagonal profound ice grass. The plant he now collected was a top-tier poisonous celestial product, the fiery apricot blossom. This remarkable entity thrives solely in searing terrains, capable of enduring even within molten lava, exhibiting effects that are diametrically opposed to those of the octagonal ice grass. However, it cannot be severed by metal and must instead be harvested with jade implements. Channeling his soul energy, he drew 2 celestial herbs towards himself. These 2 herbs simultaneously landed upon the ground before Wang Chun. The previously extreme cold and heat emanating from the herbs now dissipated. The octagonal ice grass was enveloped in a faint crimson glow, while the fire apricot blossom shimmered with a delicate white mist. At this moment, hesitation was not an option. Once these 2 herbs intersected, their respective energies would restrain one another, leading to their complete efficacy vanishing within 10 breaths. This interval represented the optimal moment for their consumption. Without a moment's pause, Wang Chun picked up the two celestial herbs and consumed them eagerly. They melted instantly upon entering his mouth, transforming into a delectable essence that flowed smoothly down his throat, imparting a delightful fragrance and exquisite flavor. After finishing, he shed his specially crafted garments and approached the convergence point of ice and fire. As he moved closer, the effects of the consumed herbs began to manifest. In scarcely 3 breaths, his body quivered and a layer of icy blue energy surged up from beneath his feet, enveloping him entirely in a brilliant hue. Following this, a layer of red emerged, rendering Wang Chun reminiscent of a freshly boiled shrimp. The interplay of blue and red was extraordinarily striking. This simple transition, while daunting for most, posed little challenge for Wang Chun, who possessed the divine warrior space. However, this was merely the initial onslaught of extreme energies. Many more awaited him. Thus, he resolved to emulate Tang San and leap into the intersection of ice and fire to aid in the absorption of the two celestial herbs. Upon the herb's activation, Wang Chun plunged into the confluence without concern for the waters of ice and fire. With these two celestial herbs, coupled with the waters of the ice and fire convergence, his physique commenced further enhancement. The divine warrior space played a pivotal role, initially absorbing the potent energies of the herbs and gradually converting them into a milder essence to reinforce Wang Chun's body. Unlike Tang San, who nearly succumbed to the overwhelming force of the herbs, Wang Chun sat cross-legged at the meeting point of the waters, channeling his youthful techniques to accelerate the absorption of the herb's energies. Once his technique was in motion, not only did the enhancement accelerate, but he also drew from the unique waters of the convergence, further augmenting both his physical and mental prowess. Additionally, the convergence of ice and fire facilitated the absorption of the energies from the two herbs, hastening the transformation of their essence into the powers of ice and fire within him. This dual process of fortification, bolstered by the external waters, propelled Wang Chun's strength to remarkable heights. Thanks to the balancing influence of the divine warrior space, he harbored no fears of being overwhelmed by the potent energies. His body would only receive further energy once it had strengthened to a certain degree, avoiding the potential chaos of an unrestrained influx of power. It was precisely this divine warrior space that emboldened Wang Chun to absorb the extraordinary herbs that had nearly driven Tang San into despair within the original narrative. Within mere minutes of consuming the herbs and immersing himself in the ice and fire convergence, Wang Chun sensed a remarkable increase in his physical strength, at least threefold. It is worth noting that throughout his training, his physique had already been significantly bolstered through various means, cultivation methods, family resources, and divine warrior authority. Yet in this brief span, he experienced such a substantial enhancement. Although this was merely the initial phase and the effects might diminish over time, he had only absorbed a fraction of the herb's potency. Even if the subsequent benefits were less pronounced, his physical attributes would still likely double in strength. This underscores the terrifying efficacy of these celestial herbs. No wonder the Shrek 7 monsters progressed so rapidly in their cultivation and became so formidable. As Wang Chun dove into the waters of the ice and fire convergence, the waters surged momentarily, and soon he quietly submerged, the surface returning to calm, the milky white and crimson hues remaining distinctly separate. The mist continued to linger in the air, and all returned to silence. Time flowed like water from dawn to dusk, merely a cycle of sunrises and sunsets. It has been said that in the blink of an eye, a day passes, yet in eternal slumber, a lifetime may elapse. Time can appear lengthy, yet it is fleeting. Such is the nature of human existence. As night fell once more, darkness enveloped the earth, and the area surrounding the ice and fire convergence was shrouded in shadows, while Wang Chun remained submerged, seemingly vanished from the waters. 2 days elapsed before Wang Chun finally emerged from the ice and fire convergence. He now felt his physical strength had more than doubled, and his overall power had likewise increased significantly. With his current capabilities, facing the elderly soul saint from the past would no longer necessitate retreat. Furthermore, with the absorption and balance provided by the divine warrior space, he was not hindered by the overwhelming energies as Tang San had been. Now, at level 50, upon returning to his family, he would only need the elders to find a suitable soul beast for him to ascend to Soul King. Moreover, the divine warrior space still housed some residual energies, which would likely grant him another surge in strength upon absorbing a soul ring. After redressing, Wang Chun began harvesting the herbs he required, unperturbed by the potential dangers posed by the waters of the ice and fire convergence or the toxic plants. For him, the icy extreme waters felt akin to cool water, while the searing sunlit waters were merely warm. Immersing himself was not only harmless but also invigorating, akin to a unique ice and fire hot spring. Simultaneously consuming these two exotic herbs could be summarized succinctly: impervious to water and fire, and resistant to all poisons. Wang Chun gathered all the herbs he recognized, neglecting those whose names and uses were unknown to him. Once finished, he departed the ice and fire convergence, preparing to exit the Sunset Forest and return to the city of Golden King in the Star Luo Empire, intending to share these celestial herbs with his family and the clan elders, thereby enhancing both the family's strength and his own. However, rather than hastily journeying back, Wang Chun first returned to Heavendo City to freshen up, then hired a carriage to leave for the kingdom of Balak, which bordered the Star Luo Empire. Upon arrival, he prepared to traverse the expanse between Heavendo City and the Star Luo Empire. After all, such cross-border ventures were seldom undertaken due to their inherent risks. Thus, he chose to travel alone. Yet, for Wang Chun, this was not a daunting prospect. He had initially journeyed from the Star Luo Empire to Heavendo Empire as a solitary figure. He opted for a carriage to ensure discretion in light of the numerous celestial herbs he had acquired, wary of attracting unwanted attention. The most prudent way to depart is indeed the best. It allows for ample opportunity to cultivate one's skills while traveling, thereby solidifying the newfound power gained through fortuitous encounters, enabling one to wield it with greater finesse. After a journey exceeding a month, Wang Chun finally arrived at the Kingdom of Lac, disembarking from the carriage he had hired, and began traversing the border alone, returning to the Star Luo Empire. Upon entering the Star Luo Empire, the influence of the Jingang family was significantly more formidable than in the Tiando Empire. He did not wish to proceed alone to the Jingang family, as solitary travel is inherently more arduous. Moreover, having successfully acquired the celestial herb during his solitary excursion, there was no longer a need for such isolation. Coincidentally, after Wang Chun had been ambushed previously, the elder had provided him with intelligence regarding the Jingang family's influence across various regions. It was the opportune moment to seek out any merchant caravans heading to Jingang City, thus facilitating a shared journey. This would spare Wang Chun from the discomfort of sleeping outdoors, vigilantly guarding against threats while trying to rest, an endeavor fraught with danger. While the Jingang family's influence varied across regions, the most significant and powerful presence was the Ulian. This establishment boasted branches in major cities, akin to the Spirit Hall's branches throughout the continent. The Ulian established grand establishments in large cities and smaller ones in lesser towns. The most diminutive branches were situated in the outskirts of the Star Do Great Forest, and due to their limited reach, direct caravans to Jingang City were infrequent, typically occurring just once a year. Presently, however, a caravan transporting goods to a city over 300 kilometers from Jingang City was available, which could serve as a suitable means to approach the city before redirecting towards Jingang City. Wang Chun of course agreed, as this route was far preferable to returning to the Jingang family alone. Aside from the enhanced safety and company, the prospect of a good night's rest without the need to keep watch was significantly appealing. This caravan was led by a soul master in his 50s. At his age and level, barring any extraordinary fortune, such strength was typically the pinnacle of one's potential. They ventured forth on behalf of the Jingang family, hoping to secure better beginnings for their descendants, thus engaging in the transportation of goods. Soul masters of their caliber were generally considered the grassroots of any power, and the Jingang family valued them highly, offering considerable rewards in points and merits. This was a primary motivator for their enthusiasm, as completing tasks yielded commendable returns. Within the Jingang family, unless one possessed exceptional talent, substantial points and merits were required to gain admission for learning and cultivation. Given the family's size, it was impractical to gather everyone for instruction. Thus, priority was given to those with exceptional talent or those whose elders had made significant contributions. Consequently, many soul masters who had reached their limits would undertake tasks to earn points, paving the way for their descendants. The caravan's captain was a 37th ranked soul master, also bearing the surname Wang, yet not of the Jingang lineage. He had joined the Jin Gang family's southern garrison after graduating from the Soul Master Academy. Having since retired and established a family, he sought to earn points to lay a solid foundation for his offspring. This caravan comprised over 30 wagons and more than 60 individuals, constituting a relatively large group. Apart from the captain, only one other Soul Master and a few Great Soul Masters were present. The remainder were ordinary folk. This was reasonable, as they were transporting relatively mundane goods, which posed minimal risk, necessitating only 2 Soul Masters, both of moderate talent. After negotiating with the merchants, Wang Chun joined the caravan, not disclosing his true strength, merely presenting himself as a moderately talented descendant of the Jin Gang family, seeking safety in numbers. After a brief rest overnight, Wang Chun set off with the caravan. Aside from a midday pause for lunch, during which they fed the horses and provided them with hay, they remained on the move. By day's end, they had traveled over 100 kilometers. Although this pace was slower than traveling alone, it was undeniably more comfortable. As night fell, the entire caravan began to set up camp, preparing meals and resting. True to their experience, they efficiently organized the camp, dispersing tasks among the crew, swiftly creating a secure environment. Once the camp was established and dinner was prepared, they gathered to eat. Xiao Chun, come over for dinner, the captain called to Wang Chun, recognizing the young prodigy and allowing him to remain unburdened by labor. Wang Chun, having spent much of his journey resting atop the carriage, welcomed the opportunity to finally relax, as he had seldom enjoyed such respite since his departure. All right, Uncle Wang, I'll be right there, Wang Chun replied, hastening to join them. The captain handed him a portion of food, saying, here you go, Xiao Chun, your dinner. Since we're camping outdoors, the food may not be of the best quality, but please make do. It's quite all right, Uncle. This meal is already remarkable. Previously, I was content with simply having cooked food while camping. Wang Chun smiled, reassuring the captain. It's good to hear you feel that way. It seems you have indeed been through your share of trials. I was concerned that a talent such as yours might find it challenging, the captain remarked. Now, eat up. After a long day's journey, you'll need your strength for tomorrow. With that, they began their meal, and Wang Chun joined in, savoring the food. Being the youngest and a recent addition to the group, he was not assigned the duty of keeping watch, but was instead encouraged to rest. Wang Chun, understanding the arrangement, retired to the wagon where he had spent the day, as it was impractical to set up a separate tent for him. After a night of undisturbed rest, they embarked on their journey again the following day, having enjoyed breakfast. With several days of travel still ahead to reach their destination, they could not afford to linger on the road. After all, completing the task earlier would yield rewards sooner and mitigate risks. After several days of travel, the caravan finally reached its destination one evening. Wang Chun bid farewell to them here, as he needed to continue his journey back to the Steel City while the caravan would remain to handle the delivery of goods and take on new assignments. Thus, they parted ways as soon as they entered the city. The Steel City was now merely over 300 kilometers away, a distance he could cover in a day with his abilities. However, as night had fallen, Wang Chun decided to rest here for the night before setting off for the Steel City. The next day, before dawn, he set out with determination. Eager to return to the Wang family as soon as possible, Wang Chun hurried along the way, even skipping meals, and finally arrived at the Wang family in the afternoon. He first returned to his home, intending to present a rare herb to his parents before delivering the remaining herb to the clan leader to enhance their strength, thereby contributing to the family. Upon entering, he was surprised to find his father resting at home, not working. Father, mother, I'm back, he called out, and they responded with astonishment. Xiao Chun, weren't you out training? What brings you back? His mother asked, clearly delighted. Of course, I missed you, mother, he replied, knowing that flattery would please her. I'll prepare your favorite meal. You and father can chat for a bit. With that, his mother excused herself to the kitchen. Why are you back? His father inquired. I've acquired something valuable and plan to bring it back to the family. Plus, I've reached level 50 and need the family's assistance in obtaining a suitable spirit ring. Really? You've reached level 50? His father exclaimed. Why are you home today? Shouldn't you be working? I resigned from my job with the spirit beast meat and am preparing for other work, so I have some free time. That's why I'm home to spend time with your mother. Oh, how did you end up doing other work? Did something go awry with your previous position? Don't speculate. I have been promoted. The family is establishing a prestigious Spirit Master Academy, and I've been appointed as the Vice Principal and Logistics Minister. That is why I'm home now. Hmm. You're setting up a new position. Yet you have time. Most preparations are complete, and we already have students enrolled. However, the academy lacks exceptional talent. So the family discussed whether to invite some young members back from training to enhance the newly established academy. Since you returned at the right time, your inclusion would help fill the gaps in the academy. Why is the family establishing this academy? Primarily to cultivate talent. In recent years, we Haven T produced any exceptionally gifted descendants, which is why we have this plan. Moreover, the continent-wide Spirit Master competition is approaching, providing an excellent opportunity to make a name for ourselves. We need young talents like you to participate and promote the reputation of our Steel Spirit Master Academy, which will also attract gifted students. I understand. I will join the academy and participate in the competition to see how the other talents measure up. I returned mainly because I acquired some treasures that I planned to give to you and Mother, but since she is not here, let us discuss it after dinner. All right. We can wait for your mother to arrive. After dinner, Wang Chun retrieved the rare herbs he had prepared for his parents from his storage soul guide. He first took out an extraordinary herb. It had a peculiar appearance, with roots and leaves resembling delicate vines, while at the top bloomed a golden tulip, filling the room with a rich fragrance that exuded opulence. Mother, this is the treasure I found on my journey. This herb can not only enhance your strength but also solidify your foundation, allowing your innate abilities to progress further. The one I chose for you is the most suitable. He explained, this is called the Chiloak tulip, magnificent in its elegance. Consuming it allows one to absorb the essence of heaven and earth, along with the brilliance of the sun and moon. Your staff is a treasure-type martial soul, and with the aid of this Chiloak tulip, the effects will be mutually beneficial. It must not be ingested. Instead, you should gently inhale the petals to absorb the essence, then cultivate your soul power gradually to let the effects permeate your body. Oh, Xiao Chun, is this the treasure mentioned in the family's library? His father asked in astonishment. Indeed. Well, I found aligns with the treasures I read about in our family's books. After acquiring it, I returned immediately. Since it's such a remarkable treasure, I want to take it. You should consume it instead. Being young with great talent, it will yield better results for you. Upon hearing the exchange, Wang Chun's mother understood the significance of the gift. If it were something minor, accepting it would be a gesture of affection. However, the value of the item was considerable. Consuming it would not yield the same benefits as it would for her son. For a mother, her child's well-being always takes precedence. After all, she had reduced her own cultivation since becoming pregnant with Wang Chun and had devoted herself to caring for him post-birth, foregoing full-time cultivation thereafter. Mother, you needn't refuse. I've already consumed some, and taking more would have diminished effects and could lead to conflicting potencies. You should take it. All right, dear, since Xiao Chun insists, you should take it. After all, this is his heartfelt gift. Fine then, Father. I have also prepared an herb for you, but you must choose between one that is difficult yet offers substantial enhancement or one that is simple but yields lesser effects. Of course, I'll choose the challenging one. I thrive on tackling difficult tasks, he replied confidently. All right then, Wang Chun said, retrieving another herb from his storage soul guide. It appeared to be a common white flower, about the size of a palm, resembling a peony without any leaves. The stem was connected to a large, heavy black stone. The flower bore striking red accents, vivid as blood, creating a breathtaking sight. Father, this herb is called the Heartbreak Red. It is a divine treasure among celestial herbs. Accompanied by a legendary tale. Long ago, there was a youth of serene disposition who cherished nurturing flowers and trees, filling the garden with vibrant lotuses and myriad hues. In the tranquility of everyday life, I often find myself composing verses about flowers, raising my cup to invite the moon. Yet, whenever I encounter fallen petals, a profound sorrow envelopes me. I gather the remnants to bury them in the earth, shedding tears in abundance. It is said that emotions can stir the heavens. My profound love for flowers moved the celestial flower fairy, leading to a secret union between us, filled with joy and intimacy. Alas, such bliss is fleeting. Upon discovering our bond, the heavens were incensed, for mortals and immortals should not entwine. Thus, a decree was issued, commanding the flower fairy's return to the divine realm. Since losing my beloved, I have languished in despair, forsaking my floral pursuits. My garden, once vibrant, now lies in desolation. One day, an elderly man with white hair appeared, revealing that the cherished white peony in my garden was the embodiment of my beloved wife. To reclaim her, I must destroy the flower. Only then would she shed her celestial form and descend to reunite with me. However, I must not harm the stone beneath it. As he spoke, he transformed into a gentle breeze and vanished. Realizing the gravity of my neglect towards the flowers, I began to tend to them with utmost care. Though I adored my wife, I could not bring myself to destroy the peony. Instead, I cherished it even more, weeping day and night. My tears flowed until my heart was shattered with longing, and in my final moments, I shed blood upon the petals. That crimson stain is indeed the essence of my love. Wang Chun solemnly remarked, "Father, this flower is no ordinary bloom. It requires a worthy master. When plucking it, one must think of their beloved with sincerity, spilling a drop of blood upon the petals. If one harbors even a fleeting doubt, they shall perish without ever plucking the flower. Once removed, as long as it remains by its master's side, it shall never wither. The stone beneath it is called black oblivion. If forcibly destroyed, the flower will lose its magical properties. Consuming this herb grants one the ability to transcend mortality, enhancing soul power and transforming the body entirely." Moved by his son's tale, Wang Long decided to give it a try. Channeling his soul power, he summoned his vitality and coughed a mouthful of blood onto the petals. In that moment, his mind was flooded with memories of his wife, their first meeting, their shared experiences, and their love. As his blood fell upon the petals, the heartbreak red trembled softly before detaching and falling gently to the ground. "All right, mother and father, now that you possess the divine herb, consume it swiftly. I shall protect you," he urged. Very well. Wang Long led his wife to his usual training chamber to begin consuming the herb and enter a state of cultivation. Minutes turned to hours as Wang Chun observed his parents' cultivation for over 3 hours, finally nearing completion. The transformation in his mother was most striking. A staff radiating a spectrum of colors floated gracefully before her, shimmering with brilliance and surrounded by a rich golden light that emanated from her, reminiscent of a celestial being descending to earth. Each surge of golden light rendered her staff even more resplendent. In contrast, his father was enveloped in a blood-red glow after consuming the heartbreak red. The herb's potency began to transform his body, fortifying his foundation and enhancing his future cultivation. Previously, Wang Long's talent allowed him to reach the rank of title Douluo, but now he possessed the potential to ascend to super Douluo, and perhaps even challenge the realm of the peerless Douluo. After several hours of absorption and refinement, Wang Chen's parents finally awakened. "Mother, father, how do you feel?" he inquired. "I feel exceptional. My strength has risen from level 59 to 60, and I sense a notable enhancement in the quality of my martial soul. More importantly, I still possess considerable residual potency. Once I acquire a soul ring, I may swiftly elevate my power further." "Indeed, this is a treasure," his mother exclaimed, turning to his father. "Huh, my transformation feels even greater. My strength has surged from 76 to 79, and my talent has been amplified. The barrier to level 80 has been shattered. Once I elevate my soul power, I can directly ascend to the soul Douluo level. Perhaps I may even have the opportunity to become an elder. Well then, since you both have gained strength, I shall take my leave to rest. After all, I have traveled back and have not had adequate rest, and after guarding you for several hours, I find myself quite fatigued." "Very well, Xiao Chun, if you are weary, you should rest," his father replied. After Wang Chun departed, his parents tidied their belongings and freshened up, for consuming the divine herb had undergone a profound transformation, necessitating a cleansing of impurities. The next morning, upon rising, Wang Chun made his way to the dining hall for breakfast. By the time he arrived, his parents were already at the table. "Xiao Chun, come eat. Afterward, you must visit the elder. The family has sent word for you to discuss some matters." His father called out, "Oh, I also have matters to discuss with the elders. What do they wish to confer with me about?" "It pertains to the establishment of the Advanced Soul Master Academy, especially with the Continental Soul Master competition approaching. We need a prodigy to bring prestige to our academy in this competition." "Understood. I shall go after breakfast. But, father, since you have such free time now, why do I not see you at home for meals more often? My current responsibilities differ from the past, allowing for more leisure. Additionally, your mother needs to hunt a soul beast to absorb a soul ring and become a soul emperor. Therefore, I have taken leave from my duties. We are about to depart with the family team for the hunt. Take care. At the inner courtyard of the Golden King family, Wang Chun was no stranger. He navigated effortlessly to the elder's chamber and pushed the door open. Oh, Xiao Chun, you have arrived. Come in quickly. The fourth elder, reclining on a chair, beckoned him. Very well. Wang Chun followed the elder into the family's small conference room, where the patriarch and the other four elders were already discussing matters. The fourth elder, impatient and having summoned Wang Chun, had stepped outside to await his arrival. Upon Wang Chun's entrance, their discussions ceased. Now that Xiao Chun is here, let's discuss the purpose of your summons, the patriarch began. Since you have returned to the family, we require your assistance in enhancing the reputation of the newly established Golden Advanced Soul Master Academy. What are your thoughts? I am aware, Patriarch. My father informed me of this matter upon my return home. Indeed. He is responsible for that aspect, so it is only natural he would inform you. What is your stance on it? Of course, I have no objections. After all, my current prowess is undoubtedly a result of my family's nurturing, and it is now my duty to contribute to the family. Indeed, it is an obligation I must fulfill. Very well. You may enroll in the academy. Aside from team training, you are free to arrange your schedule as you see fit. Good. However, apart from myself, who else will be participating in the Soul Master competition? Well, aside from you, the only other qualified individual in the academy is the bear you introduced to the family last time. We aspire to secure first place in this competition and enhance our reputation. So naturally, we must select individuals of exceptional strength. However, most of those who meet the age and strength criteria have gone out to hone their skills, and we are reluctant to disrupt their training plans. Thus, we have not summoned them back to the family at this time. Unless we find ourselves unable to assemble a formidable team, we will not call them back to participate. Nevertheless, your return has already provided us with a contestant, and perhaps within the next 6 months, others may complete their training and return to the family, allowing us to gather a full team without disrupting their plans. Indeed. However, I returned primarily because I experienced an extraordinary encounter while outside, which prompted my return to the family. Oh, another extraordinary experience. Speaking of which, we have also studied the techniques that you had the elder bring back last time. However, this technique seems to enhance one's innate yang energy, thereby improving physical qualities and training potential. Consequently, it can only be imparted to the male members of the family. Thus, the men within the family are currently learning the first level of this technique. Future levels will be taught based on contributions made. However, you may selectively impart it to others, which would serve as a reward for your contributions to the family. Indeed, the patriarch is correct. Although this technique has its limitations, it is undeniably powerful. We have also summarized a basic method for cultivating soul power from this technique, which we can teach to the female soul masters. While it may not be as potent as the original version, it alleviates the limitations of the technique. The impatient fourth elder finally interjected amidst the conversation between the patriarch and Wang Chun. These arrangements can be managed by the family. I shall now present the treasures I acquired during my travels. Upon finishing his statement, Wang Chun prepared to retrieve the precious herbs he had set aside for the patriarch and the 5 elders from his storage soul guide. These herbs were meticulously chosen to align with the martial spirits of the elders and the patriarch, tailored specifically for them. Firstly, Wang Chun produced the herb designated for the patriarch. It manifested as a golden flower with 9 leaves, and upon its appearance, the room was infused with an aura of pure yang energy. This is the pure yang 9-leaf flower. Upon witnessing the flower and sensing the pure yang energy, the fourth elder exclaimed in astonishment. At that moment, the patriarch and several other elders also gazed in shock at the wondrous flower presented by Wang Chun. Indeed, the entire King Kong family was familiar with this herb, as it had been consumed by a member of their lineage long ago, leaving behind records of its effects. Over 2 centuries ago, the first patriarch of the King Kong family had consumed this very herb, and its effect had been documented, which is why the patriarch and elders were so astonished. Indeed, this is the pure yang 9-leaf flower, most suitable for the patriarch as consumption. As the patriarch Wang Gang possesses the martial spirit of the violent King Kong, akin to that of the first patriarch, the documented effects of this herb are significant. Wang Chun was equally astonished when he discovered this herb within the Ice and Fire Eyes, never expecting to find one with detailed records in the King Kong family. He had resolved to present this herb to Patriarch Wang Gang, as it could directly enhance the family's highest combat capability. The first patriarch, after consuming the herb at the rank of Star Luo at level 87, had directly ascended 3 levels to achieve the rank of title Douluo at level 90. Furthermore, he had cultivated the pure yang body, amplifying the violent King Kong's ferocity and augmenting his own strength, allowing each of his moves to possess immense power. Formidable even without the use of soul power, coupled with his martial spirit's innate indestructibility. The first patriarch could contend with those of higher rank even at the title Douluo level, an utterly terrifying prospect. Upon hearing Wang Chun's words, the patriarch felt a wave of emotion. Such a precious herb had been offered to him. However, as the patriarch, his considerations extended beyond his own needs. While consuming this herb would yield remarkable results for him, given his age, it would be far better for the family's prodigy, Wang Chun, to partake. Although consuming this herb would be beneficial for me, it would be best for Shao Chun to have it. The other elders, hearing the patriarch's words, regained their composure. Their earlier astonishment had been a momentary lapse upon encountering something from the family's records for the first time. Indeed, the patriarch speaks wisely. It is only fitting that this should be given to Shao Chun. Yes, we have aged, and Shao Chun is still young. The effects will be most beneficial for him. Indeed, the other elders echoed the patriarch's sentiment. Hearing the patriarch and elders' words, Wang Chun was deeply moved. If it were merely an unknown item, relinquishing it would be inconsequential. After all, one cannot be selfish in the face of age and experience. Yet, this herb bears a record of its efficacy and has been consumed successfully before. Its effects are undoubtedly remarkable. The fact that these elders could suppress their desires and offer it to a younger generation is truly touching. This mindset of prioritizing the younger generation is likely the reason for the unity within the King Kong family. After all, who would betray a family that genuinely cares for its members? No, patriarch, I have already consumed other herbs. The effects are best suited for me now. Consuming this would yield no benefits and could potentially clash with the herbs I have previously taken, resulting in a net loss. Therefore, you should consume it. The stronger you become, the safer our King Kong family will be, and that is the best outcome for me. Upon hearing Wang Chun's words, the patriarch finally resolved to accept the herb. Very well, I shall accept it. That is well, patriarch. Not only have I prepared this herb for you, but I also have others for the remaining elders. After saying this, Wang Chun produced the second herb. It was a white, exquisite flower that appeared as pure as a pristine lotus. Wang Chun presented it to the Grand Elder, stating, "This flower is called the water immortal jade skin bone. Its function is to nourish tendons and strengthen bones, harmonizing the 7 meridians and 8 vessels. It is exceptionally compatible with your silverback gorilla martial spirit. When consuming it, you should only eat the petals and then suck the stamen to absorb its essence. It also requires the use of soul power. One must be calm and composed to absorb its essence." Upon hearing Wang Chun's explanation, the Grand Elder refrained from being overly modest and accepted the herb without hesitation. After the Grand Elder had taken the herb, Wang Chun produced yet another one. This herb was a vibrant red, quivering and soft, seemingly simple, composed solely of red leaves. At the pinnacle of the grass, it resembles a rooster's comb. However, upon closer inspection, one can discern its uniqueness. The veins of the leaves shimmer with a hue of crimson gold. The emergence of this herb causes the temperature in the entire room to rise significantly. This remarkable specimen is known as the rooster comb phoenix sunflower, and it pairs exquisitely with the second elder's flame bird martial spirit. It is not to be chewed or swallowed. Instead, one merely needs to channel their soul power through it to enhance their strength and vitality. The effects of this herb are strikingly pronounced, and it is expected to substantially elevate the second elder's soul power and fiery prowess. After articulating this, Wang Chun presented the herb to the second elder. He then produced a small plant that was half black and half white, adorned with 2 leaves, one black and one white, clearly delineated and unconflicted. Third elder. This herb is called the Unyielding immortal grass, capable of fortifying the physique and significantly boosting vitality. It harmonizes beautifully with your martial spirit, the evergreen vine. Consuming this herb will undoubtedly enhance your capabilities. At that moment, Wang Chun turned to the fourth elder, revealing a flower reminiscent of a crimson rose. Fourth elder, this is the flame rose. Your martial spirit may lead you to gradually lose your sanity during intense battles. While it can greatly augment your strength, it also poses a considerable risk. Therefore, I have prepared this flame rose for you. It will not only purify your martial spirit, preventing future loss of control, but it will also enhance your fiery abilities and combat skills, ensuring that your power does not diminish due to the absence of that uncontrollable aspect. Afterward, Wang Chan addressed the fifth elder of the family, an auxiliary soul master with a peach blossom martial spirit. As is well known, food-type auxiliary martial spirits typically have a slower cultivation rate. Fortunately, the fifth elder's martial spirit complements the family's training environment quite well, enabling him to reach over level 80 at his current age. However, his cultivation speed has significantly decreased after attaining the Soul Douluo rank, and he is no longer the weakest among the family elders. In earlier times, his soul power level was on par with that of the first elder, yet now, not only has the first elder surpassed him, but several other elders have also outstripped him. Wang Chun then retrieved a jade box from his storage soul guide and opened it. As the box was lifted, a delightful fragrance enveloped the room. The rich scent of orchids invigorated the senses, prompting everyone to inhale deeply. Inside the box lay an 8-petaled orchid, its petals quivering delicately, pure white and luminous, exuding an ethereal grace. This is the 8-petal immortal orchid, a divine herbal treasure. Encased in jade, it remains fresh for a millennium and blooms eternally. Among all the divine herbs I've brought back, this one possesses the gentlest yet most profound medicinal properties. While absorption is easy, it requires considerable time. However, as a soul Douluo, the fifth elder will undoubtedly absorb it at an accelerated pace. This herb's function is to strengthen the foundation and expel impurities from a body, addressing the fifth elder's slower cultivation speed as a food-type soul master. These are the immortal herbs I have brought back for the clan leader and the elders. Now that you are aware of the Soul Master Academy's matters and have received the herbs I prepared for you, you may return. Once we have absorbed these herbs, we shall take you to hunt for soul rings. Very well, clan leader and elders, I shall take my leave. Wang Chun exited the inner courtyard and returned home, only to find his parents absent, having gone with the family's soul hunting team to procure soul rings. He then messaged his 3 younger brothers, inviting them over, for he had prepared an herb for each of them. Before long, his 3 younger brothers arrived at his home. Eldest brother, you have returned. Yes, I ventured out for some time and have gathered a few rewards. Additionally, I encountered a fortuitous event, hence my return to the clan. How have you all been? Eldest brother, we have been well. Since you left for your training, we have been diligent, and I have already reached level 31. Oh, hi, that is commendable. What about the other 2? What levels have you attained? Eldest brother, I am at level 29 and will soon break through to level 30. After that, I just need to hunt for a soul ring to become a soul master. The usually quiet Lu Yin also chimed in. Little Yin, you're doing well. Showing great dedication in your training, Wang Chun praised him, acknowledging him as the most industrious of the group. As a commoner soul master, he had scarce resources before Wang Chun took him in, yet he excelled even then in the initial Soul Master Academy. Now, I have reached level 44. Since you left, aside from training with the 2 of them, I have been cultivating my soul power in the family's simulated training environment and honing my combat skills in the battle arena, said Xiongda, addressing Wang Chun. Excellent. After my departure, everyone has been diligently training. I have also brought back a treasure for you, which will not only enhance your strength, but also accelerate your cultivation. Such a treasure exists? Then you should consume it, eldest brother, for your talent is unparalleled. Rest assured, I have already partaken of it. Consuming too much may lead to conflicting medicinal properties, which would be detrimental. Wang Chun then began to retrieve the prepared herb from his storage soul guide. It was a magnificent chrysanthemum, resplendent in purple, with each petal appearing delightfully fuzzy and the entire flower emanating no scent. The central stamen towered above the petals, glimmering with a faint golden radiance. Eldest brother, what is this? Wang Hai inquired, his curiosity piqued, as were the other 2 brothers. With a gentle smile, Wang Chun replied, Hi, this is specifically prepared for you. It is called the Celestial Fleece Chrysanthemum, a neutral divine herbal treasure. Consuming it will enhance your circulation and strengthen your constitution, enabling you to cultivate the indestructible body of metal and stone. Wang Hai was taken aback. Such a formidable ability. Wang Chun smiled. While the claim of an indestructible body may be exaggerated, This herb is ideally suited to your martial spirit, as your soul power is neutral, vast, and powerful. It will significantly enhance your training efficiency. Moreover, this medicinal effect not only has the capacity to directly enhance your soul power, but also accelerates your subsequent cultivation speed. Wang Hai cautiously accepted the wondrous mushroom, the heavenly chrysanthemum, handed to him by Wang Chun. With a profound gaze at Wang Chun, he remarked, "Boss, I shan't utter my thanks. From now on, whenever you require my assistance, simply call upon me, whether it be a treacherous mountain or a blazing inferno. I shall not flinch." Upon hearing Wang Hai's words, Wang Chun felt a sense of satisfaction, for nurturing his subordinates was aimed at receiving support when needed. Enough of that. Let me instruct you on how to consume this, Wang Chun continued. First, consume the flower's core, then eat the petals one by one, but refrain from eating the stem. Immediately after, commence cultivating in place to dissolve the medicinal properties and enhance your strength. Once I have retrieved all the items, you may then begin your cultivation together, while I will provide you with protection. Understood, boss. At this moment, Wang Chun produced a small green herb from his storage soul guide. This herb bore 4 leaves, each adorned with a hurricane emblem. Shaolin, this celestial herb, is known as the 4-leaf hurricane grass. It facilitates the flow of energy through the 8 meridians and enhances hurricane power, making it a perfect match for your martial soul. Consuming just the 4 leaves will suffice. Wang Chun handed the herb to Lu Yun before unveiling the final celestial herb he had prepared for his subordinates. He presented a unique white celestial herb, boasting 9 pure white leaves, each exuding a chilling aura akin to ice. As Wang Chun revealed this herb, an unmistakable chill enveloped the surroundings. This celestial herb is called the 9-turned mystic ice grass. It not only allows for 9 transformations in body refinement, significantly enhancing your physical attributes, but also amplifies your ice abilities. Not only will your ice power be greatly augmented, but your control over it will also improve. This herb is not to be ingested. Simply hold it in your hand and channel your soul power, and it will enter your body, fortifying your strength. Now that you all understand how to utilize these celestial herbs, proceed to my usual cultivation spot to begin your consumption. I shall guard you. Understood, boss. The 3 of them followed Wang Chun to a tranquil location he often used for cultivation, perfectly suited for absorbing the celestial herbs.